Probably every person at least once in his life imagined that he had a double who went to work instead of him. Where this double, instead of his original, even goes to the gym and does all the other everyday and often very difficult things. And just such a dream one day turned into reality for one guy named Josh. But at some point, this carefree life came to an end, where, waking up in the ruins of his parents' apartment, the guy saw monsters filling the streets of the city. After everything that happened, Josh did not give up because he had an incentive to become much stronger. Turning to his partners, the young man gave instructions that after the hunt, they should not forget to take with them all the bodies of the killed monsters. From the outside, it might seem like the height of stupidity how actively this guy got into any confrontation with even the most powerful monsters. Assessing the size of the next enemy, Josh grinned, noticing that such a giant had not come across his path for a long time, and so he ordered his team to begin attacking their new enemy, for whom they would be paid decent money. Where Josh himself, having prepared his captured sword, also took a position to attack the enemy. In absolutely every confrontation, this guy was never alone, since his basic skill was cloning. In every person's life there are many things that he must do, such as studying, working, eating. But Josh was not happy with the prospect of doing what he needed to do, since he always dreamed of doing only what he would like, where one of these activities was computer games. Like many others, the young man was always attracted by travel both within his country and abroad. Another pleasant pastime was meeting with friends, which, as a rule, was always accompanied by drinking. Finally, Josh also dreamed of the most ordinary romance, in the form of an evening walk in the park in the company of a beautiful girl. The guy was not happy with the fact that a person can do one thing he likes, and therefore he always dreamed of having two bodies. Near the center, where the awakening of the basic skill was carried out, the number of people became more and more every minute, where many had already begun to share with each other their impressions that they could get a better ability. Josh watched everything that happened without much interest, finding the whole thing extremely tedious and a waste of time. All his thoughts were only about getting back home as quickly as possible to his usual activities like video games, and then the attention of all those gathered was attracted by a man with a microphone, who introduced himself as Blake Calderson, a Class A hunter, who was entrusted with leading the next awakening ceremony. The awakening program was once launched by the government and aimed at giving people special skills. Having wished good luck to all those present, the man invited the first group to proceed to the portal through which they had to go to begin the procedure. And so, one after another, the young people headed to the indicated place, where Josh was in one of the queues. Without any enthusiasm, the guy noticed that his turn was already approaching. Finally, he was already standing opposite the girl, who joyfully greeted the next applicant for awakening abilities. Identity verification was carried out using special bracelets that every resident of the country had. And when this short procedure was completed, the girl invited Josh to go through the portal. For the guy, this was the first experience of passing through portals, and therefore, when he approached, he froze for a moment, not daring to take the next step. His heart was beating like never before, but he had to act, and so the young man stretched out his hand into the blackness of the rift. At that same second, the system registered a new participant, who, before he even knew it, found himself on the other side of the portal. Like many others who had passed through the portal, Josh looked around him curiously. Observing the reactions of some of the other awakening people, the young man noticed that apparently he was not the only one not feeling very well. Then he saw how one of the girls, who also passed through the portal, rejoiced at receiving the incredibly powerful skill of summoning the Phoenix Firebird. At that same second, men jumped up to the girl from all sides, identifying themselves as representatives of various hunters' associations and vying with each other to try to hand her their business cards. And Josh, sitting on the floor, could only envy his luck in awakening such a strong skill. At some point, a young man approached the guy and asked how he was feeling. In response, the young man honestly stated that he did not feel very well, which, according to his interlocutor, should soon pass. Next, Josh had to check what skill he had received, for which he opened the status window received after being included in the system. The young man was very surprised by the interactive functionality of the tools from the system, where a window appeared immediately as soon as he thought about looking at information about the skill he had acquired. The general characteristics were so insignificant that the guy was even ashamed to look at them, and therefore, he immediately switched to the acquired ability. And as soon as he saw that his skill was cloning, where at this stage of development the guy could create one clone, Josh immediately thought about how it could be used in everyday life. But his attention was again attracted by the young man standing next to him, to whom Josh explained that everything about his characteristics was very sad. Having explained that most awakened people have characteristics below 1, the young man asked the newly awakened one what skill he had received. Deciding that there was absolutely nothing to hide, Josh immediately replied that his ability was to create a clone. But his interlocutor's reaction to this information was not particularly encouraging. And when Josh asked him what was the matter, the young man explained that once a person had already received the cloning skill, where his clones were just an illusion and did not bring any benefit. This made the guy wonder if his clone would also be illusory. Well, his interlocutor had already begun to console Josh, saying that it was better this way than to remain completely without abilities. Suddenly, the guy's attention was attracted by a noise behind him, where a whole crowd had gathered around another awakened person. The guy received incredible abilities, which he had already demonstrated to the commission, assessing his potential. Having become completely upset, Josh asked his interlocutor how to leave this place, to which he explained that he first needed to register after waking up. A few minutes later, Josh was already in the device scanning his body, after leaving which he approached to have a conversation with one of the company's employees. When he entered all the data, he announced to the guy that all the registration data had been sent to the bracelet, which ended the awakening procedure. And now Josh was already driving to his home, looking at his bracelet with interest and thinking that everything went much faster than he thought. As he approached the front door, the young man thought about what his new cloning ability might be. But as soon as he entered the room, all his attention was immediately attracted by what was happening on the screens. And now he was already sitting and going through the artifacts and objects obtained in the game, dividing them into useful and outright garbage. When the gameplay tired the guy, he left his usual place and practically fell on the bed. His thoughts revolved around the fact that he needed to pay for rent and study, for which he needed to find some kind of job. And as soon as he thought that it would be quite nice if someone did the work for him, at that very second the young man jumped up on the bed, remembering his ability. Deciding to test the effect of the skill, Josh stood up and positioned himself where there was some free space. And as soon as he thought about summoning his clone, at that very second his body was surrounded by streams of mana, emitting a pleasant glow. Where this energy moved directly opposite Josh, beginning to form into some kind of dense clot. And at some point the room was illuminated by an incredibly bright flash. And when the lighting returned to normal, the young man saw his exact copy right in front of him. Josh looked at himself in amazement for some time, until he finally decided to ask him if he was really a clone. Without showing any emotion at all, the copy of Josh confirmed that he was the clone he had summoned. Still not believing his eyes, the guy asked the clone if he could touch him, to which he agreed, calling his interlocutor master. Feeling a little awkward, Josh nevertheless touched the clone, immediately noticing that it was not an illusion. And finally, he noticed that his copy was standing completely naked, deciding that he needed to dress him up somehow. Soon the clone was dressed, and answering the master's question, said that the latter simply had to give him orders. Deciding to test the skill, Josh thought that first he would simply order him to sit down, and at that very second the clone carried out this unspoken order. Where the young man, not without pleasure, noticed that in order to give an order, he did not even need to say it out loud. And just like that, mentally, he ordered his clone to get up, which he immediately did. His next order was that the clone needed to repeat the previous actions. Where, having crouched and stood up a number of times, the clone began to sweat profusely and breathe heavily. This made the young man realize that the clone's physical characteristics were exactly the same as his own. As he watched the clone continue to squat, his attention was drawn to the cell phone in his trouser pocket. As it turned out, one of his friends wrote to the guy, who was interested in what skill Josh received today. Not wanting to reveal his abilities yet, the young man wrote that he had not yet figured out the skill, and the clone continued to squat all this time. But his friend couldn't stop trying to find out what kind of skill Josh had acquired that he didn't even want to talk about. At some point, the young man's correspondence was interrupted by a message from the system, which informed the user about increasing the level of endurance. The most famous modern S-tier hunter was Casper Fields, who was the only one who was able to conquer the Viking Tower. He, as the leader of one of the hunter associations, was just informed that approximately 80% of humanity has awakened today. And to his question about when everyone will awaken 100%, the girl, looking at her notes, answered that this would take about 5 more years. Watching the city at night from the window of his association's office, Casper whispered that there was not much time left. Dripping with sweat, the young man continued his immeasurably long run through the park. The other athletes could only be amazed at how hard this strange guy worked, who also wore a lot of thick clothes. But the desperate runner suddenly stopped and sat down on one of the benches, trying to regain his breath. A guy passing by, who was already accustomed to seeing this runner here, offered him to refresh himself with water. But the runner, without saying anything in response, suddenly jumped up from the bench and rushed off to the next lap with even greater speed. Watching him go, the well-wisher with the water could not understand why this guy was torturing himself so much with sports. The numbers displayed on the scale were clearly promising for the one who stood on them. At the same time, Josh noticed that he literally eats for 2, but the weight continues to come off. Having finished the daily weighing procedure, the young man, sitting comfortably on a chair, thought about what he managed to find out about his clone during this time. Through trial and error, Josh realized that neither physical pain nor fatigue was transmitted to him from the clone. If the clone receives severe damage or runs out of energy, it simply disappears. But at the same time, every change in the clone's appearance is reflected on Josh himself, where he acquires excellent physical shape from the fact that only his clone is involved in sports. He could also give orders to his clone from a distance, where, for example, in a split second he said that the clone should stop running and start doing push-ups. But Josh also managed to find out that the clone cannot create other clones itself, that is, use the basic ability of the owner. The guy understood that if this were possible, the world would simply be filled with countless clones of him. Josh also remembered the day when he first visited an information resource for hunters, something he had never dreamed of before. There he learned that there are ordinary types of characteristics, such as strength, endurance, and the like, as well as special ones, such as regeneration, stability, vitality, and others, which not everyone has. Having opened the status window, the guy was glad that in a very short period of time he was able to significantly increase his characteristics, since his clone trained almost constantly. He immediately wondered whether he could double these figures if he himself joined in the training. After this thought, Josh picked up a flyer for one of the many gyms in the city. He slowly looked from the leaflet to the monitors with the game running in back. And finally, a deal with his conscience was made, where he decided that he would be the head of the tandem, and his clone the labor force. A day later, the young man, checking his account, noticed that the money was quickly running out. The reason for this was that several times more money began to be spent on food. There was no other choice but to find some kind of part-time job. My first thought was to find something related to construction, where I could both earn money and exercise my muscles to increase my performance. Josh also understood that he first needed to do the work himself so that his clone would remember what needed to be done. And then his attention was attracted by an advertisement of a certain logistics center that was looking for loaders. Without hesitating for a second, the young man dialed the indicated number and introduced himself to the person who answered the phone. They immediately explained to him that there were no interviews and the guy could start work right away. But when he said that he would start tomorrow, the employer immediately asked if he could start today. And when Josh, after thinking a little, agreed, a male voice said that in that case they were expecting him at 19 o'clock. Having disconnected the connection, the young man came to the conclusion that this company definitely lacks personnel. But then he thought that this was actually not that important, where the most important thing was that they promised good money for the work. At the appointed time, Josh, accompanied by his clone, arrived at the specified address in the logistics center. Looking around and watching the trucks constantly leaving and entering the territory, the young man decided that he was definitely not at the wrong address. Turning, he looked at his clone, whose face was covered with a mask and a hood was pulled over his head. The guy, of course, was thinking about calling himself twin brothers, but the clone also needed to be given some instructions, just in case. And so Josh said that for the duration of the work, the clone's name is not number 1, but Pete, where he must answer questions if someone asks them. Having completed the preliminary briefing, the young man thought about where to go in such a large area. And then his attention was attracted by a familiar male voice, which expressed obvious surprise at seeing Josh here. It turned out to be a man familiar to the young man named Patrick Gardner, who was already interested in what Josh was doing here, not forgetting to note that he had lost weight well. Thanking the man for his kind words, the guy explained that he came here with a friend to work part-time. Immediately after which, Patrick, pointing to one of the administrative buildings, said that the office was located there. After which the man said goodbye to Josh, wishing him good luck in his work. And as soon as Patrick disappeared from sight, the young man noticed that he experienced some very strong nervous tension. Turning to his clone, the young man asked him if he was experiencing a feeling of excitement, to which he immediately received a negative answer. Charged with confidence from number 1, Josh noticed that he was now one of the awakened ones, which means he definitely shouldn't worry. And now he was already heading towards the office building, determined to get his work done quickly. A few hours later, the young man, sweating and exhausted, realized that his plans to quickly complete the job were, to say the least, naive. Because in the logistics center, the traffic did not stop for a second, and more new cars arrived one after another to be loaded. Josh, watching the other guys work, could not understand how they even managed to cope with such hard work. He then turned his attention to the clone, who was carrying another box, but looked as if he had never started working. At that moment, his thoughts were that the clone was doing an excellent job without his participation. But then the person in charge of the loading and unloading operations loudly announced a break for meals. Exhausted from fatigue, Josh sat down in the same place where the last box he had moved was located, and his clone sat next to its owner. And then Patrick approached the young people, saying that they needed to replenish fluid in the body and handing each a can of soda. Then, sitting down opposite him, the man asked the name of this hardy friend of Josh, to which the clone, as his owner had taught him, introduced himself as Pete. As for Josh himself, Patrick noticed, not without a smile, that this was definitely the guy's first time doing such work. In response, the young man noted that the work turned out to be a really tiring task. Then the man noticed that in any case, both guys have a core, since by the time of lunch, most of those who come to try their hand at work run away. Where, listening to Patrick's words, Josh mentally noted that he would gladly join this majority if it were not for the need for money. Then the conversation turned to where Josh was studying, to which the latter spoke about how he entered and is now studying at the university. Meanwhile, number one had already managed to open a can of soda, which he drank in one gulp. Patrick noted that Josh entered a good educational institution, where he would be very glad if his daughter could go there, if she had better academic results. To this, the young man explained that he too was not doing well with his academic performance, which did not stop him from enrolling. And when the man asked how he did it, Josh said that he simply devoted time to additional classes. After listening to the guy's explanations, Patrick noticed his determination and excellent abilities. But suddenly, the man fell silent, clearly thinking deeply about something. And so, turning to Josh again, Patrick asked him if the guy would like to do a slightly different job. Without hiding his surprise, the young man asked his interlocutor to tell him what kind of work this was. And so the man suggested that the guy, instead of carrying weights here, become a tutor for his daughter and prepare her for entering the university. The young man was silent for a while, pondering this unexpected proposal. The decisive factor in his thoughts was the memory of what a pitiful amount remained in his account. Then Josh asked the man how much he would be willing to pay him to work with his daughter. To which Patrick replied that he was willing to pay $50 for each lesson lasting a couple of hours, where he was thinking of starting with 2 lessons a week. Josh mentally noted the advantage of the offer, given that he would only be busy 4 hours a week. An agreement was reached and sealed with a handshake. Standing up, Patrick added that after work, he would tell his daughter the news and then contact her new tutor. Well, the future tutor himself, looking at the night sky, hoped that everything would work out for him in his new role. At some point, his attention was attracted by a message from the system, which informed the guy about an increase in characteristics, where the young man happily noticed that he could earn money and at the same time improve his characteristics. With these thoughts, he watched for some time as one of the loaders continued to work, who, like everyone else, was unaware of the double benefit from the work of his young colleague. And then his stomach intervened in the young man's thoughts, desperately demanding some food from him. Deciding not to waste any more lunchtime, Josh leaned towards his bag, where his and his clone's lunch was located. But the bag turned out to be empty, and number one, in front of his owner, was finishing the last cheeseburger. Watching the clone drink the second can of soda, Josh made completely unflattering comments about his behavior. The morning of the next day was one of the hardest in his entire life for the newly minted night loader. Feeling how literally every muscle of his body ached, the young man came to the conclusion that from now on, he would only use a clone for such part-time work. When the system once again announced an increase in performance, Josh realized that the clone was still working and mentally ordered him to return home. And while number one was returning, the guy who had not eaten anything during the night decided to please his stomach. After 10 minutes, the young man was already in a state of euphoria from a tasty and satisfying breakfast. The pleasant sensations were interrupted by the suddenly opened front door, which even scared the guy. Where, as it turned out, it was number one, who reported that the owner's instructions had been completed and he returned. Josh, who had not yet gotten used to the fact that someone else could enter the house besides him, having calmed down a little, instructed the clone to take a shower and change clothes. It took number one about 15 minutes to complete his last instructions, after which he again appeared before his master. Looking at the clone, the young man asked him to extend one of his arms forward. The gentleman himself, having a very specific plan, already had a small needle ready. And so, taking the clone's hand with one hand, the other hand armed with a needle, the guy pierced his finger, where number one did not react at all to the damage received. Noticing that the clone was holding up well, Josh wiped away a drop of blood with a napkin prepared in advance. After some time, the young man sat at his computer and for the umpteenth time read about the skill of regeneration, which often manifests itself when the body is damaged. It was scary to cause any more serious damage to the clone, and therefore he decided to limit himself to needle injections. Approaching number one, the young man instructed him to go to work, eat when he was hungry, and devote all his free time to training. In addition, Josh handed his clone a cell phone, telling him to always carry it with him and answer his calls. The gentleman himself, having found a leaflet from the gym, headed to his first training session. The guy almost fell when he felt a huge heavy hand literally fall on his neck. And now his friend Mike was already cheerfully noting that he and Josh had not seen each other for a very long time. And while the young man was trying to get rid of his friend's massive hand, Mike had already noticed how much weight the guy had lost. In response, Josh smugly stated that he simply decided to play sports and was now heading to the gym. Noticing that he too was not averse to warming up, Mike asked his friend about which gym he was going to. And when the young man talked about which hall he was heading to, the big man immediately noticed that this was a great place. But Josh responded to this by saying that apart from the affordable price, he didn't notice anything remarkable in this gym. And then Mike explained that it was in this gym that a very attractive trainer worked. Immediately after this statement, Josh's friend announced that he also decided to attend the training. The most ordinary atmosphere reigned in the gym, where in many parts of it visitors exercised, building up their muscles. One of the trainers and part-time administrator, sitting in his place, began to eat. It was at that moment that Josh and Mike appeared in the room. Having quickly chewed what he managed to put in his mouth, the young man apologized to the new guests and greeted them. Performing his duties perfectly, the administrator immediately told new visitors about what promotions and discounts they currently have. Josh, already familiar with the club's pricing policy, asked for a subscription for 3 months at once, as well as a little help in monitoring the technique of doing the exercises. Pleased with such an easy sale, the administrator immediately began to sign up for a subscription. Very soon the young man was already trying himself in the bench press. Rising from the bench, he thanked the coach for teaching him the correct technique. Meanwhile, on another bench, Mike, who came to the gym, was doing exactly the same exercise. The fury with which he pressed the enormous weight of the barbell could not fail to attract the attention of everyone in the hall. And so, leaving the projectile, the big man assumed a sitting position, exhaling and showing off his huge arms. The administrator noticed that his new visitor had apparently been training for a long time, to which Mike stated that today was his first time in the gym, which immediately gave the young man the idea that Michael received an increase in strength after awakening. Meanwhile, Josh, listening to the conversation between the coach and his friend, concluded that increasing the characteristics really helps a lot, where he immediately wondered that if simply increasing the strength stat gives such a powerful effect, then how strong other high-level hunters could be. And now the young man was already thinking that the profession of a hunter is very prestigious, albeit dangerous. The guy's thoughts were interrupted by a phone call, where Patrick contacted him, where the man, remembering their agreement yesterday, said that he talked with his daughter and asked the future tutor about his free time now. Saying that he had plenty of free time, Josh immediately received an invitation to come to Patrick's house. Already in the elevator car, the young man recalled how their training in the gym ended, where Mike did not buy a subscription, arguing that Josh would be uncomfortable next to his capabilities. But his friend understood that this was due to the absence of the coach's girlfriend, which he was quick to announce to the saddened big man. However, this was even better, because his clone would go to the gym and Mike's presence could create unnecessary problems. When Josh found himself on the right floor and at the right door, he immediately heard a woman's voice loudly accusing his father of deciding everything without even consulting her. And then the door began to open sharply, where Patrick, coming out, told his daughter, who asked to cancel the meeting, that it would be better for her. The man was quite surprised when he realized that the obstacle to opening the door was Josh's head. The dull sound of the door hitting his head was also interrupted by the stormy statements of Patrick's daughter, who stood and looked at their guest in surprise. A few minutes later, the young man was already sitting inside the apartment, applying a wet, cold towel to the bruised area. And the owner of the house and his new employer did not stop apologizing for what accidentally happened. At some point, Patrick's wife approached the table and noticed how much weight Josh had lost since their last meeting. Explaining this with regular training, the young man turned his attention to the girl sitting modestly nearby. Kiara felt very awkward, and her face was literally covered in red paint. And while Josh was getting acquainted, the girl's parents, not without humor, noticed how dramatically the behavior of their daughter had changed, who just a couple of minutes ago was very indignant about the fact that she would have a young tutor. While answering Josh's questions, Kiara also thought that this guy must have heard the way she argued with her father. Well, the guy has already gotten down to business, saying that first he would like to look at the girl's report card. Such an unexpected request brought Kiara into real horror, since there was absolutely nothing in this report card that she could be proud of. And before the eyes of the young man, there was already a sheet of paper with the grades of his future student. While he studied its contents, Kiara burned with shame, which greatly amused her parents. But at some point, Patrick jumped up from his seat and, citing the fact that work was waiting for him, quickly left the apartment. Meanwhile, Josh took his eyes off the report card and switched to the girl. He immediately noticed how sad and embarrassed she was that some guy completely unknown to her could see her shame. Deciding to cheer her up, the young man noticed that he also did not have very high grades, where in order to catch up with the others and enter the university, he had to work hard. Immediately after these words, Kiara perked up noticeably, mentally thanking the guy for his attitude. Well, the young man said that they would make every effort to improve their grades and prepare for admission. When the first lesson was completed, Josh, leaving the Gardner family apartment, mentally noted that this would be a long and difficult journey, where such thoughts were prompted by memories of his first lesson with Kiara. Of course, the girl tried her best, trying to absorb everything that Josh taught her. And ultimately, the young man came to the conclusion that there was hope for a positive result. Approaching his desk with monitors, the young man noticed that number 1 had most likely already left for work. The thought also flashed through his head that if the number of clones increased, then for each one he would need to buy a phone, which was very expensive. Then Josh decided to visit a marketplace for hunters, where he could always acquire various skills. But as soon as the young man began to study the goods and their prices, he realized that this idea was, at least, hopeless. Where the young man noticed that with so much money, he would prefer to buy himself a house rather than a new skill. At the same time, the guy's head was filled with thoughts about how much hunters should earn in order to be able to afford to buy such expensive skills. Once again, Josh opened the bank app and looked at his negligible account balance. Despair forced him to get up from the table and literally fall onto the bed with a heavy exhalation. And after a few minutes, he was already thinking that maybe he really should become a hunter. While these thoughts were spinning in his head, the young man turned on a news story, which also talked about the life of a certain level A hunter. At some point, Josh stood up sharply and concluded that he had a unique skill that definitely should not be wasted on the slave labor of a loader. Encouraged by his decision to become a hunter, the young man decided to begin his plan immediately. Several decades ago, portals began to appear all over the Earth, from which monsters began to fall. This incident, dubbed a global catastrophe, led to the death of at least half of the planet's population. And almost everyone was already sure that humanity would be completely exterminated. But at some point, people began to appear on Earth who possessed very non-trivial skills. Such people defeated monsters, where after this the profession of hunter appeared. On the way to the Hunter's Center, Josh listened intently to a commercial about how to obtain a hunting license. When he was nearby, the size of the building could not help but impress the guy. Feeling incredibly invigorated despite the fact that he spent only a couple of hours a day on rest, the applicant headed inside. As it turned out, there were also retail outlets selling weapons and equipment inside. Looking around in confusion, the young man tried to understand how many people and those present inside had come to take the test for a hunter's license. And then a girl standing nearby announced that the test for obtaining a license would take place on the ground floor of the building, where applicants had no more than 20 minutes left to register. Feeling very nervous, Josh registered and went to the designated location to take the exam. Seeing the right room, the young man opened the door and said hello as he entered the room, where at that very second he experienced a huge number of unfriendly glances from a whole crowd of applicants. Walking embarrassedly and looking for an empty seat, the guy, without knowing why, asked for forgiveness from those present, where a couple of guys were quick to laugh at the soft-bodied newcomer. But then an impressive man appeared in front of the crowd of applicants, announcing that today he would be the examiner. Then the man explained that the test for a hunter's license would consist of 3 parts: theory, practice, and aptitude test. He especially noted that those who are caught cheating during the exam will never be able to count on receiving a license again. Josh listened carefully to the examiner, not taking his eyes off him, and feeling his strong energy as a level C hunter, almost on a physical level. Meanwhile, the man finished his introductory welcome speech and announced the start of the exam. Sitting behind the wheel of his car, the director of the BH Hunters Agency, Martin Harding, listened to what his interlocutor was saying on the phone. Martin asked him to wait a little, since he had been working in this area for several days and everything would get better soon. But the one who was on the other end of the line clearly did not share this optimistic mood, cursing and turning off the connection. Continuing to move, the man noticed to himself that he got off pretty lightly today. Only now, looking at the time, he remembered that the next exam for a hunter's license at the Hunter's Center was ending very soon. Meanwhile, Josh stood and looked at the message from the system that he had received his hunter's license, where he was assigned a level F. Recalling how the exam went, the young man noticed that it was even too simple. After the written test, they were given time to prepare for the practical shooting test, where they could practice as much as they wanted. Well, as for the professional aptitude test, it generally looked more like some kind of conversation about the standards of ethics and morality. Remembering all this, Josh wondered how normal it was to issue licenses for such dangerous work to literally everyone. It seemed as if the government deliberately wanted to ensure that as many people as possible became hunters. Having already found himself on the street, the young man decided that he should not worry about this and concentrate on his business. At that moment, he saw how the newly minted hunters were greeted by people in suits, actively handing out their business cards. These were representatives of agencies and associations of hunters who recruited new members. Josh froze for a while, watching these recruiters talk about all the delights of cooperation with their association. But then his attention was attracted by a man's voice, which congratulated the guy on receiving a hunter's license. Handing the young man his business card, the man introduced himself as Martin Harding and offered to work with his agency. Taking the business card from the man's hands, the young man began to thank him for his attention. But he was distracted by a message that appeared from the system, which informed him that the level of development had been increased, and now the owner could summon 2 clones at a time. Martin was still trying to talk about the merits of his agency, but Josh was no longer listening to him, storming away and promising to call. Regretting that he had missed the client, the agency director could only ask the guy not to forget about the call. It had long been dark outside, and the already sparse clouds were dissolving into the air, revealing countless stars. In Josh's apartment, Number 1 stood and silently watched as his master once again used his basic skill. Well, the young man himself has already addressed his Number 2, saying that he expects fruitful cooperation from him. And so, taking out the business card he had recently received, the young man announced to his clones that they were now ready to become hunters. Having finished handing out business cards, Martin sat down in the interior of his car, hoping that at least someone would contact him. While he was catching his breath after working hard, the man suddenly remembered his old boss, who just gave him the order to spend the amount specified in the contract. But as he studied the documents received, Martin's face began to change. And when his boss drew attention to this, the man said that the price for a killed monster in this case should be much higher. But, as it turned out, there was no mistake here, since the boss was aware of the payment situation. He told the stunned Martin that he had been working with them for a long time and should understand the whole situation perfectly. Where, having risen from his seat, the leader recommended that his subordinate simply not delve into the internal affairs of the association. Listening to the words of this, as it turned out, not at all decent person, Martin began to be overcome by rage. And now, sitting in the passenger compartment of his car, he was thinking about whether he should have remained silent then, so as not to drag out this miserable existence. These not very cheerful thoughts were interrupted by the melody of a mobile phone. After answering the call, Martin introduced himself to an invisible interlocutor who said that he would like to meet. Very soon, the head of the agency arrived at the cafe, where he arranged a meeting. Josh, sitting at the table, caught Martin's attention by waving his hand and saying that it was he who called him. Sitting down at the table, the man apologized for being a little late, which didn't bother Josh much. Once the drinks were ordered, Martin got down to business, asking his companion what his basic skill was. To which the young man, taking a sip of coffee, calmly stated that his skill was cloning. And as soon as Martin heard this word, his face immediately changed, since everyone had heard about a similar skill of creating useless illusions. He looked at the guy who was sitting and drinking coffee, thinking that his skills would not help in the hunt. And so, finally, he pulled out papers from his briefcase, noting that the young man had excellent skills and offering to familiarize himself with the contract. And while Josh was reading, Martin began to tell him about the work, recommending that he start by hunting slugs, where it is not at all dangerous and quite simple work. And when he talked about how the guy wouldn't be able to stay for long in a place where slugs live due to specific conditions, Josh, photographing the contract, said that this was not a problem for him. Then Martin continued, talking about another safe territory for hunting hare. The head of the agency also mentioned that there are areas with mutant rats, but it is already difficult to guarantee safety there. Finishing studying the contract, Josh noticed that he liked both places for hunting and the attractive price of selling the corpses of monsters and the obtained artifacts. When the young man announced that he was ready to enter into a contract, Martin asked him what territory he would choose for hunting. Suddenly someone came up to the table and, putting a personal stamp on the contract, said that the man had misunderstood him, where he plans to hunt in each of the areas Martin just told him about. After exchanging pleasantries with the new applicant for the agency's hunter position, Martin asked what skill the young man possessed, to which the manager's interlocutor stated that his skill was cloning. Then Martin asked the guy to demonstrate this skill in action. There were no problems with this, and the candidate for the hunter's place immediately activated his energy to use the skill, and then several exact copies of his interlocutor appeared in front of the man. Martin was greatly impressed by the demonstration of a skill, the application of which opened up unimaginable possibilities. But at some point, all the clones created by the guy suddenly drew their swords, pointing them at the creator. Seeing such an unusual reaction from the clones, the man became worried, to put it mildly, fearing what might happen next. And all his worst fears instantly turned into reality, where the contender for the hunter's place was pierced by several swords of his own clones. Realizing that he could be next, Martin called on the clones to remain calm, automatically shielding himself from a possible attack. But then the young man sitting in front of him, passing his hand through the sword, declared that his clones were nothing more than an illusion, where the illusory clones he creates are not capable of causing any real harm, and their entire practical use lies in diverting attention to themselves so that he, a real person indistinguishable from them, can hit the target. After listening to all this and watching the disappearance of the clones, Martin breathed out a sigh of relief, saying that he had had enough emotions for today. And now, sitting in a cafe and remembering all this, the man noticed that his past cloning skill was definitely associated with illusions. However, the clone in front of him was able to pick up the sheets of contract that he handed over to him. In addition, this guy calmly picked up the glass of coffee brought by the waiter and drank the drink, where he personally had never encountered such a skill, where a person was capable of creating a real clone and not an illusion. Still tormented by doubts, Martin suddenly announced that Josh and the guy sitting opposite could very well just be twin brothers, where immediately after his words, the young man burst out laughing loudly. Turning to his clone, Josh noted that this was what most would have assumed in the first place. But, turning his attention again to the head of the agency, the guy declared with absolute confidence that this was his clone, and he was real. In addition, he added that he has another one, but now he is working out in the gym. Martin was very surprised that clones were able to do everything that a real person could do, including building up muscles. And Josh added that if his clones become stronger, then his strength and other characteristics also increase. Listening to the guy, Martin was already beginning to understand that this guy, who is currently an F level, has great potential. His thoughts were interrupted by Josh, who had one very interesting question. Where he was interested was whether problems would arise if the same person entered two different hunting grounds. His interlocutor confirmed that difficulties may indeed arise with this, since strict control of visitors is carried out everywhere. These words greatly upset the guy, who was already upset that he would not be able to derive double benefits. But Martin immediately added that he would talk with the Hunters Association, where, after demonstrating the skill, a solution should be found. Upon hearing about the demonstration, his interlocutor said that he needed time to restore his energy levels so that the demonstration could proceed without problems. Then the head of the agency suggested meeting in a couple of days at the Hunters Center, after which Martin wanted to return to the issue of signing the contract. But Josh interrupted him, noting that he had already put his stamp on it and studied the details from the photo that the clone sent him. After these words, Martin suddenly rose very sharply from his seat, which could even frighten his interlocutor. But with the most friendly look, he extended his hand to him, saying that he would be very glad to cooperate with such a talented guy. Having responded with mutual politeness, the young man shook the hand of his interlocutor, and now a representative in the world of hunters. 2 days passed quite quickly, and now Josh was already at the center of the hunters, looking for the head of the agency. The familiar voice of a man came from somewhere behind the young man. Straightening his tie, Martin noticed the punctuality of the guy, who arrived at the meeting even before the scheduled time. Josh noted that he did not know about the location of the association in the Center for Hunters, to which his interlocutor explained that most of its departments are located here. Martin invited the young man to follow him, and soon they were already inside the building, which, as always, was in full swing with vigorous activity. A young man with glasses asked Josh if he really wanted dual access to the hunting area. And when the guy explained that he had the skill of cloning, the association employee asked him to wait a little since the request was very unusual. And while this employee and his boss were looking for a form for dual access, Josh mentally noted that the situation seemed to be truly rare. Soon the form was found, where, upon handing it to the young man, it was explained where he needed to go to demonstrate the skill. Both Josh himself and his companion were quite amazed at the amount of paperwork that had to be filled out. But they divided the responsibilities, where Martin took on the bureaucratic component, and the young man had to carry out a demonstration of the skill. Leaving the head of the agency, the young man arrived in the room to demonstrate his skill, where he was met by a pretty girl. Without hesitating for a second, the guy collected his fully restored energy and directed it to create a clone. And within a second, a completely naked copy of him appeared in the room. Only now Josh realized that he had completely forgotten about this nuance, and the girl next to him embarrassedly pretended to close her eyes. In his workshop, a certain man was finishing some manipulations with a bracelet that all the awakened ones wore. And so, having finished his work, he announced that a copy of the bracelet for entering the territory for clone hunting was ready. He also explained that taking into account Josh's skill, points such as the entry, exit, and possible re-entry of his clones were taken into account. When the bracelet was handed over, the man noticed that the young man had a very specific skill that had never been seen before. Thanks to the man for the bracelet, Josh hurried to leave the room to avoid unnecessary attention. And the man left alone could only dream about what an excellent object for research this guy could become. Meanwhile, the young man had already managed to return to the place where he left the head of the agency, reporting that the issue with the bracelet had been resolved. He also joyfully announced that now they have everything ready to begin the hunt. And when Martin asked him when he would like to start, Josh replied that he was completely free and ready to start right now. The next question was why the clone hides his face behind a mask, to which the guy explained that this is a measure aimed at preventing unnecessary attention. And while the simple dialogue was going on, a man was noticed from one of the upper floors. There stood the head of the Wolves Hunter Association, Norwood Atkinson, who was a little surprised to see Martin there. The head of the agency immediately heard this loud call from a long time ago and in a voice very familiar to him, where, a second later, Norwood, having jumped over the fence, landed noisily on the first floor. Josh looked intently at the man, whom he immediately recognized as the head of the Wolves, who, straightening up, noticed that he and Martin had not seen each other for a long time, where he did not know that he was still spinning in the world of hunters. Meanwhile, the young man, looking up, was amazed at the strength of this man, for whom jumping from a height of several floors is a common thing. However, Martin himself was clearly not very happy to see his old acquaintance, where he greeted him through clenched teeth, addressing him as before, as you. But such a polite form of address only made Norwood laugh. Having finished laughing, the man turned his attention to the guy standing next to Martin, asking who he was. To which the head of the agency explained that this is one of those who cooperates with his company. Norwood cast his contemptuous glance at this modest young man, where he immediately noticed that this hunter most likely only has an F level, after which the man laughed again, saying that the one who worked with level B had slipped to level F. And now he could no longer restrain his emotions, declaring that he simply did not believe that Martin was supervising some level of F, even in such ridiculous clothes. This behavior of the former boss could not help but offend the man, where he already gritted his teeth and prepared for a violent confrontation. However, the agency head's impulse was stopped by Josh's hand, which lay on the man's shoulder. Norwood, seeing the way the guy came forward, assumed that he clearly had something to say, and the young man suddenly smiled and said that he was simply flattered that he was able to meet and talk with the head of the most famous association of hunters. After what was said, Norwood could not help but notice that the guy communicating with him was very smart. And Josh immediately added that the Wolves Association is known for monopolizing hunting grounds, banning hunting, and stealing honestly earned money from hunters. The head of the association never expected to hear such frankness, despite the fact that it was all true. Well, the young man continued to smile, saying that now he didn't know what to do at this meeting. As if stretching his neck after being in one position for a long time, Norwood noticed that Josh was a brave young man. And suddenly, in an instant, he found himself behind him, noticing that such a daredevil must have skills to match his character. But further conversation was interrupted by one of Norwood's assistants, who attracted his attention. And while he was approaching, the head of the wolves noticed that none other than the destroyer of his fun had appeared. Having told the guy that they were done for today, the man walked towards his assistant. At some point, Norwood turned around and asked the guy what the name of his new acquaintance was. To which Josh replied that with the capabilities of his interlocutor, he would definitely be able to find out his name on his own. Turning around again, the head of the Volkov noticed that he had met a funny guy, after which he said goodbye to Martin until next time. And now he was already listening to lectures from his assistant, who called such behavior of the boss in the association building unacceptable. Well, Josh, his clone and Martin were soon sitting in the latter's car. The first to interrupt the silence inside the car was Martin, who thanked the guy for his intervention in the situation. To which the young man replied that in any case, he could not just stand and watch what was happening. Then the head of the agency asked whether Josh knew about his previous relationship with the Wolves Association. And the young man explained that he learned this information when he learned about the VN agency, where, in the course of studying information, he managed to find some rumors according to which Martin was expelled from the Wolves Association. Now the man understood why no one had worked with him for such a long time. But then a new question formed in his mind, where he did not understand how, with such information, the guy even decided to work with him. To which Josh immediately openly stated that the decisive factor was the payment ratio offered by the agency. But after a couple of seconds, the young man added that he had a feeling that he could trust Martin. Such a statement from a practically stranger caused great surprise in the man. The young man made a titanic effort to get up again after squatting with a barbell. And everyone who saw his efforts never ceased to be amazed at how he could even withstand such a training regime. The same trainer that Mike had missed last time appeared in the gym and noted to her colleague that such training was dangerous for the guy. To which her interlocutor said that he tried to talk about this with the client, but he did not answer anything. Meanwhile, the clone received a message where Josh ordered him to finish training, take a shower, and wait outside at the entrance to the gym. As usual, pouring the entire contents of the container into himself at once, the clone headed for the shower. And the trainers watching him were ready to thank all the gods that the danger to this guy's health had passed. The tunnel where the hunt took place was literally swarming with slugs. Using his simple tool, the hunter destroyed one of these not very pleasant creatures. After which, using special equipment, he placed the remaining substance into a container behind his back. Deciding that this was enough for a start, the hunter turned around and went to the portal, through which he returned to his world. Taking off the gas mask from his face, the young man breathed in normal air with relief. And now Josh was already telling Martin about his feelings and impressions from this first hunt in his life. And his interlocutor noticed that almost no one goes to this place for hunting, despite the fact that it is as safe as possible. And the young man immediately understood the reason, where he himself could not hold out for long in the conditions of the tunnel with slugs. Then he looked at the container, which was only half full, noticing that it was simply impossible to hold out all the time to fill it completely. Martin casually noticed that if you buy good uniforms, you can hold out much longer. To which Josh skeptically stated that with any uniform, he would not be able to hold out there for more than 2 hours. But the situation would change radically if his number 2 went hunting instead. And now the clone has already begun to change into the outfit of a hunter for the substance against slugs. Soon Josh was already escorting one of his clones, who went to earn money for the owner. And as soon as number 2 was out of sight, the young man suggested that Martin drive to the field with hair horns. Turning around, Josh was about to tell number 1 to follow him, but found it completely missing. Where at that very second, the guy remembered that he still hadn't picked up his first clone from the gym. All this time, number 1, following the master's instructions, stood at the entrance to the hall. And then finally, he heard a familiar voice that ordered him to quickly get into the car. While Martin was delivering his hunter to the next territory, he asked the young man why he called the clones by numbers. To which Josh explained that he would simply get confused if he started giving them some names. And his interlocutor agreed with this argument, finding it reasonable to assign numbers to the clones. Then the young man started talking about how hairhorn hunting is carried out, where he heard about the need to use firearms. And when Martin confirmed this, the guy said that in this case, the subject would need to buy a couple of guns. To this, Martin replied that, as a last resort, weapons can be rented directly on the territory for hunting. But over time, he still recommends acquiring your own uniform, since rented weapons can only be used on hunting grounds. Soon, Josh, deep in thought about how much the uniform might cost him, heard a lot of loud bangs. And when he inquired about what that sound was, Martin explained that they had simply arrived at the place. This was a protected area for hunting hare. Life was in full swing everywhere, created here not only by hunters, but also by numerous military personnel. After leaving the car, Josh immediately noticed that this territory was not even close to the territory of slugs. And Martin remembered that it was in this territory that once upon a time there was a breakthrough of monsters. Hearing the words of the head of the agency, the young man recalled that he had already heard or read about this somewhere. Usually monsters cannot pass through the portal, but sometimes they somehow manage to do so, which people call a breakthrough. The young man was already heading towards the entrance, and Martin continued to talk about how most of the high-rank monsters that broke through to the ground were destroyed, and the remaining E and F level monsters became a real find for hunters. But Josh was more surprised that no one was complaining about the unbearable noise created by this place. Pretty soon Martin and his companion found themselves inside, where life was no less in full swing than outside. Pointing to the weapons department, the man explained to the guy that he could rent all the necessary equipment there. And so, when the set of weapons and ammunition was assembled, taking into account the rental of a place for hunting, the amount of $70,000 was announced. Taking out his bank card, the young man noticed that even renting everything he needed was very expensive. To which Martin said that the most expensive cartridges are, but all investments will pay off with a successful hunt. Studying the ticket provided, the head of the agency said that their place was on the 3rd floor in the F-level section. The right door opened, where Martin managed to cover his ears in time. After all, in the hunting area where they found themselves, hearing was instantly lost from gunshots. The hunt was in full swing, with some lamenting that they had made another mistake, while others rejoiced at their new catch. Pointing to an empty seat, Martin told Josh that this was the seat indicated on their ticket. Having put down a box of ammunition, the man asked the young man if he was confident in his shooting skills. While preparing to shoot, the young man stated that he had excellent shooting skills. But Martin was not at all encouraged by the fact that this newly minted hunter missed 3 times in the exam, where the targets are located very close. Having equipped the magazine, Josh smugly noted that he already felt sorry for all those hare horns who would die today from his shots. Declaring that no one could hide from his eagle eye, the guy took his place and prepared to start the hunt. Literally immediately he saw in the eyepiece of his scope a hare horn sitting peacefully by the grass. Martin was quite surprised that the guy was able to find his first target so quickly. Slowly aiming the sight, the young man already clearly examined the target's head and tensed his finger on the trigger. Shouting that the real hunt was now beginning, Josh pulled the trigger. After some time, the guy sat and frantically clutched his head with his hands, mentally concluding that he could not hit a single target. Number 1 sat not far from him, bored, watching his master despair more and more. Josh recalled how he took aim, where the hare was exactly in the bullet's flight path. But at the very last moment, this nimble little monster managed to dodge the shot. Martin, who watched the extremely unsuccessful hunt, at some point said that it was too late, leaving the hunting grounds. Looking into the darkness of the forest, the young man noticed that he could not even cover the cost of renting weapons and ammunition. Deciding he had enough for today, Josh caught his clone's attention, where he instructed him to stay here and shoot at the hare horns, where, if hit, take out their bodies with a harpoon. If hit, the clone had to send a +1 message, and if he ran out of ammunition, he simply had to call. The unlucky hunter himself returned home, where he lay and, according to messages from the system, understood that his number 2 was definitely getting something. Then he opened a window with his characteristics, where he noticed that they were slowly but continuing to grow. But at that very second, he remembered the incredibly strong head of the Wolves Association with whom he happened to meet. Exhaling heavily, the guy noticed that he still had a very long time to grow to such a level. He never thought that hunting hare horns would become such a difficult task and would turn into a complete failure for him. As he fell asleep, the young man dreamed that his number 1 could shoot at least 1. Josh had already fallen into a deep sleep when the screen of his mobile phone suddenly began to glow with an incoming message. The next morning, Martin was in his office and mysteriously looked towards where the sun was rising. The man was distracted from his simple occupation by a phone call. When Martin confirmed that hunter Josh Burnett belonged to his agency, he was asked to urgently drive to the place where they were hunting slugs. And when he asked about what happened, they explained to him that the hunter had not stopped for more than a day. Quite surprised by this news, the head of the agency promised to arrive as soon as possible. Around the same time, the owner of the clones woke up in his apartment, noticing that he had had a good night's sleep. Taking his mobile phone, the young man saw a message from number 1, deciding that he had announced the end of the hunt. But as soon as he unlocked the screen, he saw that there were a lot of messages from number 1. Arriving at the slug hunting site, Martin was shocked by what appeared before his eyes. The entire room was literally filled with huge containers containing the treasured substance left over from the slugs. Meanwhile, the soldiers tried to stop the stubborn hunter, who did not want to stop his occupation. Having decided that he needed to act immediately, Martin took out his mobile phone and was soon waiting for the answer from his future interlocutor. Josh, who received the call from his new partner, answered the call quite quickly, where he heard the good news that his clone had filled all the storage facilities with the substance of slugs in a day, and also received a request to order the clone to stop working. Noticing that the news was really good, the young man at the same time asked the man to send a cleanup team to the Hairhorn hunting territory, because in his personal opinion, based on the number of messages received from the clone, there is simply no crowding there anymore due to the corpses collected first. And indeed, that same mountain of Hairhorn corpses was already surrounded on all sides by spectators who only had time to film this unusual phenomenon. People couldn't believe that this young man caught such a lot of prey alone. Representatives of various agencies and hunters' associations did not stand aside either, where several men in expensive suits were already trying to give Josh's clone their business cards. But number one, who had not been ordered to take business cards, did not react in any way to people approaching him. One of the representatives of the Hunters Association decided that this hunter was testing his endurance in this way, freezing in place and deciding to wait. But then a colleague from another association called out to him, saying that nothing would come of this. Where, against the background of their many other colleagues, the young man noticed that they had already tried to communicate with this guy in different ways, but he did not react to them at all. The last one who tried his luck to give a business card to the marksman was surprised by what representatives of the most prestigious associations told him. And while he continued to clarify some circumstances, Josh appeared next to the shooter, who pulled his hood over himself so as not to attract undue attention. Having placed a small box next to the clone, the young man instructed him to continue hunting Hairhorns. Where in this box was the ammunition that ran out at number 1? Stepping aside, the guy thanked his clone for the excellent job he had done. Well, number 1 has already managed to equip the clip, preparing to continue the hunt. Where everyone around, noticing his activity, was quite surprised that after such a difficult night, this hunter decided to continue his work. Calling each other to be quiet and taking out their mobile phones to take pictures, people watched the continuation of a new, unprecedented hunt. Josh's thoughts were that he underestimated the capabilities of his clones, who receive 50% of his abilities. After all, if you think logically, then with half his abilities, these guys should be half as weak as him. The young man was so deeply immersed in his thoughts that a woman's voice calling him a teacher literally made the guy jump on the spot. Peering into Josh's face, Kiara asked him what made the guy so deeply immersed in his thoughts. Without answering the question and apologizing for the delay, the young man handed the girl a notebook, noting that she had significantly improved her skills since their last meeting. And only after that, the young man said that he had recently visited the territory for hunting, and now he was thinking that everything had gone much better than he could have imagined. Kiara was very surprised when her teacher actually admitted that he was also a hunter, and the girl reproached him for not telling her about this earlier. Immediately taking out her cell phone, the student asked the guy if he knew the new internet star with an eagle eye. Seeing the number 1 in the video, Josh tried his best to feign surprise by asking who he was. To which Kiara, stopping the recording on the mountain of corpses, explained that this guy is the new record holder who has already killed more than 200 Hairhorns. Many people approached him asking various questions, offering to join associations, but he did not utter a word in response. But when asked what his name was, this hunter stated that he was simply an eagle eye. The young man, listening to the girl's story and watching the events on video, was simply shocked. And Kiara, without looking up from her phone, suddenly announced that she also dreams of becoming a hunter. Taking advantage of the moment to change the topic of conversation, Josh asked if his interlocutor had awakened and received a license, to which she responded positively, saying that she was simply afraid to go alone to the hunting territory. The girl also decided to take advantage of the situation and asked her teacher if he would take her hunting with him if she passed the exam well. Not expecting such a question, the young man said in confusion that with excellent grades, he could take her with him. This answer greatly pleased the girl, and her interlocutor added that he already knew some completely safe areas for hunting. After listening to her teacher, Kiara, holding out her little finger to him, asked him to give her a real promise. Looking at the happy and cheerful girl, Josh connected his little finger with her finger. After which, his student added that having made a promise, he cannot refuse the offer or deceive. Having finished his lesson for today, the young man left the room, where he met his student's mother in the kitchen. Kiara listened with interest as her mother asked questions about her daughter's progress, and Josh could only talk about how hard she was trying. Kiara's mom invited the guy to stay and have dinner with them, but Josh refused, citing being busy. Experiencing the most joyful emotions from the way her tutor spoke about her, and in anticipation of the next meeting, the girl threw herself onto the bed into the arms of her rather large teddy bear. Having created an energy ball and peering intently into it, the girl was already looking forward to how she and Josh would go hunting. Remembering the young man's face, Kiara mentally noted that at first she strongly opposed her father's idea of tutoring. But time has shown that Josh is a very kind and sweet guy, who also explains everything very clearly. The girl also couldn't help but notice that her teacher had a very attractive appearance. However, it was already late, and therefore the girl decided to study a little more before going to bed. Arriving at the place where the harehorns were hunted, Josh was only thinking about whether the cleanup team had time to remove all the corpses. Martin, who was on the spot, was pleasantly surprised when he saw his hunter. Having walked a little further, Josh greeted the head of the agency, next to whom stood the hero of today. Martin explained that he came here personally to supervise the collection process. Of course, he had to call cleanup teams many times, but for the first time in his practice, he had to call a huge number of people to collect, where at the moment the count of prey has been completed, and the total count was more than 300 harehorns. Martin also added that he had already sent the guy information about his income, where Josh did not hear the incoming message due to the sound being turned off. The guy's surprise knew no bounds when he took out his phone and saw that he had almost $500,000 in his account. Turning to his employer, the young man inquired as to why the amount was greater than he expected. To which Martin replied that Josh's actual level was clearly higher than F, and therefore he revised his percentage a little. The young man was pleasantly surprised by this attitude on the part of his agent and thanked him for his attention. Here the attention of the company was attracted by a not very friendly male voice. Pointing his finger at the clone, one of the local hunters asked Martin if he was this guy's agent. Sensing the man's unkind attitude, the agency head tensed, but nevertheless confirmed the guy's identity in his office, asking the visitor who he was. To this, the man suddenly explained that he was one of those whose loot was stolen by his employee today. And since all the harehorns he tried to aim at were killed by this guy, the man found it necessary to compensate him for the losses caused. And while Martin quietly told Josh that they didn't seem to be in the best place, the latter was surprised that there were such strange characters among the hunters. After everything he heard, the young man plunged into thought for some time. But after a few seconds, he told his agent that he had an idea. Well, the insolent man, who was beginning to feel superior, suddenly softened his tone, saying that he also had a conscience, and therefore he was ready to settle for 10% of the profit. And as soon as he finished speaking, the young man suddenly burst into violent laughter, which obviously didn't please the racketeer, who hissed through his teeth that he didn't say anything funny. Josh, putting his hand on his clone's shoulder, cheerfully said that no one would see this guy here anytime soon, after which he invited his agent to finally leave this territory for hunting. Martin did not understand at all what he had in mind, following with a frightened glance the evil man remaining behind them, and so the racketeer could not stand the fact that he was simply ignored and quickly rushed to attack. But at that very second, Josh mentally gave orders to number 1, where the clone immediately moved forward and stood directly in the path of the angry man's fist. The blow was very strong, and the clone with a broken face was thrown aside. The attacker himself was afraid of how strong the blow was, which he definitely did not plan. And Josh, who was filming everything that was happening, only had time to scream about what a terrible thing was happening before his eyes. The guy turned to the agent, loudly saying that this act of violence on sacred hunting territory would definitely not go unnoticed. Beginning to understand what was happening, the attacker looked around, every now and then catching the glances of members of the cleanup team. Well, Josh continued to play, mentioning that fans of the Eagle Eye clearly would not appreciate such an attack on their idol when the video hits the internet. And so that the racketeer could verify that the video existed, the guy approached him and played the recording. The enemy was defeated without a fight, and the young man simply invited him to forget about everything and part ways on good terms, where the unlucky hunter and racketeer had no choice but to grind his teeth from his own impotence. After taking a sip of refreshing lemonade, Josh was surprised to ask the agent about the unification of the wolves. And Martin once again said that in his opinion, the one who attacked them today belongs precisely to this association. Number 1 just sat and listened to everything his owner and his agent were talking about. And while the clone, in his usual manner, was destroying the lemonade in one gulp, Josh asked the agent about where the thoughts came from that the attacker belonged to the wolves. The head of the agency explained that this hunter had not taken his eyes off him from the very moment he appeared on the territory. The guy immediately realized that the wolves would most likely want revenge for the way they dealt with their envoy. Well, Martin, bowing his head, noted that such attention to Josh and his clone is due solely to the fact that they belong to his agency, because before, those who worked with him were pressured. Continuing to drink lemonade, the young man listened to the agent's confession about how everyone who worked with him left the agency due to bullying from the wolves. Therefore, he cannot promise that this will not happen again, and cannot guarantee complete safety for Josh. When the man finished, his interlocutor cheerfully stated that he would definitely not change his decision and would continue to work with his agency. Well, in order to protect himself, he has a plan according to which he will become stronger in the shortest period of time. For the next 10 to 15 minutes, the young man conveyed information to his agent about how he planned to become stronger. When Josh finished sharing his plans, he asked his agent what he thought about it. Trying to wrap his head around everything that the guy had just told him, Martin noticed that he had never thought about such a thing. Immediately after this, he took out his notebook and, making a note, told the young man the time tomorrow afternoon, where their meeting was to take place in a specialized store for hunters. Of course, trade in weapons, armor, and other items appeared with the advent of hunters. But very soon this trade grew to entire specialized huge supermarkets. It was in such a supermarket that Josh finished putting on his combat gear, where the seller observing him noticed that this armor guaranteed protection against level E monsters. The young man noticed that the protection was quite light and very comfortable. Taking out a knife, the guy also added that in connection with his intention to master firearms, an ordinary knife as a bladed weapon would be more than enough. And while he was putting the piercing and cutting object back into its sheath, Josh asked the seller to bring 2 more sets of exactly the same. When the purchase of equipment was completed, the hunter and his agent continued their journey through the labyrinths of the shopping center. When asked by Martin, the young man confirmed that he still wants to acquire a unifying skill. Noticing a department selling skill balls, they went inside and began searching for the skill they needed. At some point, Josh happily announced that he had discovered a ball with the required skill. But as soon as the young man saw the price for an item with a skill, he literally grabbed his head. He had no choice but to contact his agent with a request to give him an advance payment. After looking at his account, Martin said that he could lend the guy some money. This was good news, since taking into account my own earnings, a sufficient amount was collected. And looking at the treasured skill ball, Josh noticed that if his plan succeeds, all investments will pay off with interest. After some time, the young man was already in his apartment, where he studied with interest the instructions for using the skill ball. There were 2 options for activating the item, where you could either pour your mana into the ball, or, for those who do not know how to control mana, simply turn on the ball while maintaining its contact with the body. Josh immediately discovered a small remote control for turning on the skill ball. The guy did not yet know how to control his mana, and therefore chose to use the second method, stretching out his hand to the ball. And as soon as he touched the ball and pressed the activation button, the room was immediately filled with the brightest glow. The flash was short, after which Josh discovered that the ball was missing, and the system announced the addition of a new combining skill. Still not quite understanding what had happened, the young man was quite surprised that the ball seemed to disappear into thin air. Picking him up from the floor, the hunter with a new skill ordered both of his clones to approach him. Having already managed to put on new equipment, numbers 1 and 2 immediately followed the order. Looking at his subordinates, who were specially dressed so that they could be distinguished, Josh joyfully announced that it was time to start. When he and Martin were sitting in a cafe, the young man asked him how he found the results of today's hunt. To which the agent, of course, stated that he had never seen such results, and it was simply amazing. After which, Josh noticed that the clones had only half of his true abilities, despite the fact that he himself could not shoot even one. Then the young man remembered how he instructed the clone to expose himself to the attack of that racketeer. Where after that, he suggested that if he had ordered, the clone of that guy would certainly have been able to teach him a good lesson. After listening to the interlocutor, Martin concluded that despite the lower indicators in relation to the owner, clones can better use their abilities. The correctness of this guess was immediately confirmed by the owner of the clones, and in order to take advantage of this clear advantage, he will need to do something. Where the first and second places are visiting training grounds in order to learn how to conduct hand-to-hand combat and shooting. The hand-to-hand combat master and fire training instructor welcomed the new student. Where there were clones of Josh in each of the 2 places, the men were very surprised when the clones asked to immediately move on to practical exercises. Each of them asked the clones again whether one of them really wanted to immediately try himself in sparring, and the other in practical pistol shooting. Where, in both the first and second cases, each of the clones confirmed with absolute confidence their intention to engage in practice. And now the shooting instructor already had the remote control for launching the plates in his hands, and the hand-to-hand combat instructor was preparing to start the fight. A moment later, the first saucer flew into the air, and the enemy of one of the clones rushed to attack. However, this attack was not destined to be successful, and the flying target released into the air instantly scattered into small pieces. Both instructors stood and could not believe what had just happened before their eyes. Having finished talking about how the preparation of clones would begin, Josh also noted that he would need a unifying skill, where the surprised head of the agency asked why the guy needed a skill that allows a person to unite with some of his pets. To this, the guy explained that his plans were to unite not with his pets, but with his clones, where, when united, he will literally be able to feel everything, the same as a clone will feel. He asked his interlocutor to imagine for a moment that he would use the unification skill when his clones were training. Standing on the platform near the house, the young man exhaled, concentrating on using his new skill, and then he felt a stream of energy literally bursting out of his body, enveloping him on all sides. He literally penetrated the body and head of one of his clones, who was sparring. which gave the guy the opportunity, without participating in the fight live, to feel the distance to the enemy, to follow his movements. He could feel how comfortably the gun fit in his hand. Could feel and control breathing, feel the recoil of a weapon after a shot. See how a target moving through the air scatters into pieces. Absolutely everything that his clone will do, Josh will be able to experience for himself with the help of the unification skill, which will ultimately lead to the fact that he himself will be able to possess the skills that his clones receive. Having turned off the combining skill, the young man stood and looked intently at his hand, which seemed to be only clutching a pistol. He perfectly remembered the sensation of air moving across his face when a stick flew over his head, as well as the strong push in his hand after the shot. The young man even felt tired, although he did not move a muscle, since all the work was done by the clone, with whom he only shared the sensations. Josh had a strong feeling that he could perform every move his clones had just performed. And while the young man was trying to get used to these new sensations, the system announced another increase in his characteristics. This was good news, where the guy decided not to stop there, preparing for a new association. And now he was concentrating, releasing a stream of energy to activate the unification skill. Where in the training hall, his clone just took a position directly opposite the trainer himself. Looking at the enemy through the eyes of his clone, Josh noticed that he looked very impressive. All the other fighters were surprised that their coach himself decided to try sparring with this newcomer. But then the battle began, where Josh's clone launched the first attack, which was successfully blocked by the master. An experienced coach noticed that in the attacks of this guy, there was no sense of experience and development of movements. His defense was a completely different matter, where the enemy seemed to predict every move of the master, easily dodging. The trainer's new attack also did not bring any results, where Josh's clone reflected it as casually as everyone else. The instructor barely managed to take a defensive position when the clone moved to the side and began his new attack. And then the opponent's weapons came together again, emitting a characteristic wooden sound. The master was amazed at how powerful this new attack was, where his opponent simply copied everything that he himself had done before. However, the experienced man was not going to just retreat and lose the fight. Throwing his opponent aside, he tried to attack back, but Josh's clone calmly dodged the blow. The male students watching the fight watched in fascination as some newcomer was not inferior to their master. And this newcomer made a powerful counterattack movement with his stick-armed hand. The coach withstood this incredible attack with great difficulty, not at all expecting such power. And so the man found himself pressed against the wall, where Josh's clone prepared to end the fight with a winning blow. But experience means a lot in hand-to-hand combat, and suddenly the instructor took advantage of his disadvantage, turning it into an advantage, where neither the clone nor the owner present in it expected such a turn of events. After doing a somersault, the man landed a blow to his opponent, disarming him. The spectators were happy that their coach was still able to defeat his opponent. Meanwhile, Josh was literally screaming from the pain he was in after being hit on the wrist. The instructor standing opposite him noticed that his opponent was very good. Then he asked if he would like to try his hand again in the next round. Josh, who had recovered a little from his injury, asked his clone how he was feeling and whether he could continue. Without answering anything, number one suddenly soared into the air, repeating his own movement in front of the amazed coach, which could not leave anyone indifferent in the hall. Josh himself was very glad that his ward was okay and ready to continue the fight. Well, the clone, picking up his weapon from the floor and straightening up, told the trainer that he was ready to fight again. The man liked the guy's passion and immediately agreed to continue their fight. Josh decided to leave the first number and switch to his second clone. Watching another plate fly into the air, the man, preparing to reload his gun, proudly asked his girlfriend if she had seen his next great shot. Of course, the girl was immensely admired by her gentleman's shooting abilities. No one even suspected that all the targets that were in the air were hit by number two. Deciding to ignore the smug man, Josh concentrated his attention on continuing his target practice. He watched intently as the new target flew into the air, after which the young man noticed every movement of the body of his clone, who took the correct position for shooting. The guy carefully followed the target's trajectory, slowly moving the weapon a little further. And when the saucer approached the place where he was aiming, the young man pulled the trigger. Watching the falling fragments, Josh determined himself to remember every small detail. After all, his goal was to master absolutely everything that his clones learned and became capable of. Having finished his shooting practice, the young man interrupted the flow of energy and turned off the combining skill. When he opened his eyes, he immediately felt how tedious it was to switch between clones. Literally falling off his feet, the guy decided that he would definitely need to rest for a while and restore his mana. Sitting down on the bench, Josh reflected on the fact that all the movements of the clones were completely devoid of any sense of fear. He also thought that maybe next time he should go with the clones and test his skills. Passing by the sports ground, Kiara immediately noticed her favorite tutor. The young man was quite surprised when the girl called out to him, continuing to call him teacher. When the guy asked what she was doing here at such a late hour, his student said that she was studying extra in the library. While they were having a pleasant conversation, the young people were noticed by a group of men nearby, where the largest of them asked the one standing behind if this was really the same guy who had annoyed him during the hunt. Pressing his cell phone to his ear, the man listened to a disgruntled voice that scolded him for letting Martin go so easily. Trying to somehow justify himself, the same racketeer from the hunting ground said that his actions were recorded on video. This greatly changed the situation, where, in response to the man's words that he would fix everything, his interlocutor ordered him not to get involved in this matter at all. He also did not forget to remind the loser performer not to even think about mentioning the unification of the wolves. And when the conversation was over, the man, without hiding his rage, threw his phone against the wall with all his might. And when the communication device bounced off and fell on the grass, he, splashing out his anger, began kicking it. His lesson was interrupted by a familiar male voice, who was interested in what happened to him. The racketeer, whose name was Fred, turned around and saw his old acquaintance from the criminal world, Hugh Townsend. After listening to Fred's story, the fat man only laughed at the fact that he allowed that agent and his pathetic hunters to just leave. The smile did not leave his face when he said that he had expected a similar outcome to Fred's idea to work with the most famous association of hunters. Well, the racketeer himself sadly noted that, now from that association, he was told not to approach them at all. Then Hugh noticed that, as before, he would most likely have a part-time job for his old friend. Fred was just about to thank the fat man when suddenly his attention was attracted by young people nearby, and now he was shouting at the top of his lungs that this was the same guy who recorded the video with his participation. The angry man was already heading towards the young people, but Hugh interrupted his impulse. Rising from his seat, he said that he would start a conversation with this guy himself. Meanwhile, Kiara asked the teacher what he was doing here, to which Josh explained that he had come to practice a little. At this moment, the attention of the interlocutors was attracted by a rough male voice, where the fat man approaching them, accompanied by Fred and another henchman, was already talking about what he had heard about some kind of misunderstanding between the guy and one of his colleagues. The girl asked the young man who these people were, to which he replied that he had no idea. But then the young man's gaze noticed a racketeer peeking out from behind the fat man. Immediately realizing what was happening, the guy mentally called for the clones, while simultaneously covering the girl with his back and asking those who approached about how he could help them. Fred, burning with rage, immediately shouted that the guy already knew why they were here, but his impulse was again stopped by Hugh. After which he turned to Josh, asking if he really had a video of his brother making a mistake. And without waiting for a positive answer, the big boss said that the guy should delete the video, then they will go their separate ways. Showing his mobile phone, Josh clarified whether everything would really end peacefully if he deleted the video now. And when the fat man assured him of this, the young man suddenly asked about where the guarantees were that everything would end peacefully. Laughing, Hugh noticed that the guy was not stupid, after which he added that he really wouldn't get away from here today without being beaten, so that the next time he has the idea to shoot such videos, the young man will think several times. While the fat man was talking, Josh quietly told Chiara to run away at the first opportunity, after which, the young man told the men that it was not for them to tell him what he should do and what he should not do. And so, taking a fighting stance, Josh said that it was not yet clear who would leave here today with a beating. Immediately after which, Hugh noticed that his interlocutor clearly suffered from excessive self-confidence, where he immediately instructed his henchmen to beat out of him all the excess of this quality, which was not the best in such a situation. As the attackers approached, the young man was able to dodge the first punch. However, the second opponent's hand strike had already reached its target, where Josh fully felt it with his head. Meanwhile, Fred, taking advantage of the fact that the enemy hesitated, delivered another kick. The final blow was his companion's blow, which landed squarely on Josh's lower jaw. Kiara could only scream when she saw her precious teacher fall onto the grass. Well, Josh himself mentally noted that the first time he was somehow not very successful in reproducing the skills of the clones. While he was coming to his senses, his student began to defend the guy, who came forward, preparing a bundle of energy for a throw. And the young man, who still had difficulty breathing after being kicked in the stomach, tried to stop the girl. Being behind her, the young man clearly saw how she was literally shaking with fear. The attackers stopped their attack, realizing that they were faced with an awakened one and her abilities. But then both of them received a slap on the head from their boss, who belittled them, saying that men should not be afraid of some schoolgirl. And then he turned to the girl, asking what she would do if they continued the attack, where he had already moved forward and was gradually beginning to approach the young people. Seeing the fat man closing the distance, Kiara screamed at him to get away and threw her energy ball at him. The girl made every effort to ensure that her attack was as effective as possible, and the fat guy watched with enviable calm as the luminous ball approached his stomach. And when he reached Hugh's body, a strong deafening bang was immediately heard. Shielding themselves from the shockwave, Fred and his partner worried about their boss, who could be seriously injured or even killed. And then, through the smoke, a voice reached the ears of all those present that there were as many awakened people in the world now as there was dirt on the road. Showing himself in front of the girl, Hugh also added that many of them had absolutely nothing to brag about. Having said that he would now teach the shameless girl a good lesson, the fat man swung his hand. But his blow was taken by Josh, who suddenly appeared in front of the girl and covered her with himself. Looking closely at the huge opponent, the young man said that he was just starting to warm up. And at that very second, using his energy, Josh dealt a very powerful blow to the enemy, where Kiara, saved by him, looked in amazement at how the one who seemed defeated just a couple of seconds ago was fighting. The blow was very noticeable for the gang boss, who stepped back a few steps, holding his bruised face. Well, Josh was already prepared to confront the second opponent, who was Fred. Watching the man's movements, the young man gained an understanding that it was not enough to simply copy what his clones were doing, where first of all, he must constantly monitor what his opponent is doing. After dodging all of Fred's attacks, the young man finally moved on to the skills he had learned from the clones. He gave his opponent an incredible blow to the head with his hand. As Fred's body sank to the grass, the guy noticed a new attack, realizing that he did not have enough speed to avoid it or somehow block it. He took the blow, but immediately rewarded his opponent with a response, which was enough to neutralize his combat effectiveness. But then Hugh, who came a little after receiving the blow, became more active and said that until the last moment he doubted whether it was worth hitting someone who did not know how to fight. Josh mentally noted that he still felt the pain after the fat man's blow. He was, of course, able to withstand that attack, but apparently this man has a skill related to increasing strength. There was only one way out, not to let this thug hit his body. And now Hugh was already beginning to gain momentum in order to literally crush the impudent kid into powder. But Josh deftly moved out of the path of his movement, simultaneously delivering a good uppercut to the opponent's jaw, where, after the first blow, the second one immediately followed, which hit Hugh's right cheekbone. The fat man became increasingly angrier, advancing on the guy and abundantly hurling curses at him. But the young man again avoided the attack and instantly counterattacked, thinking that the enemy needed to be knocked out as quickly as possible. Hugh's next attempt to get the guy was unsuccessful, but a new uppercut from Josh again shook his opponent's jaw. All this drove the guy's opponent to extreme rage. Clearly using his skill of activating superhuman strength, the fat man once again rushed to attack. Noting that his opponent had taken a good swing, Josh understood that there was no way he could get hit by this blow, and then he felt someone's hand grab his leg. It was one of his opponents, who were gradually beginning to come to their senses after the confrontation with the guy. Josh instantly realized that he would definitely not be able to escape this blow. Having sworn to himself in very unflattering words at all his opponents, the young man felt beyond himself all the strength and power of his opponent. Kiara, seeing her teacher's distorted face, screamed in fear. However, Josh was able to stay on his feet, simultaneously noting that it was very painful. Although the guy didn't fall, he still couldn't take a normal breath. And now, he was already looking at how the fat man raised his massive hand above his head, deciding that now he was definitely finished. The blow struck was more like the explosion of some kind of bomb, where the young man noted with surprise how much the face of his bulky opponent was distorted. This was the attack of Sierra, who gathered all her strength in order to prevent Hugh from dealing with Josh. The fat man's assistants, already beginning to rise to their feet, addressed the girl with several insulting remarks. Shouting that it would be better for her to escape while she had the opportunity, the men rushed at the fragile girl. But they did not have time to reach their goal, since a split second after their impulse, they were literally swept off their feet by the clones who arrived at the scene. Kiara was very surprised when she was suddenly saved by some masked men. The leader of the criminal group, who even turned around to look at what was happening, was no less surprised than the girl. This time was just enough for Josh to normalize his breathing. Believing that the advantage was still on his side, the fat man immediately rushed to finish off his opponent. But Josh deftly failed his throw, performing the same somersault that he had already performed in the clone's body. Flying over his opponent's head, the young man even managed to thank him for this opportunity to test his skills in practice. Immediately after which, the guy unleashed the full power of his clone-delivered blow on the man's head. The enemy was completely defeated, and the winner himself sat down on the grass, breathing heavily. Meanwhile, his faithful clones were with two other defeated members of the group. Messages from the system were not long in coming, where Josh was informed not only that all his characteristics had increased, but also that his level had been increased, and now he could summon 3 clones at once. Experiencing the most joyful emotions, the young man with a smile on his face fell over onto the grass, where, deciding that he was wounded, the clones and Kiara immediately rushed to him. Looking at his student's bandaged hand, the young man asked her why she did not run away when she had the opportunity. To which his companion replied that if she had not been there, everything might not have ended so well. The girl also couldn't believe that that famous eagle eye was actually just a clone of her teacher. But Josh embarrassedly asked the girl not to tell anyone about this, as it could carry additional danger. In response, the girl promised not to mention the skill of her dear teacher at all. Time passed quickly during the conversation, and now the couple had already approached the house where Kiara lived. Continuing to show concern for his student, the guy asked if she could write, to which his interlocutor noted that her left hand was injured, and she writes with her right. However, she decided to take advantage of the situation and ask for a reduction in the number of tasks due to her injury. But in this part, Josh showed no mercy and did not reduce the amount of independent work. At some point, silence hung in the air, which the young man broke by suddenly expressing words of gratitude to Kiara. It was not at all difficult for him to admit that he could not have won if not for the support and help of his companion. In response, the girl, holding her nose high, noted with feigned pride that without her, the teacher would have had a hard time. But taking the conversation into a more serious direction, she added that, as a thank you, he could invite her to have a meal sometime. And when the guy agreed with this proposal regarding the option of gratitude, Kiara noticed that she remembered this promise. And finally, the young people, who had so suddenly met and experienced their first adventures together, said goodbye. Josh went to his room, experiencing the most pleasant sensations and thinking that he would feed his savior the best lunch. At some point, he was distracted from his thoughts and remembered that his two clones were following him everywhere. And when he asked why they were not returning to training, the clones unanimously said that all training centers were already closed. After these words, their owner disappeared into the nearest bushes, where he looked for suitable sticks. And when they were found, he handed them to the clones, saying that now they could train on their own in the park. A month later, the agent asked his hunter how the plan was being implemented, to which Josh explained that all his characteristics had noticeably increased and also talked about the long-standing opportunity to summon a third clone. This was very good news for Martin, as his hunter will now be able to develop even faster, and his interlocutor continued to say that the agent would be very surprised when he saw his characteristics. But the head of the agency was already amazed when Josh suddenly asked to book 3 level F territories for hunting for tomorrow. The young man thanked his agent when he said that he would get such territories at any cost. The only thing Martin clarified, taking out his constant notebook, was the hunting time planned by the guy. Having finished the conversation with the agent, the young man turned his attention to the clones standing nearby. He gave each of them separate instructions about what type of training they should practice today. Sending them off to the park, Josh told them to be home before midnight. And when he noticed that the clones had military weapons with them, he also ordered them to leave them at home. Sitting at home at his computer, the young man noted that his clones were doing an excellent job with their training. But since he is the brains of their team, he shouldn't sit idle either. And now the young man was already watching training videos about known types of monsters and ways to fight them, where the most detailed information was provided even about what type of weapon was best to choose and which parts of the body to strike. Josh was distracted from this very boring and tedious task by footsteps in the hallway. Glad that the clones had not spent much energy, the owner sent them to take a shower and change clothes. While the clones followed his instructions, the young man thought that he needed to check whether they were able to absorb the knowledge he had received about monsters. Time passed quickly, and Josh was already reading the agent's message that he would soon arrive at his house. At that same second, the young man hurried his clones, who, after a shower, began to replenish the calories they had spent. Coming out into the street, accompanied by clones, Josh greeted the head of the agency, where Martin, seeing these athletic guys and combat guys, immediately noticed how terrifying they looked. When asked by his hunter, the agent answered happily that he was able to reserve 3 hunting territories. But he was very surprised that Josh himself had no intention of getting into the car and asked the man to take care of the clones. When asked by Martin, he replied that he would participate in the hunt using the unifying skill, and he also planned to do breathing exercises. After watching the departing car, the young man immediately returned to his apartment, where he took up meditation and breathing exercises, trying to concentrate his energy. The young man wondered what he felt while using his skills. And so he realized that when using both the cloning skill and the combining skill, he felt bursts of energy every time. This time he wanted to achieve a feeling not of release, but of energy circulation in the body. After a few more minutes, Josh suddenly felt the same center that spreads energy throughout his body. The sensation became stronger and stronger, where it seemed that this center was beginning to increase along with the flow of energy. And suddenly the guy opened his eyes, where the system immediately sent him a message about acquiring the entry-level meditation skill. On the hunting field, both the bodies of monsters and the bodies of some people lay mixed together. The last surviving hunter, who tried to escape by crawling away from a dangerous place, could not understand how such a strong monster ended up here. Of all his limbs, only one left hand remained functional, and therefore every movement was very difficult and was accompanied by selective abuse. The man only thought that such a monster should not be here, and therefore he was obliged to quickly report it to the authorities. And suddenly, through his sleeve, the hunter saw a huge shadow approaching him from behind. At that very second, the man realized that his days were definitely numbered. Meanwhile, Martin arrived at the last of the 3 hunting grounds he had reserved. While the third clone was leaving the car, the man warned him that fish-like monsters lived here. Number 3 thanked him as the head of the agency wished him luck and urged him to be careful. Since all 3 clones were delivered to the hunting grounds, he informed their owner about this. and after that, he noticed that his new hunter has a truly incredible ability to hunt in 3 places at the same time, while being at home. As Martin followed the third clone with his eyes, he came to the conclusion that sooner or later, the results of Josh's hunt could definitely cause some noise. At the same time, the great hunter himself, sitting in his room, continued to develop his meditative skills, rejoicing at his success. But at that very second, a voice on his phone said that there was no need to succumb to false feelings of joy. And now the expression on the young man's face had already changed, where he realized that he could not reach the required level in meditation. At some point, the young man saw a message from an agent informing him about the delivery of clones to the hunting grounds. Without hesitating a second, the guy activated his unifying skill to personally participate in the process. He was seized with wild horror, since the first thing he saw was how the blade of a knife pierced a huge rat. But Josh quickly breathed a sigh of relief when he realized that it was his number 1 who was hunting. The young man noticed that his clone had no problems killing rats, which could indicate that his plan to study hunting methods was a success. New opponents were approaching, and the young man prepared to understand whether the clone at a distance had acquired the knowledge of their destruction. And suddenly, as if before his own eyes, he saw a familiar man who recommended uniting in groups to hunt rats. Then, removing the glasses from his bloody face, he added that if a solo attack was unavoidable, there were ways to effectively exterminate the rats. He further explained that rats, as a rule, always run in a straight line, so the hunter needs to simply conduct aimed fire while maintaining a distance. However, there are also situations when close combat with opponents becomes inevitable. And here you need to remember that the skulls of rats are very strong, and therefore you need to aim at the place where the vertebrae begin. Like the most common rats, rats from the world of monsters multiply very quickly, and if you prepare and train enough, you can get a permanent source of experience and income. At this point in the video recording, a corpse collector appeared in the frame, who noticed that it was not so easy to hit a moving object, but the presenter sent him, telling him not to spoil the recording. The next clone moved carefully among the sandy voids. At some point, an incredibly large scorpion appeared from the sand right in front of him. But, as expected, he, devoid of fear and using the knowledge acquired by Josh, quickly defeated the enemy. The third clone did not lag behind his brothers, watching which, with the help of a unifying skill, Josh himself seemed to cut another enemy into 2 parts. The other monsters were already preparing to attack, but they didn't stand a chance against such a formidable opponent. Well, the owner of the clones intended today to squeeze everything possible out of these hunting grounds. Hunters moving around the territory suddenly noticed that today it was somehow unusually quiet, and there was not a single monster. But after a few steps, the young people came across a whole mountain of corpses of huge rats, deciding that this was luck, and they needed to pick them up as soon as possible. Meanwhile, having dealt with another group of monsters, Josh noticed that the hunt was going very well. However, he had a strange feeling that in this whole undertaking he had missed something very important. The young man pondered his options for a couple of minutes, and finally, his face suddenly changed dramatically. After all, he realized that he had completely forgotten to instruct his clones to collect all the corpses in one pile. At that same second, he mentally contacted the other clones, giving them the order not to continue the hunt until they had collected all the corpses of the monsters. And he himself, in the body of the third issue, also began collecting what, in fact, money is paid for here. At some point, Josh noticed that there were more corpses a little to the side, but number 3, when asked by the owner, explained that he did not kill those monsters. But the young man was categorical, noticing that the corpses were lying around idle, and therefore they could be appropriated. Looking at the tormented fish-like creature, the young man thought about who could torment these monsters so badly. At some point, number 3 picked up an object, asking the owner if he should take it too. Looking at it, Josh was taken aback by the terrible sight of a severed human hand. Before he had time to say anything, he suddenly heard some rustling in the bushes behind him. Both number 3 and his owner immediately realized that there was someone else here besides them. Taking his weapon at the ready, number 3 began to slowly move forward. Suddenly, the severed head of a monster flew out of the darkness of the thickets and fell to the ground with a noise, causing number 3 to twitch. But this was nothing more than a diversionary maneuver, performed by a much more intelligent monster of a completely different level. Number 3 tried to turn around and point the weapon at the monster, but neither he nor Josh even had time to understand how his hand suddenly separated from his body. Sitting in his room, the young man experienced incredible pain, as if his own hand had flown off. The connection was severed, and the guy sat on the floor and looked somewhere to the side in confusion, trying to come to his senses. The first thing his body intuitively did was raise his hand, which, according to all sensations, he had just lost. The hand was in place, but the feeling of pain and horror did not leave the guy sitting alone in his kitchen for a long time. After some time, his mind began to work, and the first thought that appeared in his head was the conclusion that the connection was severed due to pain. And so his brain started working at full capacity, where he immediately took out his mobile phone. When the agent answered, the guy immediately asked what kind of hunting territory number 3 had got. and when the man explained that this was the territory of fish-like creatures, Josh asked that the first and second numbers be brought there immediately. He ended the conversation by putting on his shoes and saying that he himself would soon arrive at the place. Meanwhile, number 3 was left alone with his superior opponent. With the loss of blood, the clone gradually began to lose its strength, and the monster, among other things, clutched some kind of weapon in one of its paws. In just a moment, it was all over for number 3. Having called a taxi for himself, Josh quickly found himself in the very place where the agent had left number 3 not so long ago. The guy immediately felt how suddenly the connection with one of his clones was cut off. Opening the status window, the young man saw that it would take more than 6 hours before the clone's energy level was restored. Passing the checkpoint, the guy hoped that Martin and the remaining clones were already there. And when he found himself inside the premises, he was convinced that the head of the agency had carried out his instructions. Josh was incredibly happy to see numbers 1 and 2 in front of him, next to whom he felt more confident. And so he finally explained to the agent that number 3 was destroyed by some high-level monster. At the request of his interlocutor, the young man described as best he could the monster he had to face, where Martin was extremely surprised that a humanoid fish monster could appear in this place. The man immediately noticed that they needed to immediately warn the authorities so that this place would be closed to the public. And all because this monster has a D level, where even a group of E-class hunters will not be able to defeat it. The guy agreed with this statement, and Martin rushed to immediately report the problem. But Josh suddenly stopped him, saying that this would need to be reported only when his clones passed through the portal into the hunting territory. The agent was very surprised by this statement, but the young man asked him to trust him. Trust the same way he trusts his clones to complete this mission. A few minutes later, Josh, having assumed a meditation pose, had already begun to activate his unifying skill, and his clones were already passing through the portal into the very world where one of their comrades died. First of all, the young man ordered them to go to the place where number 3 died. After moving for a long time through the thicket, one of the clones suddenly gave a stop signal, where, just a few meters away from them, a humanoid fish monster was eating its dead brothers. This was real luck, since there was an opportunity to take the monster by surprise and attack first. Assessing his capabilities, Josh noticed that his personal characteristics are equal to level E, but clones with 50% of his powers have only F. At the same time, the monster already has a sufficient amount of damage by now, where, taken together, all the circumstances made the task of destroying it quite feasible. And so the special operation began, where the young man ordered the clone to aim exclusively at the monster's head. Rising to their feet and leaving their secluded place, numbers 1 and 2 began to fire heavily at the monster. But they realized that everything did not go according to plan when they saw how the bullets ricocheted against the monster's impenetrable body. Of course, the monster noticed new opponents, and Josh tried to figure out what to do next, since firearms were useless. And the enraged monster had already left his meal, and emitting a piercing cry, prepared to attack his enemies. Despite its enormous size and height, the humanoid fish monster quite easily soared high into the air, aiming straight at Josh's clones. Numbers 1 and 2 managed to react and fail the monster's attack by jumping in different directions. Where at that same second, without allowing the huge upright fish to come to its senses, one of the clones made a counterattack movement and struck with a knife. Josh, who was in his body, was quite surprised that the piercing cutting object left only a scratch on the monster's body. But then he noticed how the monster continued its attacking movements. The clone barely managed to dodge the sweeping blow of the armed paw of a huge enemy, where the weapon the fish used went through the tree trunk, like a knife through butter. As soon as the leaves rustled, the massive trunk of the cut tree toppled over and fell noisily to the ground. Without waiting for the monster to turn around, the clones immediately rushed to attack. But the upright fish still managed to expose its huge paw to the enemy's knife attacks, where Josh once again noticed that no attacks on this monster have any effect at all. Well, their enemy himself had already managed to turn around and prepared to adequately respond to the attack of the clones, where his powerful blow easily threw one of Josh's charges several meters back. And while the guy watched how his clone literally slammed into a tree, he suddenly remembered that when shooting, only the first bullet ricocheted, but the second, hitting the same place, caused little damage. Without hesitating for a second, the young man decided to check his observation by shooting again at the same place. The monster immediately felt the pain of the bullet that entered his strong body. Well, Josh was already glad that his observation skills helped, and now there was a chance to defeat this monster. A second later, both clones were already following his instructions and fired densely and continuously at those parts of the monster's body that were already damaged. The monster tried to close itself, but every second hit on a part of the body that was not yet wounded left new damage. But suddenly, something completely unimaginable happened, where the sword, sprinkled with the blood of a fish, suddenly began to glow and emit strange energy. And so the humanoid fish attacked one of the clones with all its might. Having felt all this power, Josh could not understand why his opponent suddenly became stronger. but he couldn't help but pay attention to how the fish's sword glowed, with blood flowing down it, which could help with the increase in strength. However, this measure indicated that his opponent was seriously wounded, and it was becoming difficult for him to resist. It also could not be ruled out that this enhancement was a temporary phenomenon, and now the clone had already rushed into a new attack. But the fish monster was ready for this, and having taken another damage, he immediately struck back with his sword. And once again the guy experienced incredible pain, as if in his own body. But this time, the connection was not broken, where he immediately pulled out a knife and told the enemy that in any case, the monster would lose more blood. The monster fully experienced the rage of the young man, who, without stopping, struck him one blow after another. The monster had to remove the blade of his weapon from the enemy's body in an attempt to break the distance. But the clone and his master were not going to give up, where they immediately began moving forward, following the retreating enemy. But then the fish-like monster suddenly met the enemy with a hard blow from its lower limb. The already wounded clone no longer had time to dodge the next blow, which was aimed directly at his head. But his faithful partner came to his aid and blocked this deadly attack. Taking advantage of the momentary confusion, Josh's clone immediately rushed to strike back, where this counterattack had truly incredible strength and effectiveness. For a moment, the monster straightened up and froze, uttering some inarticulate sounds. But the humanoid monster first knelt down and then completely flattened out on the ground. The battle was over, where one of the clones simply sat down on the ground and the one that was seriously wounded fell exhausted. After checking the clip, Josh noticed that he had also run out of ammunition, which meant that the hunt for today could also be considered completed. Turning in the direction where the monster's body lay, the young man thought that he needed to inform the agent about the successful completion of the operation. But suddenly, the young man discovered that the body of the defeated monster was missing from the place where it fell. Instantly realizing that the enemy was still alive, Josh gave the order to number 2 to pursue the monster. The young man himself noticed that the portal was located in that direction. One of the soldiers guarding the territory informed the hunter that the passage was temporarily closed due to receiving information about a dangerous monster. Of course, the hunters who spent time and money preparing this outing did not like the fact that they would not be able to hunt. And Martin, watching the development of events, mentally asked his hunter to hurry up. But suddenly his attention was attracted by some noise created by the soldiers guarding the portal, where one of them, without hiding his excitement, quickly gave the order that the situation be reported to the commander. At the same time, several people had already loaded cartridges into the chamber and prepared to start shooting. After all, a huge angry armed monster was rushing straight towards the portal. Someone shouted that the monster should not be allowed near the portal, and so the soldiers opened fire on it. But the bullets did not stop the humanoid fish, which was getting closer and closer to the portal. Literally at the last moment, a clone of Josh appeared from the nearby thickets, where he, without hesitating for a second, swung and threw his knife at the monster trying to break out. This movement diverted the attention of the huge upright fish, which Josh himself took advantage of, jumping high to strike. He gathered all his strength, and landing on the fish's head, he drove his knife into its skull up to the hilt. The soldiers standing nearby and stopped firing looked in amazement at what was happening, where a huge monster with Josh sitting on it gradually began to fall back. A man in a bulletproof vest standing in the room reported that their group had arrived at the scene. Having ended the conversation with a promise to send a detailed report, he moved closer to the place where the defeated monster lay. With his experienced eyes, he was immediately able to determine the type of monster and its level. Approaching one of the military men, the man asked him what had happened here, to which the still frightened soldier explained that the information about the presence of a high-level monster on the territory turned out to be true, but one of the hunters, who was inside the portal at that time, was already able to deal with it. This surprised the man, who noted that this was territory for level F hunters. He was even more surprised when he learned that the victory over the monster was not achieved by chance by a D-rank hunter who happened to be there, and not even by a group of F-rank hunters. Then his interlocutor pointed to the same hunter behind him who was able to deal with the monster. Watching Josh, the Hunter Association representative couldn't believe that some F-level hunter could defeat a D-level monster single-handedly. Examining the monster's body, the man immediately noticed that all the attacks were delivered several times to the same parts of the body, which was probably due to the hunter's lack of special weapons. But here too, questions arose about how accurate one needed to be in order to hit a moving monster in the same place. And so he headed towards the portal, saying that he would personally check to see if there were any more similar monsters left there. As he approached the passage to another world, the association representative was thinking about what to tell his superiors, where he even thought about lying, saying that it was he who destroyed the monster. Meanwhile, Josh reaped the benefits of his victory, wiping the monster's blood from his face and reading messages from the system about unlocking new skills, where, apparently, his severely wounded clone was able to survive only because the level of regeneration was pumped up. Here Martin, standing nearby, asked the hunter how his clones were feeling, To which the guy explained that he could call them again, but if they themselves gradually recover, the regeneration skill will improve even more. After this, the agent told the young man that after today, he would definitely be able to hunt level E monsters without any difficulty. Josh, in general, was not against it, but at some point he suddenly remembered the valuable trophy, which could now rightfully be considered his. And now he actively began to make his way through the crowd of onlookers surrounding the body of a humanoid fish. And when he bent down to pick up the sword, talking about how this weapon absorbed the monster's blood, Martin quickly stopped the guy, saying that it was better to have a clone take it in his hands. The subsequent information that the weapon could be cursed did not really please the young man, who realized that he might not be able to use it. But the argument that such items could be sold very profitably immediately corrected the situation and the guy's mood. Ultimately, he agreed that the sword should be raised by a clone, and Martin already started talking about generous compensation for a D-rank monster. Then he remembered that another object had fallen out of the monster's head and was in his pocket. And having taken out and demonstrated a certain stone to the agent, the guy asked him how much such an artifact could cost. From Martin's reaction, it immediately became clear that this was not an ordinary item that was never found in low-level hunting areas. It was a special gem that could be found in the bodies of high-level monsters. And while Josh was trying to understand how rare and expensive this item was, the man was thinking about whether to tell him the truth about the stone or remain silent. And finally, having made up his mind, Martin said that this stone increases characteristics, but is not applicable to humans, and due to a number of side effects, its price is not so high. Having received information that was not quite what he expected, Josh became noticeably upset. But the agent calmed him down, saying that in any case, the young man made good money today thanks to the humanoid fish. After which the young man said that in this case, he would, as always, leave all the formalities to his agent. Noticing that today had been a very busy day, the young man, accompanied by his wounded and exhausted clones, headed home. Having sent numbers 1 and 2 to rest, the guy decided to call number 3. And a second later, a completely renewed and restored clone, which had been torn to pieces by a huge upright fish, was already standing in front of its owner. Relieved that the clone was okay, Josh handed him his uniform, which he had taken from the place where he died. Having sent the resurrected clone for training, the young man himself decided to work on the obtained artifacts. Where, a few seconds later, a stone and a sword were already lying in front of him. After thinking a little, the young man decided to start by finding out the properties of the strengthening stone. This stone was called a power crystal, which actually added strength and could not be used on a person, and if used excessively, it turned into a monster. A systematic increase in strength sounded, of course, tempting, but the side effect in the form of transformation into a monster was very disturbing. Josh found out a long time ago that no damage to clones is transmitted to their owner and does not affect him in any way. But in the case of transformation, everything could have been different, and then the fellow agent would definitely not be happy with the monster hunter. These reflections allowed the young man to conclude that it was too early to use this crystal. Setting the stone aside, Josh turned his attention to the second trophy he had won. He remembered well Martin's warning that the item could be cursed. Of course, it could have been sold, but the desire to try to use the sword was much greater than the desire for financial gain. And now he turned to his number 2, ordering him to try to pick up this sword. And after a few seconds, the clone was already calmly holding the weapon in his hands as if it were an ordinary sword. Nothing could surprise Josh more than the fact that after picking up the cursed sword, nothing began to happen. But when his clone stated that he heard a voice, the young man decided to use the unifying skill to understand what he was saying. And as soon as he penetrated the clone's body, he immediately heard this ominous voice demanding murder and blood. The voice was very loud and had a strong impact on the psyche, and therefore Josh decided to interrupt the association. However, apparently this voice did not influence the clone in any way, and therefore another question arose about what could happen if Josh himself took the sword. After some thought, the young man decided not to sell the sword for now, but to use it in hunting. When the clones lay down to rest, the guy received a message from the system that the regeneration skill had once again been improved. Tomorrow he planned to send the guys hunting, but their condition left much to be desired, and therefore Josh decided to take up meditation. He was the first to take the desired position, and the already demonstrated meditation skill was successfully activated, where the young man concentrated on the fact that tomorrow he had to go to school. The holidays are over, and many students today are extremely reluctant to come to school. Like many others, Josh was also at school, thinking that the holidays had flown by quite quickly, where for him, they probably flew by much faster, since he devoted all the time to raising his characteristics. Looking at the characteristics window, the guy noticed that they, of course, had grown significantly, but overall, they still seemed quite pathetic. When Josh arrived in the classroom, he was surprised to find Mike sitting at the table. Both friends had no idea that this year they would be studying in the same group. And so the hunter decided that he would take a place next to the big man he had known for a long time. And while the friends were talking and making fun of each other, they were already being closely watched by other students in the audience. The girls who knew Josh very well could not believe that he was able to achieve such high results in physical fitness and lose so much weight in such a short period of time. Two other girls sitting a little ahead not only noticed Josh's wonderful shape, but were already thinking about asking him out on a date. Meanwhile, the young people could not help but notice such close attention from the girls, where Mike noticed that his friend was popular. Then Josh asked the big guy how much he thought he had changed in appearance during the holidays. To which Mike immediately replied that even parents, if they met by chance, most likely would not recognize their son right away. Where he immediately remembered their chance meeting on the street, during which he had difficulty recognizing him. Changing the subject, Josh's friend suggested he go somewhere after class and have a few drinks. But he was very surprised when the young man refused, citing the fact that he already had plans. Where the young man added that he had already promised to spend time with another person and could not betray his trust. Mike was very upset that his friend refused his company for the first time, deciding that he most likely exchanged him for some girl. Then two more young men, who were considered their mutual friends, drew attention to the guy's conversation, and Mike pointed at them and offendedly repeated that Josh would never explain how he exchanged friends for someone. In the premises of the International Association of Hunters, everyone was busy with their own business. A man closely watched the work from the window of his office, whose attention was attracted by one of his subordinates, who reported that the seer had predicted bad events. In response, the chairman of the association, Clark Tucker, asked if there were any details. To which the assistant stated that the emergence of a new portal and the invasion of hundreds of monsters had been predicted. This information was extremely important, and Clark, turning his head a little, asked if the place where this portal would open was known. Showing the documents to his boss, the young man said that an emergency was about to happen in Korea. Moving along the corridor, the head of the Hunters Association, Sapphire Blake Calderson, was surprised that so many people had gathered in the room. At some point, the man suddenly experienced a strong push in his back, which was accompanied by words of greeting. And when the man could hardly stand on his feet, the girl was very worried that she had overdone it. When the very strange greeting was over, the head of the Fox Hunters Association, Merrill Park, noticed that, apparently, something serious had happened since they had all been gathered. The girl's interlocutor had exactly the same opinion regarding what was happening. And so the heads of the associations continued their journey together, where Merrill noticed that her companion was slightly unshaven. When they got to the right place, they saw that quite a large number of people had already gathered in the office. Among those present was the head of the Wolves Association, Norwood Atkinson, who immediately drew attention to the new arrivals. Merrill, like her companion Blake, did not particularly enjoy the company of this smug man. Where Norwood continued to try to provoke the man, stating that he was just saying hello to him and would like to be polite in return. But Blake did not intend to conduct any dialogues with the head of the Wolves, saying that if he was done showing off, he would simply take his place. But the man stubbornly continued, saying that he had already heard a lot about how a team from the Sapphire Association was sent to the Viking Tower. However, for some reason there has been no news about this expedition for some time, and therefore the head of the Wolves is very interested in what is happening there. But suddenly the head of the Snow Leopard Hunters Association, Harvard Folker, intervened in the conversation and, turning to Norwood, told him to stop his attacks. But he still did not let up, noting that the lack of news could only mean that the results of the sortie were not the best. This was a sore subject for Blake, and Merrill had already noticed how he was beginning to lose his temper. At that very moment, the head of the Korean Hunters Association, Duke Kang, entered the room. The old man immediately noticed that there was some tension in the air, asking what was happening here. Norwood said nothing to this, and Blake, having calmed down a little, simply took his place. Everyone else who was present at this general meeting also chose to remain silent. Then Duke Khan took his place, and, having voiced his words of greeting, also thanked everyone for responding and gathering here. And when the old man said that Korea had recently received a warning from the International Hunting Association, Norwood immediately noticed that a seer had been involved. And the head of the association continued, saying that a portal would be opened, and due to the fact that a breakthrough was expected, including level A monsters, the help of associations was simply vital. To the question of one of those present, Duke Kang explained that they have no information about the specific location of the opening of the portal, or they only know that it will appear on the territory of their country. In response, the head of the Snow Leopards became very indignant, almost shouting that they would not be able to ensure security throughout the country. And the old man explained that for this reason, they had gathered here today to solve this problem. But then the head of the association was asked questions about whether their hunters would be paid for this participation, where they would be forced to push aside their interests. Of course, the association did not plan to pay any money to the hunters, and therefore Duke Kang hesitated a little. But then Blake entered the conversation and asked to speak in order to voice his proposal. Taking this opportunity not to answer the question about money, the old man immediately allowed him to speak. And the head of the association, Sapphire, said that he proposes that each association create mobile groups of several hunters, which will be dispersed throughout the country, and will be able to immediately move out as soon as information about the opening of the portal is received. Blake also proposed developing and introducing punishment for those associations that refused to participate in the defense of the state. Since this was the only proposal received, Duke Kang called on all the association heads to vote. Raising their hands, the men and women thought that they would definitely be able to assemble a small mobile group, and they did not want to bear the punishment. Only a few people raised their hands, simply because they actually found the proposal reasonable and respected Blake, of which Meryl was one of the people who did. Watching the hands rise up, Norwood could not stay away. The head of the association was glad that they were able to reach an agreement and understanding so quickly. Having wished all those present good luck in their difficult task, Duke Kang declared the meeting closed. The first day of school was over, and Josh was already heading to his home. At some point, the young man saw some guy literally not giving way to Kiara. He stood and, showering compliments, insistently asked the girl to give him a phone number, without which he would never leave here. Absolutely not wanting to get to know each other, much less give out her phone number, Kiara modestly announced that she already had a boyfriend. Josh was glad to see his student, approaching and asking what she was doing there. And the girl took advantage of such a fortunate coincidence, loudly calling her teacher her baby, where the young man completely did not understand what had just happened. And the girl continued to play, saying that she was already tired of waiting for her beloved, after which she took the young man by the arm and headed away from the annoying failed suitor. When they were already far from that place, Kiara explained to her companion the whole situation. But at the end, she didn't forget to add, just in case, that in fact she doesn't have any boyfriend. Then the young man turned the conversation in a different direction, asking his companion why she was not in school uniform today. To which Kiara coquettishly stated that she was very pleased that the teacher paid attention to how she was dressed. And while the girl was flirting, Josh received a message, which he immediately decided to read. It was information about the transfer of earned money, where the young man was incredibly happy about such large earnings. Under the influence of emotions, Josh immediately remembered that he had once promised to take a girl to a cafe, offering to implement this right now. Very soon the young people were already sitting in one of the good cafes in the city, devouring freshly cooked veal. The meat was so deliciously prepared that they literally could not tear themselves away from the process. And the girl kept pointing out that the prices in this cafe were very high, asking the teacher if he could pay for the food. To which Josh every time told his companion that she should stop thinking about prices and just enjoy the delicious food. And so, turning to the waiter running past, the young man ordered several more servings of veal. At some point, the cafe hall was literally filled with the sounds of mobile phones informing people about incoming messages. The image on the screen of the TV hanging on the wall suddenly also froze. And now Josh, Sierra, and all the other visitors to the cafe were already listening to the television warning of the impending danger. Mike could not come to terms with the fact that his friend suddenly began to have some other plans, and he left their friendly company. And when he stated that he most likely exchanged them for a girl, his other companion said that they could not yet be 100% sure of this. But suddenly the guy's gaze fell on one of the tables of the nearest cafe, where their friend was in the company of a beautiful girl. A feeling of disappointment and envy in a matter of moments took over the mind, where Josh's friend was ready to kill the guy who exchanged them for a girl. And while the third guy from their company was trying to calm him down, Mike was already studying the message that had arrived on his phone. And so he said in confusion that all classes at the university were cancelled due to the approaching danger. Meanwhile, Josh, who had risen from the table, was already leaving the cafe, accompanied by his companion, when he saw his friends. And now they were asking him about the girl next to him and whether they were in a relationship. To which the young man explained that this was just his student, whom he treated because she helped him in the confrontation with the gang. And so Josh arranged for Kiara to officially meet his friends Mike, Chet, and Steve. Then, turning his attention to Kiara, the young man handed her the package, saying that he asked her to take along everything that they did not have time to eat, and now the girl could have dinner with her family. His friends were surprised at how Josh really acted like a mentor to the girl, telling her not to go anywhere and to go straight home. However, Kiara was very upset that the evening, which had started so well, ended so quickly. But the strict teacher said that her parents would definitely not be happy if they went for a walk after the announcement of the alarm and state of emergency. Well, his friends, listening to moral teachings from Josh, quietly called him an old grump. Then the young man shouted at everyone gathered, dispersing them to their homes. As he watched his friends and Kiara leave, his attention was drawn to the customers leaving the cafe, where for everyone it was as if there was no recent warning about the impending danger. Then the young man decided to call his agent to find out the situation. Martin, who answered the phone, immediately said that he was also going to contact his hunter. Where, in response to his questions, the man explained that, according to information received from the association, the state of emergency would continue for the next 3 months. Where all this is connected is that no one knows the exact location of the portal from which Class A monsters are expected to appear. Realizing the full danger of the situation, the young man was indignant, saying that people need to be somehow more seriously protected from danger than a simple warning of its approach. But the agent explained that the problem lies in the long period of possible danger, where if all production is stopped and people are sent home, the country's economy will go into severe decline. Now Josh understood why the authorities provided everyone else with the bare minimum amount of information and did not introduce strict restrictive measures. After this, Martin said that all hunting areas were closed, so he was heading to the shelter, and his interlocutor decided to go to his family. Before visiting his relatives, the young man went to his home, asking numbers 1 and 2 how they were feeling, where one of them answered that he was feeling normal, and the second said that he was still alive. Looking at his first number, the guy noticed that his wounds were much more serious than he could have imagined. Turning to the status window, the young man discovered that there was enough energy to instantly summon a clone when it was recalled now. And now the completely healthy number 1 has already managed to put on his uniform. And Josh handed him his baseball cap so that he wouldn't get confused between his copies. Soon number 3, whom the young man had called upon while returning home, also returned from training. And since all his clones were assembled, he could safely go home. Rising in the elevator of the very house where his parents lived, the guy continued to think about the duration of the likelihood of danger. After he rang the doorbell and it was open, the young man met the amazed face of his mother. He immediately remembered Mike's words that even his parents might not immediately recognize their greatly changed son. Well, the woman could not believe that standing in front of her was none other than her own son. When Josh confirmed that it was really him, Mom, of course, concluded that her son was starving. Soon the familiar voice of his son was heard by the guy's father, who instantly became more active. But it was Josh's little sister Rebecca who showed the most joy in having her brother home. The girl threateningly declared that when a brother returns home, the first thing he should do is hug his beloved sister. But then the girl finally saw her brother's face, where the speech was instantly interrupted. And at that moment, Josh again remembered his dear friend Mike and his words that the guy had become unrecognizable. Then the conversation turned to those guys who stood behind the young man, where the mother said that friends are good, but she was wondering why they were wearing masks. Cheerfully noting that these were not friends at all, the young man ordered the clones to remove their masks. And when the clones carried out the owner's instructions, the whole family experienced real horror. After all, suddenly there were 4 sons and brothers in front of them. Having calmed the family, the guy said that he took part in the Awakening program, where his basic ability is cloning. Gloris, drinking from her mug, noted that she had not even imagined that her son would go to Awakening, and Rebecca had already stated that she also wanted to have some abilities. And when his father asked who and where his son worked, Josh had to answer that he made money by hunting. Hearing this, the guy's mother immediately became concerned that such work was incredibly dangerous. The only one who understood everything and was not worried about her brother was his beloved sister. Having quickly explained to his parents that clones were hunting instead of him, Josh talked about the threat of danger, offering to take refuge in a shelter just in case. But his father suddenly announced that they, of course, had already collected the most necessary things, but they believed that there was no need to rush yet and it was worth watching the development of the situation. After all, no one has canceled the need to go to work tomorrow, and therefore they cannot just disappear. Listening to his relatives, the young man understood that every person in the country thought so, not having information that a monster breakthrough was expected. Realizing that the family could not be convinced, the young man said that, in this case, he would stay with them for now. And so he put on the table the veal he bought at the cafe, part of which he gave to Kiara. The parents immediately rushed to start setting the table, and Rebecca was sincerely happy about such a delicious dinner. Watching his family, Josh caught himself thinking that he missed him very much. At some point, the guy's mother asked whether it was worth dividing the meat into clones. But her son replied that his clones were not at all picky and would get by with rice and vegetables. Very soon the table for the family was set and attracted not only the delicious aroma of the dishes, but also their appearance. Well, the clone, as always, had to be content with the most ordinary rice. After reading the prayers, the family began the evening meal. Rebecca was wondering if her brother would gain weight again if he and his clones ate so much. Such a statement made both the parents and the person to whom it was addressed laugh, where everyone agreed that they had not gathered for a long time and had so much fun with the whole family. Josh wanted to add something, but his speech was interrupted by a loud explosion that turned the apartment wall into a pile of stones. Gradually regaining consciousness, the young man tried to open his eyes. He felt how his face rested on the stones, as well as how much the damaged parts of his body hurt. Holding his bruised head, Josh stood up, trying to understand what had just happened. But when his gaze finally cleared and he was finally able to look around, the guy's amazement knew no bounds. After all, there was practically nothing left of his parents' apartment, like most of the house, and right in front of him, from the resulting portal, hordes of the most terrible monsters poured onto the earth. A huge upright lizard, reminiscent of an ancient dinosaur, opened its mouth, in which a fireball immediately began to form. And as soon as the charge of this fiery energy reached its peak, the monster fired a volley. Now the young man understood what had just destroyed his family's home. These thoughts made the guy remember that somewhere here under the rubble were his relatives. Turning around, the young man immediately saw his mother and sister lying on the floor unconscious. Picking up the uniform of one of his clones from the floor, the young man immediately realized that he was covering his mother and sister. Then some movement to the right attracted the young man's attention. Turning around, Josh saw how the remaining numbers 2 and 3 were getting out from under the rubble of the apartment. The young man immediately noticed that number 3 was unlucky again, as he was once again left without an arm. The trend was clearly not in his direction, where number 1 disappeared, and number 3 was practically not a fighter. His sad thoughts were interrupted by his family, who were beginning to gradually come to their senses. His mother was trying to understand what happened here, and asked the others if they were hurt, and Josh was already saying that they should get out of here as soon as possible. Having fully recovered, Donovan was shocked when he saw what had happened to their apartment. And Josh, who had already risen to his feet, clutching pistol number 1 in his hand, said that this was not the most important problem now. After all, somewhere nearby a portal has opened, through which the most terrible monsters are already breaking through to the earth. Such destruction reigned everywhere, where the surviving people were taken and destroyed by various monsters. Josh's father managed to find a prepared backpack with food among the ruins of the apartment, and the young man himself, turning to his sister, told her to put on all the equipment. Having finished with the armor, the girl noticed that the protection that remained from number 1 was a little too big for her. Rebecca was also concerned about the condition of one of her brother's clones, but the latter assured her that everything was fine with the third, except for the hand. But suddenly the conversation was interrupted by something bulky that fell on the ruins of the apartment. As it turned out, it was one of the monsters that came out of the portal and just crashed on the rocks. Looking at the bleeding monster, the guy could not understand why this monster fell from the sky. Meanwhile, another monster flew from the sky and flew into the stones at full speed. Rushing to finish off the monster, Josh noticed that people were lucky that the portal opened in the air, and therefore small monsters that could not fly would crash or at least be seriously injured. Well, the guy's family tried to leave the destroyed apartment, but the door did not budge. Approaching his father, who was unsuccessfully trying to break the lock with a bat, the young man asked the man to leave it to him. Taking the improvised weapon in his hands, the young man activated one of his new skills acquired after the battle with the gang, which greatly increased the power of his blow. One movement was enough for the castle to shatter into small pieces, after which Josh kicked with equal force on the warped and therefore jammed door. The family was shocked by such non-trivial abilities of the guy, who was already leaving the apartment and inviting his relatives to follow him. However, the situation on the street was no better, where you didn't even have to rely on getting around in a car. When asked by his son, Donovan explained that the nearest shelter was approximately 2 kilometers from their home. But then, right in front of the family, some monsters, for which falling from a height turned out to be not critical, began to move. With this in mind, Josh was beginning to find it quite a challenge to cover the 2 kilometers to the shelter. The sister suggested a solution, remembering that there were some tunnels under their house that could easily lead them to shelter. Without hesitating for a second, the young man sent his entire family into these tunnels. And just as he was about to follow them, he suddenly heard a voice nearby asking for help. Turning around, the guy saw a man covered with stones, to whom one of the monsters was already beginning to approach. Seeing the danger, the man himself, who found himself in such a difficult situation, began to scream in horror, calling for someone to help. Understanding his son's torment, Donovan said that it was better to think rationally in such a situation, where they now do not have the ability to save outsiders. Realizing that number 3 was seriously injured, and that salvation might not be possible with only number 2, Josh tried to make a decision while listening to the cry for help. Moreover, even if he himself fights, he is not a clone who can be resurrected with energy restored. The guy's heart was ready to jump out of his chest, and the father continued to call his son to follow them and save himself. Once again looking into the face of the man who was about to be devoured by the monster, the young man closed his eyes. So he told his family to lock the doors tightly behind them when they reached the tunnel and the shelter. Rebecca was very indignant when he ordered number 2 to follow him and number 3 to guard his family. Turning to his son, the man asked him if he was confident in his decision, to which Josh replied that he was first and foremost a hunter. And so, continuing to clutch the bat in his hands, the young man, accompanied by a clone, rushed to save the man. Rebecca, with tears in her eyes, begged her brother to stay with them, but number 3, following the order, did not allow her to rush after the guy. Well, the fearless hunter has already unleashed the full power of his enhanced blow on the head of the monster, approaching its random victim. However, this blow did not cause any very serious damage. But the main goal of this action was to divert the attention of this monster, and so Josh ordered his clone to take the man to a safe place. He himself turned to the monster, telling him to try his luck in the fight against a stronger opponent like a hunter. Number 2 was already helping the victim crawl out from under the rubble, and the monster was slowly approaching the young hunter. The events taking place on the street were observed by someone else, who in a whisper repeated the last words spoken by Josh about the monster coming to him. And then number 2 managed to lift a piece of the concrete slab, and the man in trouble was freed. Realizing that he could move on his own, Josh told him to run away from here as quickly as possible. And the monster kept coming closer with its slow and clumsy steps, making some growling sounds. Glancing at his new opponent, the guy noticed that this time he had encountered a rather large opponent. Realizing that a serious battle was ahead, the young man ordered number 2 to get the captured weapon. The hunter himself, looking at the crystal of power, decided that in this situation, it was not time to be selective, and he needed to use everything that was in stock. Throwing a stone at his clone, the young man ordered him to absorb the crystal. And so the clone, following the instructions, had already taken the first piece of it, where he immediately began to feel its effect. And Josh, not without interest, watched the obvious transformation of his ward. When the process was completed, what stood in front of the guy was no longer a man, but another monster. Realizing that the clone had undergone changes, his owner asked if he still obeyed him, to which he received a positive answer. After which, the young man noted that the effect of the stone was transmitted to him only in terms of increasing strength, but without changing his appearance, which could not but rejoice. Now this team was at least somehow ready to confront this huge monster. Once at a fairly close distance, the monster lowered his club to the ground and with a sharp movement sent a whole bunch of stones towards his opponents. Josh of course defended himself, but he was unable to escape all the improvised projectiles. Meanwhile, the monster decided to take advantage of the guy's confusion and extended his huge hand to him. But one movement of the sword in the hand of the second number stopped this attempt, leaving the monster without his right hand. Josh couldn't help but notice that this captured sword had truly unique properties. The monster, enraged with pain, tried to attack the clone, but the clone deftly avoided the blow. As Josh picked up speed, he noticed that this opponent was much slower than the upright fish he had defeated. And with light and quick movements, the young man, using the enemy's body, quickly approached his head. But when he began to strike, the monster suddenly covered his head with a hand that came from nowhere. The guy was shocked when he saw how the hand cut off by his clone grew back literally before his opponent's eyes. This moment of confusion was enough for the monster to counterattack the young man. Rising from the ground, Josh noticed that his opponent had a fairly strong ability to regenerate. The monster's skin itself was not dense and was cut quite easily. But since the skin was restored almost instantly, causing damage to such an enemy was impossible. After thinking a little, Josh ordered the second number to knock the monster down. The clone began to carry out the order immediately, and had already cut the monster's thigh, where he was unable to stay on his feet due to the injury he received and dropped to one knee. Josh himself was already standing, having prepared a pistol from which he fired directly at the monster's pupils, which, albeit briefly, blinded him. And while his opponent was holding his wounded face, number 2 had already cut his other leg. However, the regenerative abilities of Josh's opponent were really high, and the shot eye had already recovered. Nevertheless, the guy had enough time to take the position he needed to strike. Looking at the monster, Josh said that now he would feel the full power of his skill. And so, cutting through the air with a whistle, the young man's bat literally crushed his opponent's face, where the first blow was immediately followed by a second, throwing the giant several meters back. The enemy was lying on the ground, and the young man was already reading a message from the system about increasing his usual characteristics. Suddenly, the guy felt how much his right hand hurt, where his body was clearly not prepared for such a force of impact. Overall, the strength of his opponent was comparable to that of a humanoid fish, only this monster had such strength without the cursed sword. The monster didn't rise, and Josh told his partner that it was time for them to return to their family, where everyone was probably worried terribly. Only now the guy, having searched himself, realized that he had lost his mobile phone somewhere. But he supplied all his clones with phones, and therefore asked the second number to lend him his. When he picked up the phone, he noted, not without humor, that in this form, number 2 would definitely frighten everyone who would be in the shelter. His words were interrupted by a terrible scream coming from somewhere to the side. Turning his head, the young man saw a whole group of survivors trying to escape from several monsters. He immediately realized that for now, he would not be able to meet his family. Military planes were approaching the place where the portal was formed, allowing monsters into the human world. The same huge monster that destroyed Josh's parents' apartment and nearly killed his entire family continued to wreak havoc. As he had done many times before, the dragon opened its mouth, gathering energy for another volley. But his actions were interrupted by another fireball, which flew straight to his head. These were hunters from the Association of Fire Lords, who, according to a previously reached agreement, were engaged in protecting this zone. Watching the Fire Lords' hunters attack the dragon, a man from the Weaponsmiths Association loudly announced that if their team beat the other associations, everyone would receive a good bonus. And now, a whole crowd of hunters has already attacked this monstrously sized monster, possessing the terrible power of fire. The pilot announced his arrival at his destination and opened the cargo bay of his aircraft. When the compartment was opened, Blake Calderson appeared at its edge in the company of a couple of other hunters. Looking down, the man, who looked very serious, ordered everyone to get ready to jump. But their actions were slowed down a little by a flying monster, which clearly intended to interrupt their flight and show who the real master of the air was here. But even as it approached, the monster was greeted by a barrage of fire, where soon one of the hunters reported to Blake that the flying enemy had retreated, to which the head of Sapphire said that several associations are aimed at destroying monsters, and therefore he decides to focus on saving the survivors. The decision to immediately airdrop was cancelled, and the air transport continued its journey in search of those who needed help. From a bird's-eye view, the marauders running towards easy prey were clearly visible, the sight and actions that caused the head of the Hunters Association to be extremely disgusted. At some point, the pilot reported that he saw some kind of incomprehensible brawl ahead, where there might be survivors. Blake accepted the message and was already beginning to activate his far-sightedness skill, which allows him to see events in detail at a distance of several kilometers. When the skill began to work, the man saw a group of people who were surrounded on all sides by monsters. He noted that the defending hunter holds his own well, but is unlikely to cope with the overwhelming numbers of the enemy. Putting on an oxygen mask, Blake said that he was landing and heading to help people. He also gave the order to everyone else to land and begin rescuing people and evacuating them. And as soon as the man finished speaking, he took a step forward, after which he experienced a feeling of free fall. However, this did not last long, since the wings of the special suit spread out and now he was already gliding on the air currents. Reflecting another attack, Josh noted to himself that he had not planned to stay to take part in this battle. There were a lot of opponents. They were strong, and besides him, practically no one could resist. And so the young man, having made a decision, ordered all the people to run to the shelter, to which they replied that monsters were also blocking their path behind them. Then the young man, repelling another attack, instructed number 2 to make sure that the rear was clear. And now number 2 was already impaling one enemy after another on the blade of his sword, clearing the way for retreat. Josh himself destroyed the attacking monsters with a pistol. He could no longer use the enhanced strike skill, as he simply ran out of energy for it. Suddenly, from under the rubble, a huge feathered monster, somewhat reminiscent of an earthly ostrich, appeared right in front of him, where this giant immediately tried to destroy the guy with the help of his equally huge beak. But it was not just a blow, but a real explosion that threw streams of flame and hot stones in all directions. Josh shielded himself from this powerful fiery attack as best he could. His strength and speed were no longer enough to protect other people who had prepared for the worst from the hot stones. But at the very last moment, a shadow flashed before their eyes, and the man who appeared protected them with his body. Number 2 took upon himself the entire terrible blow, which was supposed to destroy this handful of survivors. Miraculously surviving, but also having received more than one wound, Josh understood that now he would be left here alone. At that moment, someone's huge paw crushed the head of a bird with a fiery beak. Turning to the new enemy, the young man saw himself as a real tiger of unimaginable size. Other monsters were also horrified by the appearance of such a formidable competitor, and body number 2 had already disappeared into thin air. The young man realized that this was the end, and therefore did not even try to rise to his feet, sitting on the ground and watching as a huge clawed paw descended on his head. Accepting death, the young man shrank and closed his eyes, but somehow death did not come, where after a few anxious seconds, he decided to see what was happening. Against the background of the huge head of an angry monster, Josh saw a man who was sheathing his heavy sword. The surviving people were horrified when they saw how the monster's head began to separate from the body. Well, their savior, having removed his oxygen mask for flights, asked the people if everyone was okay. But most of all was surprised by the young hunter, who looked in surprise at the one who had just saved him from certain death. Looking at the rescued guy, the man said that he was the head of the Sapphire Hunters Association named Blake Coderson. The people in the shelter watched with caution as a certain girl quarreled with some one-armed guy. It was Rebecca, who was still trying to go save her brother, but his clone did not let go of the girl. Looking at his master's sister, number 3 said that, unfortunately, he could not allow her to do this. Wondering why this guy is so strong, the girl said that the clone should take care of the original first. And when the third replied that his priority was to follow the orders of the owner, Donovan intervened in the conversation, who called on his daughter to calm down, since her behavior was beginning to frighten people. The girl stated that her father was not worried about his son at all, but the man said that he believed in Josh and knew that he would return soon. Where the main argument was that if everything is okay with this clone, then Rebecca's brother is also alive. She wanted to say something else, but her father remembered how the young man broke down the door and urged his daughter to trust her brother. The main argument was that their leaving here would only hinder Josh from doing his job. And then a human voice was heard behind the locked door, attracting the attention of both Rebecca and the clone. People knocked on the door, called for help, and asked to be allowed into the shelter. The girl, under the influence of emotions, suggested that it could be Josh, but the father immediately denied this, saying that the voice was different. Some of those present suggested that these were survivors from the surrounding area who could somehow get here. The monitor showed a man standing in front of the door, who continued to ask for help. Rebecca's mother suggested that it could be one of those rescued by her son, and the girl immediately rushed to open the door. While typing the code to open the door on the dashboard, she thought that her beloved brother was also somewhere on the way. And then the door of the bunker was open, where a man standing outside already appeared in front of the joyful girl. But as soon as she looked into the face of this man, she immediately realized that this was nothing more than a lifeless, eyeless body. The head of this corpse suddenly hung unnaturally to the side, and someone behind the dead man said the word, "Help." A state of shock literally shackled the body of a young girl who could not yet understand what was happening here. And suddenly, what was holding the human body in front of it threw it aside with all its might. And now, before those who were in the bunker, a talking giant insect with level B appeared in all its glory. Seeing this incredible monster, everyone who was inside started running in different directions. Only one person quickly moved towards where Rebecca stood in mortal danger. Number 3 tried to attack the insect, but his bladed weapon immediately shattered into small pieces. And the monster immediately struck back at whoever stood in his way, punching right through the clone's body. And since the clone was between the enemy and the girl, the long limb of the monster reached Rebecca's body. The wounded girl could only turn around and cast her last glance at the frightened faces of her parents, after which she fell back and was soon lying on the floor. Number 3, still alive, pulled out a pistol and aimed a shot at the security door control panel, where the warning system immediately announced the start of emergency isolation, which the monster was apparently able to understand. After the shot, Number 3 concentrated all the remaining energy in his legs and pushed the monster further away from the entrance to the bunker, where within a second the emergency lock worked and the shelter was isolated again. Blake stood next to the rescued young man and apologized for arriving so late. Josh remembered that it was this man, who turned out to be incredibly strong, who was conducting the Awakening program, in which he received his cloning ability. The guy squeezed the outstretched palm, introducing himself and thanking Blake for saving him. In response, the man said that he saw perfectly well how the young man managed to save all these people. He was delighted that the young man went to the very end and was ready to accept death and did not run away, leaving everyone to their fate. And when Josh said that probably no one would have acted differently, Blake sadly declared, looking at the rejoicing people, that in such situations, the feeling of fear for oneself prevails among the majority. Listening to his new acquaintance, the young man was already beginning to blush from such abundant praise. Well, his interlocutor suddenly changed in his face, where it seemed that his thoughts had flown somewhere very far away. The fact was that he replayed what he saw in his head over and over again as he approached the scene of events, where someone stood up to protect people from the consequences of an attack by one of the monsters, after which this strange guy literally disappeared into thin air, leaving behind only his clothes. But the man was distracted from this event by a huge tiger that appeared in front of Josh. Now the man had time to think about who the man was, who saved all these lives and disappeared into thin air in the form of energy. Deciding that this guy might give some answers, Blake asked if he was a hunter, to which Josh answered positively, after which the head of the Hunters Association asked permission to inquire about what skill his new acquaintance had. Looking into the man's clear eyes, the young man thought that Blake saved his life, and therefore, there was no point in hiding anything. And so he began to answer the question posed by his interlocutor. Suddenly, his face changed dramatically as he felt a complete loss of connection with his Number 3. Without thinking about the consequences for himself, the guy picked up the cursed sword that remained after the death of the second from the ground, and after apologizing to the man, shouting as he walked that his family was in mortal danger, the young man began to run. Blake shouted after him in vain that it was very dangerous to go alone. Using the walkie-talkie built into the oxygen mask, the man ordered his coordinates to be tracked and survivors taken from here. Swiftly rushing to the shelter, the young man constantly heard a voice in his head that asked him to shed a lot of blood, start killing and maiming. Feeling some changes in himself, Josh shouted for the voice from the underworld to shut up and activate his speed skill. Another fireball flew straight into the head of a huge monster, which had already destroyed half of the city. But this did not bring any tangible positive results. Then the leader of the attacking group of hunters ordered to disperse in order to keep as many fighters as possible in the ranks. A member of another group of hunters belonging to a different association tried to damage the dragon's limbs using his skills, but he immediately noticed that there were no traces of his blow left, since the enemy's skin was too thick. And so the leaders of groups of different associations agreed that the situation had clearly become tense, and therefore it was necessary to stop competing and act together. But suddenly, someone's voice behind them attracted the attention of the men, who were just beginning to discuss joint tactics. As it turned out, it was Norwood Atkinson, who, when asked what he was doing here, stated that he had heard rumors that a huge pile of money was waiting for him here. And now he was already beginning to collect energy and activate his abilities in order to confront the invincible monster. The leaders of the attacking groups of hunters watched in fascination, and even with a hint of fear in their eyes, as the leader of the most famous association of hunters began to show himself. Real fiery whirlwinds had already begun to descend to the ground when Norwood said that absolute power did not need to work with anyone on a team. Losing contact with the world, Rebecca could only whisper that she was in great pain while Donovan tried to stop the blood oozing from the wound. Gloris, unwinding the bandage, with tears in her eyes, asked her daughter to hold on a little longer since they were definitely going to be rescued soon. And suddenly something cut through the bunker door, after which everyone who was hiding there immediately froze. And within a moment, the monster tore apart the thick door, which was supposed to withstand the explosion of an atomic bomb, and continuing to speak in a human voice, burst inside. The survivors froze in place from the horror that bound their bodies, and Rebecca, lying on the floor, whispered to them all to run. But the parents were not going to leave their daughter to die all alone and give her body to be eaten by this insect. They were all ready to die, when suddenly the air whistled through Josh's sword, which stood between the monster and the family. And so the monster looked at the one who suddenly decided to stop him from finishing his dirty business, and the guy, full of determination, looked at his opponent. Turning his head, Donovan was greatly frightened by the appearance of his son, where the veins on the young man's face swelled more and more, making him look less and less human. Those who were in the bunker besides Josh's family experienced new horror, deciding that monsters were fighting for the right to eat them. At some point, the savior, taking advantage of a short pause, turned his head and looked to where his family was. There he saw his beloved little sister, whose eyes were already closed. For some time the guy just stood and looked at his sister, who showed no signs of life. But then anger and rage filled his body, fueled by the effect of the cursed sword on his body and consciousness. He rushed forward, attacking a monster that far surpassed him in strength and ability, and the monster attacked him back. The insect's blow reached its target, and now the monster was already licking fresh human blood from one of its paws. But at that moment, Josh's blood sprinkled the hilt and blade of the sword, which immediately had the desired effect. Feeling how new forces were arriving in his body, the young man rushed at his opponent. But the monster also had an excellent reaction, instantly preparing its clawed paw to pierce the man's head. But the guy's attack and the beetle's counterattack were not destined to end, as Josh's movement was interrupted by a powerful throw from a girl. And the monster's path was already blocked by the head of the Hunters Association, Sapphire. Having flown a few meters, the girl landed on the concrete floor of the shelter with the guy lying right on top of her, and happily noticed that they had made it. Well, Blake has already begun to deal with the huge insect, which just nearly ruined 2 lives. His colleague, putting the guy on the floor, noted with concern that he had very serious wounds. Based on what was happening with the guy, she immediately realized that he had exposed his body to an artifact for which his body was not yet ready to use. Urging him to be patient, the savior activated her ability to transfer energy, where a magical pattern immediately appeared next to her hand. Having collected a sufficient amount of mana using a magical pattern, the girl directed it into Josh's body, with a powerful movement of her hands. At that same second, his fingers unclenched, the cursed sword fell from his hand, and his spell began to dissipate. When asked by Bale, she explained that the condition of this young man leaves much to be desired. She continued to carry out some resuscitation measures when the young man suddenly tried to say something. And then the head of the association, standing nearby, heard the guy talking about his wounded sister, where the man's face changed in an instant. On the brink of death, Josh begged his rescuers to help Rebecca first. Meanwhile, the monster that was thrown back by Blake became active again and prepared for a new attempt to attack. A man who stood in his way, already gathering mana in his hand and his weapon, told Josh that today neither he nor his sister would die. The last thing the guy saw was how his savior was heading towards the monster that almost killed Josh. Sitting in his spacious office, Dongkang thought about everything that had recently been heard in this office. The head of the association moved along the corridor, accompanied by one of his assistants, who continued to report to him about the situation in the city and the measures being taken. Suddenly, Norwood appeared on the men's way, who, addressing Duncan in a casual manner, said that he would like to talk with him. The big man accompanying the old man tried to tell the uninvited guest to watch his language, but the boss stopped this impulse by asking the head of the wolves about what happened. Norwood, looking at the big man, told him to leave them, since the conversation did not concern his meager mind. When the assistant to the head of the association left, he answered the guest's question and explained that he was going to organize the evacuation of people. Then Norwood noticed that blocking the country's work for 3 months, as well as panic among the population, would lead the state into complete decline in the future. The old man listened very intently to the arguments of his interlocutor, that after this, their economy might not recover and the country would be seized by chaos, where the association will be blamed for everything, and Dong Kang's own head may fall off his shoulders within a month after all production closes. Norwood also noticed that nothing good would happen for him in this case, and the old man suddenly asked what the man was offering. And then the head of Volkov suggested not to talk about the fact that a breakthrough was expected, and even more so to remain silent about the fact that the monsters would be level A. where if you simply declare an emergency without specifying details, people themselves will blame themselves for not evacuating in time. The old man became very angry, shouting to his interlocutor that in this case thousands would die. But the man shouted in response that the more people die, the more they will need hunters. Then he carefully approached the old man and added that he had misunderstood him, since this on his part was not a proposal, but a demand. Left in the office all alone, the old man had no choice but to try to make a very difficult decision. The young man continued his training, doing push-ups on the floor more than a dozen times. On top of him lay Josh, who was devouring chips and demanding that the clone work harder, since his strength growth had noticeably decreased recently. The guy thought to himself that his cloning skill was the best, since the clones worked for him, trained, increased his characteristics, where this would continue throughout his life. Suddenly a message came on the phone from Martin, who reported that he had already arrived at the place. After a short period of time, the head of the agency joyfully greeted his hunter. Josh said that number 1 will be working on the Hairhorn hunting area today. And when the agent asked where number 2 was now, the young man replied that he was training. Here the man had a question about why Josh doesn't train himself, because in that case, progress would go much faster. Josh generally agreed with the agent. Laziness took its toll, and therefore he replied that from his position, it was better to entrust all the work to the clones. The young man also added that he actually never wanted to become a hunter, where he was only interested in the financial side. And when his interlocutor pointed out his high potential, where he could become the best of the hunters, Josh replied that it was enough for him to simply improve his life a little. And suddenly he felt some sharp object cutting his left collarbone, which was accompanied by terrible pain. And the agent standing next to him, who turned into some kind of undead, said that it was because of such beliefs that the guy ended his life. Literally, a second later, his entire family appeared in front of the guy, who, judging by their appearance, had already been dead for a long time. His parents said that after becoming a hunter, the guy did not protect them, abandoned his family, and left. Standing not far from her parents, Rebecca, from whose chest black blood began to ooze, begged her brother to save her. This was the last thing Josh saw in his nightmare, where he woke up abruptly and jumped up on the bed. Not yet fully realizing that it was just a dream, the guy looked around cautiously, where he found himself in a hospital room. And a familiar male voice immediately said that there was no need to worry, because it was just a dream. Blake, who was also standing nearby, recommended that the young man not make sudden movements for now. Only now Josh felt how much his left collarbone, cut in a fight with an insect, was aching from pain. The head of the Hunters Association continued to speak, saying that the wound was deep and the doctors did not give the best prognosis, but the guy was lucky to get out. Still recovering from the nightmare, the young man thanked the man for saving him twice. To which Blake replied that he would like to talk about a lot of things with the guy, but now it's definitely not his turn to do it. And at that same second, the door of the room opened, and the young man's parents walked inside. Josh was very glad to see his parents alive and well, and not as the living dead, like in that nightmare. While they were inquiring about their boy's health, Blake quietly left the room. The doctor entered the room with the parents and noted that the operation was successful, and the wound was healing very quickly, and in a month, the young man would be fully combat ready. But the guy suddenly asked what happened to the portal and how many days had passed since its opening. And his parents told him that more than 4 days had already passed, where the hunters had dealt with most of the high-ranking monsters. The young man strained his memory, trying to remember the events that happened before he finally lost consciousness. And then it dawned on the guy, where he immediately asked everyone present about what happened to his beloved sister. But in response, the young man heard only deathly silence, and the doctor and parents immediately lowered their gaze. Assuming the worst, Josh very emotionally asked why no one was telling him anything. Rebecca lay in a hospital bed, hooked up to life support. And the guy watching his sister was told that her body was infected with a virus that sucks mana out of a person. The doctor explained that some monsters can be infected with such a virus, where it very quickly destroys the human body. In most cases, the virus dies because it is not compatible with mana, but there are exceptions when mana is ideally suited to the viral cell, where Rebecca became such an exception. Hitting the glass with his hand, Josh asked the man if there was any way to heal his sister. To which the doctor explained that with the current development of medicine, there is no method of treatment, where he sees the only way out is to regularly feed the girl's body with mana. But after a second, he added that there was a small chance if the young man could find an S-level holy healer, or get hold of a special life-giving elixir. Where Josh immediately noticed that such an elixir would probably cost a fortune to be so rare and also have rare properties. Which the doctor, of course, immediately confirmed, without hiding his sadness about what was happening. Having finished the dialogue, the young man continued to look at his slowly dying sister. He immediately remembered his own choice to stay and help a stranger, instead of going with his family, where this decision could completely change their entire future fate. Rebecca's face kept appearing before his eyes, who did not want to let him go, and now she was already lying unconscious. The guy's whole body instantly tensed from the emotions overwhelming him, and the doctor screamed in horror when he saw how the wound opened and began to bleed. The next thing the young man remembered was that huge tiger, which was accompanied by thoughts that he could have become stronger by the time of the incident. Then he would be able to quickly defeat all these monsters that turned out to be too tough for him. The tension in his body did not subside, and the doctor called the nurse and asked the young man to calm down. But the guy was overwhelmed with emotions, where he realized that he had a gift with which he could save everyone, if only he himself worked on its development more diligently and was not lazy. And before his eyes there was a picture of that last joint family dinner, where he could feel truly happy. After some time, when the open wound was treated, the young man sat on a bed in his room, never ceasing to scroll through various thoughts in his head. His attention was attracted by cautious steps heard from the entrance to the ward. It was Kiara who happily greeted her teacher. Looking at the girl, Josh thanked her for the visit, immediately asking if everything was okay with her family. To which the visitor replied that only their house was damaged, but they themselves managed to take refuge in a shelter and survive. And when the guy asked how she found him, Kiara explained that their fathers just called. Opening one of the small bottles of juice, the young man once again thanked the girl for her attention, and she wished the teacher a speedy recovery, noting that they still had a lot to do together. But suddenly, after these words, the guy's face changed sharply, and he asked the girl to listen to him carefully. Having gathered his strength, the young man told Kiara that he would no longer engage with her. 2 weeks after these events, the doctor and the nurse standing next to him could not believe how quickly Josh's body fully recovered. The young man himself had already completely filled his bed, to which he was no longer going to return. While changing into ordinary clothes, the young man recalled his last conversation with Kiara. When he said that he would no longer be able to engage with the girl, he immediately explained to her that this was due to his sister's condition. Not knowing what else to add to this, the young man simply asked his student for forgiveness. The still slightly shocked girl smiled shyly, expressing her gratitude to the young man for what he managed to do. Turning around and heading towards the exit, the girl still noticed that Josh, apparently, was not looking for an opportunity to continue their communication. Without turning her head, Kiara also said that she would use everything he taught her in order to enter an educational institution. And when she gets there, she will definitely start dating someone. Finally, she turned around and, trying to put a smile on her face, said that there might not be a way back, which the guy might regret later. While getting dressed and remembering his parents, who were on duty at Rebecca's bedside day and night, Josh thought about the fact that now he didn't have time. There is no time for relationships or any regrets, since the only issue he cares about is saving his sister's life. Already sitting in the cabin of a taxi service car, the young man studied information about who saved his life twice, where he quickly found out that his savior is the head of the Sapphire Hunter Association. And so his search and thoughts were interrupted by a taxi driver, who reported to the young man that he had arrived at his destination. And the young man arrived precisely at the central office of that very association, the head of which saved his life twice. Inside, the young man was met by a pleasant-looking girl, who then asked the guy if she could help him with something. When he said he wanted to meet Blake Calderson, the girl immediately asked if he had an appointment. Of course, no meeting was officially scheduled, and the girl already wanted to turn the guy around. But then she was stopped by a certain man, of very impressive size, who, approaching the young man, asked if he was Josh Burnett. Looking at the giant with amazement and apprehension, the young man confirmed his identity. And when the girl looked questioningly at this thug, he explained that the young man was a guest of the association. And now he was already inviting Josh to follow him to the elevator in order to go up to one of the upper floors, where the head of their organization had been waiting for a meeting with the guy for a very long time. A few minutes later, the big man opened the door and Josh was able to personally greet his savior. Welcoming the young man back, Blake said that he was very glad to see him healthy, even earlier than the doctors predicted. And the young man remembered that he was standing here now only thanks to his interlocutor. He tried to thank the man again, but he said that he just did what he had to do in that situation. But the young man did not agree with this, noting that in addition to salvation, medical assistance and care for his sister were also provided. And so the guy got to the point, asking his savior about the reasons why he did all this for him and his family. After all, Blake paid all the hospital bills, paid for Rebecca's mana injection, and provided her parents with temporary housing. Josh was shocked when the man said that he also had a sister who is currently listed as missing. Then the head of the association added that in the guy's situation, he saw his own situation, and his feelings took over. And when the man noticed that all this did not make the young man obligated to him, Josh asked why Blake was looking for this meeting. Instead of answering the question, Blake suddenly started talking about the guy's abilities, suggesting that the man who saved people and disappeared into thin air was his clone. To which the young man said that he had no intention of hiding his skill, which really is cloning. And then the man immediately got to the point, asking Josh for help in rescuing a group that had gone to another world under the auspices of his guild. Where, having risen to his feet, Blake said that he was not asking for this as a favor in return for one provided, but was simply asking for selfless help, equivalent to that which the young man had provided to those people in danger. The huge man who continued to be nearby listened as his boss asked this young guy to help. And Blake had already bowed his head and begged Josh to help save his sister and other members of the group. After listening to the request, the young man thought for a while. His thoughts were transported to the very recent past, where he himself begged this man to save his dying sister. And so he said that Blake had already saved his family, which means it was his turn to save the family of his new friend. He told the already delighted man that he would do everything he could to help. Josh only asked what he should do in order to provide real help. He received the answer to his question when he stood in some hall in a training suit and with a wooden sword in his hands. Blake explained to the young man that this was the training ground of his association, where he could use any of his skills to their full potential without fear of damaging anything. However, the young man did not understand why they were doing this training, instead of saving the team. To this, the man said that thanks to his sister's skill, they still have about 8 months left, and therefore, it is better to prepare for the hike. And when the guy's savior mentioned the complexity of the world where his sister was, Josh realized that he was simply not ready for this task yet. Blake confirmed this guess, but noted that there is a way to prepare as efficiently and quickly as possible. And so the man voiced that people demonstrate their most incredible abilities on the verge of death. In other words, we were talking about creating a highly stressful situation for the body, which contributes to a sharp increase in strength. This is exactly what the young man lacks today, where he wins only because he predicts his opponent well. Watching his savior's entire body become enveloped in mana, Josh tried to stop his impulse. But saying that this was the only way, the head of the Hunters Association rushed at his guest. Martin reread several messages from Josh over and over again, who informed him about his stay in the hospital, wondering whether the guy would be able to continue working with him. At some point, the man's attention was attracted by a long, familiar voice that greeted the agent. Turning around, Martin was amazed at how his best hunter looked. The man did not even immediately recognize the young man, screaming heart-rendingly in fear. Well, the rather well-beaten Josh himself once again told Martin that it was really him, after which the young man added that many events had happened where now he needed to have a serious conversation with the agent. And over the next 15 to 20 minutes, the young man talked about everything that had happened since he and Martin last talked on the phone. The man was shocked by the news that his hunter's sister was infected with a mana-absorbing virus. To the question of his interlocutor, the young man replied that everything was fine with him, where they explained to him that the characteristics of mana are different for everyone, even for family members. Josh then talked about how he accepted a mission from the Sapphire Association, whose leader saved his life twice. He also informed his interlocutor that his regular number was lost along with his phone, asking the man to change the number in his address book. Martin asked if a copy of all the contacts that were left on the lost phone was saved somewhere, to which the young man coldly stated that he no longer needed these contacts. The head of the Hunters Agency was surprised by the guy's attitude, asking him what to do with his friends. And Josh himself first of all thought about his beautiful student. Reluctantly, he stated that now he could not afford to be distracted by anything at all. Martin then turned his attention to the young man's injuries, which were obviously received quite recently. The agent literally jumped on the spot when the guy said that this was part of his preparation for the assignment from Sapphire. And Martin already said that he would file a formal complaint, but Josh stopped his impulse, explaining that he himself agreed to this. Then the young man noticed that the younger sister of the head of the association was locked in another world, where he, like no one else, could understand Blake's despair. Summoning one of his clones, the young man said that today, at the first training session, only he was beaten. And so, handing the clone a bag of clothes, Jake added that next time he would go against Blake with the clones. Realizing that this guy could not be convinced, Martin, exhaling heavily, said that then he would at least order more healing potions. At the next training session, Josh showed up accompanied by one of his clones. But his opponent had long ago noticed that today his guest did not come alone, but with support. Shouting that today everything would be completely different, Josh and his partner rushed at the enemy. The head of the Hunters Association Sapphire gave both of them a good deal. But the young man did not retreat, where he came to the next training session with 2 of his clones. But this time, the team failed to defeat the opponent. However, the guy's resources did not end there, where once again he appeared accompanied by all his charges. And once again, it was a shameful defeat, where the third one even had to be dragged in his arms. After losing one fight after another, Josh decided to visit his agent to ask him for a little help. Sitting down opposite, the young man said that Blake was too strong for him. Of course, due to the fact that clones are excellent at copying movements, he learns a lot, but the characteristics of Sapphire's head are too great. And while the clones were using the prepared potions, Josh was thinking that he needed to somehow close this gap in characteristics. And now he was already showing the agent an image of what it would be nice to get in order to even the odds. Martin, of course, said that he would get it, and his doubts about the safety of the idea were instantly dispelled by Josh himself. Once again, the young man came to the training room, where, as usual, Blake was already waiting for him. The man had just begun to greet his sparring partner when suddenly he was literally speechless. Indeed, this time the guy was accompanied by mutated clones, where their owner himself declared that today, everything would definitely be different. Showing the box to the young man, the head of the agency joyfully announced that he had received what he ordered. While he was putting the purchase on the floor, Josh noted that he had always trusted his agent. And showing the contents to the young man, the agent expressed his hopes that this should be enough. Stunned, Blake asked the young man what he had done to his clones, to which the guy replied that he simply fed them a certain amount of power crystals. Feeding another stone, Josh noticed that summoned creatures can absorb them, and the increase in characteristics also applies to him. For the head of Sapphire, such an ability of clones was something completely incredible. Well, his opponent has already prepared his damned sword and pistol, saying that today he will give it his all. Blake liked this attitude and said that the guy could use any weapon he wanted. He called on the team to try to kill him, where they didn't have to ask for long. Using his wooden stick, the man easily repelled the first attack of the mutated clone. But they used dispersal tactics, and now another mutant clone tried to attack the target from behind. Having barely managed to defend himself from this attack, Blake noticed that the characteristics of his opponents had definitely improved. On the one hand, it seemed that this was the effect of the eaten crystals, but on the other hand, everything could well be attributed to a physical mutation. But he quite easily sent one of the attackers to the other side of the hall. After which, with his experienced gaze, the man noticed that the increase in strength resulted in a decrease in the accuracy of attacks, which was considered a great advantage. But then Josh himself attacked him, saying that he had not turned into a monster, and therefore his speed skills were in perfect order. After carrying out a small deceptive maneuver, the young man finally found himself in an advantageous position, where the muzzle of his pistol was pointed straight at the enemy's head. And so he pulled the trigger, where in a split second he saw how the bullet was flattened on the body of the head of Sapphire, where the man casually noticed that the attack was not bad. After which he grabbed the young man, who was dumbfounded by such a surprise, by the hand, saying that he could only be wounded by a bullet that would be charged with mana. Where, having finished speaking, Blake struck back at his opponent with enormous force. The clones also tried to attack him, but he easily stopped all their counterattacks. But the man was not just engaged in beating babies. Along the way, he taught Josh, saying that physical strength alone is useless, where mana must be poured into the objects and weapons used. And while Blake was talking about how, using this technique, you can cut monsters into two parts with the most ordinary branch, the young man actually noticed that the man's wooden sword was incredibly strong. Nevertheless, the young man was not going to give up after one missed blow. Blocking the guy's blow, the head of the Sapphires noticed that his strength had definitely increased, which was absolutely incredible. But immediately after that, Blake, having successfully dealt another blow to each of his opponents, added that this was still not enough. And when the man stopped his movement, he stated that at this level the young man could only relate to level C. Undertaking a new attack, Josh shouted that even if that was the case, everything would change very soon. Clenching his teeth tighter, the guy added that he did not intend to stop at level C. And suddenly, he turned to his clones, drawing their attention to the face of the one who was fighting them. The young man noticed that Blake had a rather sharp nose, a blunt and straight chin, where, by all indications, this man's face is simply a disguise for the power crystal hidden there, which clones love to absorb. Of course, the clones, who were now half monsters, could not resist such temptation. Urging his charges to bite the enemy, Josh himself also launched a new attack. While Blake fought off the mutated clones, their owner mentally noted that he decided to become stronger, not at all because of the task that he had to complete. The whole point was that he realized his complete helplessness in protecting his family and friends. The next team began to clear away the rubble that remained after the breakout attempt. One of them was very frightened when, from under another piece of the slab he had pushed aside, a monster suddenly appeared, who was dead. Not far from the site of the battle with the huge monster were the leaders of the groups of hunters. Not without fear, they looked at the body of the defeated monster, which more closely resembled a sieve after what had befallen it. The men could not imagine the strength Norwood possessed, having defeated such a monster single-handedly. And the duel between Josh and Blake continued, where the young man was more determined than ever. Gathering his strength, he jumped high into the air and began to descend on his opponent, preparing to strike again. The young man received a very strong blow to the head, throwing him back several steps. Unable to stay on his feet, the guy fell, and his offender only grinned, rubbing his impressive fist. The girl who accompanied the young man immediately rushed to him, asking how he was feeling. And so she turned to the company of obvious bandits, saying that everyone here has permission to enter the hunting territory. To which the leader of the gang standing nearby stated that at the moment this territory belongs exclusively to the Association of Moonstone Hunters. And the soldiers standing at the checkpoint did not seem to notice at all what was happening literally a few meters away from them. The girl cast her sidelong glance at these dishonest soldiers, thinking about how pitiful they were. At some point, the leader of the bandits suddenly told the girl that, if she wanted, she could stay with them, where they could take her to the hunting territory for mutual entertainment. The third of the team of hunters who were not lucky enough to meet these bandits today already managed to help his comrade up. The leader of the gang, finishing laughing, ordered his henchmen to return closer to the entrance to the territory. At the same time, a young man, whose head was covered with a hood, was approaching the same hunting territory. The soldier urged the new visitor to take a closer look at the situation that arose when trying to enter the territory, but the guy insisted, saying that he had paid for the entrance. Seeing that someone else was trying to enter their territory, the gang leader, not missing another opportunity to warm up, quickly found himself between the soldier and the uninvited guest. Noticing the not very good mental abilities of the hooded man, the thug, saying that this was the territory of the Moonstone Unification, swung his hand to strike. But this sweeping movement of the hand was suddenly stopped, as if an adult man had stopped the blow of a child. Immediately after which the hooded man struck the man with a crushing blow. The team of hunters who suffered from this thug watched in fascination as the karmic impact overtook him. Well, Josh, who had been training with Blake for about 6 months, noticed in confusion that he didn't want to hit so hard, but his reflexes worked on their own. However, discarding this thought, the young man thought about the fact that he had already heard about the Moonstone somewhere. Looking at his defeated opponent, the young man noticed that something clearly didn't add up. And so he, saying that the unification of the Moonstone had nothing to do with his entry into the hunting territory, dealt his opponent another blow. All the other representatives of the same association, of course, were extremely dissatisfied with the fact that he, the leader, was lying on the ground beaten. Clutching a variety of weapons in their hands, they instantly surrounded the intruder, where one of them said that they were all D-level and therefore the guy couldn't handle them alone. But no one said that Josh would be alone, where immediately after the bandits' words, masked people began to appear on the street from all sides. Josh himself watched with a satisfied smile the reaction of his opponents to the appearance of his clones. And when they were all standing nearby, the young man asked the bandit to repeat his last words about a single confrontation. Marty was quite surprised by the guest who unexpectedly paid a visit to his office, where Blake offered his sincere apologies to the agent for showing up so late. It was not about the time of day, and therefore the agent said that he should have come to Blake first, but the latter objected, saying that the one who asks should go. And Martin was already handing the guest a sheet of information, noting that it was confidential, and making copies was also prohibited. But the man didn't need this, where he asked the agent in surprise whether the guy's characteristics had really increased so much in such a short period of time. And his interlocutor fully confirmed this, saying that now one can think that these were two completely different people. And when the agent asked whether this level of development was enough to implement the plan, to which Blake immediately replied that, without a doubt. Turning again to the statistics, the man was filled with feelings of joy, where he understood that now he could begin a rescue operation, as well as the fact that this young man could reach unprecedented heights. At the same time, near the entrance to the hunting territory, the members of the Moonstone Association only managed to receive from one clone or another. Even the victims watching the restoration of justice noted that it must have been very painful. One of the soldiers was also shocked by what was happening and suddenly began to demand an end to this outright beating. Turning to the representative of the armed forces, Josh asked him what he thought he should stop. And when the warrior spoke about the beating, the guy immediately reminded him of his inaction when these guys were beating a group of hunters. And so he told the soldier to just stand further and guard the entrance, which is what he was doing before. Well, he ordered his clones to break all the bandits' mobile phones so that they could not contact others. After looking at everything that was happening here, the injured group of hunters decided to head somewhere else. Inside the hunting area, a man was picking up another power crystal from the ground. But after holding it in his hand for a while, he forcefully threw it to the side, shouting that he couldn't do this anymore. It was Fred, who already had a whole bag of power crystals in his other hand, where he did not want to do this work at all. And then his attention was attracted by a noise coming from the entrance, where he decided that those who sent him here had come. Without even looking at the man who approached, the man began to beg to give him a little more time. But when he heard a painfully familiar voice, he opened not only his eyes, but also his mouth in surprise. After all, with a smile on his face, he was greeted by the same guy who had already once thoroughly screwed him and his entire team. Suddenly, from behind the young man, some characters in masks began to appear, from whom the guy asked if everyone had been neutralized. But then Fred attracted his attention, asking how he got here with Moonstone fighters standing at the entrance. But without answering the question posed, Josh asked a counter-question where he was interested in what such a weak hunter had forgotten in the world of Category D. Having examined the way Fred was dressed, the young man noticed that judging by his appearance, he was clearly not hunting here. Where the next logical conclusion was that Moonstone's unification had simply trapped him here for resource extraction. Taking out his cell phone, Josh said that he had no feelings of pity for Fred, but he was very interested in what was happening here. After which he showed the man all those who locked him here, noting that he no longer had to be afraid of them. Fred did not believe that the young man was able to deal with level D hunters, and Josh demanded that the story begin. And so the man began, showing a crystal of power and explaining that such things remain only after the destruction of monsters of level D and higher, which the guy did not know about. Fred then added that these crystals remain in the body of monsters for quite a long time after their death. At the same time, not only hunters kill monsters, but these monsters also constantly fight with each other. And now Josh was already imagining an approximate scheme in which monsters destroy themselves, leaving precious crystals of power. Well, his interlocutor continued, saying that a lot of crystals are accumulating, but level D hunters have no desire to collect them. That's why they catch and drive lower-level hunters here, so that they can go and collect crystals for them. But not everyone is here under duress. Some simply had debts to the association or something similar, where they work off this way. Moreover, even if someone dies while collecting crystals, this will not surprise anyone, since hunters die regularly in the worlds. All this instantly reminded the young man of a computer game, where in the same way it was necessary to obtain resources. Josh caught himself thinking that he could not even think that he would find something like this in reality. His interlocutor was quite surprised when he suddenly heard that he could be free, and the guy repeated that he was not detaining his old acquaintance, noting that the exit was no longer guarded by thugs from the Moonstone. Fred could not hold back his tears, noticing that this, in fact, an old enemy of his, actually turns out to be a great guy. And so he headed towards the exit when suddenly his movement was interrupted by Josh's hand, who grabbed the bag of crystals, where the young man said that Fred would have to leave all this stuff here. And now the young man was already rejoicing at such a successful coincidence of circumstances, and the leaving man cursed the guy. A moment later, Josh threw the bag to number 1, ordering him to absorb all these crystals. And while the clone was carrying out his will, the young man himself was already thinking that collecting crystals left over from battles between monsters was a very profitable activity. A very out-of-breath man was running through the long tunnels of the same world. Looking around in order to assess the distance to danger, the man clearly saw the monster that was chasing him. It turned out to be a level C monster, whose presence in the territory of level D monsters was a big surprise for the escaping girl. Emily Watson, who worked here on behalf of the association, cursed her employers. With great difficulty, the girl was able to dodge the attack of the monster, who was literally breathing down her back. But the stones that flew out after the blow did their job, and the monster's prey, stumbling, stretched out on the ground. Realizing that this was an end she never expected to meet in such a wretched place, Emily shielded her arms from her impending death. Suddenly, a male voice asked the girl to move and forcefully pulled her back, thereby saving her from mortal danger. When asked by Emily, Josh said that he was her savior, who would really like to receive all the crystals that she collected for the Moonstone as a token of gratitude. While she was talking about how she had long ago thrown out the bag of stones, the monster began to approach the young people. Then the guy asked who she was working for, since he had briefly heard her mention the wolves, but the girl was clearly not in the mood for that, where she was trying to draw the attention of her savior to the approaching danger. But Josh calmly continued the conversation, where a second later, one of his mutated clones attacked the monster. Emily couldn't believe her eyes as she watched another monster appear before her eyes. Well, the young man, who was beginning to lose patience because this girl was not paying attention to him at all, called out to her. And while she was trying to understand who this guy was, the young man repeated his question regarding the unification of the wolves. But instead of answering the question posed, his interlocutor suddenly took off from her place, trying to hide. But Josh deftly caught her by the clothes, where Emily, looking at the monsters that appeared behind the guy, asked him how he could be so calm in such a situation. And then she saw how several more masked people appeared from somewhere and attacked all the other monsters. Completely not understanding what was happening, the girl tried to figure out who her savior was, a summoner of creatures, or whether it was all just his command. Well, Josh himself told his new friend that it was quite safe here, and therefore she didn't have to run away. At that very moment, the monster was able to defeat the mutated clone, forcefully knocking it to the ground. His owner was quite surprised by this outcome of the duel, and Emily immediately noted with displeasure that there could be no talk of any safety. The young man asked the defeated clone a question about how he could possibly lose after devouring such a huge amount of power crystals. The monster had already turned his attention to Josh and Emily, where the latter decided that she needed to run, but the guy told her to just wait a little aside. Heading towards the approaching monster, the young man annoyedly noted that he had just wasted a whole bunch of crystals. The girl tried to say something to the guy, but he abruptly interrupted her impulse to talk, where he, drawing his damned sword, said that he now needs to concentrate as much as possible. And so, having collected the required amount of energy, Josh quickly rushed at the monster. Emily stood with her eyes and mouth wide open as she watched the lightning-quick movement of her new acquaintance, after which one of the monster's ultimates separated from his body. And the young man had already turned around, deciding that he needed to deal with the monster as quickly as possible. And now the blade of his sword was already cutting through the enemy's flesh in another place. Watching this fight, Emily mentally noted that her savior had incredible strength. Meanwhile, the enraged monster rushed at his opponent, who only managed to deprive him of his limbs. And before the young man's eyes suddenly arose a picture of the very monster from whose clutches he and his sister almost died. Feeling the sword's curse begin to take over his mind, Josh mentally told himself to calm down. Emily immediately noticed some confusion in the guy, warning him of the impending danger. But then his faithful clones came to the aid of their master and attacked the monster in a crowd. These seconds were enough for Josh to regain control and continue the battle, where his blow, in which he concentrated all his energy, literally split his opponent's body into two parts. Watching both halves of the monster's body fall to the ground, the guy noticed that every time he used this sword, he experienced the most disgusting sensations. And when he turned to the girl he had saved, she could not believe that he had just defeated such a powerful monster. The guy suddenly turned his attention to the mutated number 1 lying on the floor. He didn't understand why his clone was still lying there and asked if he was okay at all. Then his attention was drawn to the wound on his clone's body, where it was very strange that it had not yet healed thanks to the regeneration skill. The situation was clarified by Emily, who said that the bone sword of the guy's opponent was cursed. Continuing to examine the wound, Josh came to the conclusion that he would have had a hard time if this sword had hit him. And his new friend, looking at the red monster, asked who he was, to which the young man said that she could simply consider him a summoner of creatures. After that, Emily thought for a while, as if gathering determination for something. And at some point, she handed the guy some kind of bottle of liquid, saying that if his monster drinks this, he will live a little longer. When Josh asked what it was, the girl explained that it was a medicine, but it had some unpleasant consequences. The young man had no choice, so he poured the drug directly into his clone's mouth. Its action began immediately, which was watched with some interest by the owner of the test subject himself. The effect was truly amazing, where all the wounds on his clone's body healed in just a few seconds. Less than a minute after the drug was infused, mutated number 1 was already able to sit up on his own. Overjoyed, Josh turned to his clone's savior, saying that he was truly fine. But Emily suddenly said that the effect was temporary, where the side effect of this drug would sooner or later kill this monster anyway. And since this monster would have died soon anyway, that's why she thought that it would be better. Then Josh ordered his clone to immediately go hunting and give it his all before death occurs. Well, the girl, noticing that with her potion, she actually spoke about her skill in creating them, asked her savior to tell about his skill. Where the guy has some strange pets in the form of red monsters, an incomprehensible support group, and he himself has incredible strength, where she has not heard about the presence of such a B-level hunter in their city. Emily was shocked when Josh said that she couldn't have heard of him since he was officially an E-level. This only gave rise to new questions for the girl, where she became interested in what he was doing here, and even more so in how he, with his status, managed to hunt here. But Josh did not answer the questions posed, saying that he also had several questions for the girl, where the first of them was the question of why she communicates with him, as if they had become close friends. The movers brought one box after another into the storage unit of the Fox Association, gradually filling the entire space around. Observing the process, the head of this association wondered whether this volume would be enough. When asked by her senior manager Emma Hampton, Meryl explained that all this was done at the request of the head of the Sapphires. Opening one of the boxes, the girl, looking at the contents, wondered why this man needed such an incredible amount of stones. To which the head of the Fox explained that this was needed by a certain Josh Burnett, who very actively uses power crystals. Only after what her interlocutor said did it dawn on the girl that her new acquaintance might turn out to be a bad person. But deciding not to show her fear, Emily said that Josh was chatting with her the same way he would chat with an old acquaintance. The young man really liked such fearlessness and assertiveness on the part of the girl. But then he put on a serious face and said that he was really only interested in why Emily mentioned the unification of wolves when she was running away from the monster. And when the girl noticed that hunters should know the situation between associations, Josh explained that he had recently received a license. And then Emily explained that the Moonstone is essentially part of the wolves and does all the dirty work for them, including collecting power crystals here. Then the young man asked who caught his interlocutor and sent him to this world, the wolves or the Moonstone. At that same second, her thoughts were transported to the distant past, where she, as a very little girl, entered a room where a hanged man was hanging from the ceiling. Emily's mood changed dramatically, and she very rudely stated that the guy didn't need to know this at all. Only now the girl began to mentally scold herself for the fact that she had completely lost her vigilance, telling this guy about her skill. Not understanding the reasons why his new acquaintance's mood changed dramatically, Josh said that he had already received all the information he needed, after which he turned around and headed away. Surprised by this behavior, Emily asked the savior if he had finished the hunt, to which he, without even turning around, replied that he had just started, and the girl could safely leave, since no one was blocking the entrance anymore. Mentally thanking this strange young man, the no less strange girl turned around and headed in the direction opposite to his movement. And suddenly she heard Josh's voice again, who noticed that her skill was really very good. Handing her a business card, the young man, in response to the girl's arguments that she only creates poisons, explained that he did not care much about this. After which he added that if she needed work or protection from the unification of the wolves, then she could always contact him, where his agent and he were ardent opponents of the wolves. Having instructed number 5 to accompany the girl to the exit from this world, Josh finally left, saying that he really had to go. The monsters attacking the guy were defeated by him without much effort. Putting his cursed sword back into its sheath, Josh thought that his new friend's skill could actually be useful for his clones. His thoughts were interrupted by the flying body of a monster, which hit the ground with a roar. As it turned out, it was his mutated number 1 who was frolicking. But at some point, his pet monster suddenly began coughing up blood and after a few seconds fell to the ground. This was the side effect of the drug, which Josh hoped to avoid until the last moment, relying on his regenerative abilities. And so the body of a huge red monster disappeared into the air, leaving behind only clothes. But the young man's energy was enough to immediately resummon the clone, and so he handed him his own clothes, telling him to quickly get dressed. And when number 1 was ready, Josh ordered him to continue the hunt, where he would now hunt in his normal human guise. Meanwhile, some dark figure was watching all the actions of the young man from the darkness. These were representatives of the Moonstone Hunter Association, who were unlucky enough to run into Josh at the entrance, and who now did not understand at all how the monster disappeared and then just a man appeared. By discussing what they saw, the men realized that this was some kind of skill of this guy, where in addition to this monster who became a man, he had several more of the same. Having finished the discussion, the leader of this group of bandits approached the wall, reminding his partner of the real reason why they were restricting access to this territory for hunting. Having said that it was necessary to immediately check if everything was in order there, the man began to open a secret passage, where on the other side, the real secret laboratory was hidden. Finding himself in this room for the first time, the leader's partner inquired about why such a place on the territory was worth the price for hunting. To which he, closing the passage, explained that with this arrangement, crystals can be delivered directly here without spending money on their transportation. And when his not very smart gang partner suggested that they were used to produce drugs, his interlocutor said that it was not drugs, but a concentrate from reinforcement crystals, where one small stone will give an effect 100 times greater than the effect of an ordinary power crystal, but at the same time, the one who swallows the concentrate turns into an uncontrollable monster. Throwing the crystal back into the bag, the man said that power crystals themselves were not expensive. And all because they cannot be used on people, but recently those who have adapted their properties to humans have appeared, and are now buying up any volume of power crystals. Concluding, the gang leader said that he could not even imagine that a fortune could be made from such garbage. After making sure that the laboratory was in perfect order and the goods were in place, the man began to open the passage again, saying that they would need to return for the goods tomorrow. And to the question of his not very smart companion about why they don't pick up the goods now, the man replied that they didn't even have pants with them, let alone bags. Sometime after the Moonstone members left, the hidden passage to the laboratory reopened, where Emily, who was unsealing the secret room, recalled how difficult it was for her to get rid of the annoying clone who did not want to leave, since the owner ordered to take the girl to the exit. Looking around inside the room, the girl noticed that the members of the Moonstone had very successfully, and without suspecting it, given her the location of their hiding place. Opening one of the cabinets, Emily found those very precious power crystals that had already been processed into concentrate. Having made several packages, the girl hid them under her clothes. Soon she left the secret laboratory, thinking that these bundles had definitely added volume to her body. Meanwhile, a real evacuation began in the hunting area, where Josh's clones pointed people in the direction of the exit. For Emily, this was a great opportunity to get lost among the crowd and slip out of this world unnoticed. But she was unable to leave the dangerous territory completely unnoticed, since the observant clone immediately noticed the one whom she was supposed to escort to the exit. But he didn't even think about stopping the girl, where he simply noticed to himself that now the mission assigned by the owner had been completed to the end. When Emily found herself outside, she couldn't believe that she had survived, gotten out, and was now safe. Cursing both the Moonstone Unification and the Wolves Unification, she quickly left this territory. Josh, meanwhile, was inside the territory, noticing that all the people driven here by the Moonstone members were safe. Well, for his clones, the young man was able to collect a significant amount of power crystals, where one of them was already ready to start absorbing them, but Josh said that they would postpone this for another day of the hunt. Suddenly, the guy's attention was attracted by a message received on his mobile phone, where Martin wrote that tomorrow the guy was expected at Sapphire's office, where they were going to tell him the details of the upcoming task. Having returned to the hunting territory, the members of the Moonstone did not know what to do now when they did not find the treasured crystals in their cache. The leader of the group was beside himself with rage, since the deal was scheduled for the next day. Returning to the checkpoint, the angry man grabbed one of the soldiers, reminding him that he was being paid and asking who he dared to let in here. To which the gasping warrior replied that they could not deny entry to those who bought the pass, but since yesterday there was no one here except the one who beat them at the entrance. The soldier also added that there were also people whom the men themselves drove inside for their own purposes. Such explanations slightly moderated the ardor of the man, who let go of his possible victim. His thoughts now were only that these same guys stole the crystals, which he had no chance of returning. Emily walked all alone through the dark streets of the city, thinking that the members of the Moonstone had pushed her and the others into where the level C monsters lived, where if it weren't for that random person she met, she definitely wouldn't be walking around the city today. It was also pleasing that she managed to get hold of crystals, where for now they should have simply been hidden, where selling them right now could lead to her trail. Then the same business card that strange guy with the monster gave her fell out of the girl's pocket. Emily then remembered how he noted the high qualities of her skill. But, having grabbed her burden, Emily moved on, thinking that she did not have to run to the first person who praised her skill. The Viking Tower was an unexplored world that was assigned an S level. One of the first-generation hunters, Roy Lawrence, long ago discovered this world and tried to conquer it. But since then, contact with him has been lost, and he is still listed as missing. After him, many hunters tried to conquer this world, but all of them did not have the most enviable fate, where they died at its very first level. There was only one single person who was able to return from this world, the well-known Casper Fields. Telling all this, Blake added that it was in this place that his sister and her team found themselves trapped. Martin was surprised by where his hunter would go, and Josh himself asked what it meant to be trapped. To which the man explained that that world has a special structure, where he has an entrance, but no exit. The young man was shocked by such details about this already seemingly strange place. And Blake continued, saying that you can get out of there either by going through the entire world or using teleportation, where under such circumstances the cloning skill becomes a godsend. Now the agent and Josh understand why the cloning skill is needed, because in the event of death, the clone will simply disappear, which means it can repeatedly try to get to where no living person can. But then the guy had a reasonable question about why the group was not equipped with scrolls for teleportation. With this question, the young man hit the bullseye, where his interlocutor replied that the group was equipped with everything necessary. And so, leaning back in his chair, the head of the Safarovs told his interlocutors that now he would tell everything that happened. He began from the moment where about 5 years had passed since the first global catastrophe associated with the invasion of monsters. At that time he was very young, just beginning his long journey as a hunter. Blake's little sister approached her brother, offering him a little snack. At that moment, he leaned toward the girl, starting to talk about how she should not go into dangerous places, when suddenly some kind of portal appeared next to them. But as it turned out, it was not a portal, but simply a passage into a hidden space that his sister opened. Blake asked the girl how she did it, to which she cheerfully replied that this thing appeared on its own, and now she can put a lot of things in there. Having stroked his young sister, the young man told her to eat herself, and also noticed that the girl had acquired an excellent basic skill. Noticing that the girl was most likely very tired, Blake suggested returning home and resting. While they were walking, Susan asked when Colin would be back, to which her brother explained that in about 20 days. Later, thanks to this remarkable skill of Susan, the brother and sister were able to avoid many dangers by hiding in this hidden space, where you could put whatever your heart desired there. Watching his sister grow and develop, the man increasingly began to come to the conclusion that her skill was ideal for hunting in the worlds. Suspecting nothing, the man suddenly gave him a good slap on the head. Where Susan asked her brother why he suddenly became so sad. Everyone who was in the same room was quite surprised at how the head of the association had just received a good hit in the back of the head from the girl. But Blake was not worried about his sister's behavior, where he was more worried about the fact that the group needed a person with the teleportation skill for safety. But to this the girl said that there would not be even 100 such people in the whole world, and therefore just scrolls would be enough. Also reminding her brother of her unique skill, Susan said that he should trust her. A girl standing nearby and listening to the entire dialogue noticed that the sister of the head of the association definitely had more determination. Some men stated that they could not protect the boss's sister, but she responded by saying that no matter how much they themselves needed her protection. Only the head of the Sapphires himself was serious, as if he had a presentiment that all this might not end very well. But Susan promised to deploy the group if it became really dangerous. She also added that she knows very well the feeling when people close and dear to her heart do not return. After which the girl suddenly snapped her fingers, saying that they had at their disposal not only teleportation scrolls, but also a huge amount of supplies stored in her personal space. Blake said he shouldn't have been satisfied with the fact that the group had plenty of supplies with them, in case of unforeseen circumstances. The girl sitting opposite the man said that it took a lot of time and effort to prepare, and therefore, it would be unfair to the group to cancel the outing. She also noticed that the man is too protective of his sister, where she is a fairly independent adult girl who is capable of making decisions in critical situations. After listening to these arguments, Blake said that since the expedition had begun, all that remained was to believe in those who took part in it. Then the assistant to the head of the association, Bob, looked into the office and noticed that it was time for them to move forward. When the girl asked what kind of meeting he had, the man said that he had not made any appointment. It's just his turn to be the host at the awakening ceremony, which will take place today. When Josh heard what was said, he immediately noticed that it was at this ceremony that he awakened his skill. It was an interesting coincidence, but the young man also added that back then he had a much larger waist. Then Martin entered the conversation and asked if they had contacted the group. Blake explained that there was an agreement on communication using telepathy scrolls, where they could only be used when being near the portal. The first communication session went well, as did the second and third, and finally the group leader began to calm down that everything was going well. A month has already passed since the start of the expedition, where Blake's assistant gave the order to prepare another telepathy scroll. And so one of the employees prepared the paper and, counting from 3 to 0, tore it. At that same second, a telepathic bridge appeared between their tent and the place where the group was located. And now the man sitting in front of the monitors was already talking about the fact that he was receiving a report from the group, where it was said that they walked another 700 meters but ran into an ambush by some unknown monsters with whom they were fighting, where they had wounded. But suddenly, the telepathic signal became unbearable for the one who used the scroll, where he began to scream that his head was literally going to be torn apart. Blake immediately realized that such an effect could only happen due to the tearing of several scrolls at once. But suddenly, right behind the head of the sapphires, a portal began to form. Everyone was shocked by what was happening, since something bad had definitely happened to the team since the teleportation scroll was used, where it could become a weak-willed decision of one individual team member to save himself and leave the rest there. And then one of the group members appeared from the inner spatial corridor that had formed. And the man stood and continued to look at the portal, waiting for the rest of the group to come out of it. But then the portal began to close, and Blake, taking the exhausted, wounded young man in his arms, ordered to immediately call a team of doctors. While he was waiting for help, he watched in horror as the only path leading to his beloved sister dissolved into thin air. Here Blake's assistant used her abilities. Shouting out to the one who held the telepathic connection, the girl asked whether this channel was still preserved. And when the man confirmed the existence of a connection, the girl ordered to tell the group that they hid in Susan's space and periodically made contact, waiting for the rescue group. And the only member of the group who managed to get out quietly asked for forgiveness, saying that the mission was a failure, and monsters, the likes of which had never been seen before, tore all the scrolls. Doctors worked on the wounded man, who immediately said that the wound was very serious and the guy needed to be urgently taken to the hospital. When the young man was taken away, Blake sat for some time and looked at the puddle of blood left behind. But then his attention was attracted by the one who was responsible for the telepathic connection, saying that there was a message for the man. He said that now he would simply repeat everything that they told him. The message was conveyed by Susan, who asked her brother for forgiveness for the failed mission. The girl also said that they had the opportunity to wait, and therefore urged her brother not to take hasty actions. The girl's last words before the connection was cut off were that she would definitely return, as she promised. Concluding his story, Blake said that he tried to recruit many hunters for a rescue mission, but none of them agreed. Everyone immediately said no as soon as they heard about the Viking Tower and that the group was stuck there, even though they had teleportation scrolls with them. Some of the hunters referred to the fact that they would not be able to leave their pets here, which would die if they moved a certain distance. Well, then there was a breakthrough, where the meeting between the head of the Sapphires and Josh took place. Now the young man understood why this man trained him so harshly, because he had to meet certain characteristics in order to get to the place where the group was. And Blake said that the preparations were completed, and now the rescue mission could begin. A waiter passing by one of the offices was very frightened by the dull sounds of blows and the choice language there. And then the same head of the gang that occupied one of the hunting territories received another powerful blow to the face, where the boss, who took out his anger on his subordinate, showered him with the most unpleasant statements and said that he did not ask anything supernatural from them. Everyone else, who also managed to get it from the boss, stood and listened to his words that they were not capable of anything. The head of Moonstone, Elmer Maddox, could not believe that someone had so easily stolen all the reserves of power crystals. Having sat down and crossed his legs, the evil man demanded to know who dared to rob his laboratory, to which the subordinate who approached said that most were wearing masks, but the one who was without one was of a low level. The boss couldn't believe that an entire group of D-level hunters could be beaten by someone with only an E level. In anger, Odd jumped up and dealt a powerful kick to the speaker, shouting that they were not the only one who processed power crystals into concentrate. Continuing to beat the guy, the man shouted that if they did not organize the supply, then someone else would do it, and then they would not be able to become regular suppliers. Having finished kicking his subordinate, Elmer ordered to find him this guy at all costs and pick up the goods. And so the henchmen crippled by the boss went as quickly as they could to carry out the assignment. Elmer himself returned to his place, convinced that all these hunters would be beaten again, since this had already happened once. Trying to figure out where else he could have time to get power crystals in order for the deal to take place, the man literally grabbed his head with his hands. But, looking at the guy sitting in the shadows, the head of Moonstone told Peter that, apparently, it would be impossible to do without his intervention. Where the clearly cheerful young man immediately said that he would definitely find out everything by resorting to his usual methods. Returning to the agency's office, Josh noticed that Blake was most likely not lying, but he certainly hadn't told everything. And to Martin's question, the young man explained that the man did not mention the reasons why they suddenly decided to try to go through the Viking Tower. Where, of course, he knows little about the hunting industry, but everyone knows that the Viking Tower was explored many years ago. After all, then Casper Fields reported to everyone that this world had been explored by him, where he said that that world is empty, there are no treasures or artifacts in it, and only monsters live, and recommended that no one visit this world if their life is dear to them. It was after this that all the best hunters lost interest in that world, but Blake did not explain why he became interested. When asked by the agent whether he needed to find out details on this matter, the young man answered in the negative, saying that now his goal is to save the group and not to explore the world. Martin began to talk about how he could return to this issue at any time, when he suddenly saw a man sitting nearby. It was a very young girl who managed to fall asleep while she was languishing in anticipation. When the agent asked whether the young man knew her, Josh explained that he had recently met Emily on the hunting grounds, giving her the agency's business card. Approaching the sleeping girl, Martin quietly asked her if she was okay. Opening her eyes and clearly not expecting to see a man's face so close in front of her, the girl staggered back. It was as if she didn't quite understand where she was or what was going on here. Catching Emily's amazed gaze, Josh and Martin looked at her with no less surprised eyes. And then, in order to diffuse the situation a little, the head of the agency suggested that everyone go to a cafe nearby and start by having a good snack. Emily worked the spoon quite quickly, moving everything on the plate into her stomach. Josh was very surprised by how hungry the girl was, and Martin urged her to take her time. At some point, Emily tried to say something to the guy, but only inarticulate sounds were heard from her full mouth. Having advised her to chew and swallow the food first, the young man also suggested that she had decided to accept his job offer. And when Emily embarrassedly confirmed the guy's guess, the agent asked about her skill. And she explained that her basic skills are appraising objects and creating various potions, to which Josh, laughing, added that after taking such potions, all that remains is to immediately go and book a place in the cemetery, which greatly infuriated the girl, who very aggressively declared that she had several potions that did not kill. Well, the guy tousled by the hair added that despite the final fatal outcome, the potions give an excellent effect, which he would like to use in his activities. After which Josh, answering the agent's question, asked almost in a whisper, said that he wanted to use the potions on the clones. And now he has already instructed the man to get everything necessary for the chemical laboratory, in which he is ready to participate financially. Then, wishing Emily and Martin bon appétit, the young man said that it was time for him to go about his business. The girl asked the guy where he was going this time, to which he immediately replied that he was planning to visit the next world, where the young man immediately explained that this time his goal was not to hunt monsters. And suddenly his interlocutor took out of her pocket and threw to her savior a couple of vials of potions, one of which was necessary to increase strength, the other for mana. And when asked about side effects, Emily explained that a strength potion dissolves a person's muscles, and a mana potion explodes the body. Having received all the necessary information about potions, Josh thanked his new girlfriend. Approaching the crowd of his clones, the young man ordered them to follow him. The manager of the Hunters Association, Lisa, said that she had almost reached the warehouse and would soon be ready to transport all the crystals to the place indicated by the members of the Sapphire Association. The girl promised to contact the head of her association as soon as she finished completing the assignment. Moving further, she suddenly saw the lifeless body of the guard of their base, where the power crystals were stored. Where immediately after this, Emma noticed that their base had been infiltrated, as evidenced by the huge hole in the wall where the storage was located. Trying to understand who had the audacity to attack their union, the girl had already activated one of her skills. Scanning the space inside, she quickly located the targets. Shouting that she could clearly see where the attackers were hiding, Emma rushed inside. But suddenly something invisible interrupted her further progress, grabbing the girl by the neck. She was absolutely sure that she could only detect targets inside. And when the manager tried to inquire about what dared to attack their association, she immediately received a severe blow to the back of the head. Where Peter, appearing from the void, cheerfully noticed her stupidity, in that she really expected to get an answer to her question. Watching as Emma fell to the ground unconscious, the young man apologized, saying that they needed these power crystals much more than their union. And now Peter has already gone inside the warehouse, supervising the process of collecting loot. And when the last stone was taken out, the gang from the Moonstones, covering their tracks, set fire to the empty room. Watching the fire flare up, Peter noticed that the first issue with the stones for the deal had been resolved. All that remained was to find out who stole their reserves. An aircraft belonging to the Sapphire Association was already flying over the territory of Iceland. And upon reaching the desired square, the pilots landed. Watching the hatch open, Josh noticed that for the first time in his life, he was abroad. Accompanied by his clones, the young man headed towards the portal that took him to the Viking Tower. The men who met the guy told the guy that Mr. Calderson was waiting for him and allowed him to enter. And so the young man and all his clones headed straight into the blackness of this hellish rift in space. Once inside the portal, Josh was quite surprised by its unusual structure, where he seemed to float between the rocks and the distant, endless space, which had nothing to do with the very definition of the tower. When the movement was completed, the young man noticed that the weather conditions here were completely unbearable. Meanwhile, Blake and his assistant, who were in the tent, were discussing what had recently happened to the repository of the Fox's unification stones. Their conversation was interrupted by Josh entering the tent. The man and woman were overjoyed to see this only member of the rescue team. Everyone else who was inside did not understand at all why the head of the association had such high hopes for this unremarkable guy. Well, in the meantime, Josh himself, like all his clones, was provided with warm clothes. And so the introductory part began, where, using a map created based on the group's reports, Blake indicated the place where the group's problems began, which was about 40 kilometers from the place where the portal would be thrown. Mentally noting that the distance was not long enough to travel for a whole month, the young man voiced that he expected a longer hike. Meanwhile, the head of the Sapphires handed Josh 3 teleportation scrolls, offering to distribute them among the clones just in case. The honor of carrying the scrolls fell to numbers 4, 5, and 6, to whom the owner told them that these scrolls were very important and must be preserved at all costs. And when asked how to use them, Blake said that the destination is already marked, where you just need to tear the paper. The man's assistant added that the young man should find the right point without any problems following the traces of the battle. Making the final preparations, Blake asked the guy if he still had any questions. After thinking for a moment, Josh asked the man what he was going to have for dinner with his sister today when he got her back. Blake expected any question other than what his ears had just perceived. Smiling slightly, he replied that he would feed his little sister some homemade food. In addition to the teleportation scrolls, Josh also gave his clones the cursed sword and potions he received from Emily. And so his clones reported their readiness and immediately received permission to move forward. Pretty soon they all found themselves at a portal that had a different structure from other portals. Josh himself made himself comfortable on one of the chairs, saying that it was time for him to hit the road. Concentrating and gathering energy, the young man activated the unifying skill. Blake watched as the young man used his skill, mentally concluding that now everything was in the hands of this guy. Even at the exit from the portal, the young man noticed that the unifying skill worked just perfectly. As soon as the clone with whom he was connected was on the other side, the young man immediately felt a squally, bone-piercing wind walking through that world. The entire world in which his clones found themselves was a huge snow-covered space. And so Josh, being in the body of a clone, announced to the others that they had arrived at a place called the Viking Tower. At some point, sensing something strange, the young man forced the clone to clench and unclench his fingers several times. And the system informed the owner that at this level of development, he not only shares the feelings of the one with whom he is united, but can also control his body. Thus, it was as if Josh himself was in this world in another body, and now he was already ordering the others to go out to search for the group. The guy also noticed that instead of a portal, there was an ice block behind his back, which ruled out the possibility of returning from this world. Having taken out a written report about the monsters that the group managed to meet on their way, the young man decided to find out who they would have to deal with first. But before he had time to read to the end that these would be ice bats, the enemy had already revealed himself. And now the clones were already destroying these flying creatures, which were assigned level E, one after another. A distinctive feature of local monsters was that each subspecies had someone like a leader, who, as a rule, turned out to be one level higher than everyone else. Deciding that level D was no problem for him, Josh, in his clone body, began to draw his weapon, where the rest of the clones immediately came to his aid, having already managed to deal with smaller opponents. The fight was over fairly quickly, and the winners continued on their way and searched for the group in trouble. Another ice bat was cut into 2 pieces, where Josh noticed that although this is all a trifle, it is very annoying and slows down progress. Having asked one of the clones how far they had already traveled, the leader of the rescue group received the number 13 in response. Noticing that this was about 1/3 of the way, the young man remembered that somewhere here a new type of monster should appear, and the appearance of such was not long in coming. Where, looking at the snowman armed with clubs, Josh noticed that he just had to remember this. Preparing for a new confrontation, the young man activated the skill of a charged bullet, which carried mana. And so he ordered the clones to disperse, where 3 came from the rear, 3 pushed through the front, and a crowd of snow monsters with clubs in their hands were already rushing towards the uninvited guests in their world. The fight began, where some clones wielded their knives, others fired back at the enemy with mana-charged cartridges. The leader of the group liked the way everything was going, where he himself crushed opponents with his damned sword. And just as he thought that it would be nice to continue moving forward just as vigorously, suddenly the ground under his feet began to shake, where a huge icy hand emerged from the icy depths. Meanwhile, in the tent, Blake's assistant was worried about the guy, saying that even their best team couldn't cope. To which the man replied that he believed in the abilities of this guy, where before he expected that the minimum level of hunters in the rescue group would be C. But the results this young man achieved during his preparation truly excited the imagination, where his assistant was amazed when the boss announced that this young man was now a B level. At the same time, all his clones also became much stronger, where although their abilities are less than those of the original, but together they still reach level B. Thus, Josh alone is superior in level to their entire best team. Blake also added that if the Fox Association warehouse had not been robbed, then the young man's characteristics would have been much higher. After which the assistant to the head of the association said that in this case, not a single monster on the first level of this world could stop Josh's progress. To this, Blake said that he warned the young man about the ice giant, a meeting with which he could probably avoid. But it really turned out to be much more difficult to pass unnoticed, and Josh was already literally face to face with that same giant. Examining his incredibly huge opponent, the guy noticed that he was seriously in trouble. Deciding to act for sure, the young man sprinkled blood on the cursed sword, calling on the darkest forces to help him. And so, with all his might, he dealt the enemy the most powerful blow that he was capable of in the body of a clone. Where he was shocked was that after this, there was not a single scratch left on the ice giant. With great difficulty, Josh was able to dodge the enemy's counterattack, which could have cost him the loss of one clone. And while he was defending himself, the guy's thoughts were that he would not be able to inflict any damage on this enemy. And then he saw how other snow monsters suddenly began to attack this giant. But for him, these small creatures also did not pose any danger, where the ice giant easily dealt with one after another, right in front of the stunned Josh and his clones. Realizing that now it would be their turn, and in order to keep at least someone alive, the young man ordered the clones to disperse. The giant's blow was of enormous force, and the clones only had time to rush into the scattered space in all directions. Remembering Blake's instructions, the young man tried to find the very place where his core was located from the ice giant. Finding it turned out to be not so difficult, but a new question arose about how to get to it and destroy it. After all, neither the cursed sword nor the mana-charged cartridges affected this monster. As Josh watched this giant prepare to launch another attack, he tried to come up with a new plan. The giant's attack turned out to be incredibly strong, and the leader of the rescue group ordered the clones to leave the affected area. He himself took the icy blow upon himself, feeling that he could easily withstand it without damage. But one of his clones hesitated and did not notice how a giant ice fist suddenly descended on him. Watching as one of his clones was destroyed, the young man cursed, thinking that the monster could destroy one who did not have a teleportation scroll. And as soon as he remembered this scroll, at that very second he rushed towards the monster with all his strength. And the ice giant was already preparing to devour his next prey, not knowing that in the end only clothes would remain in his stomach. Josh used this moment to get as close as possible to the corpse of number 5. The young man extended his hand to the body of number 5, and a second later it disappeared into the giant's mouth. The rest of the clones stood aside and watched what their leader was doing, where Josh, in the clone's body, pushed off with force from the giant's body and fell onto the icy surface. He rose to his feet, and mortal danger was already looming behind him. But turning to his opponent and sitting down on the ice, the young man smiled and asked him if the monster liked what he had just swallowed. And so, showing half of the teleportation scroll, he asked the monster whether it understood what it was. But even if the ice giant understood, he certainly didn't have time to figure out anything, much less do anything. Where within a second, a teleportation portal opened right inside him. Josh's plan, when he was rushing to the corpse of number 5, was precisely that if he could not destroy the core, then in that case, he would simply move it. And now his plan worked, where his huge ice opponent screamed furiously because a passage through space had opened right in his body. And when the portal was closed due to expiration, the core that gave the monster vitality was no longer with him. Completely immobilized and deprived of all strength, the giant turned into ordinary flax, which fell and crumbled into pieces. Josh thought that the people who were now in the tent were most likely very scared when the giant's core appeared there. And then the young man saw several messages from the system about increasing his characteristics, where the most pleasant thing was that the guy now had access to the call of the 7th clone. At this stage, he decided not to call number 7 and make do with those who remained with him in completing the mission. Leaving the fragments of the ice giant behind, the rescue group, now only 5 of them, continued on their way. Casper Fields, known throughout the world as an S-level hunter, was finishing his morning shower. When he was already in the room, he was informed that the list of people who had requested a meeting with him this month was ready. The young man asked to display on the screen all the data about those who requested an audience. After reviewing the list, Casper noted that there was no one from the Korean associations. Buttoning his shirt, he found it very strange, since everything had somehow gone wrong and this time something had changed. Having finished getting dressed, Casper gave the order to refuse everyone permission to meet him and to begin opening the academy. Sitting opposite the big man, Fred rather greedily devoured Chinese noodles. Looking at him, Hugh noted that he now understood why he could not reach his comrade for so long. Remembering the recent past, the man noted that the Association of Wolves handed him over to Moonstone due to the fact that he failed to cope with the task in the territory of hunting harehorns. And when the fat man noted that Fred managed to escape, he, after thinking for a moment, replied that they helped him with this. Without asking the man for details, Hugh said that he had a lot of work to do, which Fred could starting tomorrow. The conversation between the two men was interrupted by a sudden knock on the door. The fat man went to open the door, interested in who could be brought to him at such a late hour. But before the man had time to open the door, he immediately received a strong blow, which threw him back to the center of the room. Fred immediately rushed to his fellow gang member, asking if he was okay. Meanwhile, Peter's face radiating joy appeared in the doorway, saying that he was very glad to finally find Fred. The guest promised not to take up much time from the men, where he was only interested in who attacked their people at the entrance to the hunting territory. And while the man looked in horror at the bloody hand of his interlocutor, Peter added that he would be the third person they asked this question to today, where the other two answered that they knew nothing. But then his speech was interrupted by the fat man, who showered the man with the most selective curses and tried to attack him. But Peter stopped this powerful attack with a slight movement of his hand, noticing that he also had several tricks in reserve. And so he, demonstrating his strength, squeezed his opponent's hand so tightly that he was literally crushed to the ground. Then, striking Hugh back, Peter recommended that next time he first make sure that his strength was enough to cope with the enemy. Fred watched with horror frozen on his face as this merciless man, whose face never left his smile, beat his boss. And so he covered his comrade's body, asking Peter to stop and saying that he was ready to go with them. But from the expression on his interlocutor's face, one could assume that he was extremely surprised by what he just heard. Angrily saying that Fred would go with them anyway, whether he wanted to or not, Peter knocked him out of the way with one slap in the face. Those who accompanied this merciless man stood aside and watched him frolic. And Peter continued to inflict more and more powerful blows to the fat man's head. And finally, with another incredibly strong blow, he threw Hugh back several meters. Coming closer, Peter prepared to continue this torture with the help of his legs, but then Fred shouted that he knew everything and would tell him immediately. Falling to his knees, he asked the man to stop, saying that he knew the one who attacked the guys from Moonstone. No matter how strange it was, after these words Peter calmed down a little. Turning to those who came here with him, he angrily noted that only such an approach could bring normal and quick results. Josh and his loyal clones continued to move around the snowy world in search of the group in trouble. At some point, the young man ordered everyone to slow down their further progress from that moment on. After looking around, the leader of the rescue group called on everyone to start paying increased attention. They moved on for quite some time, but all this time not a single monster attacked them, and all that came across along the way were dead bodies that had already turned into skeletons. Looking at the next corpse, Josh wondered who killed all these people. Having asked one of the clones where they were now, the guy learned that he was right at their destination. And then he gave the order to start looking for any traces of the missing group, which should be hiding somewhere here. Josh began to talk about how the group should check the situation outside every day, just after noon, but suddenly noticed one of his clones approaching him armed with a knife. Turning sharply, the young man saw how the clone stopped the attack with a knife, and also managed to see the enemy's eyes that lit up. Very soon the monster's entire body appeared, and it became possible to see it in detail. Josh, without hiding his surprise, watched as the monster that had just appeared dissolved into thin air again. This was a completely new opponent who had the skill of becoming invisible, but this incredibly dangerous monster was not alone here. This explained why there were so many dead bodies here, and the group was unable to get out. After all, now both he and his clones were unable to detect the presence of the enemy in advance, finding themselves trapped. The young man's thoughts were interrupted by a new attack from a previously unseen monster. Having failed this throw, the young man struck back at the monster, cutting it into two pieces, after which he told his clones that they would try to break through from the other side. The guy attacked the next monster, but immediately noticed that both he and the other opponents began to use the invisibility skill again. Right before their eyes, everyone who surrounded the rescue group disappeared into thin air in an instant. And while Josh stood and tried to figure out what to do in such a situation, he suddenly noticed how easily his clones blocked the attacks of an invisible enemy. The young man did not understand at all how they did it, where from the outside it seemed that it was very simple for them. Deciding to figure it out, the young man returned control of the body to number 1, and now he has already given him the order to clear the way for further advancement, where his clone immediately rushed to carry out the received order. Josh only had time to note how number 1 successfully blocked the attacks of an invisible enemy, where immediately after this he launches retaliatory strikes, many of which achieved their goal. Having listened and looked closely at the actions of the clones, the guy realized that they were reacting to the sound of the air being cut by their opponents. Watching the clones work, Josh noticed that he actually still had a lot to learn from them. Susan sat on the floor of her small interdimensional capsule and was lost in her sad thoughts. At some point, the girl was brought out of this state by an address from one of her colleagues, where it was announced that the time had come for a daily check of the situation outside. Blake's sister no longer had much faith that a rescue team would ever come for them. But she couldn't voice her gloomy thoughts to the whole team, and therefore she snapped her fingers in order to open the exit from this interdimensional storage facility. Absolutely confident that she would not see anything new outside, Susan headed towards the opening exit. The girl was even afraid to see this empty, snow-covered field strewn with corpses of people from other research groups. But as soon as she approached the exit, her sensitive hearing immediately caught some new sounds. Meanwhile, Josh adopted the experience of the clones, mentally guessing which side the opponents were on and where to expect a new attack. But when number 1 immediately defended himself from a double attack, the young man realized that he had not heard one enemy. But the guy did not despair, deciding that he simply needed more practice in this new matter for him. From the confrontation with this new opponent, the young man realized that these monsters did not have high speed or good defense. With the exception of their invisibility, none of their other qualities pose a threat. And while number 1 was dodging several attacks at once, Josh noticed another significant advantage of his opponent, where we were talking about the huge numbers of this real army of monsters. Of course, during the confrontation, the clones received minor damage, which now did not cause much trouble, but as they accumulated, the clones would begin to weaken one way or another. Therefore, it was necessary to take some measures and somehow escape. And then, right before the young man's eyes, a portal began to open. Immediately realizing that this was the personal dimension of the leader's sister Sapphire, Josh ordered his clones to immediately head towards this saving entrance. Susan, seeing the clones fighting with invisible monsters, at first almost whispered the word human. But within a second she turned around and loudly announced to the whole group that there were people outside. Just like their leader, many no longer believed that they would ever be taken away from here. But looking into the open passage, the whole group was convinced that several people were actually moving in their direction. At that same second, everyone who was in this subspace perked up, beginning to understand that they would finally be saved. The first person to see the monsters approaching behind the rescue group was Susan herself, but soon everyone else also noticed that those who came to save them ultimately lead them to certain death. But Josh himself did not think so, loudly declaring that he came here to save people in trouble, but at the same time he noticed that a little help wouldn't hurt him at all at the moment. Realizing that people needed help, the group leader gave orders to provide support. And so the members of her group, armed, prepared for a new confrontation with the monsters for the first time in many months. Ahead of everyone was a man who forcefully stuck his shield into the snow cover, immediately after which the entrance to the inner space was closed by a field of energy. Another member of Susan's group also activated one of her skills, and as soon as he extended his hand with his staff forward, at that very second magical patterns appeared in the air from which vines began to stretch out. These long vines pierced through the bodies of those who were chasing Josh and his clones. And so the rescue group finally reached the protective dome, where the enemy pursuing them was unable to break through this protection. And after a few more steps, a group of clones were already in between space, rejoicing at their salvation. Meanwhile, Susan ordered the protection to be removed, after which she would close the entrance to her personal dimension. What was accomplished by a man and a girl almost simultaneously, leaving the monster with nothing. Turning to Susan and thanking her for her help, Josh said that he was the leader of the rescue team, even though now in fact he himself had been saved. The entire group he had come for stood and looked in confusion at those who had arrived here to save them. The conversation was started by Susan, who asked the young man whether he was a member of the Sapphire Association, to which the guy cheerfully stated that only partly, since he arrived here at the request of the head of the association, Blake Calderson. Where, after these words, the man with the shield joyfully noted that their boss had not abandoned the group after all. Suddenly, Blake's sister, suddenly perking up, asked if everything was okay with Philip, where Josh himself had to guess that this was the same guy who came out of the portal wounded. And so he answered the girl that the young man was alive, but as far as he knew, he had not yet regained consciousness. Observing Susan's reaction, the young man noticed that she was very worried about the well-being of the group members. But Josh said that the head of the association himself was waiting at the entrance to the Viking Tower, and therefore he suggested getting out of here immediately. Where, to return, he brought with him scrolls for teleportation. But suddenly his impulse was interrupted by the leader of the group, who attracted Josh's attention. Looking at the sad face of the girl, the young man did not understand what was wrong, where she should be happy that the group was finally saved. And then he looked around and noticed that the group consisted of 10 people, where one returned wounded, which means there should be 9 people here, but there were only 8 of them. At some point, apparently having gained determination, the leader of the group suddenly said that she understood the absurdity of her future request. But nevertheless, he wants to ask the rescuer to provide them with one more service. Completely not understanding what was being said, Josh asked what the essence of the request was. And Susan explained that one member of their team died, but she did not want her body to remain forever in this world of snow and ice. Now the young man understood why there are only 8 of them here now. Sympathizing with Susan's grief, Josh asked her to tell her what happened to that girl. Starting her sad story, the girl noticed that it was a real ambush. For a long time the group moved without encountering any monsters on their way. As is usually the case, there was a healer in the group, a girl named Tina, who, relaxed like everyone else, walked at the very end of the column. It was there that she was overtaken by a fatal blow from an invisible enemy. Immediately the man with the shield began to blame himself for the fact that Tina was no longer with them, where he said that he could have shown more attention and caution. Listening to this story, the young man noted to himself that in his case he was the first to be hit, which means the monsters most likely choose the weakest member of the group to attack. And Susan continued, saying that when Tina was attacked, she immediately opened her dimension and ordered the group to retreat. And so all members of the group, holding back the onslaught, covered the retreat of their leader. Because if something happened to her, then the entire group, without the ability to hide in an interdimensional dimension, would be destroyed. Once inside, she immediately reported the emergency using a telepathic scroll. But everything happened so quickly that no one noticed how one of the invisible monsters ended up inside the dimension. Philip, who noticed that someone was clearly approaching Susan, immediately asked for her protection, where the tip of what stuck into his body also activated the teleportation scroll. But as it turned out, not just one, but all the available teleportation scrolls were activated, which created a strong release of energy. This explained to the young man why the group could not move back, and how they lost the scrolls. Concluding this story, Susan said that the portal closed before the whole group had time to reach it, and she could not use it, since her personal dimension would have disappeared along with her, dooming everyone else to certain death. After listening to his interlocutor, the young man, without asking unnecessary questions, inquired about where the body of the deceased girl was. Opening a small window to the outside, Susan showed the guy to the place where Tina's body lay. Assessing the distance, the guy understood that he couldn't do without a clash with monsters, but he couldn't offer Susan to throw her body here, since she voluntarily stayed here only for the sake of her team. After several minutes of thinking, the guy finally said that he would help take the body of the deceased, where Susan herself and the other members of the group immediately expressed their gratitude to him. But Josh immediately added that he, after all, came here to save the group, and therefore, in the event of a real mortal danger, everyone should leave this idea and use the teleportation scroll. The girl completely agreed with this, since new victims were definitely not needed. And then the young man voiced the second condition under which he agreed to help, where the members of Susan's group must provide this mission to his team. Hearing this, the girl resisted, offering to simply provide cover, but Josh immediately interrupted her speech. Looking straight into her eyes, he told Susan not to worry, because in front of her were not real people, but clones, where the leader of the group expected to hear anything, but not this kind of statement. With short steps, the man moved around the office with ordinary office utensils scattered in all its parts. Sitting on the body of a man lying on the floor, the uninvited guest stated that the hunter who caused problems for his team was listed with this agency. And Peter, grinning evilly, added that, apparently, it was no longer enough for Martin to simply be an enemy of the Wolves' unification, where he shouldn't have been involved with this market at all after he was thrown out of that association. But the torturer continued his torture, raising the victim's hand to the crook and saying that he would ask one more time. Starting to twist the joint, the monster asked about the name of the hunter who crippled his people. But the persistent agent sent his tormentor, immediately after which he broke the man's arm, from which the latter experienced incredible pain. He was about to take on the second hand of the intractable head of the agency, but then one of his henchmen attracted his attention. Handing the boss a piece of paper, he noticed that they themselves were able to find the guy's data. Studying the document, Peter said with satisfaction that it was in vain that the man sacrificed his hand, since sooner or later they would have found out information about his employee anyway. While he was giving the order to send people to Josh's apartment, the silhouette of a man appeared in the corridor. The girl heard the men talking about what to do with Martin, as well as about directing people to the place of residence of her savior. Of course, she immediately recognized these people from the Moonstone Association, concluding that things were bad. Here, the agent lying on the floor asked his torturer about the reasons why they were looking for Josh, and Peter answered the question by saying that the first reason was that he had beaten his people. Well, the main thing is that his hunter got into their hiding place and stole all their power crystals. Emily was shocked when she heard this information, because it turned out that the responsibility for everything that happened lay with her. Hearing that clones were standing next to her, the girl tried to say something about illusions, but Josh immediately noticed that they were definitely not illusions. He then proceeded to complete his plan, saying that numbers 4 and 6 with a teleportation scroll would guard the entrance to this dimension, and numbers 2 and 3 will go with him to pick up the body of the dead girl. He once again asked Susan not to go outside herself and not to let any of the members of her group out. Here a man intervened in the conversation, saying that they also have abilities and can provide help. To which Josh replied that he understood the group's mood, but his task was to return everyone who survived safe and sound. Here Susan tried to remember the guy, how he himself ran away from monsters, to which the young man stated that he, unlike everyone else, was to some extent immortal. Concluding this conversation, the young man once again said that everyone must strictly follow the plan he developed, where the leader of a group in trouble had no choice but to agree with the savior's proposal. Opening the characteristics window, the young man thought that for the last 6 months all he had done was increase his characteristics, where he discovered, and had already reached a certain level, the skill of absorbing part of the characteristics of the monsters he killed, which helped him develop so quickly. And now he was already in a state of readiness to rush for Tina's body. He also placed closer one of the vials of potion that Emily had given him with her, deciding that in this situation, all means were good. Turning to number 4, he asked him to give up the weapon he had. And he himself, believing that number 1's body would not return from this task, handed the 4th his cursed sword and a potion for strength. The last order he gave to his clones, who remained guarding the entrance to the dimension, was that they must immediately leave this place as soon as the girl's body was delivered to the dimension. Here Susan said that those monsters that the group brought with them tend to constantly stay in one place, becoming active only when someone appears nearby. And therefore, right now, at the very entrance to another interdimensional dimension, there is most likely a whole bunch of monsters. Having received all the necessary information, Josh, accompanied by his clones, set off to complete the next mission. And now the young man was already outside, having left the safe dimension. Fixing his gaze on the girl's body, the young man assessed the approximate distance to it. At some point, he sharply commanded to start moving, where, together with the clone, he rushed towards the designated target. Well, those clones who remained to protect the entrance to the interdimensional dimension recommended that everyone else stay away from the entrance. The men standing next to their leader continued to insist that they must help these guys. But then Susan said that this place is 40 kilometers from the entrance, where you definitely can't get here just by running away from the monsters. So she urged the group to trust the guy who said he had a plan, where they all just need to believe that he will succeed. Meanwhile, Josh was already beginning to fight off the opponents, who had already sensed the presence of strangers and began to attack. The young man was very glad that he began to be able to independently block the attacks of invisible monsters. Despite the fact that there were a lot of opponents, the young man ordered his clones not to stop advancing. The body of the dead girl was already very close, but there were still many opponents on the way. Destroying enemies and blocking their attacks, Josh quickly rushed towards the goal. Suddenly he heard and felt how one of his clones was attacked from behind and wounded. Josh immediately realized that now those monsters that were on the other side of the entrance to the dimension were probably able to get to them. Deciding that there was nothing more to wait, the young man took out a mana potion and drained the bottle in one gulp. The guy felt the effect of what Emily gave him with her immediately. At the same second, he pulled out his pistol, activating the skill of mana-charged cartridges, where he now had a huge excess of mana. The pistol shot was more like the launch of some kind of intercontinental missile, which destroyed everything that was in its path. A whole crowd of monsters blocking the path to the body was instantly destroyed, and the path was cleared. Susan's group, watching the progress of this outing, was amazed at what non-trivial abilities this guy demonstrated. When the smoke from the shot cleared a little, Josh noticed that he could now freely get to the body. Feeling that he himself could not move, the young man ordered number 2 to take Tina's body. And now number 2, together with his brother in arms, was already wrapping the dead girl in a prepared piece of cloth. And Josh felt how, after drinking the potion, the level of mana continued to grow in his body. Feeling that he would soon literally explode, the young man said that he would distract the attention of all the monsters by clearing the way back. And so the girl's corpse was packed, but the team was already surrounded by monsters from all sides. Realizing that he could hold out for only a short amount of time, Josh ordered his clones to run to the entrance to the dimension. And as soon as the clones were a sufficient distance away, the guy interrupted the pursuit of them by kicking the 1,000-year-old ice, where his blow was simply incredibly powerful and scattered all the monsters that were trying to chase the clones. At the same time, the correctly directed flow of mana helped those who carried away the body to move forward faster without the use of physical effort. And now, they were standing in front of the entrance to the interdimensional dimension, listening to Susan's gratitude for delivering the body of the deceased. Exactly following his master's instructions, one of the clones pulled out and tore open a teleportation scroll. But then the group members began to worry, saying that they should not use the scroll because there was one more person left outside. And Josh, left alone on the battlefield, was already attacked from all sides by hordes of monsters, from whose blows he no longer even defended himself. Susan kept trying to return and help that guy, but the clones inexorably pushed the girl into the portal. The girl screamed and resisted with all her might, but the clones were stronger. And now the disappearance of the very entrance to her dimension was evidence that the group had finally been saved. Taking the number 1 baseball cap off his head, Josh smiled relaxedly and said that they would soon see each other on the other side. Immediately after which, he allowed all the energy that had managed to gather in his body to quickly burst out. The end result of using Emily's potion was indeed a real body explosion. At the same time, next to the bed, where Philip had been unconscious for several months, Bob was peeling an apple. Standing next to the young man, the huge man said that today the association had launched a rescue operation, which should have been completed by now. Meanwhile, events began to unfold in the tent, where Blake and the others were awaiting the results of the rescue operation. The distortion of matter instantly attracted the attention of the man and his assistant, where both of them immediately realized that one of the scrolls available to the rescue group had opened a portal. Shielding himself from lightning bolts and the accompanying air draft, Blake tried to see who was beginning to emerge from the portal. A terrible picture of the past instantly appeared before his eyes, where a seriously wounded Philip appeared from exactly the same portal. Unable to look at what he could see, the man averted his eyes to the side. But when he turned back, his dear and beloved sister was standing right in front of him. Blake looked at the girl with such a look, as if he saw not a living person, but some kind of mirage that was about to disappear, and therefore, he needed to remember it in the smallest detail. Parallel to these events, a little to the side, Josh was stopping the effect of the unifying skill, where he, clutching his head, mentally noted that the feeling of his body exploding was not pleasant. But then, before his eyes, the guy saw a picture where a brother and sister stood opposite each other, not fully believing that they had met again. When Blake stated that Susan had returned, she replied that it could not be otherwise. Immediately after that, trying to hold back her tears, the girl began to joke, saying that she sincerely hoped that her brother would not bring the association into decline while she was away. But the head of the Sapphires was definitely not in the mood for jokes, where he rushed to his sister and hugged her tightly to him. The feeling could not be contained, and salty droplets were already rolling down from the eyes of the brother and sister, one after another. But the girl's face changed a lot when her brother said that he was very glad that the group was returning in full force. At one point, emotions got the best of her, and Susan burst into tears, saying that it was all because of her, and she thought that the group would remain there forever. Everyone who was nearby looked with emotion at this scene of tenderness between brother and sister. Blake thanked his sister for being able to return to him safe and sound. At the same time, the doctor who entered the room was shocked by what he saw in front of him, where Philip, who had regained consciousness, was sitting on the bed and smiling. The rescue operation was completed, and the workers had already managed to assemble the tent and began loading equipment. One of the clones approached his master and reminded him that he had a sword, a potion, and another teleportation scroll. Josh was busy studying his characteristics in the status window, which had increased quite significantly after this mission. The guy was distracted from this pleasant activity by Blake approaching him from behind. Turning around, the young man saw that he was accompanied by Susan, who was already familiar to him. The guy was simply dumbfounded when his brother and sister suddenly literally bowed at his feet, thanking him for what he had done for them. But the modest young man asked Blake and Susan to raise their heads, since he believed that he had only completed a job for which he received a good increase in characteristics. But his interlocutor said that this is disproportionately little, and if the guy ever has any problems, he can always contact the Sapphire Association, where he will receive any help. The young man had no objection to such gratitude. After this, the young man handed the man the remaining teleportation scroll, telling him that the other two had been used to defeat the frost giant and return the group. Looking at the package, Blake said that the guy could keep it, since these were already written off expenses for the rescue operation. But Josh insisted, saying that he was somehow embarrassed to take such an expensive item for himself. And then Blake agreed to take the scroll, which, of course, led the guy to complete disappointment, since he hoped to take it for himself after the man insisted on it again. And the retreating brother and sister discussed the incredible ability of this young man, where Susan told Blake that until recently she thought that by calling themselves clones, the young people were simply reassuring her. Well, the man, looking half-turned at Josh, thought about how strong this guy could become in the future, where the great warrior of the future himself continued to lament over the lost scroll. And so the whole group entered the portal, which led them to the entrance to the Viking Tower, where the young man immediately noted that it was very light here. When asked what the man would do upon returning home, he explained that, first of all, checking the health of the rescued people. After which, watching the coffin being loaded onto the plane, Blake, without hiding his emotions, added that the funeral would also be held. Watching the saddened man, Josh understood the feelings that now captured him. But then the young man's attention was attracted by numerous signals from his mobile phone. There were a lot of messages, but their content plunged the young man into a real shock, where Emily informed her savior that members of the Moonstone Association had beaten and kidnapped Martin, where she decided to secretly pursue them. Addressing the head of the Sapphires, Josh quickly and sharply stated that he urgently needed to come home. And when the guy explained that the degenerates from Moonstone beat and kidnapped Martin, Blake couldn't believe what he heard. In response to the man's question, Josh said that the reason was probably due to his clashes with members of this real gang, which occurred near the hunting area. At that same second, the head of the association took out a teleportation scroll that he had just put away from his inner pocket, telling the young man to use it to move to the place he needed directly. The guy again tried to resist such expensive help. But Blake interrupted his speech, reminding him of his promise to provide any help at any time. One of the members of the Moonstone Hunter Association heard some noise a few meters away. It was in that direction that Emily was, who could not understand why Josh was not responding to her messages. The girl didn't even have time to understand anything, when suddenly a hand with a very good grip was already holding her neck. And now the most vigilant member of the perimeter security was already asking the uninvited guest what she forgot here. While he was trying to understand where he knew this girl from, a teleportation portal opened behind the man's back, from which Josh was already looking out. None of the guards even had time to understand what had begun to happen, and the young man, squeezing the man's throat with all his might, threateningly asked where Martin was. The portal closing against his background only added horror to his already menacing expression. However, the grip was so strong that even if the man wanted to say something, he definitely could not do it. Emily intervened in the situation, noting that now this guard would simply go to heaven, and adding that she knew the place where the agent was taken. Throwing the man's almost unconscious body to the ground, the young man ordered the clones to tie up all the guards, and Emily told the guy that Martin had been taken to the storage room, and also said that there were a lot of guards here. Taking off his warm winter clothes, in which he moved here straight from the plane, Josh told the girl to wait for him here. Looking at his clones, the young man said that he would try to turn around quickly. Meanwhile, the attention of Martin, tied to a chair, was attracted by Peter, who was next to him. Looking at the man's swollen face, the torturer laughed, suggesting that his guest probably even managed to sleep. Peering into his face, the young man asked the man why he decided to get involved in their affairs, despite the fact that there were plenty of other hunter associations around. Then he asked one of the assistants about when the one they were looking for would arrive, to which the big man informed the boss that the guy had flown somewhere abroad and would not be back soon. Looking at Martin again, Peter thought about ordering something to eat then. But then everyone's attention was attracted by strong knocking on the door of the room. Everyone watched in fascination as one metal, turning counterclockwise, cut another metal. And then the doors opened, where a silhouette appeared in the passage and asked those who were in the room if they were representatives of the Moonstone. After which Peter, turning to his recent interlocutor, noted with a grin that he did not have to wait as long as expected. Noticing that the guy appeared alone, the big guy, remembering that there should be several more people wearing masks, rushed to check the territory. To which his boss, completely uninterested, said after him that the man should hurry up. Well, in front of Josh himself, there were already several armed men whose mission was to prevent his further advance. Seeing that Josh had come to save him, Martin shouted with all his might not to put his life in danger and to leave. But there was no stopping the guy, where he whispered for the man to endure just a little longer. Meanwhile, the first of those who were going to attack the young man had already gotten very close. But Josh saw everyone in this room, and his face changed beyond recognition, where he only thought that he would now do the same thing to everyone here that they did to the agent. And so the first opponent, swinging his bat, rushed to the attack. The guy quite deftly avoided this attack, taking control of the attacker's hand. But a moment later, with his free hand, he delivered a powerful blow to the elbow joint, causing it to twist in the opposite direction. And while the first opponent was writhing in pain, the second was already hurrying towards the young man. And then the second man's hand also found itself in a controlled position under Josh's. Peter could not look at this shame of his people, covering his face and calling them useless keepers. Well, the one who had already encountered this guy before, without hiding the horror in his eyes, watched as he crippled his comrades. Not even a minute had passed before the 4 Moonstone members were already in an incapacitated state, and their leader, with a grin on his face, noted that he, of course, expected his people to take a good beating, but did not expect it to happen so quickly. Josh was advancing, but his attention was suddenly drawn to the boss of all those with whom he had to fight here. Peter suggested that the guy just tell him where the crystals were, and then he and his crippled friend could get away from here. To this, the guy stated that, firstly, he did not take any crystals, and secondly, the Moonstone had already crossed the line. After listening to the young man's answer, the leader of the bandits noted that the guy was quite self-confident. Then he pulled out a piece of paper, saying that he had found something about him in the agency's office. Looking at this piece of paper, Peter added that apparently his guest is really strong and has approximately level B. Josh listened silently to what his interlocutor had to say about his cloning skill, where in this he found the reason why the young man fights his henchman himself and does not use his skills. And so, laughing wildly, Peter almost shouted that the illusions that the young man was capable of creating were useless. This is how the boss of the bandits explained that the guy focused on raising his own characteristics, which are truly impressive. After which he added that those masked people accompanying him were also incapable of anything. After listening to everything that Peter said, Josh, calling on the clones, calmly replied that his interlocutor could try to test their, in his opinion, worthless skills. When the clones appeared in the room, those who were unlucky enough to meet them became noticeably nervous. Leaning towards the boss, the main big man noticed that their people outside had most likely already been defeated, which the young man understood even without his participation. Grabbing his weapon, Peter said that he could handle these upstarts alone. To this, Josh immediately stated that his opponent was showing completely excessive self-confidence. And when the master of the clones said that he would really like to see the enemy's skill, Peter, dissolving into the air, said that it was unlikely that the guy would be able to see anything at all soon. A few seconds were enough for no one else to see the leader of this gang. His henchmen stood and thought that this is an incredibly strong skill, where even people with the radar skill cannot detect it. While in a state of invisibility, Peter meanwhile walked around his opponent, thinking that sensing energy would not help him, since his skill hides all traces of his presence. By moving around the clones, where he couldn't see how their eyes were following his movements exactly, Peter thought he was escalating the situation. And while he was walking in a circle, Josh, who noticed his every move, like his clones, was already tired of waiting for the attack, exhaling heavily. But finally, the invisible man decided to rush into the attack, already seeing himself as a winner. It came as a complete surprise to him when his opponent suddenly gave the order to grab the invisible man, and the clones immediately carried it out. Immediately after he was captured, Peter's body reappeared for everyone to see, where he looked at these incredible guys with his shocked gaze, still unable to utter a word. Sitting at a table in a tavern, Josh's friends and classmates were having fun over a glass of beer. Their conversations were about how it somehow happened that they still don't have girlfriends, and that's why they spend time together. At some point, someone raised the question of who and when was the last time they communicated with Josh. The company had already switched to something stronger, where after another shot, Mike said that he had only heard that their friend continued to work as a hunter. To which the others immediately noticed that with a character like their friends, it could be difficult for hunters to work. After all, few people can imagine what that guy is capable of when he gets really angry. Mike immediately remembered one incident that happened back in junior high school. He was then walking home after school, but on the way, older guys attacked him and took all his money. It was at that moment that Josh walked by and saw what was happening. The guy was very angry about this situation, and he immediately attacked those who took the money from Mike. Of course, due to his weak development, he did not win, but only received well. Where the main thing in this situation is how their friend can lose self-control and attack even someone who is many times stronger than himself. He can only endure something in relation to himself, but he breaks down when they do something bad to someone. And this same guy ordered his clones to deal with these bad people and take the crippled Martin to the hospital. But, no matter how strange it was, Peter was not at all worried about the fact that he would now be beaten, where he only asked about how the enemy was able to see him. To which Josh calmly replied that he had just returned from a mission where he confronted thousands of monsters with the same skill. And so the young man, rolling up his sleeves, was already recalling to Peter everything that he had managed to say in this short time. And the first thing Josh noticed was that his cloning skills weren't that bad. One of the clones was already freeing Martin when his master said that he was not only training his physical body. And then, in front of everyone, the guy's body began to be enveloped in energy, and he said that Peter was not mistaken about something. The young man remembered a recent moment when he had just returned after completing a rescue operation, where he received over 200 messages that his performance had been improved. And now, as he prepared to strike, Josh said that he had really great personal characteristics. Understanding everything that awaited him now, Peter tried to stop his opponent by screaming heart-rendingly. But this incredibly strong blow still achieved its goal, where the body of the boss of the Moonstone natives was thrown many meters back. Having flown by, it demolished the boxes standing everywhere, which helped it stop. To the report of one of the clones that one person managed to escape, but they dealt with the rest, Josh replied that there was no need to pursue the escapee, where the first priority was to deliver Martin to the hospital. The agent tried to tell the guy something about his own safety, but he said that the deputy guy shouldn't worry. But then the guy noticed that his opponent could still move, as he began to move and rise to his feet. Peter's thoughts were that the guy's strength was much different from what he read in the report he found in the agency's office. At the same time, all the guys accompanying him turned out to be not as weak as he initially expected. Already almost straightened up, the young man, fixing a concentrated and angry gaze on his opponents, found it impossible to increase his characteristics so significantly in such a short period of time. At that moment, his attention was attracted by a small bottle that was sticking out of his opponent's pocket, and so the villain came up with a new plan, where he suddenly admitted that he had underestimated his new enemy. In response, Josh noted that he had already heard similar statements from his enemies many times. But his opponent's face suddenly became completely serious, where Peter declared that such a mistake would not happen again, and now he would let the guy know what a level B hunter was. Concentrating his energy, Peter shouted that Josh had no idea what he was truly capable of. After what the enemy said, the clones prepared for a new attack, and their owner listened in confusion to everything that his opponent said. While starting a new attack, Peter at the same time analyzed how quickly and accurately he was detected the last time, where he came to the only correct conclusion that these guys determine his location by the sound of the air. Then the young man, using the skill of invisibility, muffled the sound of his movement and began to scatter everything that came to his hand. Watching what was happening, Josh noticed that his opponent had simply underestimated him, instantly changing the tactics of his actions. He also took measures to ensure that no one could hear the sounds of his movement. But the young man, having thoroughly prepared, dealt Peter a very noticeable blow, openly declaring his doubts about the enemy's mental abilities. After all, by raising so much dust, Peter himself created even better conditions for him to be discovered. But the young man, who flew to the side and lay on the floor, only laughed evilly in response to everything that was said. Watching this almost hysterical laughter, Josh did not understand what was the reason for its appearance. And then Peter raised one of his hands, in which he was clutching the potion he had successfully stolen a second before Josh hit. Where the guy could only look in confusion at his trouser pocket, torn open by a blade, and Peter continued to triumph, noting that he definitely knew about some kind of catch, since the guy's characteristics differ significantly from those that were indicated in the agency. Opening the bottle, Josh's opponent shouted that both he and those with him had clearly increased their characteristics due to this drug. Observing his opponent's actions, the owner of the clones gave him advice, suggesting that he abandon the idea of drinking the potion. But the representative of Moonstone, absolutely confident in his rightness, was already emptying the bottle. The potion took effect instantly, and Peter was already receiving messages from the system that his strength was increasing exponentially. And now he was already smugly declaring that he had not heard the guy's last words as he was busy increasing his performance. Looking at his hand with bulging veins, Peter mentally wondered what kind of potion it was that could double his strength in such a short period of time, something he had never encountered before. And so he again turned to his opponent, offering to tell him about who created this wonderful potion, which would allow the guy to leave here with only 2 severed limbs. As Josh began to draw his damn sword, he realized that he only had to hold out for a little while, but with the help of only 2 clones. And so he, looking at his opponent, declared that a pair of limbs suited him quite well, where it was not he who would lose them, but his opponent. Scattering various curses at Josh, Peter quickly rushed to attack the impudent man, and this same impudent one was already ready to meet the enemy rushing towards him. However, the first to stand in the way of the gang leader from Moonstone were 2 clones, accompanying their master in this confrontation. Where for Peter, whose characteristics doubled, it was not difficult to cope with them. Then the master of the clones himself rushed to attack him, but the young man, feeling his ever-increasing power, easily repelled his attack. Josh was able to fully feel the potion's effect on his opponent, feeling the vibration of the sword in his hand after blocking the blow. To the guy's surprise, his opponent did not continue the attack, saying that he did not fully understand the seriousness of the situation, where the information about him studied by the agency concerned not only his characteristics. At the same time, in another part of the city, members of the Moonstone Association neutralized a guard located at the entrance. The leader of this group stated that it was in this house that the Burnett family lived. And now the attackers had already headed inside the building, where the one who led them hurried the others, citing the boss's tough temperament. Gloris and Donovan were quite surprised when someone knocked on the door so late. Asking who decided to pay him a visit, the man opened the door and was truly horrified by what he saw behind it. Having said that he now knew all the information about his family, Peter again rushed to attack his opponent. Inflicting numerous blows, he also says that now it will be enough for him to make just one call for his family to cease to exist. And then his next powerful movement threw Josh several meters back, where he was able to stay on his feet. During this time, both clones, whom Peter had recently swept out of his path, managed to come to their senses. And while he was busy confronting them, the blood from Josh's body managed to sprinkle on his damned sword. And so the young man attacked the leader of the Moonstone gang, who managed to notice the danger approaching from behind. The blow delivered by Josh was simply incredible, and its consequences went far beyond the premises where the fight took place. Peter himself remained unharmed, but his weapon became completely unusable. Once again speaking very rudely to his opponent, the villain activated the skill of increasing the force of the blow. And now this unimaginable force and energy has already fallen on the young man's body. The blow was so strong that the young man's body broke through the wall in his path and stopped outside the room where it all began. Feeling his whole body hurt as if he had been run over by a roller skating rink, the guy tried to get to his feet. Well, Peter, who finally believed in his strength and power, turned his attention to the clones. Having dealt with one opponent, the young man deftly dodged the attack of the second. And within a split second, he neutralized the second enemy with a kick. Josh was still trying to overcome the terrible pain and get to his feet, when suddenly both of his assistants were next to him. Overcoming the frantic pain, the young man noted that the effect of this potion was too good. Emily watched everything that was happening from a hiding place, who could not believe that her savior, who had shown himself so well before, suddenly began to suffer defeat. Having told the girl not to worry, since he had everything thought of, Josh asked about who it was next to her. To which his interlocutor explained that this man ran out recently, but one of the clones stunned him. Their pleasant conversation was interrupted by Peter, who stated that no amount of negotiations, development of plans and strategies would help them avoid death. Josh, who had come to his senses a little, prepared to continue the confrontation, telling Emily to hide. Seeing how the guy stood up, Peter reminded him that his family was being held hostage by him, suggesting that he stop resisting. But the young man did not answer anything, mentally repeating to himself that he had very little time left to withstand. Then his opponent suggested that the guy needed evidence, taking out his cell phone and dialing the number of the group that headed to capture Josh's family. When the phone was picked up, Peter ordered the hostages to cut off their fingers and then send him a photograph. But before he had time to get any answer, suddenly his own hand stopped obeying him and the phone flew to the ground. The young man was shocked by what was happening, not understanding what had suddenly happened to his hand, but his legs could no longer support the weight of his body, literally collapsing under Peter. Watching his opponent fall and lose all ability to resist further, Josh noted to himself that he had finally waited for this moment. He immediately remembered the moment when Emily handed him 2 potions. That's exactly why she explained that one of them leads to an explosion of the body, and the second literally melts and renders the muscles completely inoperable. And so the young man approached his opponent writhing on the ground, who looked in horror at what was happening to his body. Where Josh reminded Peter of his words that he should have stopped using the potion. At some point, the gang leader noticed that his phone was very close, and now he was already shouting into the phone to his interlocutor, who had not yet disconnected the connection, that he should prepare to kill the guy's parents. After which Peter angrily said that now the entire family of his enemy would go to the next world if he did not immediately give him the antidote. But then from the phone speaker he heard a completely unfamiliar voice, which said that he had dialed the number incorrectly. After which Bob, finishing the conversation on the mobile phone of one of the bandits, added that Peter mistakenly called the Sapphire Association. When Josh's father opened the door, he was truly horrified to see who was standing behind it. After all, the man who introduced himself as a representative of the Sapphire Association was incredibly frightening in size. Looking at this hulk, Donovan was barely able to compose himself and show reciprocal politeness, greeting the unexpected guest. Squeezing the intruder's head out of sight of Josh's parent, Bob explained that he had arrived to report that their son had successfully completed the rescue operation and would soon return home. Where, forced to listen to the dialogue between 2 men, Peter's messenger thought that his head was about to explode. Meanwhile, Josh's parents invited Bob to go for tea, which he politely declined, citing being busy. And as soon as the front door closed, the man drew attention to the rest of the gang members, who did not dare to come closer. Continuing to hold their leader, Bob suggested that they go to a more convenient place for everyone to continue the conversation. Everyone who had arrived to harm Josh's family was already unconscious when Bob, answering Peter's call, heard the order to cut off his fingers. And after he informed his interlocutor that there was a Sapphire Association on the line, Bob threw away the phone, calling Peter not the most civilized expression. As he left, the man took out his cell phone and reported to his boss that the problem had been resolved. At the same time, Peter, lying on the ground and hearing someone from Sapphire talking to him, completely ceased to understand what was happening. He had no choice but to swear loudly, uttering a variety of insults against his envoys. But then the side effect of the enhancing potion began to gain momentum, which interrupted the young man's swearing. And Josh stood and silently watched as the body of his recent opponent turned into some kind of dried mummy. Feeling his body drying out and his skin tightening, Peter did nothing but make some inarticulate sounds. Approaching the face of this torturer, the young man calmly declared that if his opponent wanted to live, then from now on, he should spend his energy exclusively on breathing. After which, he raised the withered hand of the scoundrel, telling him never to come near him or his family again in his life. Realizing what awaited him now, Peter experienced the wildest horror, read in his gaze. Emily also watched closely what her savior was doing. And so Josh, telling the guy lying on the ground to remember his words forever, did the same thing with his hand that he did with the agent's hand. Martin was already in the hospital, where he was provided with all the necessary medical care, where one of the clones guarded his peace. A familiar voice coming from the window of the ward attracted the man's attention. It was Josh, who, when asked by the agent why he was coming in through the window, replied that official visiting hours had long passed. When asked about his well-being, Martin explained that there were healers here, and therefore he did not last long in the cast. Then the man drew attention to the wounds of the hunter himself, to which he said that these were only remnants of blood, since the regeneration skill had already healed everything. After which the guy added that these people would never dare to disturb their peace again. Then, changing the subject, Josh asked if he should have his level reassessed, which was surprising for the agent, who recalled that such questions had not previously interested the young man. Then the guy explained that after today's events, he rethought a lot of things, where because of his low rank, many look down on him and think that they can easily harm him. After all, if he had a higher level, then many would simply be afraid to attack him, including Moonstone. To all this, the agent replied that increasing the level would definitely benefit the agency and make its position stable. But he then added that this was unlikely to deter those who would want to cause harm. But in any case, the decision to increase the level or leave everything as is up to the hunter. Soon Josh was sitting opposite the man who was dealing with issues of reassessing the level of hunters. Nimbly working his fingers on the keyboard, this man quickly established that the visitor had an E rank and had cloning skills. And so he asked the guy whether he would participate in the test alone, or whether a group would join him. He immediately remembered the agent's explanation that most take tests in groups, because in a one-on-one battle, the monsters are usually stronger than the hunter. But Martin immediately said with a smile on his face that in Josh's case, there was nothing to worry about at all. And when the guy said that he would work alone, his interlocutor explained that he would need to cope with a monster of a rank higher than his own and provide evidence of victory. But suddenly the young man asked if he could skip the tests for levels C and D and go to B. In his entire career, the man had never heard such a strange request from a hunter. And so he told the young man that an application could only be submitted for promotion of one rank at a time. This was sad news for the guy, who realized that there was no way to speed up the leveling process. And the man, giving the young man papers to fill out an application for a higher level, thought to himself that with such a lousy skill, this guy would definitely fail. He then added that the monster that the young man had to kill was an upright fish, which had very good defense. Not with the most friendly expression, he wished good luck to the applicant for the promotion, where the guy's calmness infuriated him most of all. Watching Josh walk away, the angry man was looking forward to his failure in the test. But the young man did not even think about leaving this room, sitting down at one of the tables standing nearby. He had been sitting at this table for more than 2 hours, which completely infuriated the man, who could not understand why this guy did not go hunting. But the most surprising thing was how at some point Josh rose from his seat and returned to his interlocutor's table. Assuming that the guy had changed his mind and wanted to withdraw his application, the man began to explain the procedure when suddenly the young man interrupted him, saying that he had passed the test. Nothing could surprise this examiner more than such an impudent statement from someone who had never left the premises. Well, Josh calmly repeated that he killed the required monster, which he has evidence of, and therefore requires his registration as a level D hunter. Where, of course, while the young man was relaxing sitting at the table, all the dirty work was hastily done by his clones. Not knowing how to behave in such a situation, the man noted that he did not notice how the guy even showed this room. But Josh insisted on checking the results, saying that confirmation should have already arrived. Turning to his computer, the man actually saw an email sent from the hunting area, which said that a certain Josh Burnett had passed the test. Seeing how his interlocutor's face changed dramatically, the young man asked him if everything was okay. But he couldn't believe what was happening. He asked the guy to wait and intended to call directly to the observation post of the hunting territory. The man who answered the phone asked the soldier whether a certain Josh Burnett had actually passed the test today and killed an upright fish. And then he received a shocking answer that this guy was indeed in the hunting territory today, where he was even recorded by video cameras and killed a level D monster. After this, the only explanation for the man was that this young man simply gave a bribe to someone. Well, watching the actions of what he thought was a strange man, Josh again inquired whether confirmation had been received, where his interlocutor had no choice but to respond positively and raise the guy's level. And so, thinking that this deceiver was able to pull off something unimaginable, the examiner reluctantly congratulated him on his increase in level. While the guy thanked him, the man thought that he would definitely report this story and figure it all out later. But this was not the end, where with an astonished expression on his face, the examiner listened to the guy's request that he wanted to increase the level to C. Having made her way to her hiding place, Emily looked for a long time at the crystals she had hidden. She remembered a recent conversation with Josh, where she offered her sincere apologies to the guy, where the girl said that she stole the crystals from the Moonstone, which is why they attacked the agency and almost killed the family of her savior. Immediately, the guy understood why Peter was talking about returning some crystals. And so the young man stood and looked at the girl he had once saved, which at that moment recalled how mercilessly her interlocutor broke the arm of someone who tried to harm him and his loved ones. She was extremely surprised when Josh suddenly said that he did not see any guilt on Emily's part in what happened. After all, he would have faced these problems one way or another because he had previously given several members of Moonstone a good beating. The young man also added that most likely there is a reason why the girl decided to steal these crystals, where he does not yet know what the Moonstone Association has done to her, but he knows that everyone and everything has their own reasons. And so, throwing a bag of concentrated crystals over her back, the girl decisively set out to solve her problems. Everyone who was in the center of the level reassessment kept their eyes glued to what was happening a few meters away from them, where some guy who never took a step out of this room was upgraded one by one from E to B levels. Deciding that he should stop there, the young man thanked the man and walked away, where the amazed examiner was struck by the words of the leaving guy that was definitely enough for today. Suddenly, this man's colleague, who was sitting at the next table, noticed that the guy had finally decided on a promotion. And when he asked if he knew him, his bespectacled colleague said that earlier, this young man had requested duplicate bracelets to enter the hunting territory. where the bracelet maker was especially active in talking about this guy. Its low level explained the lack of hype among hunters, but now it certainly cannot be avoided. The last thing his more knowledgeable colleague told the man was that he should have asked the guy for an autograph, since he would definitely become a celebrity. A week later, all the media wrote about the fact that a certain hunter rose to 3 levels at a time, as well as about the successful return of the Sapphire Association group. The news hero himself was amazed not by what was said and written about him, but by the amount the Sapphire Association transferred to him. He tried to explain to Blake that this was too much, but he insisted that this should be the payment for completing the task. Josh, of course, remembered a certain contract that Martin told him about, but he didn't think that the amount for its fulfillment was so large. Concluding the conversation, the head of the Sephirovs invited the young man to visit, saying that the entire group he saved would be glad to see him. When the interlocutor turned off the connection, the young man could no longer restrain his emotions. After all, from that moment on, he no longer had to worry about paying hospital bills. The money he received was enough to ensure constant and uninterrupted supply of mana to his sister's body. At the same time, the same amount could have been enough without some other approach to solving his sister's health problem. Where could one hire a healer with level S to treat her? The guy was determined to find such a person, and even by asking him to persuade him to help. The head of Moonstone, Elmer Maddox, was furious, cursing Peter and saying that he was completely useless despite being sent by the wolves. The undertaking became truly dangerous, since the Sapphire Association intervened in the matter, and therefore Elmer decided to destroy unnecessary documents. But suddenly the man's attention was attracted by a woman's voice. And now the head of the association, Fox, who appeared next to him, already stated that, according to rumors, it was the Moonstone who robbed her warehouse with power crystals. The girl was determined, and the man suggested not to get excited and to discuss everything calmly first, since there had been a misunderstanding. But within a second, Elmer, using his Fire Fist skill, tried to deal with the uninvited guest. But Meryl's movement was much faster and much more deadly than he could have imagined. Having inflicted a terrible wound on her opponent, the girl demanded that he shut his mouth, since she was not going to have a conversation with him. After Martin was discharged from the hospital, the first thing he did was visit the Sapphire Association office. Answering Blake's question, the agent explained that his arm would still be inoperative for some time, and then thanked the man for saving his hunter's family. Having said that there was nothing to thank him for, the head of the association clarified that the attackers belonged to the Moonstone. To this, Martin explained that not only Moonstone was involved, since a young man named Peter Stone took part in the attack. Hearing this name, Blake immediately realized that this was the same guy that Josh turned into a living mummy. But the head of the Sapphires was shocked when his interlocutor suddenly said that he knew this very Peter well from his work in the Wolves Association. And while the men were discussing how they could prove the cooperation of the Moonstone and Wolves Associations, Meryl entered the office. Holding some documents in her hands, she suddenly announced that the people from Moonstone were producing a concentrate of power crystals for the wolves. Blake immediately realized that his old friend had already visited Elmer. And to Martin's question, the girl explained that the head of the Moonstone was still alive, and the agent would have the opportunity to meet with him. While Blake studied the documents, Meryl explained that the crystal concentrate was somehow being turned into an enhancement drug. And since the Association of Wolves is somehow involved in all this, getting involved with crystals and everything around them is incredibly dangerous. The legalization of hunters, their licensing, as well as control of territories for hunting were carried out only after the first big breakthrough of monsters. But not everyone agreed with this ordering, where hunters who recognized only freedom and independence began to hide and act illegally, forming a close circle. They enter into illegal transactions, use unregistered weapons, and hunt without permission or license. The attention of the bartender, who, as usual, stood behind the counter and wiped his glass, was attracted by a female voice. It was Emily who brought and showed the man those very concentrated crystals that she had stolen from the hunting territory. The man was very surprised that the girl was able to get them, and she was already interested in how much money all this could be sold for. But her interlocutor's face did not express joy at all, where all he could do was ask for forgiveness. After not immediately understanding what was happening, Emily asked her friend about what he was apologizing for. Well, 2 men in white masks were already approaching the girl, demanding that she follow them. Emily tried to ask the bartender for help, but he only apologized again, saying that he had no other choice. A certain man drew attention to what was happening and noticed that it had become quite noisy here. Then he turned his attention to the masked people, saying that nowadays everyone is out of their minds. And then one of those whom he intensely insulted approached the man and demanded that he get out of his way. This man tried to say something else, but at the same second he received an incredibly strong blow. Looking at the defeated enemy, the masked man only noted that such drunkards annoyed him. And just as he tried to return to continuing to kidnap Emily, he suddenly received such a blow that he could not stand on his feet. And Josh, clearly addressing the girl, noticed that everything was happening exactly as he said. And at that very second, he remembered that evening conversation that took place between them after the victory over Peter. where he told the girl, shaking with fear, that he was not at all angry with her for stealing the crystals and thereby actually exposing him to attack. He then added that Emily is now a member of the VN agency team, and therefore she must do as he says, namely, try to sell the very crystals that she stole. And standing next to the defeated enemy, the young man noticed that the fish had swallowed the bait. Standing in front of the locked door, Norwood listened to instructions that he had already heard many times before. And when it was over, the man standing opposite asked him to understand his hands for the search, to which the head of Volkov noted that checking a level A hunter for weapons is absurd. And when his interlocutor asked if the guest had a weapon, Norwood said that if necessary, he would simply materialize and drop a fiery block on his head. Looking at the changed expression on the gatekeeper's face, the man laughed, saying that it was just a joke. After this, the doors behind the gatekeeper opened, and he said that the seer was expecting a guest. Soon, Norwood was already in a fairly spacious room, where opposite him on some kind of throne a dark figure was sitting. Seeing her guest, the seer greeted him once again in her feminine voice. But the man, smiling ominously, noticed that the seer's words sounded as if she did not expect to see him at home. To which the hooded woman stated, saying that of course she knew about his visit, but her recommendations would not change, where she suggested he retreat. But the head of the wolves reminded her of her own words, that everyone in this world would bow their heads before him, but now she suddenly invites him to surrender. To this, the fortune-teller explained that recently someone had influenced the man's fate, and it had changed. Norwood clearly did not like such news, where he demanded to know the name of the one who changed his fate. But the woman suddenly announced that even she today does not know the answer to this question, where we are talking about a whole group of people. Handing the phone to the man lying on the floor, the mask on his face crumbling into small pieces, Josh asked him to enter the screen unlock code, but his defeated opponent then said that the guy could just kill him right away. However, the young man took a different path, saying that he was not going to give him such an easy fate, but would rather hand it over to those guys whom he and his comrade had managed to upset. After all, those men were very angry with their offenders, and even stated that they would not be able to detect them. Therefore, the question arose about whether they would allow him to leave for another world quickly and painlessly. The ringing of a mobile phone attracted the attention of one of the employees of the Wolves Association. After answering the call, Matt heard a report that they had taken the crystal concentrate. And then he ordered the delivery of the material to the third plant, where he ordered caution in view of the events that happened to the members of the Moonstone. And when Matt asked what was wrong with his assistant's voice, Josh, imitating hissing and crackling, said that he was simply in the basement. Then he again turned to the man lying on the floor, saying that now he would need to go to plant number 3. And when he began to be indignant that his own people would kill him for this, Josh was ready to invite those who were thirsty for revenge right now. Realizing that he had little choice, the bandit tried to call the guy to his conscience, saying that this was not what he promised him for his help. But he had nothing to oppose Josh's words that he only promised not to kill him personally. And so the young man, not without joy, listened to the man's statements that he would do everything that was needed. Already on the street, the guy instructed Emily to convey to Martin all the information they received. Having said that she had done everything, the girl, lowering her eyes in embarrassment, thanked her savior. In response, the young man said that gratitude was not required. As they continued their journey together, Emily asked if those accompanying him were really his clones, which greatly surprised Josh, who thought that at least everyone close to him knew about this. But in response to this remark, the girl suddenly asked him if he himself even knew her name. And when the young man confusedly told the girl that he was simply calling her a chemist, he immediately experienced her violent reaction. When he promised to improve, Emily asked why the guy wasn't accompanied by his clones today, where, having heard this question, the young man only smiled mysteriously. After all, right now his faithful clones were preparing to taste real meat for the first time in their lives as a sign of gratitude for their services. And then the waiter announced that all the dishes were ready and the cafe guests could begin. Taking a piece of the most tender veal, one of the clones put it in his mouth. He immediately felt the fragrant sauce flowing down his tongue and the tender fibers of the meat crumbling from just one touch. Listening to the recording of the telephone conversation, Martin could not help but recognize the voice of the person Josh was talking to. After all, this was the same person to whom he owed the fact that he was thrown out of the Wolves Association. Now Blake has stated that the connection between the Moonstone and the Wolves is obvious and proven. Merrill, who was nearby, generally sorted everything out, explaining that according to the information received, there were only 5 associations that worked with the Wolves. Now the Moonstone does not exist, and there are 4 left, all of level B. Here Martin noted that with such evidence they could try to deal with the Wolves, since their activities in creating drugs are illegal. But the rest of those present immediately said that this was unlikely to happen, since the Wolves themselves do not engage in production, using the hands of others, and they also have good support in the association. And even if you try to intervene, the head of the association will definitely help Norwood solve these problems. Merrill listened carefully to Blake's words that they definitely did not need to rush in this matter. The man also turned to the agent and said that security would be assigned to him immediately. And when the agent wanted to tell Josh to be careful, Blake suddenly said that the guy could do without it. After reading Martin's message about what they had found out, the young man told him not to shine anywhere. Emily, who was nearby, asked Josh about how things were going with the Moonstone unification at the moment. Having said that the problem with them had been resolved, the young man changed the subject, noting that the girl had not yet had time to visit the agency's new office. Saying that she would be pleasantly surprised, the young man invited her to go there right now. Martin, who was already in the office, meeting the young people, said that he himself had just arrived. Walking through the premises, everyone noted how much more spacious they were than in the previous office, destroyed by bandits. Uninterested, Emily watched as Josh and Martin discussed how they would soon become the #1 agency in the country. At some point, the young man turned his attention to the girl, saying that there was a special place for her here too. And so, opening the door to one of the rooms, the guy showed her an impressive chemical laboratory, where he emphasized that they had installed the latest equipment here that would help in the production of potions. The girl moved around her little world, looking at everything that filled it. Getting her attention, Martin said that if she needed anything else, she could always contact him. The man also explained that in the next room, everything is equipped for a full stay, including a place to sleep. Very embarrassed that these young people clearly knew that she had nowhere to go, Emily thanked them for their attention. At some point, the attention of the agency head was attracted by a cell phone ringing. When the man heard what he was told, his face instantly changed. Turning off the connection, Martin, stumbling over his words, quickly attracted Josh's attention as best he could, where he alarmedly stated that the young man needed to go to the hospital as quickly as possible. Standing in the very room where Josh's fight with the Moonstone people and Peter had not long ago taken place, Norwood gazed at the bloody floor. And at some point, without taking his eyes off the bloodstain, the man told someone to come out. At that same second, a certain figure began to grow from the dark spot that had formed on the floor. A second later, this black mass formed into a very ordinary masked man. When asked by Norwood, his spy explained that the leader of the Moonstone was being held captive by the Fox, and all his documents had been confiscated. The man also reported that, apparently, their opponents even knew the location of one of the factories. Frowning, the head of the Volkov Association took out 2 vials from the inner pocket of his jacket. Handing them over to his subordinate, he said that he knew who to use it on. And while the man goes back to where he came from, Norwood noted that if they want these crystals so badly, then he will provide them for them, despite the fact that they have not yet been perfected. The head of the Moonstone Association, Elmer Maddox, was sitting in one of the premises of the Fox Association, chained to a chair. And then, right before his eyes, a black spot appeared on the floor, which immediately began to form into a human figure, and so Elmer fearfully asked why Norwood's personal assistant came to him. To which he, starting to draw liquid in one of the bubbles received from the boss, replied that he had come on behalf of the boss and to save Elmer. Approaching the man, who was already beginning to panic, with a syringe in his hands, the masked man said that there was nothing to worry about. Trying to somehow dodge the injection, Elmer asked to stop, but his guest assured that it would definitely not hurt. Meryl, walking towards her office in Blake's company, said that she did not need protection, to which the man stated that he just wanted to talk to the head of Moonstone. At some point, the girl suddenly said that she clearly smelled burning. Looking around the corner, the man and woman saw the office of the Fox Association blazing on fire, where a certain monster was in the flames. And now Meryl has already rushed to her office, where all attempts on the man's part were in vain. An employee who caught her sweat told her that at some point, a monster suddenly appeared in the basement, which even level B hunters could not stop. This made the girl understand that the attacking monster was at least level A. But there was no answer to the question of where this monster came from, given that there is not a single portal nearby. But when the girl looked at the monster and the flames blazing around it, she immediately remembered the head of the Moonstone and its abilities. There was no doubt that in front of her was the mutated Elmer Maddox. The survivor of the battle with Josh, Peter Stone, lay in the hospital connected to a life support system. Quite quickly, the same masked man appeared next to his bed, saying that this time the young man had lost the battle. He had already brought the syringe to Peter's body, whispering that this would at least restore his ability to move, when suddenly a woman's voice stopped him. Emma, standing at the entrance, said that she did not know the plans of the uninvited guest, but he would definitely not succeed on her shift. Realizing that the girl was not his rival, the masked man instantly moved behind her, saying that in this case he would try it on her. But the movement of his hand was stopped by Josh, who noted that in medical institutions only doctors have the right to administer injections. After which the young man dealt his next opponent a severe blow. At the same time, at the association office, Fox Blake loudly noticed that their enemy was about to attack. Jumping high, he managed to avoid being hit by the attack launched by the one who used to be the head of the Moonstone, where the monster's blow was so powerful that all the buildings around began to shake like a cat earthquake. When Blake asked his companion what level Elmer was, she said no more than 5. which made the man very surprised, because the transformation of a person into a monster, and even with an increase in characteristics, was something new. He immediately remembered everything that Meryl told him when she brought the documents from the Moonstone. Now it became completely obvious that all the information in the documents received was true, as proven by the monster standing next to him. The man noticed that if the wolves were getting rid of witnesses like this, then Peter, who was in the hospital, was also in danger, but the girl reassured him, explaining that she had already contacted Josh's agent. They now had to solve the problem with that monster that was sitting right opposite. Having collected and formed energy, Meryl, without hesitation, was the first to attack the one whom she had already defeated once. But the monster's body seemed to simply absorb the energy that was directed at it, immediately after which the monster rushed at the girl, intending to destroy her with one blow. But then Blake intervened in the situation, and with a movement of his sword, he left the monster without his right hand. From the pain it was experiencing, the monster began to scream loudly, splashing blood in all directions, and the head of Sapphire had already used his next attack. But contrary to expectations, it was not successful, since the monster was able to block the blow with the help of its abilities, where immediately after the defense there was an energy counterattack. Having been thrown back several meters, the man and woman were now absolutely convinced that the person in front of them was none other than Elmer Maddox. Where this became obvious because the monster used the Fire Fist skill, just like Elmer did earlier. However, the action of the monster, which threw Blake and Meryl away, was the last thing he managed to do in this life. Where the head of the association, the Snow Leopard, Harvard Folker, who attacked him, noticed that it was not the place for monsters to run around in the middle of the city. Looking at his colleagues, the man asked a rhetorical question about where this monster came from. And then he asked the approaching Blake and Meryl to explain what was going on here. Meanwhile, at the hospital, a masked man easily blocked Josh's blow, asking him how he even knew about his whereabouts here. But Emma, who had already activated one of her active skills, tried to interrupt this conversation that had not yet begun. But in some way unknown to her, all the girls' attacking actions were neutralized by the enemy, where the masked man said that flames should not be used in the hospital. But Josh immediately confronted him, reminding him that it was he who came to the hospital and was trying to administer some kind of injection that was not included in the treatment plan, where the young man's next blow reached its target and the enemy was thrown back. Raising his head, the masked man noted that the guy was indeed very strong. Emma, meanwhile, noticed that the young man appeared quite quickly, and Josh explained that their new office was just around the corner. And the masked man, who had already risen to his feet, said that he now understood why Peter was defeated in the confrontation with the guy. In addition, the uninvited guest also mentioned that Josh's clones were most likely also somewhere nearby. After this mention, the young man asked the visitor whether he was really going to run away in cowardice. But he did not succumb to provocations, saying that he was smart enough not to fight in a battle that was obviously losing for him. As he disappeared, the man said that they would meet soon, perhaps even in the therapy department for those with mana problems, located on the floor below. These words caused the young man to draw his weapon and attack his opponent. But the attack was not successful, where the masked man finally dissolved into thin air and said goodbye until the next meeting. The monster was dealt with through the joint efforts of the heads of the three associations, and the Fox's office was extinguished. Harvard Fokker, when the whole story was told to him, took steps to draw attention to the activities of the Wolves Association. But some facts still had to be hidden, since questions arose about on what basis a person who had turned into a monster could be kept in the office of the Fox Association. Well, when Josh and the others got to the third plant, there was nothing there. All the people who were involved in crystal processing also disappeared, leaving only the equipment. Subsequently, there were several more reports of monsters appearing in the city, but they were quickly destroyed and not given much publicity. Where absolutely everyone noted that no one had ever met such types of monsters before. Sitting opposite the agent, Josh stated that they needed to think about their own safety, even if it would reduce the effectiveness of the hunt. When the young man spoke about the decrease in hunting efficiency, Martin immediately realized that he was going to use clones, which the young man fully confirmed, saying that there was simply no point in hiring people, and besides, it was just an extra expense. And so he distributed his clones so that one guarded his parents and the office, 2 were in the hospital, and 2 more were engaged in hunting and training. But then the agent reminded the young man that he could no longer summon 6, but 7 clones. Josh, of course, remembered this, but said that he was going to send his number 7 on another matter. And to the interlocutor's question about where, the young man said that to one very useful place for improving characteristics. Clutching a loudspeaker, number 7 stood in the middle of a snowy world. And so, using his device, Josh's clone notified all the monsters present in the area that he was here. And so the hordes of invisible people, who, realizing that there was only one enemy, did not hide much, rushed to number 7. But he already had a potion ready, similar to the one Josh had once used in the Viking Tower. After consuming it, the energy in number 7's body accumulated instantly, after which another explosion occurred. Journalists standing everywhere only had time to photograph the opening ceremony of the academy. The head of the new educational institution joyfully greeted everyone who arrived at this ceremony today. He talked about the goals of creating an academy where it was supposed to train low-level hunters and improve their skills. Well, the student who demonstrates the best result by the end of the school year will receive a prize in the form of a life-giving elixir. Josh, as usual, worked out in the gym, regretting that the agent had forbidden him to bring the heaviest dumbbells here, fearing that the building's ceilings would not hold up. But the dumbbells that were available in the gym were already too light for the young man. It was then that the young man's attention was attracted by a news story about the opening of an academy for hunters in their city. The moment was shown when the head of the academy was talking about what prize the best student could count on. Information about the life-giving elixir could not help but interest the young man, who was constantly thinking about how he could help his beloved sister. The screen showed the academy's facilities, where a voiceover spoke about how high-quality education there is. In the next frame, people appeared with satisfied faces, inviting everyone who wanted to enter the academy absolutely free of charge. When the presentation video was over, Josh asked if the academy was really ready to give away such a rarity as a life-giving elixir. To which Martin replied that he checked the information, and it was absolutely true. But the guy was surprised not only by the fact that such a priceless item was offered as a prize, but also by the scope of the academy's activities, where its branches were scattered throughout almost all countries of the world. To which the agent said that the academy is the brainchild of one of the largest corporations in the world, where the founder of the academy, and therefore the organizer of the academy, is the well-known Casper Fields. But Josh could not understand why such a huge corporation needed to create a completely unprofitable enterprise. To which Martin could not answer, saying that he also got the impression that these were simply attempts to narrow the gap between hunters of higher and lower levels. That's why they recruit according to the principle that first of all, they enroll those who have the lowest level and the weakest abilities. This was not very good news for the young man, where he noted that if only he had known about such an opportunity, he would not have rushed to raise the level. And then the agent said that the guy could take a completely different route, where he could provide the commission with information about many low-level skills. Emily had a hard time holding back her laughter as the young man tried to make excuses about his skills being at a basic level. And Martin noted that someone who has level B usually already has 70 skills, while Josh has no more than 20, many of them at the basic level. Therefore, the young man has every chance to enter the academy and compete for the main prize. An important role can also be played by the fact that Josh, in relation to the country where the branch of the academy was opened, is of foreign origin. The key point was information from Martin that a donation system could also work well here. At the main entrance to Harris Academy, Woody greeted her new student, where the man noticed that he was incredibly glad that such a famous person would study with them, to which Josh replied that he should thank the management of the educational institution for giving him a chance. And when the man said that for the $2.5 million that Josh donated to the needs of the academy, the guy should not be so modest, the young man said that this was the least he could help for such good purposes. To himself, he thought that enrolling for money was very strange, even though this educational institution was not a state one. Of course, the amount of $2.5 billion was simply huge, but he was ready to give all $5 in order to save Rebecca. And his chances were real, since of all the students he was the only one who had level B. But Harris's next words made the guy give up his dreams of easily obtaining the elixir, where the head of the educational institution said that another level B hunter entered the academy in the same way as Josh himself. He did not name the second one, but noted that he was no less famous than his interlocutor. The man standing at the podium introduced himself to the group of students as Professor Stanley Brown. Approaching the learning process with humor, the man said that everyone would curse him if he loaded them with tasks from the very first day, and therefore offered to simply talk about the lesson plan for the coming week. Not listening at all to what the teacher was saying, Josh's thoughts were immersed in the fact that he had some kind of competition for the elixir. But there was nothing to do. He had to fight for first place, and he was determined to win. The professor, meanwhile, finished delivering the information, where some girl was already replacing him on the podium, who loudly announced that today there will be a party in honor of admission to the academy, in which she invites everyone to take part. The young man's first thought was that the party was not worth his attention, where it would be better to devote this time to training. But a second later it dawned on him that the second main contender for the elixir might also come to the party. And now he was sitting among the crowd of his classmates, dryly answering questions about how his confrontation with the Moonstone Association went. Someone asked to demonstrate the cloning technique, to which Josh replied that his clones were now on the hunt. And so, at some point, tired of the questions, the young man asked everyone present to calm down, where he said that besides him, another hunter with level B had entered the academy. Hearing this, everyone at the event began to look at each other, where, observing the reactions of his fellow practitioners, Josh immediately realized that no one was aware of this circumstance at all. Looking at the time, the guy noticed that the second candidate was deliberately hiding his identity, which means he was unlikely to appear at this event. Since he had no other reason to continue being in the cafe, Josh got up from the table and began to say goodbye to the rest of the guys. Several girls were extremely disappointed that the young man was about to leave, noticing that he did not even have time to finish his beer. Then the young man raised his glass and, like his clones, poured into himself everything that was left in it. The girls, without hiding their surprise, looked at how the almost full liter glass was empty in an instant. Well, Josh cheerfully noticed that now he had even finished his beer and could calmly leave. Having said goodbye to everyone once again, the young man headed towards the exit. Throwing on his jacket, the young man noticed that due to the increase in energy levels and characteristics, alcohol completely stopped affecting him. Remembering for a second how once upon a time he spent time with friends, where alcohol flowed like a river and made his head go crazy, the guy decided to simply walk towards the house. Suddenly, some random person asked Josh if a party in honor of entering the academy was being held here. To which the young man responded positively, saying that everything was just beginning there. And when a random person he met asked him why he was going to leave, the young man replied that he simply didn't know anyone there. But suddenly he realized that the voice of his interlocutor was painfully familiar to him, where he was already beginning to take off his baseball cap and hood. And Kiara, standing in front of him, offered to go to the party with her, since Josh knew her for sure. Having experienced truly great surprise, the young man asked the girl what she was doing here. And Kiara replied that she, like her teacher, also entered this academy. Josh tried to ask a few more questions, but his interlocutor loudly noted that it was quite chilly here and it would be nice to drink something warming. Interrupting his questions, the young man looked at his cunning student with a smile. Once inside the cafe, Kiara, watching the bartender serve her the cocktail she ordered, noted that the drink looked very beautiful. Josh tried to say something about how it was too early for the girl to drink, but she immediately objected, noting that she was no longer a schoolgirl. Taking a sip, Kiara made it clear to her companion that she was ready to continue the conversation started on the street. And so, to the guy's question, the girl answered that, of course, she entered a regular university, since he taught her well in her studies. But she ended up in this academy only because becoming a hunter had always been her cherished dream. Kiara then revealed that going to university was her parents' decision, not hers, but she was eventually able to persuade them to allow her to follow her own desires. Having asked the bartender to repeat the drink, the girl added that her parents, of course, at first strongly resisted her choice of the Hunter Academy, but then they finally accepted their daughter's decision. Having finished the story, the girl asked the teacher to tell him what happened to him, and Josh embarrassedly told her not to call him that. Then the girl thought about what she could call the young man. And when she realized that now they were just classmates at the same educational institution, she immediately offered the guy the title Beloved Brother. But this appeal also seemed rather strange to Josh, where after a few seconds he said that the girl could call him the same as before, teacher. Another cocktail migrated to Kiara's stomach, where she said in a slightly slurred voice that she could not contact the young man since his number was disconnected for some reason. And after that, almost lying on the bar counter, Kiara asked to give her another portion of alcohol. But then Josh intervened in the situation, took the empty glass from the girl, and canceled the order for a new cocktail, which caused misunderstanding among his companion. The girl, already quite tipsy, laid her heavy head on the table, and the young man watched her behavior. But at some point, she turned sharply towards the guy and snatched the mobile phone from his hands, from which she made a call to hers, noting that from that moment she again had the teacher's number. When the girl's main mission of the evening was completed, consciousness gradually began to leave her. After looking at the sleeping girl for a while, the young man asked for an invoice. Coming to her senses a little, Kiara felt that she was in motion. And when she raised her head, she was not without surprise to discover that Josh himself was dragging her home in his arms. She hardly remembered how the evening in the cafe ended, and now she was very surprised that she had passed out and was on the young man's back. And while she was thinking about where he was taking her, hoping that it was to his home, Josh noticed that the girl had woken up. To Kiara's questions, the young man explained that she fell asleep while sitting at the bar, and he immediately invited her to continue the journey herself, since she woke up and sobered up. But the cunning girl, only pressing herself closer to the guy's body, said that she was very dizzy and would not be able to walk on her own. Josh continued to carry his girlfriend, who at some point changed the position of her hand on his body, and so she sadly asked the young man why he had never contacted her in the past more than 6 months. She also noticed that even despite the loss of her phone, he knew her address, knew where her father worked, and could get in touch. And finally, Kiara said that she had a strong desire to give the guy a good slap in the face when they met for completely forgetting her and abandoning her. After that, the girl took a pause and suddenly said that when she saw Josh, she could not raise her hand to him. The young man was silent, and his companion continued to note that if not for today's meeting, he would never have contacted her. Without explaining anything to the girl, Josh said that he had a very important matter, which forced him to enter the academy and forget about many, many people. When the girl asked whether he liked this evening, the young man replied that it was the best evening in the last 6 months. And so he told the girl about what made him do what he did, where he was very afraid that something similar could happen to everyone who was close to him. Lowering the girl to the ground, Josh added that at that moment he could and should have concentrated and thought only about his sister. It was for this reason that he had to break all ties so that no one and nothing could distract him. Handing the girl her baseball cap, the guy noticed that not a single action of his meant that the people close to him were not important and dear to him. Only now the girl embarrassedly noticed that they had not come to Josh, but to her house, where she immediately said that in this case, this time she was ready to forgive her teacher. Heading towards the front door, Kiara repeated the young man's words that she was important to him too. And just as she was about to add something, Josh beat her to it, saying that he would never say anything to the contrary again. Where this was exactly what his today's companion wanted to hear. Sitting in his spacious office, Norwood was immersed in deep thought. Then his attention was attracted, as always, by a masked man who appeared out of nowhere and reported the failure of the mission in the hospital, where he encountered Josh. After listening to his subordinate, the head of Volkov noticed that if he knew how high this guy would rise, he would have asked for an autograph at their first meeting. Suddenly, another person appeared in the room, to whom Norwood immediately turned his attention. He asked the approaching young man if everything was ready, to which he replied that he would start next week. Without showing any particular interest, the head of Volkov very coldly noted that the guy would be better off showing good results, which should pay off the efforts to get him into the academy. To which Norwood's youngest son Dave said that his father had nothing to worry about, since he was absolutely confident in himself. To which the man, grinning, replied that instead of words, the guy simply had to get a life-giving elixir. Professor Stanley Brown welcomed students back to the academy, saying they would begin learning basic skills today. Looking a little to the side, Josh noted that he suspected such meetings, but did not think that they would begin literally from the first lesson, where Kiara, who was sitting nearby, about whom the guy was thinking, greeted him with a gesture. Well, the professor continued, materializing a fireball in his hand, the man said that this would be the first skill that they would learn here. He noted that this seemingly simple skill is valued for its versatility, where it can be used both for attacks and for signaling. Josh listened with interest to everything the professor told him about the fireball skill. He was very interested in how the academy was going to develop this skill in them, where he discovered most of his skills by accident. But he will quickly receive an answer to his question, where the professor simply took out balls with skills, which he began to distribute to everyone present. This approach to teaching greatly surprised the guy, and the professor, meanwhile, added that those who have already developed this skill may not come up for the ball. Skill orbs synchronize with the system and give users new abilities. Where to use a skill, you just need to have a sufficient amount of mana. And once skill balls appeared in the hunter industry, it caused quite a stir, as anyone could obtain the most powerful skill in an instant. But the harsh reality was that these balls cost incredible amounts of money. Therefore, only the richest people could afford to purchase skill balls. Everyone expected that skill balls would be able to bridge the gap between hunters of higher and lower levels, but with their cost, they only increased it. And so the academy simply took and distributed balls with the fireball skill to everyone. Holding the skill ball in his hands, the young man could not believe that they were being given this for free, where although this skill was considered the cheapest, it nevertheless cost at least 800,000. Kiara was also very glad that she was able to learn a new skill just like that, absolutely free of charge. Having released his mana into the ball, Josh was immediately informed by the system that he had acquired a new skill, which he doubted until the last moment. Well, the professor was already interested in whether everyone had managed to master the new skill. And when the students responded positively, the man suggested moving to a special training area to practice a new skill. There, Stanley presented to the students a huge ice cube. Everyone in the room was greatly impressed by the size of this ice cube, and the professor had already activated his skill of creating a fireball, where, having thrown it into the cube, the man noticed that always and everywhere, to develop any skill, the best thing is to just start practicing. For those who didn't know, he explained that in the status window, you can always see the level of development of a skill, where the more often you use it, the faster the level will grow. And so the professor finally said that today, they would try to slightly increase the level of proficiency in the fireball skill. After several students, it was Kiara's turn, who was surprisingly able to form the ball on her first try. And after the girl threw it into the cube, the teacher praised her, noting that she was able to create an excellent ball shape. Where the student herself noticed that her basic skill is the formation of energy balls, and therefore the principle of using a fireball seemed very similar to her. Next in line was Josh, who was already in position to throw fire. The other students immediately noticed that a level B hunter was starting the test. And the professor himself noticed that he expects this student to demonstrate completely non-trivial abilities. After all, it's not often that you have the opportunity to watch live how a person with level B uses skills. For safety, Stanley asked all students to move to a safer distance. And so Josh began, mentally instructing himself to calm down and collect the energy of the fire into the shape of a ball. The young man associated the use of this skill with the skill of increasing the force of a blow, trying to release energy. And when the young man finally got around to throwing, nothing came out of his hands. Professor Brown and Kiara stood and looked at who was listed as a level B hunter in confusion. And the guy himself, perplexedly examining his own hand, could not understand why it didn't work out for him. Well, all the other students were already starting to quietly laugh at this epic failure. The teacher called for general calm, noting that Josh had done nothing wrong. Where this situation occurred because he had too much power, and the excess mana simply extinguished the fire of a low-level skill. Turning to Josh, Stanley said that the problem could be solved by simply raising the level of fireball proficiency. Having finished his explanation, the man invited the next student to try the skill. At that moment, Dave appeared in the room, apologized for being late, and asked for the opportunity to be next. All the students in the training room immediately recognized the youngest son of the head of the wolves. The second student, who had level B, was joyfully greeted by the professor, saying that he had completely forgotten about him. Josh was shocked that his direct competitor for the elixir came from the Wolves Association. Dave once again apologized for being late and for cutting into the queue. Stanley asked him if he received a ball with a skill, to which the guy replied that he had already developed this skill. Where, a second later, Dave sent a fireball into an ice cube of incredible size. Josh was amazed by such mastery of the skill, where its use simply created the effect of a real explosion. When the action was over, there was no trace left of the cube, and Dave asked whether such a skill was enough. Pointing to the guy who was drinking water nonstop after using a fire skill, the professor said that this is the result they should all strive for. Well, Dave, glancing at Josh, noticed that for a level B hunter, such use of the skill should not be difficult. This is how the very first lesson at the academy turned into a complete failure for the master of the clones. This story plunged the guy into severe depression, where he refused food and found himself an absolutely useless creature. The friend tried to calm down and bring Kiara to her senses, recalling the words of the professor that the skill needs constant practice. And these words suddenly made the young man raise his head. And the girl continued, saying that the young man just needed to practice well until next week, where she could help with the formation of balls. And suddenly the guy jumped up from his seat, saying that regular practice is not a problem for him at all, where he will use his basic skill for this. And now he has already used a unifying skill, with the help of which he contacted numbers 5 and 6, who were engaged in hunting. After making sure that the clones also received the fireball skill, the young man ordered them to try using it. And so both clones, without any difficulty, materialized fire in its most varied forms. This alone once again led the young man into complete despair, where even the clones were doing great, unlike him. But Josh immediately forced himself to pull himself together, since he didn't have time to envy the clones. Mentally addressing all his clones, he ordered to use the fireball skill constantly, as long as the amount of mana allowed, where the ball could not even be thrown, but simply created and maintained. Well, the young man allowed numbers 5 and 6, who were constantly hunting, to throw fireballs at their opponents. Recalling in his memory all the ridicule that flashed after his failure, the guy already saw the moment of his triumph. After all, he had a huge advantage in terms of raising the skill level, which is only possible when using it. What his clones could do around the clock and in absolutely any place. Moving the fireball to his other hand, the young man allowed Kiara to help bandage his burned hand. And when she asked him why he created the ball with his right hand when he had just burned his left, the young man explained that he needed to train. To which the girl surprisingly reminded him that as many as 7 clones pump up the skill. But Josh said that he had long ago decided to keep up with them, no matter how difficult or boring the activity was. He also thanked the girl for her recommendations regarding the formation of the ball shape, where after awakening the basic skill, Kiara also spent a lot of time training to create the form. Josh listened with interest to everything that the girl told him about how she tried to put force into her hand, which was wrong. Having finished her story, the girl offered to go to class so as not to be late. Professor Brown happily greeted his students at the new lesson, asking if everyone was practicing the skill. While he was talking about how they would continue to hone their mastery of the skill today, the students in the room happily greeted the level B hunter, where these words of greeting were addressed to Dave, who really enjoyed such attention. As Josh passed by, Norwood's son made a mental note of what had already shown him the huge gap in skill between them. After all, he specifically waited for the moment when the young man finished trying his skill, immediately after which he captured everyone's attention by demonstrating what enormous power he had. And once again, it was Josh's turn to demonstrate the use of the skill. And while Dave was thinking that he must suppress anyone who stood in his way in pursuit of the elixir, his opponent had already begun to form a fiery bunk. There was a real explosion in the training room where the practice was taking place. Professor Brown could not believe what he was now witnessing with his own eyes. After all, the one who a few days ago could not squeeze out both himself and the pathetic Cole now destroyed the ice cube with one blow. Looking at the amazed Dave, Josh noticed that he had heard somewhere that this should be the norm for level B hunters, and therefore he trained a lot. The other students in the room also did not understand how this guy became so strong in just a few days. And so the teacher was full of words of praise, and the young man explained that his motivation was the way Dave showed his abilities on the first day, where the most unwitting motivator could only bite his lips in anger. When the classes were over, Kiara asked her friend to be careful in the future when training skills because she might not be around to help bandage the burned limbs. To which Josh immediately replied that everything was fine with his arm, which was injured last time, and so he showed his completely healed hand, saying that his regeneration skill works perfectly. A male silhouette watched from around the corner as the young people talked and said goodbye. Well, Josh, moving away from his girlfriend, noticed that by next week he would already be able to reach level 20 in the fireball skill. And then Dave, peeking around the corner, suddenly asked the young man what he wanted, where Norwood's son was ready to fulfill his every desire. Looking at his interlocutor, the owner of the clones did not even immediately understand what he meant. Standing directly in front of Josh, Dave was more specific, asking what his opponent wanted in exchange for stopping fighting for the elixir. And when Dave said that nothing was more important to him than this elixir, his interlocutor replied that it was the same for him. Walking around the young man and continuing on his way, Josh told him not to waste his time, since he was not the only one who might need the elixir. Without even turning around, Dave muttered through gritted teeth that Josh would regret his decision. To which the owner of the clones addressed his interlocutor with an obscene gesture, accompanying this with the words that not one of those who tried to threaten him ended their life's journey well. But the man from the Wolves Association apparently needed the elixir no less than Josh, where he became truly furious when his plan failed. Handing the bottle to the young man, Emily said that she had prepared new portions of the potion. Thanking the girl, the guy noticed that, among other things, the clone's use of the potion regularly raises the level of his body's ability to resist poisons. Well, his interlocutor suddenly noticed that as she brewed potions, her skill level increased, and the side effects gradually disappeared. She clearly didn't understand Josh's remark that the side effects were the most valuable thing in potions. The girl was very angry that the young man valued her potions only because they had various side effects. Changing the subject, the young man asked Emily if she had heard about how it all ended with the exposure of the wolves. And so he told her that the whole story had to be hushed up, and therefore the wolves did not suffer much, where they only had to close one of their production facilities. Taking her place, the girl noticed that they might someday have a new opportunity to deal with them. Josh has long been interested in what connects Emily with this organization, around which there are so many not very pleasant rumors. Deciding to find out a little more information, the young man asked if she knew who Dave was, to which Emily immediately replied that he was the second son of Norwood Atkinson. This was news to the young man, who had no idea that he was dealing not just with a native of the wolves, but with the heir of their leader. And so he asked the girl to tell him everything she knew about him. And she said that Norwood's first son was not gifted, but Dave was awakened even before he went to school, where because of this, the press regularly wrote about him as a future heir. But at some point, the journalists seemed to simply forget about him, and he disappeared from all screens and magazine covers. While mixing another potion, the girl noticed that his skill was like a secret code in a computer game for immortality or endless resources. And when Josh asked for clarification, Emily said that any skill this guy learned instantly reached the maximum level. To this, the young man said that this is a really serious skill that elevates him above many. Remembering how Dave used the fireball, Josh immediately understood the reason why it was so powerful. Looking at the bottle of potion he received from Emily, the guy understood that he needed some kind of plan in order to beat a serious competitor. The man asked his partner what he meant by what he had just said, and he, calling his comrade to silence, explained that today they would definitely get the prey without any hunting. And so, he drew his friend's attention to how Josh's clones were hunting very close to them. But he clearly did not understand what his comrade wanted to show him, stating that these were just clones of the well-known hunter. Then the man asked him to look at the prey that was shot by the clones leaving the hunting site. And then his interlocutor suddenly realized that his partner was offering him to simply steal this loot. He was doubtful, but his more observant interlocutor noticed that the clones call the collection team only at the end of the day, where until that moment, the corpses of monsters were lying around unguarded. At the end of the hunt, the clone contacted the corpse collection team and reported where the monsters needed to be collected from and in what quantity. But the clone was very surprised when the cleanup team arrived at the indicated square and reported that they had not observed a single corpse. Having received the information, Number 5 told the group that he would now report on the situation. His call found Josh in the gym, where he was doing hundreds of repetitions trying to feel at least some muscle strain. Of course, he was greatly shocked by the news that the corpses of all the monsters they had hunted today had disappeared. Where, looking around the area, Number 5 said that, apparently, someone simply stole them before the cleanup team arrived. This is clearly evidenced by both the traces of someone else's shoes and the trace of the corpses being dragged along the ground. After listening to the clone, Josh ordered to track down and catch the thieves, but not kill them. Well, those who pulled off this whole combination stood and concluded that they were now rich. The initiator of this whole event said that they would not be able to be tracked if the corpses were sold on the black market. Their dialogue was interrupted by a call to the mobile phone of the organizer of the theft. When he asked who was calling, he heard a familiar voice saying that he was the one who taught him how to get rich. After which, the caller asked whether everything went smoothly for the men, to which the thief replied that they managed it, where at present the clones, most likely, had already raised a real panic due to the loss of their loot. Instructing them to continue in the same spirit, Dave turned off the connection, noticing that Josh had not changed at all, also continuing to leave the loot within easy reach of thieves. The guy remembered that first news, when an incredible shooter suddenly appeared on the territory for hunting hare. Initially, no one knew anything about him, except for the strange nickname Eagle Eye, but when information about Josh's clones spread, everyone immediately realized that it was one of them. Then, during numerous discussions, people came to the conclusion that clones are like robots that perform assigned tasks with maximum efficiency. And so Dave realized that efficiency-focused clones would not contact the corpse collection team until they reached the maximum that such a team could collect. And protecting the place where the corpses of monsters are located, clones consider it a waste of time. And everything would be fine if we were talking about cheap corpses, but now Josh was deprived of significant income, where Dave was counting on the fact that at great losses, the guy would agree to his offer to refuse the elixir for a decent fee. Having reached the agency's office, the young man sat down on a chair and exhaled tiredly. When asked by Martin, he explained that someone had stolen all the corpses of the monsters that his clones were hunting today. Previously, such things happened, but only clearly by accident, but now the theft is clearly well planned. When Josh told all the details of what happened, the agent agreed that it really looked like a planned action, and then pictures of the recent past flashed through the young man's head, where he also ordered his clone to pick up the dead monsters, despite the fact that they were not his prey. The guy didn't know what to do in such a situation, because clones couldn't constantly carry mountains of corpses with them, or waste time constantly guarding them. But then Martin remembered that the young man could very well ask a person with the storage skill for a favor. Susan, hearing the familiar voice, quickly turned around. Without hiding her joy, the girl greeted her savior, scolding him for not appearing for a long time. At that same second, the entire team turned their attention to the guest, some of whom were already familiar with him after the rescue operation. But the young man said that he came today for a reason, where he had a small request for the girl. Soon they were already sitting in a cafe, where Susan was very surprised by the request to help Josh with learning her interdimensional skill. The guy told how he had previously discovered new skills with the help of meditation, and believed that he could repeat the same with subspace. But his interlocutor, having taken a sip, suddenly said that nothing would come of it. Then Josh began to apologize for such an impolite request, but Susan stopped him, saying that she would not mind teaching him at all, but it was basically impossible. Where she immediately explained that the basic skill acquired by someone after awakening cannot be learned by others. Where, in the same way, no one will ever be able to study and master his unique cloning skill. Then the young man noticed that there were people with identical basic skills. As an example, she cited teleporters, where each has a different maximum distance, reload time, and other characteristics. And now, hopeful Josh was already listening to the girl's words that he could very well acquire a skill that was not exactly the same, but similar to the one she had. You can always check your skills for creating interspatial dimensions in the Best Skill Company. The main office of the Best Skill Company was located in the United States in New York City. Josh was counting on Susan to accompany him on this trip, but in the end, he ended up visiting the Americans alone. The first thing the young man realized was that he did not understand a word of what the people around him were saying. Then he used the translator built into the bracelet, which allowed him to communicate with anyone in any language, where he had already encountered misunderstandings while passing through the airport. Rising to the desired floor in the elevator car, the young man remembered that the unifying skill he had once purchased was also produced by the Best Skill Company. As soon as the elevator car door opened, the young man was immediately greeted by a pleasant-looking girl, who introduced herself to Josh as the executive director of Best Skill, Isabella Grant. Mentally noting the beauty of the girl meeting him, the young man shyly greeted him. And so the door to the Holy of Holies was opened, and Isabella invited the young man to go into their world of skills. With a deft movement of his armed hand, Josh's clone pierced the monster's head. Leaving the weapon in the monster's head, he had already begun activating the skill of throwing fireballs. And then the monster's body was instantly engulfed in truly hellish flames. But immediately after this, the clone used the skill again, sending several fireballs in other directions, where each of these fiery projectiles hit a very specific target. The monsters were dealt with, and the clones continued to advance in search of their next targets. The thieves hired by Dave were annoyed that the clones were using fireballs so liberally, leaving almost nothing useful for sale on the corpses. Having collected what else could be sold, the men tried to understand where the clones had gone, since the noise that usually accompanies their hunt could not be heard. Well, then they saw several more hunters gathered near another mountain of burnt corpses. As they approached, the thieves, in a rather rude manner, began to inquire about who gave the hunters permission to take these corpses, where in fact, the man understood perfectly well that this group was doing the same thing as him. Meanwhile, the trio was not going to just give up, telling their opponent to watch his language. Realizing that wasting time on a violent confrontation was stupid, the man threw his bag and offered to simply divide the easy loot equally. His partner did not understand why he decided to do this, but did not strongly resist. In addition, all those gathered understood that if other lovers of easy prey appeared, it would be much easier for the 5 of them to defend theirs. And so the second group of hunters agreed to the proposal, saying that the idea of unification was really good, and now the accomplices were already leaving the territory for hunting, passing through the portal. But suddenly one of the thieves, peeking around the corner, noticed the Josh clones there. He began to panic, because usually the clones immediately after the hunt left for training, but his comrade called for calm, since all the corpses had already been sold on the black market. Deciding to behave as naturally as possible, the men simply continued on their way. But suddenly, both in front of one and in front of the second part of the team of thieves moving away in different directions, knives stuck into the wall. The clones approaching them told the hunters the characteristics of the shoe prints that they found at the sites where the prey was lost, after which they said that they had several questions for the gentleman hunters and therefore asked to go with them. But the man, who was not going to admit anything, suddenly shouted that clones had no right to simply throw knives at other people. He wanted to call the guards, but the clone turned on the speakerphone, where Emily told everything that the thieves were doing, selling the corpses of monsters on the black market. After listening to the girl, the man noticed that no one has or will have any evidence that he is here. To which the girl replied that she was currently directly on the black market, where she stands right now next to those monsters that the thieves sold, and she is ready to deliver the corpses in order to compare the type of weapon with which they were killed. And when Emily finished, the clone added that now he could safely call the guards. Looking at the hunters who had united in a group to commit thefts, the clone asked what they intended to do. The group did not resist and calmly followed the clones, as they asked at the very beginning. There, the clones reported that their owner had also once made a similar mistake, taking someone else's property, and therefore conveyed that he perfectly understood those who took his prey. And if they are ready to return the money for the sold corpses in full, no one will know about what they did. And when the man asked why they didn't simply call security to return the money, the clone explained that returning the corpses, conducting examinations and investigations would take too much time. After listening to the clone, the man said that from everything that was said, he still couldn't understand something. Namely, where did some clones get the right to offer at least something to level B hunters? And now he has already expressed his proposal, according to which the clones will now die, and the black market traders will sell the goods, and no traces will remain. His partner expressed some doubts about this idea, but the man insisted, saying that eliminating the clones would not even count as murder. Drawing out their weapons, the clones unanimously said that this solution to the problem suited them just as well. When the connection was turned off, the girl looked at her cell phone for some time, chasing thoughts about whether the clones would cope further on their own. She then turned to one of the traders, asking if he knew the people who sold him these corpses. And when the merchant replied that they were 5 B-rank hunters, Emily said that they stole this loot from Josh Burnett. After this, the merchant expressed strong indignation that they dared to sell him stolen goods. But Emily asked him not to play this comedy, since everyone knows that almost all goods on the black market are stolen. Meanwhile, Josh himself was in the main skill ball production laboratory. Showing this part of their building, Isabella noted that their company has about 80% of the world market in this area. Then the girl started a conversation about how the guy learned meditation and breathing skills on his own, which he immediately confirmed. He was very surprised when Isabella said that in exactly the same way, one could learn, for example, the fireball skill. Here the young man thought about the fact that really anyone can take and learn any skill they want, where there is no point in spending a fortune on its purchase. As if reading his thoughts, the girl, having created an energy ball, explained that learning skills on her own was an incredibly difficult task. After all, you need to learn how to correctly collect and then maintain the right amount of energy. Where an ordinary fireball can take a person from a couple of months to several years, where there is nothing to talk about any more powerful skills. For this reason, people buy skill sets that are linked directly to the system, and therefore anyone can immediately start using the skill. And since the balls are quite difficult to make, the price for them has become corresponding. But, getting to the point, Isabella noticed that the young man was looking for a skill between the spatial storage, where they still had one ball with such a skill. The young man approached the ball, which contained the skill he so badly needed. But all his hopes were dashed when his interlocutor mentioned the amount of $14 million, where she noted that this ball is one of the cheapest in its category. However, this did not at all reassure the young man, who noticed that the price was completely unacceptable for him. But then Isabella said that there was one option in which she could give the guy the ball completely free of charge. This caused a whole storm of emotions in Josh, where he simply asked the girl to say what she wanted. Suddenly, Isabella approached her guest, and gently running her palm over his cheek, said that she wanted to get his body. The beaten group of thieves found it impossible that they, level B hunters, were losing to some clones. And the clones themselves, who did not have a single scratch on them, stood and watched what their opponents would do next. And so the enraged man tried to deliver another blow, which the clone easily dodged. A girl standing nearby fired her bow at the clone that flew into the air. But she was shocked when he easily repelled this attack with an ordinary knife. Two more guys tried to attack another clone, which they didn't do very well. But the clone managed to strike two of his opponents at once in one simple movement. There remained one more member of the gang of thieves, who was already beginning to gather the energy of his staff for an attack. It was a good burst of energy, which, however, did not cause any harm to the clones. Having landed, one of them aimed his knife, which cut the bowstring and left the girl unarmed, and his partner was already behind the man with a staff. Realizing that now he could simply say goodbye to life, the failed Merlin raised his hands, saying that he was giving up. The main organizer of the theft of the clone's loot sat on the ground, not understanding how they still managed to lose. Looking at the clone who approached him, the man thought that this was a clash with real monsters. Reluctantly, he admitted defeat and said that he was ready to give up everything they had earned through dishonest means. To this, the clone said that the money needed to be transferred right now and was already beginning to dictate the account number. But his speech was unexpectedly interrupted by an incredibly strong blow that sent the clone flying far away. And then Catherine Mack, who was a level A hunter, appeared on this battlefield and cheerfully declared that crime would be defeated. Feeling the girl's hand on him, Josh didn't quite understand what she wanted from him, calling her behavior a little strange. But Isabella immediately clarified that she meant his clone, which, according to rumors, you can even touch. Where all she wanted was to conduct research on one of the clones, in exchange for which she was ready to give the guy a ball with the skill of interdimensional storage. Isabella explained that all the cloning skills that were known about created only illusions, and therefore it was difficult to believe that Josh was creating real clones. And while information about this ability of his is not yet widely spread, she wants to make a deal with him. And when the young man asked why she wanted to study the clone, the girl replied that she needed it to create the corresponding skill. After all, in order to create a ball with an imitation of a skill, they need to learn all the intricacies of the original skill. Isabella also explained that it is impossible to fully understand the basic skill. But Josh was shocked when she said that it was quite possible to create some kind of degraded copy of the basic skill. And so, the young man looked at the ball he really needed, with the skill of interspatial dimensions, thinking about what to do. Where he did not yet know whether it was worth 14 million, that many similar skills of his would appear on the market. When Josh asked how a copy differs from the original, he heard that there are usually more limitations in application. As an example, the girl cited Susan's familiar skill of creating an interspatial dimension, which, for example, has no restrictions on entry and exit. But the skill that is contained in the ball is different, where no living creature can enter the subspace except the owner and the creatures summoned by him. Therefore, in the event of successful copying of the cloning skill, there is a high probability that some similar restrictions will apply. A few seconds later, Josh delighted Isabella with his words that he accepted her proposal. But he immediately indicated that he had some conditions regarding their cooperation, and if his interlocutor accepted them, he would call the clone immediately. Having received an unimaginable blow, the clone lay several meters from the place where he did not have time to dictate the account number, and suddenly he stood up sharply, taking out a knife and preparing for further battle with a new enemy. Katrin was quite surprised that after such an attack the clone remained conscious and was even preparing to continue the fight. The man tried to ask the girl who she was, to which she stated that she was just a hunter for justice and recommended that he take his friends and quickly get out of here. The team of thieves, thanking the savior, took advantage of her mercy and hastily retreated from the battlefield. But the escape of the hunters was interrupted by another clone, standing in their way. He reminded the thieves that they must remit money for what they stole and sold on the black market. But then, saying that it was not for him to decide, Carton attacked the clone, swinging her formidable weapon. She tried to strike the clone, but he dodged it quite quickly, making the girl surprised. However, it was not for nothing that she had a level A, where the clone could not even expect a second strike, which achieved its goal, throwing him several meters back. Fortunately, the clone managed to put his hands under the attack and was not seriously injured, and the fleeing thief looked in surprise at how easily his savior resisted the clones. Approaching the girl, the clones said that they must recover the damage caused and asked her not to interfere in the situation. For some time, Catherine simply silently looked at those whom she had to confront. But at some point she stated that the clones did not know their place, where she immediately rushed to attack first. After striking one of them, the girl activated her magical weapon, and then a barrage of fire literally pierced the body of her opponent. She herself cheerfully stated that there was no point in compensating the harm, because today they are all here and will remain. Meanwhile, Isabella listed the terms of the agreement reached, where the clone is provided for 3 months. If it is destroyed by the experiments, Josh does not issue a new one, and the company does not charge him the cost of the ball. The young man confirmed everything the girl said, asking him to also prepare clothes for the clone and turn away. To which his interlocutor said that she would soon become confused about the terms of the deal. After showing off the clothes, she asked the young man to summon one of his clones, which Josh immediately implemented by calling one of the clones, who was not busy in any business, where he threw him the prepared clothes, ordering him to put them on himself. When the clone was already dressed, Isabella turned around and expressed her admiration, noting that she had never hoped to meet a real living clone in her life. And Josh explained that you can just call him number 7. Where initially he was supposed to be raising the level of his characteristics, but due to the correction of the composition of potions, he can no longer blow himself up. Fulfilling her part of the deal, Isabella gave the young man an orb with the skill of creating interdimensional storage. And when she asked the young man whether he needed a switch, he said in a satisfied voice that of course he didn't. And so Isabella congratulated her guest on acquiring a new skill. And while Josh was looking at his hand, which just a second ago had held the ball, she suggested that he try the skill immediately. Gathering energy, the young man activated the skill, where at that very second, the matter right before his eyes burst at the seams and a passage into his dimension opened. Looking at the passage, the young man noted that, in general, it was very similar to what Susan used. After walking around inside and bumping into the walls several times, Josh realized that there was much less space than Blake's sister had. But even despite the small area, using the skill actively consumed mana, which was not an obstacle to simply storing monster corpses. When the girl asked how Josh found the skill, he replied that he found it ideal, where the only thing left to check was how the clones could use it. This statement shocked the girl, who could not even think that clones could use all the same skills as their master. And then number 7, right before her eyes, opened exactly the same rift in matter. And Josh, when asked by Isabella, replied that his clones cannot use only his cloning skill. Listening to the guy and watching his clone, the girl noted to herself that this skill was simply incredible. Well, the young man is already assigned number 7 to try to go inside this dimension, which he did easily, but at the same time appeared behind his master, emerging from the rift that Josh had opened. When he asked the clone why he came out of this rift, he referred to the owner's order to go inside. After thinking a little, the young man realized that the interspatial dimension would be a single one, where both he and his clones could simultaneously open a passage into it, where this could even be used to move to the desired points. But suddenly the young man's thoughts were interrupted by a certain object appearing from the portal, which flew straight into number 7's head. Looking around, Josh could not understand where this strange object had come from. At that same second, the enraged Katrine could not understand what skill the clone used, and where her weapon suddenly disappeared. To which the clone replied that throwing his bat was not the best decision, where the weapon is now in their dimension. Josh, meanwhile, was trying to revive the number 7 he had just summoned, who said that he was still alive. Closing his eyes, the young man noticed that he would immediately take measures to take revenge on the killer. Watching Josh emerge from a rift in matter, clutching her weapon in his hand, Catherine noticed that she had not at all expected such a turn of events. Looking menacingly at the girl he did not know, the young man asked the clone if she had thrown what he was now holding in his hands. Catherine continued to observe the actions of the clone owner, who appeared completely inopportunely, where the young man looked at one of his clones, which after her attack lay motionless on the ground, but did not disappear. When he asked him how number 6 was feeling, he said that he was still alive, but could not move. After thanking the clone for his excellent work, Josh called him back. And while the young man called the clone away, the other told about everything that happened here, where they tried to take back what was theirs, but this girl intervened. Removing the weapon remaining after the disappearance of number 6, the guy noticed that he was already very tired of the arrogant upstarts interfering in his life, where his opponent considered such a statement to be incredible impudence on the part of the owner of the clones. But Josh was of little interest in what she thought and said, where he asked number 5 to back him up. And so the young man with the most serious attitude began to approach his new opponent. Reading the message about the complete failure of the mission and the request not to write to them anymore, Dave sat and thought that he had contacted the wrong people. Hitting the table with his fist, the young man could not believe that his 2 combined teams of 5 could not cope with Josh. The only consolation was that he sent Katrin as backup. At the same time, his messenger, without straining at all, stopped a knife blow from the clone with one hand. With her other hand, the girl blocked the blow with her own weapon, which Josh was trying to deliver, simultaneously declaring that he and his clones thought too much of themselves. The young man himself was very surprised at the ease with which his opponent repelled all his attacks. Well, Katrine, starting a counterattack, shouted that level B hunters could never compete with level A. The blow was so powerful that the ground under the feet of the opposing sides gave a huge crack. Josh and his clone, who managed to jump in different directions, were able to avoid the impact of this force on their bodies. Well, the girl, annoyedly noting that the enemy managed to dodge, resolutely approached the young man. Watching the approaching opponent and the consequences of her attack, the guy noticed that she most likely has level A. But at the same time, the hand on which he struck was obviously injured, which gave at least some hope for the outcome of the battle in his favor. Suddenly the girl raised that same wounded hand, around which some energy began to gather. And so she asked the enemy to return her weapon to her, where a kind of eye on the bat immediately began to glow. Not even a couple of seconds had passed when the bat Josh was using suddenly flew out of his hands as if by magic. And when it ended up in the girl's hands, she sarcastically noticed that this was a high-quality weapon made to her order. And while she was making fun of the guy, declaring that now I didn't even have anything to fight with, Josh was thinking about what kind of weapon this was that was so attached to its owner. Deciding that it was necessary to use all possible resources against such an opponent, the young man activated his new ability of interdimensional storage. And then, from the cracks in matter and space that appeared, his other clones began to appear, and Josh himself told his opponent not to worry about what he would use to fight. But Katrin was not very afraid of the help that appeared, only grinning and saying that someday the young man would run out of clones. Having handed over the cursed sword to his master, the clone also handed him some small package, saying that they had brought everything he asked for. And when the clones informed Josh that the third number remained for backup in the hospital, the young man, starting to collect energy, noticed that now he could turn around to the fullest. But his desperate opponent was not afraid of anything at all, where she shouted that the clones could attack her. And they did not keep themselves waiting long, fulfilling their master's instructions to neutralize this impudent person. The girl was very self-confident until the clones began to move chaotically, using the skill between spatial dimensions. Observing what was happening through the rift, Isabella was very surprised that this skill was actually used as a portal for movement. The girl also decided to intervene in what was happening, where now there was an excellent opportunity to make the owner of the clones become, as it were, a debtor. Remembering the weapon that flew into number 7, Isabella immediately assumed that it was manufactured by the Breakthrough Company. That's why the girl noticed that she couldn't miss the opportunity to annoy her competitors. And now she was already calling a certain man, asking if the prototype, which had recently been in development, was ready. Meanwhile, the fierce battle between Catherine and the opposing Josh with his clones continued. The wounded girl had already noticed several times that her opponents were quite agile. Immediately after which, she suddenly announced that the guy didn't even have a clue what her basic skill was. And so she slammed her weapon into the ground with all her might, activating her skill of using the energy from the damage received, where this attack was more reminiscent of an explosion and the firestorm produced by it. The redirection of the energy from the damage knocked the clones off their feet, but Josh himself was able to stay on his feet with the help of his sword, and his opponent was already rushing towards the young man in an attempt to finish off the discouraged opponent. The young man was barely able to dodge the terrible blow of Catherine's bat. But suddenly he saw how the bat began to transform, turning into some kind of firearm. The young man only had time to think about the impossibility of dodging an attack in the air when a stream of fire shot at him. It was very difficult to restrain this attack, where nothing good was promised by the fact that after using her abilities, the girl's wounds disappeared. Catherine, on the contrary, was having fun, where she voiced her hope that this was not the end of the fight, where the girl was just starting to have fun. Removing the pouch that one of the clones handed him, Josh attracted the attention of number 5. Throwing it to the clone, the young man ordered him to eat what was inside, and then crushed crystals of power began to pour from a small bag directly into the clone's esophagus. The guy's opponent, looking at what was happening with caution, asked him what he gave to his clone. To this, Josh, sitting down on the ground, replied that the girl should know this, since she is connected with the Association of Wolves. But without tormenting her with anticipation, the young man said that his clone had just eaten a power crystal concentrate. Unthinkable changes had already begun to occur to the clone when Josh spoke about the rumors he had heard that the concentrate was 100 times better than a regular power crystal, where he acquired these from Emily, who he saved, who stole the concentrate from the moonstone. Then the young man told how he tried the concentrate on clones, where the effect was very different from using a regular crystal. Here, the clone's enhanced characteristics were not transferred to its owner as before, and the clone itself simply turned into an uncontrollable monster that no longer listened to the commands of the monster's owner. Watching the huge monster in front of her, Catherine could only call Josh crazy, and the former number 5 was already prepared to attack anyone that appeared on his way. Gritting her teeth, Catherine menacingly noted that her opponent should not think too much of himself just because he had become a little bigger, where, despite its size, the clone's characteristics were increased by only 0.5%. She tried to say something else, but her speech was interrupted by a blow from a huge fist. What made the young man smile was that his opponent couldn't finish her sentence. After which he voiced that the point here is not only in characteristics, but also in the most banal increase in physical strength. Literally driven into the asphalt, Catherine lay, and, experiencing wild pain, listened to everything that Josh said. The guy wanted to add something else when he suddenly noticed the monster's hand raised above his head. His speed was barely enough to avoid falling under this terrible blow, which could have killed him. Only now the young man remembered his recent words, that the clone no longer obeys him, which means he does not see him as a master. And his opponent lay there and listening to how Josh ordered all his clones to be wary of number 5, cursed in a whisper. The girl hoped that the Union would solve all the problems if she just killed this guy. With one sharp movement of her body, the girl found herself in the air, where she immediately struck her first blow at the monster that had so unceremoniously knocked her down. But she did not have time to leave the danger zone, and therefore the monster was quite easily able to strike her again. Having fallen to the ground again, Catherine quickly rose to her feet, already gathering energy for a counterattack. Using her basic skill, the girl jumped again, and her weapon was already transformed for another attack. All the damage she received was redirected into a blow that was able to knock down the huge monster. And now, stunned by this turn of events, Josh was already watching as Catherine rushed towards him. But he managed to expose his sword to her attack, saying that if she decided to kill him, then she could simply go to prison for this. The guy noted to himself that his opponent had incredible strength, which he could hardly restrain. But then his loyal clones came to his aid and pushed Katrine away from her owner. And one of them had already managed to walk around the girl from behind, preparing to stab her with a knife. But Catherine deftly caught the blade of the knife, saying that the clone was not fast enough and invisible. Where, a second later, she dealt him a powerful blow with her bat, redirecting the damage she received into energy. When the clone was defeated, the girl noticed that clones never target vital parts of the body, which means that the guy has not killed people yet. She wanted to say something else about her opponent not taking real death threats, but he suddenly ran the blade of his sword across his leg. And while the cursed sword began to act, he noticed that the lack of killings can always be corrected. Not knowing what was happening, Catherine decided that now her opponent had definitely gone crazy, since he himself began to inflict wounds on himself. But Josh was not at all interested in the girl's opinion, where, hearing in his head the words about the need to kill, draw blood, cut off his head, he was already rushing towards his opponent. Dave's messenger was very surprised by such a sudden agility of her opponent. Of course, she managed to defend herself, but at the same time she noticed that this time, the guy was really aiming for the neck and could have killed. Well, Josh already drew attention to the place where he managed to throw the girl, saying that she shouldn't have ended up there. After all, it was in that direction behind her that there was a monster he had created, which did not hesitate to attack Catherine. With great difficulty, Catherine was able to hold back the monster's leg, not allowing it to crush her. With one powerful movement, she kicked away the huge monster's leg. At the same moment, the clones began to act again, launching a couple of fireballs at the girl. Easily blocking this attack, Catherine shouted that these worthless skills would not cause her any harm. But then the fireball throwing skill began to be used by the monster still nearby, where a real fiery waterfall fell on the girl, which was capable of burning everything in its path. But Josh's opponent was not just level A, so that such an inherently simple skill could deprive her of combat effectiveness. She instantly redirected all the damage received from the fire to her weapon. And now the fiery barrage was already flying towards Josh himself, where he understood that he definitely could not dodge this attack, which also had a wide radius of destruction. But then a certain piece of fabric suddenly flashed before his eyes, where, immediately after this, the fiery stream released by Catherine completely consumed the young man. And when the attack was over, the guy stood and looked at the cloak that covered his body, trying to understand where it came from. Isabella, who had been watching closely to see what would happen, was very happy to see that their newest prototype was working, where this protective cloak can be worn over any other armor and can take a rigid shape if necessary. Such help was very useful for Josh, since it essentially equalized him with his opponent, who was not so easy to wound. But the most shocked person in this situation was Katrine, who could not believe that one of her strongest attacks was unsuccessful. And above her head he had already raised his huge paw number 5 to deliver a new blow. And now the monster did its job, driving the girl into the asphalt for the umpteenth time. However, the girl's weapon was not ready to take over the new huge amount of damage received from her, and the monster has already dealt a new, no less powerful blow to the enemy. After these 2 blows, Catherine felt as if a herd of elephants had just run through her. Gathering her last strength, the girl tried to attack the terrible monster hanging over her. But without redirecting the damage, she could do little to counter the monster, which repulsed the attack without much effort. Having flown several dozen meters, Catherine fell, rolling with her back on the asphalt for several more meters. And when she was able to open her eyes, Josh was standing right above her, holding his fist at the ready and stating that she was holding up well. The young man did not feel any pity for this girl, and without any regret, he struck several finishing blows. Catherine's attention was attracted by a message received on her mobile phone. The girl told a masked man standing nearby, busy reading, that she would go out for a while. Switching his attention from reading to his interlocutor, the man noticed that the hunt seemed to be over for today. To this, Catherine explained that she had just been contacted by a young gentleman who, apparently, had an assignment for her. And when the masked man asked why she was helping someone who was lower in position than their boss, the girl noticed that it was Dave who would lead the wolves in the future. And when the man reminded him of Matt's existence, Catherine said that Norwood's eldest son should definitely never claim this place. After which, she noticed that the young gentleman, of course, has his shortcomings, but he also has good qualities. After the girl said that Dave was also attractive, the masked man asked what kind of work she was assigned. Just starting to immerse himself in reading again, the man was quite surprised when Catherine said that she had to deal with a hunter named Josh Burnett. The girl did not understand her interlocutor at all when he suddenly said that she should refuse this job. When the man tried to talk about loyalty only to the head of the association, Catherine stated that carrying out the instructions of the head's son does not negate loyalty to Norwood himself. She was unable to finish her thought because the masked man noted in a cold tone that the girl could not defeat the master of the clones. All this flashed through the memory of Katrin, who was lying beaten on the asphalt, in an instant. When the young man noticed that the girl was beginning to come to her senses, he said that level A hunters are really strong. When asked by his defeated opponent why he saved her life, the young man replied that he did not save his strength. But at the same time, he noticed that he did not want to kill the girl, since he had really never killed anyone before and did not want to. Hearing this, Catherine laughed, saying that she, unlike the soft-bodied guy, really tried to finish him off. The girl did not have time to finish her thought, because with a sharp movement, the young man plunged the sword into the ground, millimeters from her head. Hovering over his defeated opponent, Josh coldly said that he had returned as much damage to her as she herself had caused. Where now she has the last chance to survive by simply stopping minding her own business, just like those who sent her. Drawing Katrine's attention to the clones standing nearby, the young man also noticed that he didn't really want to kill with his own hands, but there was always a way out of the situation. No matter how strange it may be, his opponent agreed to accept the offer not to interfere in the guy's affairs. The conversation was over, and the young man used his ability of interdimensional storage, which he adapted into a real teleport. Returning to Best Skill, where number 7 met him, he inquired about his state of health. Left alone, Catherine simply continued to lie on the ground for some time, placing her hand on her chest and breathing rapidly from the emotions overwhelming her. But suddenly the girl's face lit up, and she laughed, noting that everything that happened was incredibly sexy. After this incident, those who stole the prey disappeared, and the recovered clones calmly returned to hunting. Number 7 stayed in Best Skill to study the skill of cloning, where he made the most of the situation, regularly demanding veal steaks for lunch. Josh continued his studies at the academy, where many new subjects began. Moving around the territory of the educational institution, the young man noticed that as soon as he dealt with that hunter, attempts to steal his prey completely stopped. There was a very high probability that behind all this, there was someone from the Association of Wolves who had reasons to annoy the guy. At some point, the young man's thoughts were interrupted by Kiara, appearing in the courtyard of the academy. Dave glanced sideways at the girl, who greeted her dear teacher and said that she was just heading to class. Watching his son Norwood leave, Josh agreed to keep the girl company, since they had the same lesson. As it turned out, the next lesson took place in a place that was essentially a church. A hooded man standing in the most visible place loudly called for all students to take their seats. Josh didn't know what to do with boredom when that young man in the hood suggested starting with a prayer to the system. Having asked his girlfriend why they needed such classes, the guy found out that for some reason, this was part of the compulsory training program. Despite the fact that the young people were whispering, the teacher heard them and asked them to remain silent during prayer. Unable to bear this boredom, Josh stood up and asked permission to leave the classroom to relieve himself. Finding himself out of sight of prying eyes, he used the skill of interdimensional storage, where he exchanged clothes with one of the summoned clones. And very soon his clone informed the teacher about his return from the toilet, taking his place. Josh himself was already leaving the territory of the educational institution, firmly deciding to regularly send his clones to such boring classes. At some point, the young man suddenly came across Dave, also truant, who was talking on the phone. He was clearly surprised by something, asking how even such a strong huntress could fail the task. At that moment, he heard a familiar voice behind him, who asked him what kind of task he gave to his henchmen. Turning sharply, Dave reproached his opponent for eavesdropping on other people's telephone conversations. But the young man coldly declared that he had every right to do this after, through the efforts of his interlocutor, he suffered some losses and had problems. Where Josh made it clear to his interlocutor that he did not believe a single word of his denial of involvement in his problems. And Dave, without hiding his gloating, suddenly said that the guy should have taken the money he offered, where now his agency is obviously having a very hard time. But such a statement only made the young man laugh, who said that his interlocutor, apparently, had not been instilled with moral standards, not by his parents, but by some hired mediocrity. Well, Josh's words that if you look closely, Dave is not much different from his father, managed to hurt the latter's feelings. Starting to gather energy, Dave hissed through his teeth that his interlocutor was looking for a fight, which Josh did not deny at all. Materializing fire in his hand, the son of Norwood gave his opponent one last chance to say what he needed in exchange for giving up the race for the elixir. To this, the young man said that Dave could only get rid of him by giving him the elixir. This was the last straw, where the heir of the Atkinson family, preparing to strike, noticed that it was quite difficult for him to control himself during classes, and some other students were already beginning to observe the flaring conflict. And so, having formed a gigantic fireball above Josh's head, Dave emphasized that now he could not hold back. Looking at the size of the ball created by his opponent, the young man noticed that the size of his ball seemed simply pitiful. But suddenly, a female voice sounded from the side, demanding that the young people stop what they were about to start. And then the magical pattern she created in an instant dispelled the ball created by Dave. The young people looked not without surprise at the one who had only ruined a great fight for them. Taking off her sunglasses, the head of the Steelbirds Association, Joanna Wood, noted that on the territory of the Academy, of course, it is not prohibited to use your skills, but not in that way. A man was watching a video recorded by a camera mounted in a weapon. Starting and stopping the video, the man admired how the clone moved. But what amazed him most was that the clones could safely consume the crystals and turn into terrible monsters. The scientist immediately noted that he vitally needed a sample, and someone's voice said that it might be possible to do this where the weapon ended up after passing through a break in matter. Rewinding the recording further, the man immediately recognized the executive director of Best Skill, and now the executive director of the Breakthrough Company, Aaron Pierce, has already said that Isabella should not be so greedy, ordering her invisible interlocutor to prepare the drones. When Dave turned around, he immediately recognized the head of the Steelbirds, and the girl, lighting a cigarette, greeted him, saying that they had not seen him for a very long time. To the young man's question, Joanna explained that she was here, albeit temporarily, but still in the role of a teacher. And all this time, Josh stood and wondered who this girl who interfered in his affairs was. Before continuing the conversation, the uninvited guest suggested that the young people go somewhere away from prying eyes, because a good half of the Academy's students had already gathered to watch how two students with level B would come together in battle. When Joanna and both guys were in the office, the girl invited them to tell her about what happened between them. Dave was silent, not knowing what to say, since the blame for what had happened clearly lay with him. But Josh immediately announced that his opponent organized the theft of his prey on the hunting territory and set a whole crowd of hunters on him. Both Joanna and Norwood's son looked with surprise at the young man, who poured out his soul, talking about his experience. Dave decided to change the topic, noting that in this academy, the maximum level of teachers is C, and therefore it is not clear what Joanna is doing here with her much higher level. Lighting another cigarette, the girl explained that under normal circumstances, those who have level B are not trained here, where the academy must have someone stronger than this level. Therefore, she appeared here solely because of those who were now sitting opposite. Joanna also explained why she stopped their fight, explaining that very soon the guys would have the opportunity to fight. Meanwhile, research into number 7's abilities was in full swing at Best Skill. Taking the test tube with blood in her hands, the girl mentally noted that it was simply something unimaginable. After all, the clone's blood was real, where, if desired, it could even be used for transfusion. The most amazing thing was that all of this was created using the hunter's mana control. Isabella also noticed that each clone is an independent personality that hunts, eats, spends mana, and, in general, can exist completely independently of the owner. In her thoughts, the girl reached the point that such abilities had never existed before. Suddenly, the entire building began to shake violently, and the rapid warning system was already informing everyone of the emergency situation. And when the girl asked what was happening, they explained to her that apparently something had crashed into the building. And indeed, if you look at the Best Skill office from the outside, you could see the back of some kind of aircraft, which, having broken through the wall, ended up inside one of the company's premises. At some point, the cargo compartment of the aircraft opened and combat drones appeared from it. But before they had time to appear, the protective system was immediately activated, which began to throw fireballs at them, where, in addition to forcefully restraining the enemy, the defense mechanism tirelessly repeated that outsiders should leave the premises. And then one of the drones reported a change in priority, where instead of searching for the primary target, it was necessary to start eliminating interference. At that same second, all the drones began to attack the defense system, which did not allow them to pass further. When Isabella received information that their building was being captured by drones, the girl ordered a complete evacuation to begin. At that moment, number 7 rose from his seat and inquired about which floor the emergency occurred on. And while Isabella looked at the guy in surprise, the clone explained that he could help suppress the infiltration attempt. Armed guards also tried to help the containment system, but defeating the drones was not so easy. Constantly repeating the need to destroy the interference, the robots did not stop firing. And then one of the hunters came out to confront the invaders, who ordered security to be brought here from other floors. Gathering energy, the man quickly rushed towards one and the robots, which was closest to him than the others. But all the other drones, as soon as they saw the hunter's abilities, immediately changed the type of weapon. And now they began to take the enemy into a tight ring, while he was thinking that these were not ordinary robots. Having taken up optimal positions for attack, the robots rushed at their opponent, continuing to repeat that the interference must be eliminated first. With great difficulty, the hunter managed to dodge the first sharp attack, which nevertheless casually touched him on the cheek. The man successfully escaped the next few sweeping attacks without receiving damage. Looking at the opponent's blades, the man concluded that one robot was too many for him. Before he could finish his thought, suddenly some incredible force fell upon the drones, where, after a couple of seconds, all that was left of several robots was a pile of scrap metal. When asked who he was, Number 7 introduced himself, saying that he had come to help eliminate the invasion. Having absolutely no idea what Number 7 meant, and deciding that the guy had simply arrived from the 7th floor, the man warned him to be careful because there were a lot of drones. And so one of the robots, noticing the priority goal, again changed the program and its behavior. Having introduced herself to the students, Joanna explained that she would teach them the tactics and techniques of the fight. Where, without making any intrigue, the girl said that the students would be divided into teams, where they would fight 3-on-3 with each other. Listening to what Joanna was saying about the upcoming practice, the young man immediately understood what she meant when she said that she and Dave would have the opportunity to fight. When the head of the Steelbirds finished talking about what awaited her students, she allowed questions to be asked. The first was the question of why hunters fight each other when they hunt monsters. Listening to this question, Josh mentally noted that he, too, would be interested in knowing this. Answering the question, Joanna first said that she herself did not know exactly why such battles were developed in the curriculum. But based on personal experience as an A-level hunter, she added that hunters often have more than just monsters to worry about. After all, in hunting territories there are often clashes over prey, clashes with illegal immigrants, and other situations when a hunter is forced to confront other hunters. Looking closely at everyone gathered, Joanna added that in other worlds anything can happen, which the hunter must constantly remember. The next question was what the level limit could be in a group of 3 people, where the quick-witted girl immediately understood what the one who voiced the question was getting at, and she emphasized that among the students there are indeed 2 whose levels are much higher than the academy average. Then, smiling, Joanna added that students need not worry about this, since the strengths of level B students will be equal to everyone else. On that note, the new teacher ended her welcome speech by saying that the students could now start looking for a team. Josh wondered how they were going to be equal in strength to everyone else. Without answering Kiara's question about whether they would be on the same team, the young man took out his cell phone, where he saw that Isabella was calling him. After leaving the premises, Josh answered the call, noticing that the translator was working properly over the phone. The girl's voice was very saddened, where she stated that she needed to inform the young man about something. A little wary, the young man asked her what happened. To which his interlocutor, sitting among the ruins of an office on one of the floors, said that Number 7 had been stolen. At first, Josh didn't even immediately believe what he had just heard from the executive director of Best Skill. He asked how this could even happen, where the girl did not have time to answer his question, since her attention was attracted by someone from the outside. It was the same hunter to whom Number 7 had come to help, and who was now declaring that he could tell him everything in detail. Number 7, having appeared on the floor where the invasion began, stood up well against the drones, and the man whom he practically saved by his appearance tried to keep up with him. Having dealt with the next drone, the hunter, watching the actions of his partner, mentally noted that he was very strong. But suddenly the robot, which he considered defeated, suddenly seemed to have found a second life, and taking advantage of the fact that the hunter was distracted, grabbed him. Number 7 was just preparing to deal with another drone when suddenly he heard a call from the side to stop, where another drone stated that if the guy made one more move, he would crush the man's head. But if Number 7 stops resisting and surrenders, no more destruction and killing will follow. And then the clone asked the hunter if he was a member of the Best Skill Company, to which he answered positively, adding that it was not important now since reinforcements would arrive soon. But Number 7 suddenly announced that his master's orders were to provide maximum assistance to this company. And while he was talking about how he could not allow even greater destruction and death of employees, the hunter urged him to raise his weapon and continue to fight without thinking about his fate. But the clone could not violate the owner's order in any way, and so the work, having transformed, captured its primary target. Having told all this, the hunter stated with tears in his eyes that the 7th was taken away solely through his fault. To this, Josh, gathering energy, replied that the man should not blame himself, since he would now check the situation. Josh tried to use a unifying skill, where the drone immediately noticed a stream of mana approaching the clone. At the same second, the ability to interrupt the flow of mana was activated, where the clone received a powerful electrical discharge. and his owner immediately felt how he was literally thrown back, not allowing him to unite with the clone, where he realized that he most likely would not be able to return it even with the help of the interdimensional storage skill. Meanwhile, Isabella, continuing the conversation, noted that they would not ask to rename number 7, where they themselves were to blame for everything that happened. Immediately after which, she asked the guy not to make any attempts to recall the 7th for now. And to the young man's question, Isabella firmly stated that they would return the clone on their own. Realizing that the interlocutor had some clues, Josh agreed not to interfere in the situation. Hearing strange words, the hunter sitting next to the girl asked what it meant to recall, to which she explained that his assistant in the battle was just a clone, where this information became a real shock for the man. Having finished the conversation, the young man mentally noted that Best Skill is a rather large company, has many hunters, and must cope with the problem. Before the guy had time to return to the hall, students attacked him from all sides, urging him to join their teams. And in the end, it turned out that everyone who was in the room wanted to be on the same team as Josh. However, after taking a closer look, the young man noticed that there were also a considerable number of people next to Dave. Continuing to observe the crowd, the young man also continued to think about what restrictions might be imposed on Level B hunters. And then Joanna reappeared in the room, returning to tell her something very important, where Josh heard the fatal words for him that he would be prohibited from using the cloning skill during battles. And to his question about why he was forbidden to use a basic skill, the girl explained that one of the evaluation criteria would be teamwork, which would become very difficult with the participation of clones. Having finally added that this condition is not included in the list of other restrictions that will be imposed on Level B hunters, the head of the Steel Birds left the audience. All the students in the room did not immediately realize everything that the girl had just voiced, and a few seconds later, they were already discussing how Josh was nothing without his clones, where he couldn't even create a normal fireball. And so all those who had just asked the clone owner to join their teams quickly rushed to Dave with the same offer. Left alone, the young man, with his head down, wandered to his place, where Kiara continued to be. Having no other choice, Josh invited her to fight on the same team, where the girl immediately reproached the guy for not responding to her offer to be on the same team earlier. The applicant for the third member of the team introduced himself to Josh as Alex Thompson. The owner of the clones immediately remembered how this guy was one of the first to run to Dave when it was announced that he would not be allowed to use clones. But then Kiara intervened, who stated that her friend did not have much choice in partners for the battle. After being asked to demonstrate the skill, Alex, activating his ability, explained that he could extend the effect of his protection. Next was Kiara, whose basic skill was the ability to create energy balls, which, although not as destructive as fire, were much faster. When it was Josh's turn to demonstrate the skill, he stated that he had been deprived of the cloning skill for the duration of the battles. And while Alex listened to Kiara lecture his friend and ask him to take the test more seriously, he thought that he might still have a chance to find another team. At some point, Josh had a question about why the new member of his team could not get to Dave, where in general his D level was quite good for the academy. To which the young man sheepishly replied that people with much greater potential had gathered around Norwood's son. Dave watched in amazement as his new team members demonstrated their skills, where he was interested in one single question about why these guys did not pass the exam to increase their level. To which Edward Green, who masterfully wields a sword, said that there was simply no time for that, and the second, more like a monster, Hank Waller, said that he enjoys beating weaklings. Dave himself understood that these guys were at least at level C and were quite strong. Therefore, he has every chance to completely destroy Josh during the battle. A lone figure moved with regular steps across the endless wasteland, but the peace and tranquility that reigned around was suddenly disturbed by the appearance of huge sand monsters. The man reacted instantly, drawing his weapon from the knife with a deft and well-honed movement. If someone witnessed this scene, they would not even notice how the man's sword worked. Leaving the bodies of defeated opponents behind him, the man tried to remember how to use the bracelet in order to answer an incoming call. But before he had time to figure it out, he suddenly felt the movement of a large mass of sand right under his feet. And then another monster appeared from the bowels of the earth, whose body was literally strewn with sharp thorns, where the person standing right in the center of where his mouth was located instantly disappeared from view. His sword worked as quickly and accurately as always, where, amid the falling pieces of the monster he had cut, S-level hunter Marcus Newman finally realized that the bracelet's signal was calling him to return. Standing in the center of the site, Joanna performed some manipulations using her skill. Finishing, she explained that she had prepared special fields for battles, where her ability was to suppress the enemy's strength. This instantly explained to Josh how this girl was able to so easily deal with that fireball that Dave had created. And the teacher continued her explanation, saying that all the effects of students' attacks, if they were within the field she created, would be weakened. Therefore, each student could use any weapon and ability, where even a direct shot to the head would not kill the enemy. When the girl finished, she, as usual, turned to the audience, asking if they had any questions, but everyone in this battle hall was silent. After waiting a minute, Joanna said that due to the lack of questions, she proposed to start fighting. In the room where the evaluation matches took place, 6 isolated barriers were created, which made it possible for 12 teams to fight at once. After all the teams have participated in the battle, the winners will fight with the winners, and the losers with the losers, where by and large this lesson is not intended to highlight the best. And when the explanations were finished, Joanna asked Josh and Dave to come to her. Handing the guys 2 vials, the girl said that they should drink this weakening potion, which would reduce their characteristics to level E. Now Josh understood how they would be compared with others, and the teacher noticed that the effect of this potion was temporary. The head of the Steelbirds also added that if one of the guys specifically tries to remove the effect of the potion or refuses to drink it, he will be disqualified immediately. And now the first teams of students participating in the fights were already in the barriers, where the opponents of Josh's team noticed that without their clones and with reduced characteristics, their opponents were doomed to failure. Well, Josh himself stood and thought that they had already lost, but the rest of his team declared that they could win if they acted together. At some point, the young man noticed that Dave and his team were fighting in a nearby barrier right behind him. Most of all, his attention was attracted by some kind of half-monster, which he did not remember seeing before at the academy. And then the assistant for the fights loudly announced that level B hunters should drink the potion. Where, not wanting to be disqualified and following the instructions, the young people drained the resulting vials. At its core, the poison began to act on Josh's body almost instantly. The system issued one message after another, informing the owner about the effects of the weakening potion and the decrease in characteristics, which immediately fell to the very bottom. But a moment later, the system announced the activation of the skill of resistance to poisons and poisoning. And now the young man received a new batch of messages that all his characteristics had been restored to their previous ones. Meanwhile, in another part of the planet, workers were rebuilding the destroyed floor of the Best Skill Company. The attention of Isabella, who was carefully watching the process, was attracted by a familiar male voice. The girl was very glad to see the old man, whom they had not seen for a very long time. Having said that he could not help but come when the company was attacked, Marcus asked Isabella to tell her what happened here. And then his interlocutor told about the amazing skill of one guy who came to them for the skill of interdimensional storage and how the clone was stolen. And while the man said that he had never encountered anything like this before, Isabella said that they needed to return the sample as soon as possible. But Marcus said that the skill, of course, is good, but he doesn't see any point in taking risks in order to create another skill ball. And the girl suddenly announced that in this particular case, she was no longer interested in creating a skill ball, where all her experiments with the participation of a clone are aimed at being able to realize their plans for a day known to a man. Immediately he understood what the interlocutor was talking about. The S-level hunter noticed that this radically changed things, and he set off on the road immediately. In the world of hunters, there are skills that are very difficult to develop to the required and high level, where these included regeneration and resistance to poisons, since one could easily die from damage or from consuming poisons. That's why most hunters prefer to use skills to get rid of poison rather than improve their resistance to it. But Josh's capabilities were different, where by forcing number 7 to regularly use poisons, he thereby developed precisely the skill of resistance to them. It was for this reason that now, in the battle arena, the weakening potion, which is essentially a poison, not only did not work on him, but also helped to further increase the level of development of the skill of resistance to poisons. Where the young man could not help but be pleased with this state of affairs, which gave him a chance to win. And so the assistant loudly announced that all teams should prepare for battle, where Alex immediately extended the effect of his defensive skill to all members of his team. And their opponents simply encouraged each other, saying that they needed to act the same way as during training. As soon as the command to start sounded, the opposing teams quickly rushed at each other. Josh did not stand still either, jumping out powerfully and rushing at one of the opponents. He immediately noticed that at his speed, everyone else seemed to be in slow motion mode. This allowed him to instantly find himself behind his opponent without any difficulty. But then the guy realized that if he began to significantly outperform others, then everyone would understand that the potion did not work. This threatened either that he would be forced to drink something stronger, or that he would be disqualified altogether. Action had to be taken immediately, and Josh allowed his opponent to turn around and attack him. The blow was good and threw the young man several meters away, where, seeing how their ally flew, Kiara and Alex could not contain their disturbing emotions. Well, the young man himself, lying on the floor, mentally noted that now everyone will see how weakened he is and will believe in the ability to strike him. At one point, Alex expressed his doubts, saying that Josh shouldn't have been thrown so far because of his defense. Well, the actor himself stood up, brushed off his clothes, and said that he was fine only because the protection was in place. And the opposing team couldn't figure out whether Josh had any special skills or was just lucky. But within a second, the one who threw away the owner of the clones and Alex came together in a confrontation. where the latter shouted that it was time for Kiara, who was in the rear, to intervene in the situation, and the girl did not hesitate to send several energy balls that she had already prepared to the enemy team. But members of the opposing team, having experienced the girl's strength, said that such blows could be withstood, and so they decided to start by dealing with who was providing their team with protection. Watching Alex defend himself, Josh tried to figure out how to help the team without arousing suspicion. Coming up with a cunning plan, he quickly moved towards the third member of the opposing team. As expected, the girl decided to repel this pathetic-looking attack launched by the young man. The stone thrown at her hit the running guy right in the chest. Under normal circumstances, he would not have moved, but in this situation he organized everything as if his body had been thrown back by a blow, directing his movement clearly towards those guys who attacked Alex. And so his comrade stood and looked in surprise as Josh literally demolished two opponents with his body at once, where, having risen to his feet, he noticed that everything was still fine with him thanks to the protection imposed. Well, the young people lying on the floor threw not the most pleasant expressions at the third member of the team, where the girl tried to somehow justify herself, declaring that she did not have enough strength for such an action. But Josh completely disagreed with her, noticing what wonderful and well-developed abilities she had. Getting angry and shouting that she definitely could not throw the guy away, the girl sent several more stones at him. But Alex protected the team from this blow, standing in the way of the stones with his shield. And when the dust cleared, the makeshift witch could only see several energy balls in front of her face. Amid a good explosion, Kiara noted that she was always confident in what her attacks were capable of. And now the battle control assistant was already recording the victory of Josh's team, noting how quickly they were able to achieve it. And while the results were being announced, the master of the clones continued to praise his partner's defensive abilities, where he modestly asked him to stop mentioning it. At some point, he decided to look at what was happening in the neighboring barrier where his opponent was located. And there, a real beating took place, where Hank's true strength was restrained by the functions of the barrier created by Joanna. The other teams watched in fear as the real massacre was carried out. The rivals of Dave's team, seeing how their comrade was being dealt with, began to beg for mercy, saying that they would admit defeat. The assistant during the fights screamed loudly to stop fighting in this barrier. And now, both of Hank's hands were under the influence of the abilities of the head of the steel birds, where the girl threateningly said to him that he should stop the fight immediately. Rising, the half-monster said that he simply did not hear the command, also noting that these barriers had greatly weakened him. Edward, who was nearby, agreed with this remark, also saying that he felt weakened. Only now Joanna realized that she had miscalculated, where she had not taken into account the fact that among his hunters were those who deliberately did not raise their level. But there was nothing to be done, and she ordered that healers be immediately brought to the arena. All participants watched with fear in their fighting eyes as one of their comrades was carried away. As Kiara watched the stretcher, she wondered if this was too cruel for a training lesson. Leaving the battle site, the members of Josh's group noticed that there would be 6 winners in total, where the likelihood of a collision with Dave's team was extremely low. Josh himself directly stated that that team would not be their opponent, suggesting they take a little rest before the next fight. When all the fights were over, the assistant was about to randomly distribute the winning pairs, but her impulse was stopped by Joanna, where she ordered the teams of Josh and Dave to be placed for the confrontation. The assistant was quite surprised by this decision, but did not dare to resist the order. Joanna did not miss the guy's first movement, by which she realized that the weakening potion had not worked, but at the same time, he was not exposed in attempts to neutralize him. Mentally deciding that the problem kids needed to be pitted against each other, the girl said out loud that this battle would at least be interesting to watch. The FBI officers demanded that the employees of the ProRive company immediately open the door, as they are accused of attacking the Best Skill company and creating illegal devices. But clearly no one was in a hurry to open the doors to the employees of the special department. And when the elder was informed that their demands had been ignored, he said that with a warrant, they could destroy everything here to the last stone. And now the leader of the group has already instructed the hunter, accompanying the group to open the front door. Picking up the pace, the man covered himself in a titanium shell as he walked, rapidly approaching the door. But when he encountered an obstacle, the impact forced him to take several steps back, and there was not even a small dent left on the door. But within a second, some acoustic impact destroyed the video recorders that were attached to the agent's bulletproof vests. Immediately after that, a laser beam began to move chaotically across the place where the uninvited guests were, where, at the end of his movement, the bodies of everyone who arrived to be captured fell into pieces. Around the same time, a portal opened in the desert where the breakthrough laboratory was located, from which Marcus appeared. Still clutching the torn scroll with his fingers, the man noticed that it was worth getting out of one wasteland in order to get into another. The portal was slowly closing, and the warrior had already begun moving forward in search of the breakthrough base. At some point, his sensitive sense of smell caught a smell that was not typical of the desert, where the man immediately identified that it was the smell of burning flesh. Accelerating his movement, Marcus came across one of the drones, which was using its flamethrowers. Turning to the car, he asked to tell him what he had just burned there. But the robot ignored the question, continuing its thankless task of burning corpses. He quickly stopped when a new uninvited guest suddenly asked him if the laboratory of the Breakthrough Company was located here, and now he was suddenly turning around in an attempt to destroy the alien. But Marcus was much faster than some of the machines, cutting the drone in two and noting that it had apparently arrived at the right place. Leaving the burning bodies of dead people behind him, the man decided to look at what this company looks like from the inside. Examining his new test subject, Aaron Pierce noticed that he was mistaken in his conclusions because the power crystals absorbed by the clone only slowed down its development and did not make it stronger. The artificial intelligence communicating with him congratulated the scientist on his amazing discovery. Aaron was just thinking that there might soon be hope for humanity when the warning system suddenly went off. He was very surprised that the FBI managed to destroy the entrance gate and break into his territory. But artificial intelligence informed the owner that the FBI agents had been eliminated, and there was an S-level hunter on the base. The mad scientist had no choice but to prepare a test subject to defend his laboratory. After all, the hunters themselves were just ordinary people, unlike what he managed to create. Moving deeper into the laboratory, Marcus noticed that experiments were clearly being carried out here on the corpses of monsters, where he was now interested in the question of whether everything was okay with the clone. When he entered the next room, he could not believe that such a huge room could be hidden underground, and suddenly he heard someone's voice calling on him to stop further advancement. The voice seemed very familiar to him, and the man asked who he was talking to which the artificial intelligence identified itself and reported that the hunter had illegally entered the private territory of the ProRiv company. And in response to Marcus's statement that their company had kidnapped a man, his invisible interlocutor said that they knew nothing about it. After which the room began to be filled with drones, and the artificial intelligence, whose female voice haunted Marcus's mind, voiced the final warning. However, the S-level hunter was not very impressed by some handful of very ordinary metal around him. Drawing his weapon, the man rushed to attack the robots. Deftly wielding his sword, the hunter whispered that he would now turn this pile of upright iron into a pile of scrap metal. Kiara, seeing the new opponents of their team, could not believe what was happening. She immediately remembered her friend's recent words that they were unlikely to run into Dave's team. I was no less surprised and frightened, considering the future opponents of Alex's team's shield. The girl tried to get at least some reaction from Josh, who simply repeated that protecting their partner would do its job. Hank looked at one of his future opponents with interest, not believing that he could be level B. Dave was extremely focused, ordering his partners not to lose their vigilance and achieve an unconditional victory. Preparing for the battle, two of his fighters noticed that they too would like to finish here quickly. Observing the organization of the enemy, Alex said that he had already put protection on his companions. Josh, looking at his opponents, understood perfectly well that they were at least level C and therefore decided to end with pretense and fight at full strength. Already realizing that all this might not end without incident, Joanna ordered to bring healers in advance. And when everything was ready, she herself gave the order for the fight to begin. And now Hank has already rushed at Josh, declaring that he really wants to test the skills of a level B hunter. Joanna's restraining abilities, used inside the barrier, worked perfectly, greatly reducing the power of the blows. Before striking, Josh also noticed that the barrier's functions preemptively restrained its full power. But nevertheless, his blow was able to reach his opponent's head. Hank noticed that the guy's blow turned out to be good, where he asked his opponent if he really drank the weakening potion. And the young man looked annoyed at his hand, where he noticed that restraining the force was really working, since he could not knock out this guy with one blow. And his opponent was already trying to attack, where the young man had to dodge these blows. His attention was periodically drawn to Dave standing to the side, from whom it was not clear whether the weakening potion was affecting him. Since the young man was faster than his opponent, he decided to test what his opponent was capable of, where he definitely couldn't have the same immunity to poisons as him. But Dave noticed that Josh intended to attack him, immediately activating his skills. The young man was greatly amazed by how the enemy defended himself, where Norwood's son created a powerful electrical discharge, after which a huge number of fragments of various sizes rushed down, threatening the health of all those gathered. The system immediately announced to Josh that he had received too much damage, where the shield skill was deactivated. Dave, meanwhile, examined his hand, noticing that inside the barrier, his abilities were much weaker. But at the same time, he believed that in this situation, this would be enough, addressing his opponent that it would not be possible to catch him, and Josh's team was doomed. To which Josh, smiling, replied that his opponent should not be so self-confident. Aaron was shocked to hear that their entire drone army had been completely destroyed. Then he called on his artificial intelligence to speed up the training process from the test subject, and his invisible interlocutor reported on what drugs were injected into the clone in order to control his consciousness and actions. Pleased with this progress, the scientist ordered the introduction of drugs to strengthen bones, improve basic skills and endurance. Alex was having a hard time holding back his opponent's incessant attacks, where his opponent Edward Green did not stop the movement of his weapon at all, and so he sharply rushed forward, striking Alex with a strong blow to his hand with his sword. But contrary to his expectations, his opponent's hand did not fall off, where he cursed the restraining features of the barrier. Josh, seeing that his comrade was seriously injured, tried to rush to his aid. But his impulse was interrupted by Dave, who created a force restraining field and said that the guy needed to deal with him first. Starting to use his abilities, Josh hissed through his teeth that the enemy should not even think about getting in his way, and with the help of a fireball, the young man was able to break through the field, restraining his movement. In response, Dave used his ability to create fireballs, mockingly declaring that this is what a real ball should look like. But the Clone Master had another wonderful ability in his arsenal, which neutralized the attack, where, after a huge fireball sank into the blackness of the rift opened by Josh, his opponent could only think about when he first managed to acquire such a skill. Meanwhile, Kiara tried to throw an energy ball at her opponent, but he had an ability that increased his characteristics in relation to those who were weaker than him. Shouting that this did not look like an attack skill at all, Hank prepared to sweep the confused girl out of his way. And this blow, although restrained by the functions of the barrier, but still carrying incredible power, reached its target. Where this target was the young man who protected his friend, whose eyes suddenly began to fill with blood. Immediately after which, Josh suddenly threw up his hands and began to scream heartrendingly, frightening the girl standing behind him. His entire body was pierced by terrible pain, and the system suddenly announced the discovery of a new skill. Noticing that something was clearly wrong with the guy, he ordered his assistants to use this opportunity to crush the enemy. Edvard, although he noticed that he didn't really want to deal with an almost immobilized enemy, nevertheless did not dare to go against the instructions of the powerful team captain. The second fighter immediately activated, who, on the contrary, was only pleased with his opponent's position. Dave himself also prepared for the attack, combining a couple more attacking skills into a fireball. And now all three participants in the confrontation were already approaching a target that had no ability to resist. The trio's attack was more like an explosion inside a containment barrier, where Josh's partners could not do anything to stop this monstrous massacre. The assistant was already running after one of the healers, but suddenly Joanna stopped her rush. Through the dissipating smoke, Josh's body began to appear, to which the system only had time to send messages about what had been enhanced in his body. Hank, who was closest to the enemy, could not understand what was happening when his system messages suddenly informed him that his skill of increasing stats at the expense of a weak enemy was now not working. And Josh already appeared before his eyes. The process of improving his body was already in its final stages. Understanding everything that would happen next, Joanna, using her abilities, tried to stop the guy. And now his body began to be surrounded everywhere by still restraining magical patterns. But as it turned out, they did not at all prevent the young man from approaching the enemy and striking back. Where Hank, having flown several tens of meters, became completely incapable of combat, hitting the wall. Kiara and the wounded Alex couldn't believe what they saw before their eyes. The other two opponents of Josh's team also didn't know what to do. They were truly shocked by how easily they knocked out Hank. And the young man addressed his opponents that this is how they need to deal with their enemies. Observing the growth of characteristics, Aaron could not contain his outburst of joy, noting that it was precisely the resistance to turning into a monster that could give such an amazing effect. And here in front of him stood a perfect warrior who, according to his assumptions and taking into account the equipment from the breakthrough, would be able to defeat an S-rank hunter. Artificial intelligence reported that after a good brainwashing, the clone's previous owner was replaced with a new one. The scientist, whose face never left his smile, approached his creation, saying that from now on it will be called Marco 1. But this scene was interrupted by a message that an S-rank hunter was about to arrive nearby. Aaron then addressed his creation, saying that Mark 01's first mission would be to destroy the intruder at the facility. But the clone did not react in any way to what his creator had just told him. While the scientist was trying to figure out what was going on, the clone, with a sharp movement of his hand, threw off the creator's palm, after which he made a terrifying statement for Aaron that his name was not Marco 1, but number 7. The explanation that he takes orders exclusively from his master was accompanied by a good blow to the failed creator. When Aaron was already lying on the floor, number 7 said that due to the forced injections of drugs and attempts to give orders, this entire facility and its inhabitants have been identified as enemies. Joanna couldn't believe that Josh was able to overcome and neutralize her holding skill, and an alarmed assistant had already approached her, asking what to do in such a situation. To this, the girl explained that first of all, we need to take care of those who will come out of the barriers, because there was no official reason to stop the fight, since the rules were not violated. It just happened that the second level B student was also, for some reason, not exposed to the weakening potion. This was clear from the way he used several skills, combining them into one, which required spending a considerable amount of energy, which would have been impossible with reduced characteristics. And since in this battle there were no restrictions from the very beginning, all that was left was to just stand and watch the battle. The second member of Dave's team, still on his feet, asked his captain to figure out what to do next. But the young man, filled with rage, did not seem to hear at all what his partner was telling him. Only a loud call to wake up could bring the guy to his senses and return to reality, where Edward took notice of what was happening right in front of their eyes through Josh's efforts. Dave apologized to his partner, citing the fact that he was simply lost in his own thoughts. Standing in the face of impending danger, the young man reflected on his own actions. He immediately remembered his father's words that his son should prove his worth by obtaining the elixir. And so, using his next ability, he told his partner that he would now transfer the effect of acceleration to him, which he should use to neutralize Josh. And then Edward felt how his abilities changed dramatically, where he became much faster. Gaining momentum, he decided that, at this speed, he would definitely be able to defeat this oncoming monster. Finding himself next to the enemy, Edward delivered his fatal blow, from which his weapon immediately shattered into small pieces. Before he had time to think about the fact that he was left unarmed, the system also informed him that the acceleration effect was over. Josh had already turned to him, saying that he would now deal with him too, when he just started trying to get his spare blade. But suddenly the young man's movement was interrupted by ice spikes that grew straight from the floor. It was Dave who helped his partner, making it possible to avoid a dangerous attack. However, the icicles were not able to hold back the significantly strengthened young man for long, where after their destruction, the system announced to the guy that his resistance to the effects of cold had increased. And now, freed from the icy shackles, Josh has already grabbed Dave's second assistant. Then the team captain resorted to his next skill, sending an energy ball at his opponent. But this did not affect the condition of Josh, who continued to hold Edward. Dave's scream caused him to let go of his opponent. The young man was in a real state of passion, where, asking Josh about the reason why he possesses everything, he prepared for a new attack. While preparing his shield, Alex told Kiara to position himself directly behind him and not to get into battle, where they would only hinder their ally. The assistant watched in horror what was happening in the arena, mentally noting that this could no longer be called training battles. And then the sharp stones materialized by Dave's efforts landed on Josh's head, where it seemed that the young man spent all his strength and capabilities on this action. But the pile of stones first began to move, and a second later, Dave's opponent appeared from under it. Having said that blaming others for his failures was the last thing, the master of the clones prepared to strike the decisive blow. But then, Joanna suddenly appeared on his way, having gathered all her strength with her restraining skill. With great difficulty stopping the guy's movement, the girl said that the evaluation battles were completed. She also added that Josh's team won, after which Dave fell to the floor, exhausted. When everything calmed down a little, Joanna asked the young man to call on his clones to help clean up the place. A couple of hours later, the young man's clones were already finishing cleaning the room. Appreciating how they tried, the girl at some point said that this was enough. And suddenly she told the young man to follow her. Without even guessing where and for what purpose the girl called him, the young man nevertheless followed her. At some point, Joanna unexpectedly asked him how he was able to get rid of the weakening effect of the potion, to which the guy, without hiding his abilities, said that after using it, the effect disappeared. The head of the Steelbirds was shocked when, in response to her question about the level of development of the ability to resist poisons, the young man named the number 8. When the stunned girl asked him how he was able to achieve this, Josh replied that through rigorous training. Since there was no deception in the guy's actions, there was nothing to punish him for. Therefore, after lighting a cigarette, Joanna allowed her interlocutor to leave. Once on the street, the young man noted that this time he managed to get out. But what interested him most was the sudden emergence of a truly incredible skill. The only reasonable thought was that he could get the skill from number 7. The guy immediately realized that after the abduction, experiments could be carried out on the 7th, which needed to be checked using the unifying skill. But at that very second, he remembered how his attempt at unification ended the last time. Deciding not to tempt fate, the young man simply continued on his way, deciding that both number 7 and the best skill employees who promised to save him could handle it anyway. Meanwhile, the artificial intelligence called on Mark 01 to stop the destruction, to which the clone replied that his name was number 7. Then, an invisible voice referred to the fact that he was destroying priceless equipment and research materials, but this could not stop the clone, who stated that he was simply following his master's orders. But at some point, his attention was suddenly attracted by a male voice behind him, where Marcus asked him if he responded to name number 7. Looking closely at the unfamiliar man, number 7 confirmed that this name belonged to him. Inspecting the destroyed laboratory, the man noticed that his presence, as such, was not needed. Having also paid attention to the doctor lying nearby, Marcus invited the clone to leave this place with him. And when the clone asked who he was, the man explained that he was sent by the best skill company, with which his master ordered him to cooperate. From the face of number 7, it immediately became clear that he did not understand what his interlocutor was telling him. Observing the clone's reactions, Marcus asked him how he was generally feeling. And then the 7th suddenly declared that he did not remember at all that his owner had given an order to cooperate with the best skill company. Hearing this statement, the artificial intelligence immediately perked up, deciding that the brainwashing drug had begun to work, and demanded that number 7 obey orders. But due to the fact that the 7th clearly had something wrong with his memory, his style of thinking did not change, where he, as before, declared that he listened to the orders only of his master. Listening to this dialogue, Marcus immediately realized that with the help of brainwashing, Breakthrough had only succeeded in resetting the clone's memory. Touching the hilt of his sword, the man said that of course he could simply contact its owner, but did not have enough time for this. Therefore, the only solution he sees in this situation is to drag number 7 to best skill by force, to which the clone immediately stated that in this case, the man would be perceived as an enemy. Dave, who woke up, sat on a hospital bed and looked into space with a completely lost look. Josh's face kept popping up before his eyes, saying that he only had himself to blame for his failures. Only now was the young man fully able to realize that despite using all sorts of sneaky moves, he lost to that guy. And so, getting out of bed, he headed towards the exit. Soon he left the academy's hospital building and was already moving along the street, not yet having a specific idea of where to go. And then someone's powerful hand suddenly grabbed Norwood's son by the neck, lifting him into the air and pressing him to the wall. It was Hank, who was not at all happy with the prospect of defeat, where he now blamed it all on Dave, who, judging by the rumors, fainted without even receiving a blow. The man blamed the guy for not being able to deal with a dead guy like Josh, who couldn't use his only cloning skill. And at that moment, Hank suddenly received a rather strong kick, which was accompanied by the words that this dead guy was already standing in front of him and was ready to continue what he had started. And while the man was falling, Josh noticed that you should simply accept your defeats and look for the reason for the loss within yourself. Having risen a little, Hank was finally able to see his opponent, from whom he had once again already received. Opening the rift, the young man remembered the words spoken by his opponent during fights that he could not use his power to the fullest. And while his clones appeared from interdimensional storage, the guy added that now is the time to show everything that Hank is capable of. Realizing that he was seriously in trouble, the man sitting on the floor tried to stop what was coming at him, but Josh had already given the order to the clones to teach him good manners. The first blow landed right in his nose, where the clone accompanied it with an instructive speech, saying that every request should be accompanied by the word please. And the master of the clones himself watched with a smile as his recent opponent learned to be polite. Then his attention was attracted by Dave, who asked the guy why he intervened in the situation and saved him. To which his interlocutor replied that he intervened only because this thug spoke unflatteringly about him, where the fact that Dave previously created a lot of problems for him cannot be cancelled, and therefore, in general, nothing has changed in their relationship. And so, turning his back to his interlocutor, Josh added that today's action does not make him a friend to Dave. He became very angry, threatening to teach Norwood's son a lesson in good manners when he suddenly called out to him. But the young man suddenly announced that he did not want Katrin, whom he had sent, to go too far. Josh listened carefully to Dave's explanation that he only asked that girl to ensure the safety of the group stealing the loot. Meanwhile, Hank, who had learned the elements of politeness, using the word please, asked the clones to stop beating him. The duel between number 7 and Marcus ended not in favor of number 7, where the winner was already sitting on the body of the loser. Looking at the guy, the man tried to make sure that he was unconscious. Recalling their duel, Marcus analyzed the movements of the clone, who closed the performance gap by regularly observing and adapting to his opponent's every move. Realizing that the owner of this clone had several more of the same kind, the old man caught himself thinking that he would like to take him as his student. But that was a long-term prospect, and in the short term, he had to deal with Aaron lying on the floor. As soon as he stated that he knew that the scientist was conscious, he jumped up sharply, asking not to kill him. Where in response to this, Marcus stated that he would now ask questions, where he really hoped to receive truthful answers to them. The first of these was the question of whether Aaron is the creator of the artificial intelligence company Breakthrough. And when the scientist answered positively, the man asked how he knew Kelly, whose voice this artificial intelligence speaks. But Aaron was no less surprised by the fact that the warrior standing opposite him knew this name, where he asked if she was alive. But Marcus did not answer Aaron's question, only stating that the scientist sitting in front of him participated in that experiment, and therefore knew the rest of its participants. Aaron did not stop asking one question after another, asking about where Kelly was now, and was ready to give anything for this information. At some point, Marcus got tired of this, and he shouted at his interlocutor, ordering him to shut up and tell him everything he knew about Friedrich Schreiber, with whom he was supposed to work during that experiment. To this, Aaron stated that he had never perceived Friedrich as a colleague and had not heard this name for a long time. But Marcus was only pleased that his interlocutor was not a friend of Frederick, whom he intended to destroy with his own hands. And the scientist continued, saying that he knows some information about the target of interest to Marcus, where Friedrich used one workshop, which no one had entered for more than 50 years. And when asked where the workshop was located, Aaron asked the man to send him the identification number of the bracelet, where he would send the coordinates. Picking up the clone from the floor, Marcus, who was not very friendly with modern technology, asked the scientist to write the coordinates on plain paper. Having received the necessary information, the warrior was about to leave the room, but Aaron stopped him, continuing to ask him to tell him where Kelly was. Having torn the teleportation scroll, the man with the clone in his arms headed into the opened portal, and in response to the question posed, he reminded that only he was asking questions here. Very soon, Josh was informed that his number 7 had been rescued from captivity. The guy immediately agreed to give him a new order to cooperate when he learned that the clone had been brainwashed during experiments. Having finished the conversation, the young man made a clear conclusion that he had become stronger due to the experiments carried out with number 7, where, with his updated characteristics, he could easily count on being awarded level A. And then the thought arose in his head that it would be nice if the clone was kidnapped again after conducting a few more experiments. But within a second, Josh was hitting himself in the face with his palm, trying to drive away these completely abnormal thoughts. Continuing his journey, the guy noticed that in general everything was going just fine for him, where he acquired new skills and won the battle with Dave. Rumors that Josh's clones not only defeated a group of level B hunters, but also defeated a level A hunter quickly spread throughout society. But, as usually happens, it was not without the fact that the rumors began to acquire implausible details and were openly distorted, where it got to the point that people started talking about a complete ban, not only on hunting in the territory where the clones are located, but even just looking into their eyes. Josh, Kira, and Alex cheerfully celebrated their victory in practice battles. The Clone Master praised his friends, but they stated that they had done almost nothing, and their victory was the merit of Josh alone. Their cheerful and rather loud conversation attracted the attention of a young man nearby, who unexpectedly turned to Josh, ironically declaring that he saw the famous hunter in front of him. The clearly tipsy man menacingly declared that reputation and merit are not at all a reason to do whatever the guy pleases. The girl accompanying this man tried to restrain his impulses and apologize, citing the fact that he simply drank a lot. But the angry guy could not be stopped, where he began to accuse Josh of the fact that at level B, he sends his clones to the territories of levels F and E, where he takes all the loot. Urging his drunken interlocutor to remain calm, Josh explained that he had not hunted in territories of this level for a long time. But the young man immediately handed the guy his cell phone, demonstrating something that made Josh's face immediately change. Where, under the man's rude comments, the young man saw how his clones treated those who came to hunt. He looked carefully at the image, where he could not believe that in front of him was his number 2 with several copies of it. To Kiara's question, the young man immediately explained that someone had dressed up as his clone and, using rumors, had taken over the entire territory for hunting. Where the confirmation was that he at least did not instruct the second number to go hunting. However, the fact that someone was pretending to be a clone of Josh and ruining his reputation was not the most inspiring. Alex added fuel to the fire by saying that he also heard that if someone dares to touch the clone's prey, they will disappear forever. To which Josh immediately stated that, in general, this rumor is true, since no one dares to touch his prey. However, his interlocutor also said that those posing as clones began to take prey from other hunters. Since it was about looking for copycats in hunting areas, Josh asked Kiara if she had ever been to such areas, to which the girl angrily stated that she had never visited hunting territory before. The young man's question about the reason why she was not there took the girl's thoughts to the past, where her interlocutor had long ago promised to take her hunting with him if she entered. And now she reminded the stunned guy of his long-standing promise, which he, apparently, had already forgotten. Josh was very surprised that Kiara didn't go hunting just because she was waiting for him to invite her. Having finished clarifying this circumstance, the young man thought for a while, and now he has already made the girl happy that he is ready to take her hunting tomorrow. Only Alex was left out of work, who could only envy what a good time the young people would have. The next day, Josh, while in the agency office, finished putting on his combat suit. Seeing him in combat readiness, Martin assumed that he had decided to train. But the young man replied that he was going to the territory for hunting, since someone was impersonating his clones and was seriously spoiling his reputation. And now he had already taken out his phone, also calling the number of the second one to him. Having shown both the agent and the approaching clone the photo image, Josh asked number 2 if he was in this photo. To which the clone stated that he did not leave the office premises except when the owner called him, and besides, the person in the photograph has a different face shape and a different physique. Josh could hardly stop the explanation of number 2, saying that he definitely believed him. And when he asked the clone if he could recognize this man when he met, he, after thinking a little, replied that such a possibility was not excluded. The thrown energy ball hit the living dead man directly in the head. And Josh noticed that this kind of monsters became a very easy target for Kiara, where she no longer needed outside help. Telling the girl that it was quite possible for her to increase her level, the young man at the same time mentally gave some order to his clone. And when the girl asked where he was going, Josh explained that he just had to find them a new place to continue the hunt. And Kiara suddenly noticed that this territory was somehow very quiet, where other hunters were not visible at all. The young man also noticed this circumstance, realizing that other people were simply afraid of meeting his clones. At this time, number 2 was just searching for those who dared to pose as Josh clones. Meanwhile, the hunters who had destroyed one of the skeletons suddenly saw before them the worst nightmare they could imagine, where the clones that appeared in front of them menacingly asked them about whose permission they were hunting here. The hunters tried to somehow justify themselves, saying that they saw how the clones headed in the other direction, deciding that they did not really need this place. But they threateningly declared that this was their place, and therefore the men should quickly leave here, leaving all the booty. The hunters tried to object, saying that they killed these monsters, but the clone suddenly began to draw a knife, saying that he did not want to be reminded of who he was. And now the robber was already sitting and collecting gold and jewelry, which, as usual, hung around the skeletons. And when he finished, he took off the wig from his head, which helped imitate Josh's appearance, saying that all his troubles in the past were precisely because of the master of the clones. Kiara once again threw one of her energy balls. Josh praised the girl for her success in hunting, and she herself noticed how tiring it can be. All that remained was to collect all the gold and jewelry from the skeleton, since the bodies of the skeletons themselves were of no value. Then Josh received a message on his phone from number 2, who said that he had walked around the entire territory, but had not noticed anything strange. Then the young man instructed him to use the interdimensional storage and call the others for help, with the exception of those who were guarding the hospital. And now other clones have already arrived on the hunting territory in order to discover the imitators. While they were doing their thing, Josh and Kiara decided to use an energy-restoring potion. At some point, one of the clones sank to the ground, examining the shoe prints left on it. And Kiara, having restored her strength and energy, was already rushing after the skeleton running away from her. Meanwhile, another clone came across some hunters who began to apologize for hunting in this territory, but the clone was not going to drive them away, saying that they could continue their occupation. The girl was still able to destroy the skeleton, and now admired what a wonderful necklace he had. And the clones, having completed their inspection of the territory, reported to their master that they were unable to find anyone similar to them, after which the upset young man instructed them to return to their usual activities. Turning his attention to his girlfriend, the young man asked how much Kiara enjoyed the hunt, where she was simply delighted with how much she was able to earn. She offered to divide everything she earned, but Josh said that the girl could keep all the money for herself, as if she had honestly earned it. When she suggested that the guy would regret this decision, he said that he already made excellent money. Having finished this dialogue, the young man suggested that the girl return home. But suddenly his attention was attracted by Dave, who was nearby, talking with one of the soldiers. At that same second, the young man hid around the corner, which he recommended his companion to do as well. Carefully spying on what his former rival was doing, the young man began to think that this whole story with copycats could again be Dave's doing. Having already listened to the young man's thoughts, Emily immediately stated that most likely these were the machinations of Norwood's son. The same position was shared by Martin, who noted that Dave had no reason to visit the territories of levels F and E. However, Josh himself was embarrassed by the fact that his opponent decided to intervene again when the rumors around the first one had not yet died down. His thoughts were interrupted by Emily, who remembered how Carton attacked the guy, where her question about why Josh left her alive in the first place greatly surprised the young man. And his interlocutor continued, saying that she grew up on the street and knows well the rules of life, where it is high time for a young man to stop showing mercy, for which he only manages to get knives in the back. Since he has become very popular, all sorts of upstarts and envious people will constantly come to him, whose actions will become worse, and who need to be taught a lesson. And now the imitators really crossed the line, where they began to openly rob those who hunted in low-level territories. Having taken the corpses of the monsters, the copycat clone of Josh ordered the hunters to also give him all their equipment. And when the girl tried to object to him, she immediately received a strong kick, after which the imitator standing above the hunters repeated that he needed all their equipment immediately. The hunters were furious, but they could not do anything against those whom they took for all-powerful clones. One of the group suggested reporting a crime, but others did not support him, saying that the clones would simply kill them for this. Soon the situation reached the point that upon entering the hunting territory, the hunters first asked if Josh's clones were there, as they wanted to make sure of their safety. Holding his cursed sword in his hands, Josh noticed that he was already being looked at askance even at the academy, since most of the victims of the imitators were level F and E hunters. And if the situation is not immediately corrected, he may have serious problems. Caller number 2 reported that the imitators were again not detected. But instead of them, in the hunting territory, he was able to see members of the Wolves Association. And when Josh asked if this was a mistake, the second explained that due to the presence of flags with the name of the association, an error was excluded. Full of determination, the young man instructed the clone to open an interdimensional dimension, and he himself did the same. One of the hunters of the Wolves Association showed the senior of the group what he had discovered. But suddenly Josh, who appeared from a rift in matter, interrupted the conversation and asked where they got such things from. Ordering a report that the person they were looking for had been found, the elder told the young man to follow them if he wanted to live. But the young man had no intention of complying with such demands, once again turning his gaze to the suit that was identical to what he and his clones wore. Deciding that it was these people who created new problems with copycats, Josh said that he had long wanted to see if it was possible to place a human corpse in his vault. The senior group did not understand what his interlocutor meant, deciding that he was simply crazy. And now he has already instructed everyone who was part of the group to deal with this psycho. For Josh, this bunch of hunters could not compete, where he was already ready to tear and throw. But suddenly the actions of both sides were interrupted by electrical discharges that appeared in the air. Catherine, who appeared on the field of the failed battle, loudly shouted for the hunters from the wolves to immediately retreat, since the real Josh was in front of them. And the young man, who continued to be in a fighting position, completely ceased to understand what was happening here. It was obvious that his longtime opponent was not going to attack, where instead, in a playful voice, she noted that they had met again. But Josh, in all seriousness, demanded to stop playing a comedy in front of him, where he was convinced that it was the members of the Wolves Association who were setting him up. To which Catherine responded with a categorical refusal, saying that they had no need to do this. And after her, a familiar voice added that they just wanted to catch imitators for Josh. Where, a moment later, another of his former opponents, Dave, appeared in front of the young man. Surprised that his opponent also had the skill of invisibility, the young man asked why they needed to catch imitators, where just a couple of days ago, Dave was most interested in annoying him. To which his interlocutor suddenly stated that in this way he just wanted to apologize. Taking out his ever-present bottle of water, the young man took a sip, reminding Josh of his words that the past cannot be changed. Therefore, he decided to change the future and thus make amends for the past, where they prepared good bait for imitators. Using his sword incredibly deftly, the hunter destroyed dozens of fish-shaped monsters. At some point, the clones that appeared asked him who gave permission to hunt in this place, to which their interlocutor calmly replied that he received it at the security post. And when the clones asked what level the hunter was, he quickly answered that it was F, where it corresponds to the territory, after which he suggested that the interlocutors not distract each other. But one of the imitators suddenly announced that he would set the conditions here, where his interlocutor should have known that he was the great Josh Burnett, who defeated a level A hunter. And then Edward, hearing the name mentioned, declared that he knew this young man very well. His movement was very fast, where after his strike Dave's bait declared that there were fakes in front of him, where none of them has any rights to take over the entire territory for hunting. Looking at the one who revealed the deception, the Josh impersonator hissed through his teeth that he would regret his action, continuing to claim that he was Josh Burnett. To which Edward immediately stated that his interlocutor had no idea what he was talking about, since he had never encountered the real Josh. At that same second, a portal suddenly appeared behind the uncovered imitator, and Edward called the wounded man bending to the ground to look into the eyes of the real Josh. The true master of the clones himself even took off his mask when he was finally able to see the one who had so badly ruined his reputation. The imitator also turned his head, fearfully ascertaining that in front of him was really the one whose personality he had tried on. Dave, meanwhile, discovered a bag of equipment that copied Josh's equipment, where, apparently, it was hidden in the hunting territory, where the impersonator changed clothes, going inside under his usual name. When the contents of the bag were on the ground, Josh immediately noticed one item. And at that very second, the guy remembered Martin's story about an interview with a certain person who also had the ability to clone, where he could only create illusions, not real people. The young man had already spoken out loud the name of the one who had created this whole mess when the illusory clones began to dissolve into thin air. Removing his hood and wig from his head, Bradley Strong could only curse at the whistleblowers. And now he was already shouting that the reason for all his problems was the appearance of Josh with his real clones, which made his skill even more pathetic. But the young man absolutely did not want to listen to everything that the imitator was now telling him. And so he threw his weapon to the man sitting on the ground, telling him to take it in his hands. Flexing his fists, Josh noticed that his opponent could defend or attack as he pleased. Grabbing his equipment, Bradley simply stared for several seconds at the one he had been imitating for so long. But now, drawing his sword, he quickly rushed to attack his opponent. Meanwhile, Dave thanked Edward for his assistance, saying that payment for his services had already been transferred. And when his interlocutor drew attention to the wound, the man said that it was because of Bradley's strategy of mixing with his illusions. The imitator had already tried to use this same technique in his confrontation with Josh. But Edward was absolutely sure that this trick would definitely not work on the owner of living clones. And indeed, the young man was instantly able to identify the real enemy whom he struck. The force of the blow was sufficient to throw the imitator several meters back. And when the flight of his body was stopped by a tree trunk, Josh ordered him to stand up, since the punishment process was not yet completed. Spitting out one of the knocked-out teeth, Bradley noticed that the guy's training was definitely not in vain. But then he pulled out his sword, noting that he trained just as much due to the fact that no one took his skill seriously. When other hunters learned about his basic skill of creating clones, they were happy to accept him into the team, since they were fans of Josh. But the situation changed dramatically when it became clear that Bradley's clones were just illusions. But one day he noticed that other hunters mistook him for Josh when he appeared accompanied by clones. They apologized for hunting on his territory, abandoned their prey, and ran away. And so he again attacked Josh, saying that it was not he who was to blame for what happened, but those who mistook him for someone else. Activating one of his skills, Bradley said that everything could have been cleared up if at least someone tried to fight him, but everyone was afraid. Josh listened intently to the copycat's story, where he already said that entire groups of hunters were in awe of him. Claiming that Josh would never understand his feelings, the copycat used his illusory cloning ability. He got lost among the copies he had created, where they all began to attack the young man at once. But the young man had no intention of moving from the place where he stood, having begun to activate the interdimensional storage skill. And then a clone that appeared next to the original Bradley interrupted the movement of his sword, which was accompanied by the words of the clone's owner that he should not worry about the problems of the imitator at all. Dave was amazed at how easily and quickly the young man was able to figure out which of the opponents was the real Bradley. Meanwhile, the master of the clones himself was already preparing to teach his imitator a new lesson. He dealt another crushing blow, accompanying this with the words that Bradley at one time had a chance for a normal life. Adding a kick to his opponent, the young man remembered that the VN agency had sent him a letter saying that he had been accepted. But he himself gave up and abandoned this opportunity, deciding that his skill was completely worthless without the help of outsiders. Deciding not to continue watching this beating, Edward told Dave that he had to go about his business, and the beaten Bradley tried to tell Josh to stop pushing. But the young man did not listen to his words, ending his punishment with a good uppercut, which he accompanied with the words that after the committed act, Bradley forever lost the chance to prove his importance. Watching his opponent's body land in the grass, Josh suddenly felt a strong inner sense of relief. Well, meanwhile, Dave approached the beaten guy, who stood and simply looked at him. And the master of the clones stood and watched the actions of another of his recent opponents. But suddenly Dave once again apologized to the guy, where he noted that he did not think that someone could act as vilely as he did when stealing the loot. Turning to face his recent adversary, he said he could now apologize properly. After all, now from the outside he sees how disgusting it all looks. Smiling, Josh noted that understanding your mistakes is the first step to correcting them and preventing them from happening. When the interlocutor asked what to do with this imitator, the owner of the clones said that first of all, he needed to contact all his victims and resolve the issues. Dave suddenly announced that he had an excellent idea on how to deal with this scoundrel. Seeing living flesh, the monsters immediately rushed after their infrequent prey. Holding a bag of power crystals in his hands, Bradley tried to escape from the monsters, cursing all those who locked him in this world. Entering the room, Josh attracted the attention of numbers 5 and 6 there. Holding a tray in his hands, he said that the clones had been hunting hard for him, so he wanted to do something for them too. And when he removed the lid, the clones saw their favorite power crystals, after using which, according to Josh's plans, the hunt was supposed to become even better. Leaving numbers 5 and 6 to enjoy their meal, the young man left the room, thinking that now the supply of crystals should be uninterrupted. All misunderstandings with the victims of the copycat had been settled, but now something else occupied the young man's thoughts. He remembered what Dave had told him after they finished with Bradley, where he recommended the guy to beware of the academy, since it doesn't seem at all like they train hunters there just like that, distributing skills. Not quite understanding what his interlocutor meant, Josh asked him to clarify the details. But Dave himself didn't know much yet, and promised to tell him as soon as he could gather more information. The only thing he can say with complete confidence is that you should not approach the church on the school grounds at all. Josh immediately remembered how there was a system history lesson there, where he was not personally present, but sent a clone there. When asked by the head of the academy, Joanna explained that the grades were on the piece of paper. But Harris Woody was not at all impressed by this humor, where he was only interested in the reason why Josh had a great standing. To this, the girl explained that all restrictive measures were introduced to her, as the academy management wished. And when the man shouted that Josh got rid of the potion, his interlocutor said that he did not do this intentionally, and therefore the rules were not broken. Harris tried to present something else to the girl, when suddenly a table crashed into the wall right next to his head. Saying that she had had enough of this nonsense, Joanna reminded the man that he invited her here, and only because all the teachers at the academy do not have a level higher than C, which does not allow them to control level B students. Having lit a cigarette, the girl also noticed that no fictitious restrictions had helped or would help Harris and his team stop Josh. Harris quickly changed the tone of the conversation and tried to explain to his interlocutor that everything was not as she thought. But she was already heading towards the exit, saying that she did not intend to continue this useless conversation any longer and would simply follow the class schedule. Adding that if she was called again on such a useless occasion, she would not miss the table. Joanna slammed the door so hard that the glass surrounding it crumbled into small pieces. The angry man took out his cell phone, telling himself that this woman would definitely not last long here. He instructed the person who answered the call to put Joanna in charge of the church, as well as send someone to clean and repair his office. Welcoming the students, Academy Professor Dustin Patterson said he would teach them hunting skills. The audience listened attentively to his speech, where he tried to identify what is most important in hunting monsters. And after going through several points, the man concluded that the most important thing, of course, is strategy. Paying attention to the textbooks distributed, Dustin noticed that they contained a lot of information about battle strategy. Having started reading, the young man caught himself thinking that something was wrong with this information. Literally, the entire text of the book was radically different from generally accepted information on how to defeat a monster, where the strengths of monsters were presented as weaknesses. After all, he and his clones spent a huge amount of time learning how to resist monsters, but those who don't know this will never understand the catch. It became more and more interesting to understand what this academy was up to, and Dustin was already suggesting moving on to practice. The practice took place in a specialized training room at the academy. Having quickly defeated the monster that appeared, the teacher noticed that everything here was like in reality. But this room was actually created by the skill of illusions, which at the same time did not cancel the reality of all sensations during contractions. The man told his students that here, they would not only learn strategy, but also learn to overcome their fears. Josh was interested in whether there were any restrictions on the use of clones, to which he received a negative answer, with the addition that all monsters would be assigned according to their actual level. However, the young man noticed that in the world of illusions, he could not summon a clone, which seemed rather strange to the professor, since any hunter's skills should work here. Then Dustin said that we could try to allocate individual connecting capsules for the clones. And now Josh was already happily hugging his clones, without whom he did not feel very comfortable. The professor mentally noted that the possibility of transferring clones into the virtual world was amazing, and told the students to get ready. Each person was sent to an individual hunting location, where before starting, Josh recommended that the girl ignore the advice in the book and do as he taught. And so the lesson began, where the young man and his clones moved from one virtual space to another. Looking around, the young man was surprised that he found himself near some strange forest, and suddenly his attention was attracted by a woman's crying voice, which asked if there was someone here and asked for help. And then a human silhouette began to appear in the darkness, where behind the dead man's back there was an insect speaking in human language. After one, a second appeared, then a third, and others, where each corpse with a monster behind its back asked for help. Activating his stone body skill, Josh noticed that despite the promise to select a monster strictly according to the student's level, the professor had clearly overdone it. He slowly moved forward, and the dead bodies, as he approached, began to sink to the ground. And now, high-level insect monsters have already rushed from their hiding places at a random visitor. Back in the real world, Professor Patterson moved between the capsules containing the students. At some point, he stopped in front of the capsule in which Josh was, looking at the young man's face. And suddenly his hand reached out to the hilt of the sword hanging on his belt. The man's heart sank when one of the clones approached him from the darkness, asking if he could help with anything. Literally falling to the floor, he asked the uninvited guest who he was, to which the clone replied that he was number 3. He also explained that the owner ordered him to protect the students from any unusual situations while they are in the virtual world. Listening to the clone's explanation, Dustin immediately realized that it was just a lie, where in reality, he was protecting his master. Rising to his feet, the man said that he was also there to ensure the safety of the students. Then there was a small, awkward pause for Dustin, where he did not know what to do next. Realizing that forceful opposition to this monster was useless, the man decided to retreat, saying that he had gone on to patrol the territory. Meanwhile, Josh and his clones dealt with one monster after another. A direct blow from one of the clones' armed hand pierced the insect's head. At the same second, an attack using a fireball skill followed from another clone. Josh himself was also not inferior to either his clones or his opponent. Making a fairly quick dash, the young man, using his cursed sword, cut down several monsters at once. At this point, the battle was over, which culminated in the guy's complete and unconditional victory. Leaving the virtual space, Josh thought about the reason why 5 Category B monsters were immediately placed against him. But so far, there was no answer to this question, and he, realizing that the training was over, thanked the clones for their excellent work. A few seconds later, the young man was already opening his eyes in the real world. Having climbed out of the capsule, the young man looked at all the other students, who had also finished their virtual battles, in which the majority lost. To a friend's question, Kiara replied that she received some mutant turtles whose shell she could not break through. And when the young man said that she could simply run away, the girl objected, noting that their occupation was still hunting, not running. Well, the professor had already congratulated everyone on their first experience, noting that among the students there were both those who completed the task and those who lost in battle. Josh listened carefully to Dustin's words that the main thing was strategy, after which he said that everyone could be free for today. And then number 3 approached the young man, who said that he had some information for the owner. The young man was very surprised by the story that the professor was approaching his capsule during a practical task. Now the guy found confirmation of Dave's words that not everything was normal here, rejoicing at his decision to secretly leave number 3 in ambush. Teaming up to evaluate individual skills, splitting up in hunts, misinformation about strategy against monsters, and much more made one wonder what was going on here. The conversation between the clone and his owner, as well as the latter's thoughts, was interrupted by Kiara, who became interested in what the conversation was about. Quickly answering that they were not discussing anything important, Josh asked the girl about what activity they had next in line. His face changed sharply when she replied that what follows is the history of the system that usually takes place in the church. Dave's warning about the church immediately surfaced in the guy's memory. Not knowing what to do, Josh said that he had no particular desire to take this boring subject and suggested that the girl should go to the movies instead. Laughing, Kiara suddenly announced that this lesson was mandatory and should not be missed under any circumstances. And while she was trying to say something else about the history of the system, the young man noticed that he was completely serious about cinema. And just as he began to talk about the fact that he could instruct the clones to go instead of them, when suddenly the girl's face changed sharply, where she stated in a firm voice that they should go to this lesson. Grabbing Josh's hand tightly, she declared that skipping such an important lesson was completely unacceptable. It was at this moment that number 3, who was nearby, reacted and dealt the girl one precise blow. After catching Kiara, the young man thanked the third man for what he had done. His girlfriend's behavior made it clear that something bad was clearly going on here. Carrying the girl away, the guy noted that maybe he had taken too radical measures, but he would apologize to her a little later, when he figured everything out. After all, if danger threatens his loved ones, he will not doubt his actions for a second. When she woke up, the disoriented girl almost jumped up in the place where she was lying. Emily, standing nearby, greeted the awakened Kiara, who immediately asked who she was. After introducing herself, another friend of Josh explained that they were now in the office of the agency to which their mutual friend belonged. And when Kiara asked what she was doing here, Emily explained that, according to Josh, the girl passed out during class, probably being overtired. Their mutual friend also asked them to convey that there is no need to worry about absenteeism, since the girl is covered by one of the clones. When Kiara asked her interlocutor where Josh himself was, she replied that he should be back soon. And so, taking out one of her vials, Emily invited the girl to drink the contents, which would allow her to have a good rest. Josh himself, under the cover of the approaching darkness, made his way to the territory of the academy. Looking at the buildings of the educational institution, the guy noted that now really strange things began to happen. The behavior of one of his clones, replacing him in class, did not change in any way, but Kiara's reactions were not at all typical. He, of course, could shake the soul out of all the teachers, but in this case he would either be expelled or the branch of the academy would be closed, which would deprive him of the chance to receive the elixir. There was also no time to wait for information from Dave, and therefore the young man decided to act on his own. Finding himself at the office of the head of the academy, the guy suddenly discovered shards of glass next to the window. The window itself was also open, where clearly someone was already inside. Very frightened, Dave turned around sharply when he heard someone sneaking behind him. No less surprised, Josh tried to ask the guy what he was doing here, but he quickly shut his mouth, asking him not to make unnecessary noise. Then, speaking in a whisper, Dave reminded the young man that he had asked him to just wait until he figured something out. Then the young man told his interlocutor about the behavior he encountered with his girlfriend today, where he explained in detail how she suddenly reacted to his proposal to skip class at church. Without asking any more questions, Dave walked over to the bookcase and extended his hand to one of the books on the shelf. And as soon as he pulled it, the cabinet immediately moved to the side, revealing a secret passage. Looking inside, the young man said that he discovered it only now and had not even had time to look around inside. As it turned out, inside the secret room there was a small room, which was equipped with various observation equipment. And now the young people were already wandering around the room, examining it, and trying to understand for what purposes it was needed. Dave wanted to say something, but his speech was interrupted by a knock on the office door. Realizing that someone had heard movement in the office of the head of the academy, the guys stood, not knowing what to do. When Dave asked what they should do, Josh quickly said that, of course, run, where only his interlocutor had the skill of teleportation and invisibility of the two. To which the young man said that if they simply disappeared after someone's attention was attracted by the noise, it would definitely not end well. Meanwhile, they continued to knock on the doors harder and harder, where at some point they remembered the spare key. Josh, in response to Dave's statement, told him to use some other skill of his, which he apparently has a lot of for all occasions. Having first said that his companion wanted a lot from him, after a couple of seconds the young man had already activated the chameleon skill, saying that he really had something suitable for the occasion. He instructed Josh to hide for a while, which he successfully did by using his interdimensional storage. And as soon as the rift of matter closed, Professor Brown opened the door, which he opened with a spare key. And to his sincere surprise, the man saw Harris behind her, who noticed that it was not necessary to break down the doors to his office. Stanley literally froze in place when he met the eyes of the head of the academy and realized that he had made a mistake. And Josh, who was in his storage room, decided to make a small hole so that he could hear the entire conversation. There, Stanley apologized, saying that he had no idea that Harris was still here, which Dave explained as one urgent matter. And Professor Brown himself helped him in this, asking if the gentleman had accidentally called him. Stanley's face literally lit up when Dave, improvising with the unknown, confirmed his guess. And Professor Brown's next suggestion that the gentleman's question was about a level B problem couple made Josh wary. And the dialogue continued, where in response to Dave's words that the guys were really problematic, his interlocutor noticed that perhaps it was a wrong decision on their part to disobey the order and accept them. Supporting this difficult conversation, the young man in the guise of the head of the academy reminded that they agreed not to regret past decisions and actions. Not remembering such an agreement, the professor suddenly noticed that, in any case, at a meeting in 3 days, everything would be decided finally. After what was said, the man apologized for disturbing him and was about to leave the room. But Dave stopped him, asking if his colleague had forgotten what time the meeting started, where he immediately confirmed that he remembered everything perfectly, saying 11 o'clock in the evening. Looking out from his hiding place, Josh asked what was going on here, where they were called problematic, met with a certain gentleman, and held secret meetings. But Dave, who as usual pulled out a bottle of water, said he had a hard time making it up as he went along. And one thought suddenly came to the head of the clone owner, and now he was already asking the question of how his interlocutor was able to find out that the church was a strange and dangerous place. Looking up from the bottle, the young man replied that when he first came there, a warning went off. And so he told how he first went to this strange lesson on the history of the system. And as soon as he entered the church, the system gave him a message about the activation of a protective skill against mental influence. Looking around, he first thought that someone could use some of their abilities specifically on him. But there was no one around, and his movement to different parts of the church did not change the situation in any way. And then he realized that simply this whole building in itself has a certain effect on a person's consciousness. And when Josh asked him why he didn't tell others about this, his interlocutor asked him exactly the same counter question, reminding the guy that, if he wanted, he could completely destroy this academy from the face of the earth. And so Norwood's son said that he too was not doing anything just because the elixir was at stake. While examining the equipment in the room, Dave noticed that they needed more information, with which his interlocutor completely agreed, saying that first of all, it would be nice to know their weak points. Trying to log in, Dave was faced with the need to enter a password, noting that Harris was not so stupid. But he retracted the latter statement when Josh showed him a piece of paper with a password taped to the wall. And now they were already inside the system, deciding to find out all the ins and outs of this strange educational institution. Taking a small bottle from her interlocutor's hands, Kiara inquired about what was in it. To which the cunning Emily said that there was a potion of vitality, which, as if by hand, relieves all accumulated fatigue. But instead of drinking the potion, the girl asked to take a shower somewhere first, since she was all sweaty after hunting. After listening to the girl's request, Emily said that there was also a shower here, and Kiara immediately began to undress. Seeing this, the girl turned away, thinking that it was not at all necessary to start undressing right in front of her. And while Josh's friend was taking off her clothes and uniform, she asked about her interlocutor's relationship with her friend. To which Emily replied that they were nothing more than colleagues at the agency. Already standing behind her and preparing to launch an energy ball at the girl, Kiara continued to carry on the conversation as if nothing had happened. The young people were shocked that they managed to dig up the head of the academy in the computer, where the goal was global brainwashing of students, for which church classes were used. Both of them understood that everyone who studied here and in other branches would simply become the personal puppets of that very unknown gentleman. Having counted the approximate number of students, Josh realized that there would be about 30,000 hunters walking around the city. But then Dave found even more interesting information, according to which Josh was listed as the most dangerous object, who was targeted primarily by all those who were brainwashed. Turning to the guy, he added that he needed to return to the agency as quickly as possible, since the people there were in danger. In response to Josh's words about the reason why Dave himself was not targeted, he suggested that it was most likely due to the fact that he came from the wolves. He repeated that the young man needed to hurry, but his interlocutor calmly stated that he had taken measures to suppress Christie's possible inappropriate behavior. At the same time, a nearby clone had already stopped the girl's attempt to deal with Emily, where the target of the assassination attempt was amazed at what had just happened right before her eyes. Immobilized Christie, turning her head, suddenly said that, in principle, a clone could suit her. But releasing her energy ball from her hand, the girl added that she would still like to see Josh himself. Then Martin appeared in the room, shielding Emily from the shockwave and telling her to follow him. When they were out of the danger zone, the girl literally screamed, asking what was going on here and why Kiara was acting so strangely. Taking out his mobile phone, the man said that he would explain everything later, but for now he asked her not to leave the office. The agent informed Josh about the incident, where he noticed that it was not in vain that he left a clone there to deal with the situation. He also told the agent that the situation was much more serious than expected, and therefore the help of other associations might be required. The attention of a busy man named Cody, who was developing equipment at the Best Skill Company, was attracted by a female voice. Stopping his process, Cody turned around and asked about the reasons for his distraction from the work process. And Isabella, whose face was shining with happiness, showed him a glass box with rats. Looking at the result of the girl's work, Cody noticed that the girl was more worried, but in the end, she was able to figure out the cloning skill. But she, putting her hand into the box, showed that the rat clone was nothing more than an illusion, where, with tears in her eyes, she stated that the result of her work was a complete failure. Taking a real rat in his hands, the man asked why Isabella was distracting him from work to report another failure. But then his interlocutor proudly declared that there were some successes in her work, where a second later she showed Cody 2 swords, stating that they were able to successfully copy the equipment. The man stood and looked at the executive director in confusion, not yet knowing how to react to this achievement. And after a few seconds, he declared that repairing weapons and equipment is much more important than copying them. Turning to where Cody directed his gaze, Isabella literally froze in place, where in front of her was a badly damaged sword, which Cody tried for a long time and unsuccessfully to restore. The deputy head of the Sapphires, Melissa O'Brien, tried to assess Kiara's condition, where the girl announced to the people gathered behind her that she did not observe a regular flow of mana here. Well, Ciara, chained to the wall, did not understand at all what the people around her were talking about and asked to be let go, since her parents were waiting for her at home. When Blake asked whether the captive was really brainwashed, Emily responded to his question very emotionally, screaming that she almost killed her. At that moment, Josh himself appeared in the room and announced that the situation was much worse than they could have imagined. But before he could finish, Emily immediately attacked him, asking why he brought a man from the wolves with him. Taking the girl aside, Josh explained that it was this guy who helped him resolve the issue with the imitators and is now helping him find information. Noticing Josh's appearance, Kiara perked up noticeably and asked him to immediately explain to everyone that there had been some kind of misunderstanding. But not paying attention to the girl, the young man asked everyone present to look at the information that they were able to obtain in the office of the head of the academy. After studying several sheets of paper, Blake did not understand what these plans for brainwashing, murder, and some kind of harvest were. But Josh was the first to see brainwashing as a problem, asking the heads of Sapphire and Lisa if any of their associations had entered the academy, to which both replied that there were several low-ranking hunters who were studying there, after which Josh recommended that they not mention his name to them. Dave was concerned about how to solve the problem of the impact on the minds of students, where no one else noticed such an impact except him. Here Meryl joined the conversation, who generally expressed her doubts that washing took place here, since no traces of such were found. Moreover, from Kiara's behavior, it cannot be said that she is completely brainwashed. Another question was asked by Melissa, who noticed that the academy has many branches, and manipulating the consciousness of several tens of thousands of people is not an easy task and cannot be explained. But then Dave gave an example of Josh's cloning skill, which also defies any explanation. Where after this he explained that no one knows the potential of basic skills, but they may also have weaknesses. And then he remembered Stanley's words that they had gone against orders in order to admit him and Josh to the academy. Thus, it turned out that they could go against the plans of their leadership for the sake of some of their own personal goals. Josh agreed that the academy staff appeared to be subordinate to someone, but they were still able to act at their own discretion. And now they have created some kind of controlled robots from the students that will carry out any order, even to kill a person, where the priority target is the most dangerous person for the academy, in the person of the master of the clones. Martin noticed that it is impossible to determine from a person whether he is brainwashed or not, which adds to the complexity. But then Dave said that, in any case, most of all the leadership of the academy would be afraid of losing the patronage of their master. This is their weakness, which they will use to change the state of affairs 3 days later at the meeting. When the impromptu meeting was over, Dave and Josh were on the roof of the building, where, in response to the words of Norwood's son, the owner of the clones said that he would not skip classes so as not to arouse suspicion. Then Dave suggested that he send a clone in his place, but the young man refused, saying that he uses clones for protection in other places. In addition, he wants to experience for himself how brainwashed people behave. And when he said that something needed to be decided with Kiara, who could not be kept here, Dave said that he had some thoughts on this matter, where all the hope was that Joanna came from outside and therefore was not at one with the other professors. And so the girl, who was exiled to lead the church, found a note in her office advising her to use mana on her head. And so began those 3 days during which Josh had to expose himself to mortal danger by attending classes. And so the young man sat in the audience, thinking about whether there would be assassination attempts and how many of them could happen. Looking at the people around him, the young man noticed that they all looked quite normal. His thoughts were interrupted by a knife flying rapidly towards him and whistling through the air, which the young man barely managed to dodge. Picking up the bladed weapon, Josh turned around and asked who had just thrown it at him. But in response, there was silence, where only one of the students, looking at Josh, abruptly averted his gaze from him. Noticing the guy's strange behavior, Professor Brown asked him what happened. Deforming the knife, the young man with an evil grin replied that everything was fine, he just needed to go to the toilet. When he went out into the corridor, he accidentally came across a certain girl in a very hurry. Raising her frightened eyes, she apologized, saying that she was just late for class. It was only when Josh broke up with her that he saw that his clothes were torn by some sharp object. Upon his return, the young man found in his place a bottle of juice and a note from a well-wisher. He realized that the juice was poisoned when a system message appeared that the anti-poison skill had been activated, where all the next 3 days passed in the same spirit. The head of the academy thanked everyone for taking the time to attend today's meeting. Professors Amanda Ross and Rick Preston listened attentively to the words of the head that today they would end their problems. Where Harris Woody noted that this applies to well-known students who have level B. Slamming his fist on the table, Professor Patterson stated that they should not have been accepted in the first place, especially Dave, with whom they could not do anything because of his father, the head of the Wolves. Where he was immediately reminded of his own words, that through Dave, they would be able to influence the entire Wolves Association. Amanda also expressed her opinion, noting that even if all the students attacked Josh at once, they would not be able to leave a scratch on him. Listening to his colleagues, the head of the academy reminded them that there was nothing to worry about, since the master had not left them. And so he reported that 2 first-class killers had been sent to them, where this information greatly pleased all those present, praising their master. And now everyone has already discussed the fact that the Association of Assassins may well act against the Wolves, where these 2 killers can be entrusted with the elimination of Dave. Suddenly, at the very peak of the discussion of these insidious plans, the entrance door to the office was knocked down by someone's strong blow, where immediately after this, the owner of the clones entered the room. Looking at all those gathered, the young man noticed that thanks to all of them, the last 3 days of his life turned out to be very interesting. Seeing his student, Professor Patterson experienced real horror as he whispered his name, and Josh immediately turned his attention to him, saying that his appearance should not shock him so much because he already showed special interest in him in class. Then Harris rose to his feet, offering to sort everything out without using violence. Josh was generally willing to talk, adding that it would only be possible when he was on an equal footing with the crowd. And then his clones suddenly began to appear behind the professors, and after a few seconds, each of his clones controlled the target assigned to him. Then the young man took one of the empty seats and said that now we could talk. He began by recalling again the last 3 days, where a simply unimaginable number of students tried to kill him. He spoke in detail about what he had to endure, adding that he was quite tired of all this. Feigning complete misunderstanding, the head of the academy asked the young man to explain what he meant by the attempts to kill him. But instead of answering, one of the clones suddenly grabbed Professor Brown by the fingers on his palm. And after Josh's words that it would be better for the professors to start talking to the point and not play a comedy, Stanley's fingers made a strong crunch. Observing the reaction of the others, the guy added that they could continue to talk nonsense if they hoped that their colleagues' fingers could withstand what was happening to them. The first to try to be indignant and jumped up from his seat was hand-to-hand combat professor Rick Preston. But the clone standing next to him immediately reacted, throwing the rather large man away with one precise blow. And Josh calmly declared that the teachers in the room were running out of time. Frightened by such merciless actions, Harris, in a hysterical voice, asked the guy to make some demands, given that the closure of the branch would affect not only their destinies. Josh took what was said as a threat in the part where he would no longer be able to count on the elixir, but the stubborn man shouted that he was only stating obvious consequences. Then the young man said that he had only 3 conditions, where the first 2 were to stop brainwashing the students, as well as a guarantee that he would get to the world tournament, where he could compete for the elixir. The guy named the 3rd condition that the head of the academy and his subordinates should not report to their master about what is happening here. Amazed by the young man's information, the head of the academy tried to say that he did not understand what he was talking about, and at that moment, one of Professor Brown's fingers crunched disgustingly, accompanied by the wild cry of a man distraught with pain. However, Harris was adamant that the guy could just kill them all because he didn't understand what he was talking about. To which Josh immediately stated that, firstly, he hears everything, and secondly, he perfectly understands the way of thinking of his interlocutor. He remembered a recent conversation with Dave on the roof, where he said that Josh should not show any mercy. And when he asked to clarify what his interlocutor was talking about, Norwood's son concluded that the guy had too soft a character. Then Dave explained that in order to achieve results, the young man must instill fear in the teachers, without unnecessary cruelty, but showing his determination. And so the young man took out the documents that they had obtained from the computer of the head of the academy. Throwing them on the table next to Harris, the young man said that if there was no gentleman, then the publication of these papers would not entail any consequences for anyone. And while the man tremblingly read the papers, Josh added that after this publication, not only this branch would have to be closed, but also all other branches around the world. Rising from his seat, the young man concluded that the publication of the documents would destroy all of their master's plans, whatever they might be, after which he gave the order to the clones to kill everyone in the room and burn the corpses in an interdimensional storage facility. At this point, Harris finally asked for some time to think. But in response to his words, the young man suddenly declared that it would not be possible to stall for time, where he perfectly saw and heard the man typing a message on the phone. At this moment, some noise was heard outside, where it was clear that someone else had come to this meeting. Turning, Harris saw those whom their master had hired to eliminate Josh. The man was very happy, shouting that the situation had now changed in his favor. But then, following the assassin envoys, one of Josh's clones appeared from the twilight, who sarcastically declared that they had come to save the head of the academy. Harris's positive attitude dissipated as quickly as it had appeared a few seconds ago. Concluding that there was no one else to wait, Josh gave his opponent 3 seconds to consider his proposal. The countdown, which the young man was leading out loud, echoed inside the head of the academy with strong heartbeats. And when the number 1 sounded, he suddenly jumped out of his seat. He didn't need to rush to the door where he activated his ability to pass through walls. And as soon as he approached one of the walls, restraining magical patterns suddenly appeared next to him, which did not allow his skill to be used, causing him to simply hit the wall with all his might. And now Joanna was already standing next to him, looking at the head of the academy with undisguised contempt. Realizing that he had no more options, Harris, with a trembling voice, asked the previously mentioned conditions to be repeated for him. But when he came across Josh's icy gaze, he immediately declared that he remembered everything and was ready to organize it. And Blake and Merrill, standing on the roof, noticed that without the participation of the Josh clone, it would have been difficult to deal with the scent killers. It was decided to leave the lessons on the history of the system so as not to arouse suspicion among students and other branches. But it was decided to destroy the device that brainwashed everyone. Then Joanna came into action with her skill, which neutralized the effects of other skills, where she was able to clear the brainwashed students. But it was not possible to remove the brainwashing from the head of the academy and the rest of the professors, and therefore all their actions and decisions were fully thought out. With Kiara's brain also in order, Josh was finally able to free her. Looking into her tear-stained face, the young man asked if she was okay. In response, the girl threw herself into the guy's arms, asking for forgiveness and saying that she had really gone crazy. Watching this scene, Emily displeasedly stated that Kiara should apologize not to the guy, but to her. Moving the young man a little to the left, Harris explained that they must compare the guy's current characteristics with their level at the time of admission. And when the young man asked what grade he should expect, the man replied that of course the grade would be excellent. Turning his attention to Stanley, Josh displeasedly asked about when they would learn new skills, to which he fearfully stated that very soon he would give out the freezing skill. In a fairly spacious office, a certain man was studying what the monitor was showing him. He noticed that the branch headed by Harris reported on the solution to the problem, but at the same time, information came from the Assassin Association that the mission had failed. When he asked his assistant what he thought on this matter, he fanatically declared that any decision of his master would be correct. Noticing that this answer obliges a lot, the gentleman asked what his assistant would do if he decided that it was better for him to die. Immediately taking out a knife, the young man said that he would gladly die and immediately cut his throat. Noting that he was actually joking, the one everyone knew as Mr. ordered another assistant to clean everything up and send someone to spy on Josh Burnett. The girl standing opposite the young man tearfully tried to apologize, saying that she did not understand why she did this. Standing next to one of those who tried to kill him, Josh listened as she suggested reporting her to the police or simply filing for compensation for harm. Of course, the guy was still angry about the attempts on his life, but nevertheless, he told the girl that everything was fine. And to the questions of the surprised Kiara, he said that he could not take revenge on them all since they were brainwashed. And so he, changing the topic, already said that their next lesson was on physical training. Lowering her eyes to the floor, the girl suddenly remembered the guy's offer to go to the cinema, where they were currently showing a film that she had long wanted to see. But the surprised young man said that they had no time to go to the movies, but needed to train. Forcing the girl to go to class, he said that she needed to increase all the basic characteristics, such as strength and endurance, as quickly as possible. The physical training class was taught by Rick Preeton, who said that at the next training session he would compare the students' characteristics to see if they were growing. Looking at the injured professor, the students could only guess about what happened, where only Josh knew whose fault it was. Kiara explained why she didn't want to go to a lesson where, while other characteristics increase, the power of using the skill does not increase. Pointing to the practice area, Josh noted that the key to success is regular practice. And so the girl found herself in a room where there were many targets for training the power of using the skill. Looking sadly towards her targets, Kiara activated her ability, forming an energy ball. In the training room, everyone was working on the most necessary body characteristics, where this concerned not only basic physical skills, but also the special skills of each hunter. Despite the fact that the issue of assessment had already been resolved, Josh still decided to look around the hall, since he was already here anyway. Approaching one of the shells, the young man asked the professor what the maximum weight could be set here. To which Rick explained that the weight of this rod is regulated using a magnetic field, and therefore everything depends on how much strength the hunter has. The young man was pleasantly surprised that using this projectile, the weight of the barbell could be made completely unliftable. Professor Preston was very surprised when Josh suddenly asked him to make the weight of the barbell as heavy as possible. While setting up the simulator, the man noticed that this function was simply intended for demonstration and not for training, but the young man insisted on trying it out. Approaching the barbell, the guy noticed that it didn't look particularly heavy. But then the device was connected, and the young man began to try to lift the weight. Finally, he was able to feel what he had been looking for so long, where this barbell was noticeably heavy. The professor, watching what was happening, looked warily at the sparkling device on which he had set the maximum level of attraction. And Josh had already lifted the barbell off the floor, completing a set of deadlifts, and noticing that he felt the strain on his muscles. But along with the rise of the iron, the control panel for this projectile also became completely unusable, literally scattering into small pieces, where the guy had no choice but to apologize for damaging the Academy's property. Taking the barbell from Josh's hands, Rick looked with tears in his eyes at what was left of this wonderful and expensive piece of equipment. And the young man came up with the great idea to ask to be allowed here at night so that the clones could train in this coolly furnished room. But then the young man noticed that Dave, who should be training in order to get the elixir, was missing from the hall. Meanwhile, Dave informed his older brother that the Academy posed a danger to the Wolves' unification. "Where is the man?" He incredulously asked the young man what exactly was dangerous at the Academy. To which the young man explained that he could not disclose this information since it would lead to the closure of the Academy and therefore the loss of the elixir for him. Matt tried to remind his brother that he had Catherine at his disposal, but Dave immediately said that she could not resolve this issue. The young man tried to say something else, but then his brother interrupted him, asking why he even entered the Academy. After all, they used considerable resources to get him there, and instead of studying, he became friends with Josh. Matt interrupted Dave, who tried to justify himself, also reminding him that their family had paid a lot of money for juggling the characteristics. Rising from his seat, the man added that instead of wasting his time, his brother should train hard. As he left the room, he promised not to tell his father anything about this conversation, telling his brother to deal with the upcoming performance assessment himself. But most of all, Dave was hurt by his brother's words that the Union and the family, in any case, did not expect much from him. Several energy balls hit the target directly, which remained completely unharmed. And the exhausted Kiara sadly noticed that her strength was not enough even to hit a third-level target. She recalled how, just recently, Josh could hardly form fireballs, but now his level of mastery of them has increased many times over, where the girl concluded that she also needed to somehow be able to increase her level. Entering the room where Emily and Martin were, the girl attracted their attention. Saying that she could only rely on them in this matter, Kiara stated that she needed to somehow become stronger so as not to disappoint Josh. Entering the office of the head of the Academy, as if entering his own home, the young man demanded that the gym be put at his disposal for the night. The frightened head of the Academy began to say that it was too late now, but Josh immediately stated that the clones do not care at all what time of day, where they can train day and night. The man wanted to say something else about using the Academy's equipment outside of class hours, but immediately changed his mind when the hand of the uninvited guest grabbed his fingers. Leaving the office, the young man added that he was occupying the hall for the whole night. Left alone, Harris apologized to Dave, saying that he did everything he could to stop Josh. Heading towards the hall, the young man simultaneously gave instructions to the clones on how they should alternate between hunting and training. Entering the hall, Josh joyfully announced to the clones that here they could use any exercise equipment. Seeing his old acquaintance, Edward Green said that he was hunting here today, and therefore recommended that the man find another place. But Hank insisted that his former partner would just listen to what he had to say, where the information he has concerns their mutual friend Dave. And when Edward became all attention, his interlocutor said that Norwood's son had apparently deceived them about his level. The man said that after their defeat at the academy, he tried to deal with the guy, but then a system message notified him that the enemy's characteristics were too low. He wanted to understand what this meant, but Josh intervened in the situation, not allowing him to finish what he started. Once in the hall, the young man and his clones suddenly saw a very tired young man there. Literally standing on all fours from fatigue, Dave raised his head to look at those who had been brought into the hall at such a late hour. Realizing that now his essence would be revealed, the young man, almost with tears in his eyes, asked Josh what he had forgotten here. And he, looking in surprise at his accomplice in the matter of stealing information from the computer of the head of the academy, asked him to explain what was happening here. To which his interlocutor explained that he was simply training in preparation for the upcoming performance assessment. Adding that he was done for the day, Dave tried to leave, but Josh stopped his movement. And suddenly the guy exploded, shouting that he was dead tired while lifting dumbbells with some measly 3 kilograms of weight. And so he explained to the young man that his acquired basic skill fixed all his characteristics at the lowest level. Standing in front of little Dave, the man asked if all the skills he learned immediately reached the maximum level, to which he answered positively. Then, turning to the boy's father, the scientist concluded that this was the most incredible skill he had ever seen, where before their eyes the first hunter appeared in their country who could be assigned the S level, and the boy truly was a genius, where he could learn any skill but the basic ones just by watching others use it. Those skills that he could not acquire on his own were purchased by the association headed by his father. He was the hope of everyone around him, and first of all, Norwood himself. Where, buying one skill after another for his son, the man always said that his son should continue to practice. But as soon as the boy was left alone, his true condition immediately made itself known. Falling to the floor from complete exhaustion, all he could think about was that he had to live up to the expectations placed on him. At some point, scientists working for his father decided to test the growth of characteristics, where the same man, after conducting several tests, sadly stated that his characteristics had practically not changed over several years. Without even turning to face his son, Norwood told him to follow him to his office. Looking at the exhausted boy, the man did not hide his disappointment and stated that all of his son's characteristics were recorded at the lowest level. Then, after thinking for a few seconds, Norwood asked if this was forever. Having said that he did not know this, the boy wanted to say that he would train hard, but his father suddenly shouted that the whole world would laugh at them if he found out. Then, turning to the window, he added that all this time he had been throwing a lot of money into the void, since, along with other characteristics, the guy also had mana at the lowest level, which did not make it possible to fully use his skills. He also told his son that there was good news for him, where he would never raise his hand to him so as not to accidentally kill him. Finishing this story, Dave said that after that they stopped writing about him, the previously posted information was deleted, and his level for everyone remained, supposedly, at level B. But then an academy appeared that offered a life-giving elixir as a prize. Obtaining this drink, which removes any curse and cures any illness, became the goal of his life. Hiding his low level of mana, he regularly has to carry pills that increase its level, as well as drink a potion to increase mana. Dave then noted that for his interlocutor, the skill awakening ceremony must have been a ray of sunshine in the darkness. But for him, it turned out to be a real curse. Only now Josh realized why the weakening potion they took before the test battles did not work on the guy, who simply could not be further weakened. When asked who else knew about his illness, Dave replied that it was his father, brother, and several high-ranking hunters from the association. And when Josh asked why he didn't study at home so as not to get caught, his interlocutor replied that he asked Harris not to let anyone in here. In addition, this room has very good and expensive equipment, such as a magnetic rod, which, for some reason, was broken today. Changing the direction of the conversation, Josh asked the guy what characteristics he wrote down when entering the academy, and he was very surprised when the young man named a figure of at least 40 points for each characteristic. The owner of the clones said that his interlocutor does not know the limits at all, since the level of characteristics he named is almost 200 times higher than what Dave actually has. Norwood's son did not know what to answer, deciding to leave the hall and asked to keep his little secret a secret. Left alone, Josh, rubbing the back of his head, tried to figure out what to do in this situation. Moving through the dark streets, the young man recalled one of his last conversations with his father, where he, in the company of a certain young girl, listened with laughter to his son's requests for help in passing the character assessment. And when Dave finished, Norwood asked if he knew a hunter named Josh Burnett. And when the young man said that he knew him, the man remembered his first meeting with that guy, when he laughed very hard at the fact that his former employee Martin decided to cooperate with some pathetic F-level hunter. But then he heard rumors that in less than a year, this guy had reached level B without anyone's help or support. And so Norwood concluded that he laughed at the man who picked up a stone on the road, which turned out to be a diamond, and the diamond he was polishing was nothing more than an ordinary stone. Remembering these unpleasant words, the young man did not notice how someone snuck up on him from behind. Dave screamed when the stranger suddenly grabbed him by the shoulder, pulling him back. And when he tried to find out who attacked him, the stranger ordered the young man to be quiet if his life was dear to him. Turning to Kiara, Martin asked if she had any lack of characteristics, to which she explained that her characteristics were generally in perfect order. And when the girl asked why they came here, the man explained that it was here that they would find the best specialist in mana management, where he would immediately like to warn Kiara that Meryl's training is not easy. And then came the day of character assessment, where the assembled students were already told how the assessment would take place. Rig, whose health had already returned to normal after his collision with the fist of Josh's clone, came to the fore and announced the start of the assessment procedure. When he invited the first person, Dave came to the forefront among the students. The young man approached the huge wall in front of him, which he needed to hit with maximum force. Edward and Hank, who were also there, watched with interest how Dave would be assessed, where Edward was very interested in whether his comrade was right about the abilities of Norwood's son. Josh also watched the first test with interest. Well, Dave, who was more than determined, had already raised his hand to strike. It was a truly powerful blow that crushed the titanium sheet as if it were an ordinary piece of paper. The professor's assistant standing nearby, as well as Edward and Hank, were amazed at what they saw. Well, Dave, under whose mask one of Josh's clones was hidden, asked to immediately move on to checking the next characteristic. That evening, the stranger who snuck up on Dave turned out to be Josh, where the son of the head of the wolves was not very impressed with the latter's humor. But making a serious face, the owner of the clones suddenly asked him if he could use his chameleon skill to change the appearance of other people. At that same second, the young man's anger was replaced by an expression of misunderstanding on his face. And Josh explained that if they could give one of his clones the appearance of Dave, then he could easily pass all the tests for him. At the same time, the young man noted that despite his help, their rivalry for the elixir has not been cancelled. At the same time, this help of his will forever destroy any suspicion of his weakness. And finally, the assistant entered the result into the table, where the strength level was recorded at 40 points. The next test was to see how the young man reacted. And when the disguised clone passed it, he immediately switched to the endurance test. The fourth characteristic to be tested was the level of mana and its control, after which it remained to assess the overall level of health. And finally, the assessment assistant announced the completion of Dave's assessment, where all his indicators were at 40 points. All the students in the room immediately noticed that these were already the indicators of a level A hunter. Hank couldn't believe what he just saw, and Edward noted that he didn't doubt Dave's abilities. Of course, he also had some suspicions after the acceleration skill ended its effect very quickly, but now they were dispelled. Studying Dave's characteristics before the start of training and those recorded 5 minutes ago, Rick was somewhat perplexed. He had never seen all the characteristics being at absolutely the same level, and at the same time, on a couple of points, they also decreased in relation to those declared upon admission. But in the end, the average value of the characteristics still increased, albeit quite a bit. The real Dave was in stealth mode nearby all this time, where he only had time to absorb the potion to raise the mana level. He was angry with Josh, who took his average value of 40 points as truth and instructed the clone to show exactly this result. Hank could not calm down, suspecting that Dave had used some kind of trick. Norwood's son himself was at least to some extent angry with Josh, but on the whole, he was grateful to him for this help. Well, the owner of the clones released his ward, suspecting that poor Dave would probably soon simply not be able to stuff the potion into himself. When everything was ready to continue with the assessment, Josh decided to be next. Instructing the self-healing wall to be hit as hard as possible, the assistant already felt some apprehension when he saw the way the next subject was collecting energy. Without missing a beat, Josh launched his fearsome strike at the training wall, where the device could not withstand such pressure and flew to the side, breaking through the wall of the room. Within seconds, the performance assessment assistant and Josh himself were looking at the wall outside the room. Dave was worried that recently his characteristics had stopped growing due to the use of power crystals by the clones, where, after he fed the clone and called up the system status window, the young man was very surprised by this circumstance. Placing a new portion of crystals in front of the clone, he asked him to eat as many stones as possible. And now his already mutated clone stuffed the whole new portion into himself, which was only a joy for him. And Josh again noticed that his characteristics stopped growing, where this happened just after number 7 was kidnapped, which led to a sharp increase in characteristics due to the experiments. With regret, the young man stated that now the crystals had become useless to him, since they only turned clones into monsters. And so the guy decided to visit Best Skill, where he was glad to hear the news that they were unable to copy his cloning skill. Well, Isabella, of course, did not believe that the young man was sincerely sorry that everything turned out that way. However, she was able to surprise the young man with the story that they managed to find a way to copy the equipment, where the girl also noticed that they cannot create a skill, but only copy what the owner of the skill can do. Therefore, if Josh has not yet learned to copy equipment, then he still has room to grow. After finishing talking about skills, Isabella asked to do her a small favor and meet with a couple of people. When they went to another room, Marcus and Cody were already waiting for them there. Shaking the guy's hand, the equipment designer thanked him, since it was thanks to his skill that he was able to achieve success with what he previously considered completely futile. And the executive director, who was nearby, noticed that the protective cloak she gave to the young man was created by this very person. Next in line was Marcus, where Isabella noticed that the young man should definitely know him. But the young man had no idea who was now in front of him. Then the girl explained that this is the best swordmaster in the whole world, who is an S-level hunter. Living in a country where there were no hunters of this level, meeting a level S was something very extraordinary for the young man. He apologized to the man, saying that he knew almost nothing about the world of hunters, to which he modestly stated that he was not that famous. Meanwhile, Isabella noticed that it was Marcus who saved number 7, completely destroying the Breakthrough Company. Answering Josh's question, the man said that he remembered very well everything related to the experiments carried out there on number 7. And so he said that there were a lot of pipes and wires, there were various mechanisms and monitors were shining, after which the man asked the amazed guy if what he had just said helped him in solving his problems. He was already talking about the big electricity bill that Breakthrough was sure to get when Isabella herself volunteered to clarify something. She shocked the young man when she said that the clone had been exposed to a concentrate of power crystals. Then Josh asked his interlocutor why his clone had not yet turned into a monster, since the use of power crystals has such an effect. To which the girl explained that most likely their scientists studied the effect of the stone in detail and were able to prevent the transformation process by finalizing the formula. This explained to the young man why his characteristics had increased so suddenly. Saying that this is just a hypothesis, Isabella added that due to this jump, the characteristics of the clone's owner increased to maximum, and therefore the crystals no longer affected him. And all he can do now is train on his own, and not at the expense of clones. And when the girl asked if the guy had any other questions, he decided to try his luck, where he instantly shocked his interlocutor by asking if she knew what the day of harvest was. After this question, deathly silence hung in the room, where everyone silently looked at the young man. Not understanding what was happening, the young man tried to find out what he said was wrong, and suddenly someone triggered the action of a certain device, which began to emit electromagnetic pulses, where, after a second, Josh realized from the sound made by the bracelet that it was no longer working, and Marcus, who had risen to his feet, told the guy not to worry, since the translator function had retained its functionality. But then, as he began to unsheath his sword, the man added that the guy had better watch what he said. Beginning to understand what was going on here, the young man used his interdimensional storage skill. And when his clones began to appear in the room, the guy stated that the best skill company was working together with the academy. Cody and Isabella watched in horror at what was about to begin. But the girl, who managed to find strength and determination within herself, loudly shouted for Marcus and Josh to calm down. She stated that best skill were not the guy's enemies, which the young man immediately expressed his doubts about, pointing to the actions to destroy his connection through the bracelet. Then the girl asked Marcus to put away his weapon, where she was sure that their guest really did not know anything. Finally, she shouted, reminding everyone that they absolutely needed Josh's help in order to carry out the plan. It took effect where the man stopped drawing his weapon, and Josh closed his subspace. Looking at the indifferent Cody, the girl breathed out a sigh of relief. Then turning to the young man, Isabella said that she would now tell him what kind of harvest day it was. And suddenly she activated her mana, accompanying this with the words that before this, the guy must realize that the world is much larger than he could imagine. In front of the young man's eyes, the girl's ears suddenly changed their shape, which was accompanied by the words that they had all arrived on Earth from a completely different planet. Their home planet was a peaceful place where its entire population lived in complete harmony. It was a very peaceful place where the art of magic flourished. But at some point, vile giant monsters began to invade their planet. Of course, their magicians tried to repel these unknown creatures, but they had the skill of creating portals, and the magicians of their planet had nothing to counter this ability. The number of monsters was innumerable, and very soon, most of the planet's territory was captured. And then, on the threshold of despair and on the verge of death, the very man who brought salvation appeared. It was a scientist from Earth named Friedrich Schreiber. The already quite shocked Josh was even more surprised when Isabella said that it was this scientist who created the current system. He could not believe that the system was just some kind of invention, but his interlocutor once again confirmed this. She recalled their earlier conversation about how long it took to learn one skill, something that took decades for the magicians of their planet. But Friedrich turned out to be different, where he was able to learn magic in just 5 years, showing unsurpassed results. After which he plunged into the invention of something that would allow magicians to learn new skills very quickly, which was supposed to increase the fighting efficiency of the population, where his search ended with the creation of both the system and skill balls. Despite the imperfection of the system, this scientist's undertaking was crowned with success, where people instantly learned more and more new skills. Following the development of the system, the population of their planet began to win the ongoing war against monsters. But when the system was completed, Frederick suddenly carried out a real massacre, where even the best magicians could not stop him. He continued to kill until there was practically no one left on their planet, which they began to call the Day of the Harvest. Listening to the girl's story, the young man could not believe that just one person could destroy the entire planet. And Isabella, plunged into these terrible memories, could hardly contain her feelings. Realizing that she was no longer able to continue the story, Isabella asked Marcus to take the initiative. And so the man, saying that only the three of them survived that massacre, named the year of events, asking the guy if he knew what happened 5 years after that. Of course, Josh, like all Earthlings, knew about that global invasion of monsters on the planet. Where his interlocutor also noted that on this day, the system took root on Earth, and very soon, the day of harvest would come here. Falling to her knees, Kiara said that she had no strength left to continue training. But Meryl didn't care at all, where she just grinned at the girl's statement about fatigue. While lowering the new targets, the head of the association, Lisa, noted that they still had a lot of work to do. A week ago, Meryl demonstrated her energy ball skill. After showing the girl how huge he could be, Meryl threw him at the target. And when no damage came from this, she noticed that this was very similar to what was happening to Kiara now, where the level and size were growing, but there was no sense in it. And so Meryl explained to her interlocutor that she used her skill only as the system told her. Forming a new, very small ball, the girl explained that in this case it would be wiser to compress the energy. Throwing a new ball, she noticed that the system was nothing more than a tool, because the first hunters used their skills without it. And so the denser energy ball she created pierced not only the target, but also the wall of the room where the training took place. After which, Meryl turned to her student, saying that this is the only way to effectively use this skill. And now she demanded from Kiara that she try to make her ball small and dense, which took all her strength. Rising, the girl replied that she understood what needed to be done, but could not implement it in practice, and besides, today, she still needed to evaluate her characteristics. But these arguments had no effect on the strict teacher, where she said that if the girl doesn't do it now, she never will, and her friend Josh will already have time to reach level A. After which she suddenly said that Josh was very attractive. She and he had already managed to fight together against 2 mercenaries from the assassins. And so, with her eyes literally flashing, Meryl noticed that she should probably pay closer attention to the guy. These words had the desired effect, where Kiara immediately rose from the floor, asking her to try again. Happy that she was able to motivate the girl, her teacher hurried to hang up the targets. Isabella was already asking the young man about the mention of Harvest Day at the academy. And then Josh said that there was someone operating there whom everyone called the Master, and then he talked about brainwashing. At that same second, the trio from another planet began to discuss how they could influence the academy and suppress all their endeavors. But then Josh intervened, saying that he himself would not allow any interference due to his sister's illness and the desire to get the elixir to heal her. These new details greatly surprised the assembled people. Well, the young man once again said that he could not interfere for now, so as not to lose the elixir. Only Marcus remained silent and listened carefully to everything the young man said. And suddenly, he asked if the guy was ready to help them if he just gave him the required elixir, where he is ready to personally resolve this issue, provided that the young man agrees to become his student. Such an unusual statement was a shock not only for Josh, but also for Isabella. And Marcus continued, saying that the student must unconditionally follow all his instructions, where all training, of course, will have the goal of making the guy stronger. The young man noticed that a minute ago, the man wanted to kill him, and now he was calling him to be his student. To this, his interlocutor reminded the guy about the elixir, and also noted that they all want to stop the onset of the harvest day and must act together. He also added that he had been thinking about taking him on as a student since the day he fought his clone. Remembering Rebecca's condition, Josh said that in this case he had nothing to think about. And if a man can really get the elixir for him, then he is ready to become his test subject. FBI agents moved through the destroyed building of the Breakthrough Company, where the girl gave orders not to allow Aaron to escape. Realizing that he would be in prison for a long time, the scientist cursed Marcus, who called the agents. Addressing the artificial intelligence, the man asked to say how many agents surround him. To which a woman's voice confusedly began to say that it was 5, then 20, but still no more than 15. Soon the agents reached the last building, where the girl in charge of the operation said that the target could be eliminated if they attempted to resist. Realizing that the artificial intelligence was broken, Arov suddenly heard approaching steps. The agents were approaching, and he knew that this was the end of everything. But suddenly both the scientist and the FBI agent saw a bright flash above their heads, where huge flaming blocks fell from the sky onto their heads. And when these blocks came into contact with the surface, almost all the agents were destroyed. The surviving girl tried to call for reinforcements by radio, but at some point her body was pierced by one of the stones. Aaron watched everything that was happening, not without surprise, and even dared to look out from his hiding place. There he saw Norwood standing in the middle of the fire and the corpses of agents, who cheerfully announced that he had come to save his business partner. The seer, having listened to the report that the scientist's location had been transferred to Norwood, noted that he should have arrived by this time. Of course, she felt very sorry for the innocent people, but her assistant stated that, in this case, the sacrifice was necessary. Then the seer asked him if he was interested in why it was necessary to tell the head of the wolves about Aaron's problems, thereby sealing the fate of the agents. To which the man replied that he was not interested in anything, since he was just following the orders of his mistress. And when he declared that he would go to the next place, the oracle urged him to be careful, since the catacombs are a very dangerous place. Standing opposite his student, Marcus had already begun to convey to him the basics of his knowledge, but at some point, Josh interrupted his impulses, asking where the promised elixir was. To this, the man replied that he would get it very soon, and therefore suggested starting training in advance so as not to waste time. But Josh immediately said that this is not how agreements are reached on this planet. Then Marcus tried to say that not everyone gets the chance to learn from a hunter like him. However, Josh did not lag behind him, declaring that he actually has a unique skill that the best skill company could not even copy. At the same time, the guy noted that there is not much left until the day of the harvest, and therefore he does not want to lose the opportunity to gain new skills and proposes to slightly change the agreement. Already opening his vault, the young man declared that he would give the man a simply ideal student who would fulfill any requirement. And so he brought to the attention of his mentor the already familiar number 7. Instructing the clone to follow the man's every order, Josh wished them luck and said goodbye, saying that he still had classes at the academy. Deciding that this option would also suit him, Marcus said that the training would begin with taking the correct position. But then the clone suddenly declared that he was not his student. But the man understood that despite what was said, the clone would carry out all his instructions and therefore continued the lesson. Stanley appeared in the audience and joyfully announced that they were finally moving on to a new skill, where freezing would become one. Receiving the skill ball from the professor's hands, Josh couldn't stop thinking about those 3 aliens from another planet whom he had recently met. In addition, his mind was also occupied by the personality of the creator of the system, Friedrich Schreiber. Activating the ball, the young man tried to understand why this man created the system and killed the population of an entire planet. And only now it began to dawn on him that if Frederick had created a system, then no one would be able to use their skills against him on the day of the harvest. At the same time, the guy understood that he learned such a skill as meditation outside the field of action of the system. Deciding that he needed to learn to use skills without the participation of the system, the young man walked around the audience and tried to make fire or ice appear. He hit his hand, trying to make something materialize in it without the participation of the system. And suddenly he received some strange system message where he was asked to stop this circus and head to the catacombs. The young man could not understand why the system messages looked like a person was talking to him. Continuing to receive strange messages in the future, the young man tried to understand who was communicating with him and what kind of catacombs he needed to visit. The first to come under suspicion of such interference was, of course, Professor Brown. Meanwhile, the man announced to the students that this time the skill practice would not take place in the training rooms. For the first time, all students will be sent to a real practical task, where they will have to participate in real battles against real monsters in the catacombs. Josh became all ears when he heard Stanley talk about the exact place where the system message had just sent him. Harris, who was in his office, already heard familiar footsteps approaching his office. And so the young man, as usual, kicked open the door, unceremoniously bursting into the room. Quickly finding himself next to the head of the academy, Josh noted in a very rude manner that his opponent, apparently, had not learned his last lesson. And when the man said that he didn't understand what he was talking about at all, the young man specified the question about practice in the catacombs, where he did not understand why this particular place was chosen. However, the guy was quite surprised when Harris suddenly announced that the places for practical exercises for the academy's branches around the world were chosen completely at random. Then Josh asked in surprise whether the head of the academy had interfered with the operation of his system. And when he replied that he had nothing to do with it, the young man saw a new message in which the unknown person stated that he wanted to stop the day of the harvest and asked for help from the interlocutor, which led the guy to complete bewilderment. Having launched her next energy ball at the target, Kiara asked the teacher how she saw her results this time. After examining the target, Meryl smiled contentedly and replied that finally the girl was able to cope with the task. Where, after these words, Kiara's joy simply knew no bounds. She had already rushed to hug her mentor when she reminded her that even if her skill level increases, the girl must maintain exactly the same size and density of the ball. In parting, Meryl recommended that her student always look up to Josh, which would greatly help in training. When the girl left, Meryl looked at the hit target again, noticing that she had not even expected that she would be able to compress the energy so tightly. The next message Josh received asked if the guy was ready for dialogue, where the young man, who was very stressed by this unknown, immediately asked his invisible interlocutor about who he was. But in the system message he read that the interlocutor is still limited in his answers, where there is a fear that the system may detect his presence. And when he repeated that he wanted to stop the day of the harvest, Josh said that he already knew about this, and that a certain Friedrich Schreiber was involved. And when the guy asked why he should trust an invisible interlocutor, the answer simply killed him, where he said that at least because his messages have a different color than ordinary system ones. But before the guy had time to be indignant, the unknown person continued, noting that if he had been on the side of the system, he would definitely not have contacted him, but would simply have told the gentleman about the people in Beskil. Then, after a second pause, Josh suddenly read that a guest was heading towards him, after which the unknown person once again repeated that the guy needed to head to the catacombs. Soon the young man was sitting on his bed and pondering the last words of his invisible interlocutor, according to which only Josh was able to stop the day of the harvest. The young man's thoughts also revolved around the Beskil Company, where Marcus promised him a potion, and whether he should even trust the messages of the unknown. And then Kiara burst into the room and cheerfully told her friend that they would all go abroad to practice. And when Josh asked the girl where she had been all this time, she explained that she had devoted time to special training. Unceremoniously sitting down on the bed next to the guy, Kiara asked why he was so sad. To which Josh replied that his mood was due to the fact that the already compromised academy was now suddenly sending them abroad. The girl understood perfectly well that the academy's employees could not be trusted, and she greatly surprised her interlocutor when she said that, in any case, she believed in his strength and abilities, and now she cheerfully declared that she was ready to entrust even her own fate to the young man. Now the young man began to understand that there were still people next to him whom he could always rely on. And Kiara, as if reading his thoughts, said that he could rely on her at any time. But Josh's thoughts went in a completely different direction, where he joyfully exclaimed that he could not believe in anyone as much as he believed in himself. Such a statement shocked the girl, and she listened warily to the next statement of the young man, who noted that, with abilities like his, no one would dare to betray him. The gentleman was already sitting and studying information about John, where he found out that having become a hunter just a year ago, he had already reached level B with his cloning. He wanted to ask his new assistant something, but she immediately declared that the master was right in everything and always. At that moment, the room was illuminated by a bright flash of light, and Casper Fields, who appeared before the master, immediately stated that he had already heard about the problems created. And when the man asked whether the guest was going to kill him today, Casper sternly replied that it would depend on the answers to the questions he asked. With an absolutely calm look, the master stated that if we are talking about the catacombs, then this is not his doing at all, where he did not even know that they were conducting practice there. But Casper could not believe that the distribution took place without the participation of this man. Showing the one who was instructed to distribute the territories for practice, the master said that his guest could present all claims to this person. But the young man did not take his piercing gaze off his interlocutor. Then the man said that he understood what his guest was worried about, but assured him that what was hidden in the catacombs would be safe. After all, in addition to the monsters, the creator of the labyrinth himself continues to be there. One of the hunters dealt a crushing blow to the catacomb monster. After which, another one of the men accompanying the group of students told everyone to take a few steps back. Many saw a real monster for the first time and took part in a real hunt. While Kiara was wondering what this terrible monster was, Josh noticed that the escorts were not going to give them the opportunity to hunt. And then, as if to confirm the guy's words, Association Manager Lisa Emma Hampton, who was accompanying the group, said that no one should go beyond the line, as it was very dangerous. At some point, the girl noticed Josh, who was already familiar to her, and greeted the young man. When asked what she was doing here, Emma explained that there were not enough professors at the academy, so she was sent to help with practice. And when she asked a counter question, the guy said that he was here today as a student and hoped for protection from an old acquaintance. Appreciating the joke, the girl said that there was no one to protect from here, since this place with monsters was not that dangerous. When the young man asked why only those accompanying him fought, Emma explained that the academy's management insisted on conducting the practice this way. After thinking a little, Josh's interlocutor recalled the words of the head of the academy about protecting students from contact with monsters. But a second later, she said that if the guy leaves the safe zone and deals with a couple of monsters, she will pretend that she didn't see it. Kiara was surprised by such a close acquaintance between her friend and the girl accompanying them, to which Josh explained that this girl was from the same association, the head of which worked with his friend. At the same time, a certain man was sitting in the middle of a room littered with human remains, leaning slightly in front of him. Examining the group of visitors to the catacombs, he frantically repeated that there were too many of them gathered here. Continuing to lament that there were too many of them, the man began to gather energy around himself. And now the creator of the labyrinth was already shouting that if this continued, he would not be able to save them all. At some point, Josh suddenly felt the earth begin to shake around him. Grabbing his girlfriend, the young man began to pull her aside. The hunters accompanying the group, watching the floor break, told the students to move even further. And then the stones began to literally fall somewhere into the blackness of another level. Having noticed what was happening, Emma, preparing to provide medical assistance if necessary, shouted for everyone to run away from the failure. And so everyone who was close to the failure rushed as hard as they could in the opposite direction from it. Kiara tried to say that she could run on her own, but Josh was definitely moving faster, and besides, he didn't feel the girl's weight at all. But then, he received another message from his unknown interlocutor, where he reported that the guy needed to go down. Immediately after that, Josh handed the girl over to one of his clones, allowing the blackness of the hole to consume him. Falling down and leaving his hysterically screaming girlfriend at the top, the young man hoped that all this was not some kind of trap. He also told his secret interlocutor that after this, he would have to introduce himself to him. At some point, the feeling of falling disappeared, and instead the guy felt as if he was lying on something very warm and soft. He literally began to dissolve in the range of these unforgettable sensations. And suddenly a message from his secret interlocutor brought him to his senses, where he read that he was in a real grave. Looking around, Josh realized that he was literally littered on all sides with human bones, skulls, and stones. But suddenly, everything that was compressing his body lost weight and air began to rise, where Dave, who appeared before the guy's eyes, noticed that he had the skill of scanning the area to determine the location of the living. While washing down the use of his abilities with a potion to increase mana, the young man noticed that he also did not give up on the opportunity to receive a life-giving elixir. And when asked why his interlocutor fell after him, Dave first answered that he had no intention of running away like the others. But then Norwood's son noticed that not only he, but also many others fell to this level of the catacombs due to the failure. Continuing to drink, Dave said that the catacombs are essentially a huge labyrinth where it is very easy to get lost on the lower levels. At some point, Josh asked his interlocutor whether his mana had been restored to use the teleportation skill, and when he responded positively by offering to clean up together, the young man told him to leave alone. In the meantime, he was indignant, saying that there might be monsters here that would be too tough for even Josh, and one of the monsters inhabiting this labyrinth was already appearing behind him. However, the young man quite calmly met the monster with a good kick of his foot, after which he stated that he was now heading to explore the labyrinth, where he did not have time to take care of those who would be nearby. He told Dave that if he was confident in his abilities, he could easily follow him. After some thought, his competitor, in pursuit of the elixir, opened a portal, saying that he had decided to return. But just a couple of seconds after he disappeared into the portal, his head reappeared outside. Josh was furious because he thought Dave was doing this on purpose. But Norwood's son calmed him down, saying that there was some kind of skill in the labyrinth that did not allow teleportation. Opening his interdimensional dimension, the guy noticed that his skill worked as usual. And when Dave explained that his skill works differently, Josh told his unwitting companion to save his potions, since he would not be able to protect him all the time. And so, leaving the body of the slain monster on the floor, the young people headed deeper into the labyrinth. Also, the students who found themselves on another level of the dungeon stood and tried to figure out what to do now. One of the escorts who happened to be with them ordered that everyone be nearby and called for calm. He asked his colleague whether he had managed to contact those who remained at the top, to which he replied that there was still no connection. Looking closely at the students, Ray noted to himself that despite their basic skills, you definitely shouldn't count on much help from them during the battle. The monster had already suffered a huge amount of damage, but he still continued to resist. The young man did not understand why the monsters here died so hard. When the next enemy was finally dealt with, Dave said that the inhabitants here were many times stronger than those above. And then the conversation of the young people was heard by Ray, who little by little explored the place where he ended up with his students. He was very pleased to meet Josh Burnett himself, immediately introducing himself as the deputy manager of one of the associations, part of the student support group today. Their comrades who were in trouble experienced no less joy from meeting the two strongest students of the academy. Josh, meanwhile, noticed that the monster he had killed began to move again. Then he instructed his clones to tear him into several pieces that could no longer be resurrected and stand up. All the other students watched with horror in their eyes as the clones carried out this terrible and very bloody assignment. Meanwhile, Ray turned to the master of the clones, asking him if he had met anyone else on his way. And after his negative answer, the man said that there was no connection with those who remained upstairs. The young man could not agree with this statement, immediately opening his interspatial dimension, through which he could contact any place where at least one of his clones was. He could hardly calm Kiara, who was indignant at his voluntary jump down. Destroying Ray's hopes, the young man noticed that no one but him could use this makeshift portal and go upstairs. Then, in response to a friend's question, the girl replied that now those accompanying them who stayed with them are trying to determine how many people fell to the lower level. Then the guy said that they had stumbled upon a group led by Ray Tucker, where, from the location of their previous location, it would be possible to understand where they had failed. Josh also brought information that the teleportation skill does not work at the lower level. Then the guy warned Kiara that he might need any of his clones, and therefore he could recall the one he left with her, asking the girl to be careful. After which, answering Dave's question, he said that he would leave the clone with the students and he would move on. Turning around, the young man wanted to talk to Ray. But suddenly he discovered that neither the man nor the other students were around anymore. Dave was much more shocked, who could not understand where such a crowd could disappear in just a couple of seconds. Assessing the situation, Josh mentally concluded that he did not hear any struggle or cries for help, and that was already good. He immediately remembered his companion's skill, with the help of which Dave found him among the rubble, telling him to use it immediately. And so, spending his mana, the young man performed the skill. And a few seconds later, he gave his disappointing conclusion that there was not a single living soul within a radius of 3 kilometers from them. While Dave was restoring his mana level, Josh was trying to understand how a whole crowd of people could simply disappear without having the teleportation skill, which also doesn't work here. At some point, the young man's speech was interrupted by a noise coming from behind him, where, as it turned out, monsters were already approaching the young people from all sides. While preparing his damned sword, Josh noticed that this already complex labyrinth regularly changes the location of the people in it. After performing a few simple movements, Marcus demonstrated one of the strongest attacks that could be delivered with a sword. Accompanying his actions with explanations, the man said that the main thing here is to create a vacuum, then the attack will be strong enough. And when he asked the clone if he was listening to him at all, he looked up from eating his steak, saying that he had learned everything perfectly. Then the clone's mentor said that the time had come for practical training, during which the student would be able to better understand what the shape of a sword is. While the clone was finishing his meal, preparing for the exercises, the master added that if the student could even feel the air currents, it would already be a huge success. And now number 7 has already begun to try to repeat what his teacher just did, where the latter warned him to be more careful in his wrist movements. But the clone did not need any recommendations or precautions, where he, with lightning speed, exactly repeated what Marcus had shown. Watching how some clone managed to do on the first try what had taken him years of training, the man was literally speechless. Around the same time, Josh, together with his other clones, tried to fight off a whole crowd of monsters. And Dave, standing on the sidelines, could only provide moral support to his companion. The task would be much easier if the monsters died the same way they die on the surface. But in this mysterious labyrinth, the young man had to kill the same resurrected monsters over and over again. He was very angry with his invisible assistant when he suddenly sent a message that the flow of monsters would not end until the guy defeated the owner and creator of this place. Activating his special skills, Josh noticed that it was time to find the owner of this abnormal place. The latter, observing the actions of the uninvited guests, noticed that the gentleman warned him about Josh's very non-trivial skills. After which, picking up one of the skulls surrounding him from the ground, the creator of the labyrinth declared that this guy very much reminded him of his precious Jacques. Talking to this skull, the man remembered how strong he was during his life. But at the same time, this ruler of the catacombs noted that each person has a certain limit of capabilities. Meanwhile, Josh, dealing with yet another enemy, continued to notice that there was no end to them, where everyone has to be killed several times, and when the opponents run out, they are immediately transferred to a new place. Resorting to one of the extreme measures, Josh sprinkled the cursed sword with his blood, and Dave declared that the only way to deal with any undead was with the help of divine power. And when he suggested that the guy start praying, the already furious Josh promised to turn his companion into an undead if he didn't shut up right now. And then the young man's head was visited by one bright idea that the enemy could be set on fire. Turning to his clones, the young man made sure that the ability to create fireballs in the labyrinth was not blocked. Then he asked the clones to change the structure of the fireball and make it cover his sword. After thinking for a few seconds, the clone stated that, in principle, such an action could be done. Looking at the clone who had finished demonstrating the strike, Marcus's question about how he did it received a simple answer, where number 7 stated that he simply repeated the movements of the teacher. However, as expected, the clone's unprepared hand was broken by the incredible amount of energy he created. But there was no reason to worry, where the guy, as Marcus realized, had a very high level of regeneration, since he stated that he would be ready to continue in about 3 minutes. Having never expected such an amazing result from this clone, the man immediately realized that he could raise a unique warrior who could easily destroy Schreiber, and therefore suggested moving on to the next lesson. And in the labyrinth, Josh was already rejoicing that he had some kind of holy weapon in his hands. But Dave was not at all impressed, where he said that nothing would change if the guy just threw fireballs at the monsters. But the idea of using a fiery sword firmly captured the mind of the young man, who had already rushed with it to attack the next monster. and so he pierced the monster, where the latter's body was instantly engulfed in fire. Dave stood and looked at how one of the clones maintained the state of the fiery sword. The monster's body quickly charred, and Josh, pleased with himself, declared that his sacred weapon was working. His companion tried to dispute this, but their conversation was interrupted by a man who asked whether the young men in front of him were hunters. Without answering the counter question about who he was, the man asked the guys to tell him where the exit was, where he got a little lost while exploring the local sites. Looking sideways at the strange stranger he met, Josh mentally noted that he had never heard more stupidity in his life. Saying that he, of course, was not very sure, the young man pointed the man in the direction in which he should continue his journey. He tried again to find out who his random man was, but he suddenly noticed that the young man's shoelaces were untied. And while he was tying them, a strange man suddenly told Josh not to doubt the path he was moving on, where, in his opinion, the young man copes with everything perfectly. Dave stood and silently listened to everything that this lover of sights said. Saying that the truth would be revealed very soon, the man thanked them for showing him the way and said goodbye to the young people. Leaving their company, this truly strange man whispered that everything was going exactly as the seer had indicated. Before the guy had time to think about everything that had happened, he suddenly heard Kiara's voice in his head, where the girl reported the establishment of a telepathic connection, asking the young man to report the location of him and the others. To this, Josh replied that there was a small problem with indicating the location of the position, where they were constantly thrown from one point of the maze to another. And now everyone who was near Kiara had already received information that the group led by Ray had also disappeared somewhere. When Josh finished, the girl became very worried, noticing that with constant movement, they would not be able to draw up even a rough plan of that level of the catacombs. But the guy disagreed with his girlfriend on this, saying that there were several guys with him who simply had a phenomenal memory. Watching his guess, the owner of the maze saw how the group began to share. But this was not something new for him, since this is exactly what everyone who found themselves here did, trying to make some kind of map and get out. With his wild look, the man shouted that this would not work, since the space around them was constantly changing. Shouting to the clones who could not hear him that they could run as long as they wanted, the creator of the labyrinth burst into hysterical laughter. But what happened next managed to silence him and surprise him. One of the clones, quickly moving around the territory, said that he saw it for the first time and called it point A1. Another clone, through a rift in space, said that this point was several hundred meters from the place where they fell, where now his companion needed to turn right. Another participant in this venture also reported that he was at one of the points where they had already had a battle, where it turns out that its location was between points B3 and A2. One of the clones sat with a pen and paper, only having time to make sketches in accordance with the information coming from the rift. The young man explained to Dave, who did not understand what was happening, that now they would have a map of this place. After all, even if the clones were transported somewhere, they always remembered the places where they had already been, which made it possible to track and compare places in the labyrinth. And so, having compared all the available sketches, the young people finally received a map of the place where they were. Josh's companion, not without surprise, noticed the clones' incredible ability to remember locations and directions of movement. And suddenly, from the rift, Josh heard that several clones had immediately stumbled upon groups of students, including the previously lost group led by Ray. Then the young man turned to Kiara, where she immediately replied that the rescue group was ready and waiting for instructions. Then Josh instructed one of the clones, who knew the place better than himself, to tell Kiara and the rescue team how to get to the survivors. Very soon the rescue group reached the place where the students were, and so one of the members of this group descended down the lowered rope, where both the students and their accompanying people rejoiced with joy. Their savior himself was no less happy than the others about the salvation of his comrades. And all this time, the owner of the labyrinth, who was watching the actions of the guy and his clones, let out a heartbreaking scream. Returning to his work, Josh, studying the map, realized that the maze had different levels in the form of circles, where he suggested that teleportation works for returns precisely because of the circles. But both guys instantly agreed that this skill must have some kind of range, and if the circle shape is used, then the creator is at the very center. Opening his interdimensional dimension, Josh ordered the clones to gather in order to finally see the one who caused them so many problems. But Dave stopped the guy's impulse, asking him to take him to where the rescue team was working. The creator of the labyrinth sat in his chambers, asking someone for forgiveness for not being able to save them all. Opening his robe, the man said that it was not over yet, where he could stop those who would come here. Having taken out an enhancing drug from the power crystals, the creator of the labyrinth noticed that the master could have foreseen all this. Preparing to inject it into himself, the man feverishly declared that, with this, he could return to where he was happy. People who had taken refuge in some dungeon shared their impressions of how portals began to open everywhere, from which monsters literally fell to the ground. Then one of the survivors attracted everyone's attention by saying that the radio had started working and someone was broadcasting. And then a voice on the radio announced that portals were opening all over the world and a state of emergency had been declared in their country. This was followed by various recommendations, where all survivors were urged not to come into contact with monsters, stock up on food and provisions, and wait in hiding to await rescue. While people were listening to everything that was said on the radio, a skeleton lying nearby suddenly began to glow. And now some unknown force has already lifted the bones into the air right in front of the amazed people. Realizing that this was one of the strange phenomena that occurs everywhere, the survivors rushed to escape. The girl running behind everyone stumbled and sprawled on the floor of this dungeon, becoming easy prey for the approaching skeleton. She was already preparing to accept her death, when suddenly the skeleton literally disappeared into thin air. Not understanding what happened, the already shocked people looked at the place where the monster had been a second ago. And then a man who appeared in front of the survivors, who clearly used some non-trivial abilities, told people not to come out, because only here he could give them protection. While exposed to the concentrated crystal of power, the creator of the labyrinth tirelessly insisted that he only wanted to give them protection. And then his energy level grew so much that he was literally ready to tear everything around. With tears in his eyes, the man asked someone invisible why they did not understand him. Soon, Dave found himself in the place where the rescue team was working. When he hesitated at the rope, Josh assigned number 2 to help this guy get up, because he understood that Dave himself simply did not have enough strength for this. But then the place where the rescuers were suddenly began to seem to blur into the air. Having tried to break through the incomprehensible phenomenon with a sword, Josh realized that the exit was now blocked. Having opened his interdimensional storage, the young man was surprised to find that his action was also blocked. Where there was only one thing left to do: get to the center, as previously planned. To which Dave, opening the bottle of potion, noted that he was still going to refuse the evacuation at the last moment and help. The remaining rescuers at the top, Kiara and one of the clones, looked in confusion as the path to salvation was blocked. Suddenly, a voice very familiar to Josh's friend asked everyone to move away from the place of the failure. And now the girl has already thrown a previously prepared energy ball. But when the dust she raised settled a little, Meryl noticed that this was clearly not enough. Kiara was very surprised to see her recent mentor in front of her, who was happy that everything was fine with her student. When asked by the head of the Fox, the girl explained that Josh was stuck on the lower level with Dave. To which her interlocutor noted that the guys will be able to stand up for themselves. But for now, they need to figure out how to deal with the one who created this labyrinth in order to remove the protection. Which is a very difficult task, since the created barrier is impenetrable, and it is impossible to teleport to the lower levels. Kiara was quite surprised when Meryl suddenly said that only she could help the young people. Josh and his clones continued to fight the advancing monsters. At one point, the guy noticed that they had been moved to another part of the maze, which was further from the intended goal. Without hesitating for a second, the young man and his assistants again rushed forward towards the center. When the next movement occurred, Josh noted, not without emotion, that the movements were not at all random, where the owner of this place deliberately sent them further from the center. And suddenly the guy again heard the voice of his faithful girlfriend. Kiara asked to show her the location of the owner of this place, where she would strike him from a distance. And when Josh reminded that this level was isolated by a barrier, the girl responded by recalling that she had recently undergone excellent training. The young man thought for a while, deciding how best to act in this situation. Turning to number 6, he made sure that he had all the information in his head about the map of this place that they had compiled. And so he asked him to calculate the angle from their location to the place in the center where the enemy should presumably be, so that Kiara could hit him with precision. Meanwhile, the creator of the labyrinth was happy that his idea was a success, where he was able to interrupt the progress of Josh and his annoying clones. During their next meal, the surviving people cheerfully discussed the fact that their savior was very appropriately nicknamed the creator of the labyrinth. Before their eyes, a certain child, trying to get out, instantly moved back, which was created for the safety of children. Remembering this, the man whispered with tears in his eyes that he just wanted to protect them all. Returning back, the creator of the maze said that he had brought food for the current week. Immediately, his faithful friend Jacques approached him and told him not to go out alone again. Scrolling through pictures of his past in his memory, the owner of the labyrinth continued to repeat that now no one would be able to get through here. The little girls cheerfully asked the savior to bring them some flowers from the surface. The adults, every time he went to buy groceries, noticed that they owed the man their lives. Having calculated the trajectory, number 6 helped Kiara, who had already formed and compacted the energy ball, take aim. The clone lowered the girl's hands to the required angle, and then he gave a command, according to which the energy ball was launched. He easily broke through the protective field and began to pass through the levels to the center of the labyrinth. And so, at some point, the creator of the labyrinth suddenly felt something pierce through his body at great speed. Looking at his own blood on his palm, the man could not understand how this could happen. And while he was concluding that he had made a mistake again, a picture of the past again appeared before his eyes, where everyone he saved was dead. Returning from the surface, the owner of the labyrinth was horrified when he discovered only dead bodies. Not only men, but also women, and even small children were killed. Among others, the man saw the corpse of his friend Jacques, pierced with several swords. Approaching one of the walls and examining the bloody marks on it, he immediately realized that these marks were left by the hands of people who were trying to somehow get out of this place and avoid death. The creator of the labyrinth continued to move among the bodies, and the words of people thanking him for his salvation constantly sounded in his head. So he got to the room where the energy for the constant action of his skill was concentrated. There the man saw the body of a little girl, from whose hands a wreath made of artificial flowers fell out of her hands. And then the man's head once again heard the child's request to bring some real flowers. Kneeling down, the owner of the labyrinth picked up the wreath and put it on his head, where at the same time several skeletons were already rushing towards him. Looking at the monsters, the distraught man shouted for the people he had saved to wait a little longer, since very soon they would be together again. Standing surrounded by his clones and in the company of Dave, Josh tried to understand whether his girlfriend managed to hit the target. Having lingered in one place for some time, the young man noticed that the situation around him had ceased to change regularly. And so he and his clones, one of whom took Dave with him, already rushed towards the center of the labyrinth. Placing his bulky weapon on his shoulder, the young man said that he thought it was necessary to call for reinforcements. But the master said that he gave the owner of the labyrinth a concentrate of power crystals, which was very difficult to take from the association of wolves. In addition, the creator's ability is ideal for ensuring that no one can ever get close to him. The master also recalled that this man received his skill immediately after the first invasion, where he used it to protect a group of survivors. But at some point, the talent of the creator of the labyrinth suddenly became his curse. The man then spoke about the security levels that protect what is stored in the labyrinth, where one of these are incredibly strong monsters that block the path of anyone who tries to pass. However, space itself tends to change over time. Therefore, over time, the monsters that escaped were able to find themselves right inside the territory where the creator and the rescued lived. And despite the level of monsters C and B, this was quite enough, because those who were inside the labyrinth did not have the opportunity to get out due to the return functions installed by the creator. After that incident, the ability of the creator of the labyrinth began to work incorrectly. The directions of changes in space became random, and therefore there was nothing to worry about, since no one would get through this obstacle. After listening to the master, the young man noticed that the concentrate, according to rumors, raises the level of all abilities, which can bring the creator's abilities back to normal. Meanwhile, the wounded creator of the labyrinth sat and looked at the emblem received from the master in his hands. At that moment, having broken through a blockage of human bones and skulls, Josh was finally able to break through into the same room. And here he, his clones and Dave, stood and looked at the one they had been looking for so long, where the man himself suddenly dropped the master's sign from his hand. The young man was very glad that the creator was still alive, and they managed to meet. Turning to the man, the young man asked whether he had influenced the functions of the labyrinth. In response, his interlocutor suddenly stated that he should have died back then, in the distant past. Neither Josh nor his companion understood what the man was talking about now, and the creator continued, saying that it was because of his skill that the locked monsters were released and killed everyone who was there. The young man was shocked when his interlocutor said that under his feet there were not the bones of monsters, but the remains of people. Removing the wreath from his head, the creator added that he had enough reasons for regret, and so his thoughts returned to the past, where he was preparing to accept death from attacking monsters. But then his skill randomly activated, moving the attackers. And so he told Josh that his ability had gotten out of control, automatically moving anyone who tried to get close to him, which did not seem to be an act of self-preservation instinct. And then, turning to the young people, the man said that he just wanted to go back to that day. Josh and Dave were alarmed when the creator announced that he had regained control of the ability and would now try to reverse the structure of this place. And so the man began to translate his plan into reality, where he again asked all the people he saved to wait a little. Realizing that even more monsters would now be released, Josh wanted to deal with the creator, but then he received a message from an unknown interlocutor who asked him to stop. And then some magic began to affect the legs of the young man rushing forward, where he felt that his right leg did not obey him at all and refused to move forward. Josh instantly remembered the man who touched his shoes under the pretext that the laces were untied. However, the guy was not going to stop, deciding to go to the end. His plan was to do some kind of somersault, in the process of which he would free his foot from the enchanted shoe. And so, rising to his feet, the young man threw his arms up in victory as his right leg regained freedom of movement. But the joy instantly disappeared from his face when something underneath him suddenly made a small click. Immediately after which the man thanked the young man for clicking on that block, since his mana was already running out and this was the last thing that needed to be done to complete the process. Immediately after his words, a powerful energy stream burst out from the center of the room, and so Josh, Dave and the clones watched as a huge portal appeared in the air. from which, a few seconds later, the head of a previously unseen monster emerged. Looking at this monster, the guy understood that this was the most dangerous and powerful opponent of all those whom he had previously faced. Standing opposite the monster, the creator of the labyrinth said that what was happening was simply inevitable. Then, turning to the young man, the man, showing a certain stone, said that he would reward the guy for helping him. And so he threw him that very stone, saying that it was one of the 7 special crystals. The monster standing next to its creator had already raised its huge limb when the man said that now it was time to say goodbye. Immediately after which, in one sharp movement, the monster beheaded the creator of the labyrinth. The clone's reaction was at the level where one of them bent Dave's head so that the monster's blow would not decapitate him. Josh has already received a message from his secret interlocutor, who demanded that the special crystal be immediately destroyed. Swinging, the young man hit the crystal with all his might on the stone floor. And at that same second, bright rays of light spread across this gloomy room. Josh closed his eyes, and when he tried to open his eyes, he discovered that he was no longer in the catacombs. Looking around, where he was surrounded by endless white expanses, the guy tried to figure out what happened to him. But then a man's voice, coming from behind, expressed his joy at this long-awaited meeting. Turning around, the young man asked his interlocutor who he was. He was beside himself with rage when he realized that he was next to the one who sent him to the catacombs. And to the guy's repeated question, the man sitting in front of him replied that he was Friedrich Schreiber, where the man also called himself known to everyone as the creator of the system. While the young man was in a state of shock, Friedrich added that there was no need to worry about those who remained in the catacombs, since during the entire time of their communication here, not even a second would pass there. However, the young man was quite worried about the prospect of his brain melting if he spent too long in this mysterious place. Having cast aside his fears, the guy decided to use this meeting to his maximum benefit, starting a conversation about how his interlocutor had destroyed the population of an entire planet. Adjusting his glasses, the man said that the reason for the emergence of the Day of Harvest was indeed the system he created. And while the guy accused him of having the audacity to say that he wanted to stop this event, Friedrich asked Josh to just listen to what he had to say. And he explained that despite the fact that, in essence, he is the culprit in the death of the planet's population, he nevertheless had no control over what was happening. Then a system window appeared in front of the young man, approaching which he asked why the man created the system in the first place. This question made Friedrich look down and become visibly nervous. And when he said that the system was created to save a loved one who had become infected with an incurable virus, Josh experienced a real shock. Understanding perfectly the feelings of his interlocutor in this part, the young man asked what eventually became of that person. To which the man replied that he wanted to believe that now she was in a place where there was no suffering. Where after these words the man added that Josh should understand him like no one else. He went on to say that the system he created was no longer under his direct control. Where at first there was that planet that he tried to save, now it has set its sights on the Earth, becoming a monster that consumes everything in its path. Showing the guy a special crystal, Friedrich said that in order to cope with the system, they would need all such crystals. And when asked why he needed to collect them, the man explained that only with their help, the guy could exclude himself from the influence of the system. Continuing the explanation, the creator of the system said that special stones have 2 effects on their owner, where the first point is blocking the influence of the system on the body. Where exactly this action of the stone allowed them to meet now. The second effect is the acquisition of great power by a very ancient creature that once lived on the planet. Listening to all this, Josh noticed that he had a feeling that there was some kind of catch in all of this. And his interlocutor immediately confirmed this, saying that after absorbing all the crystals, their essence will try to take over the guy's body. Taking the crystal from Friedrich, the young man said that he had strong mental resistance, and therefore he was not afraid of outside influence. The young man wanted to ask another question, but suddenly felt a sharp pain in his head. Noting that the time limit had now come for Josh to be here, Friedrich suggested postponing the conversation until later, where the young man would still have to deal with the monster. In response to doubts that he would be able to cope with that monster at all, the man said that a special crystal would help him with this. The last thing the young man heard from his interlocutor was his request to help him stop the system. And then Josh opened his eyes and discovered that he was again in the catacombs with a sword and a special crystal in his hands. Next to him was Dave, who loudly shouted that they needed to quickly run away from here, because in front of them was an unusual and very strong monster that they would not be able to defeat. And then inexplicable things began to happen to the portal from which the monster emerged, where the destructive effects of energy began to spread to nearby residential buildings. Watching what was happening, Josh noticed that the situation was becoming more complicated every second. Dave did not understand what his companion was up to when he asked to transfer the power of the saint to him, at least for a second. And so Josh instructed all the clones, except number 1, to go save people, and Dave to hide and transfer power to him on a signal. Holding a special crystal in his hand, the young man remembered Friedrich's words that this stone would help in battle. And so, the young man made up his mind, squeezing the stone forcefully, causing it to crumble into small pieces. As it turned out, there was some kind of clot of energy inside it. The young man saw how everything around seemed to be shrouded in impenetrable blackness, from which someone was looking at him. Someone's sinister voice first asked him who he was, but without waiting for an answer, he was glad that he now had a new body. The mental impact was so strong that the guy's head could not withstand such pressure, causing him to fall to his knees. Dave, watching from a hiding place, could not understand what was happening to Josh, where his usual transformation had never been so painful. Meanwhile, the young man listened to an ominous whisper that promised to give him everything he wanted in exchange for his body. But the young man's face was distorted by a not very kind smile, where he noticed that the influence of this voice was much less than what he experienced when he sprinkled blood on the cursed sword. But the voice continued to demand the guy's body, where he suddenly thought that in general it would not be so bad to submit, intending to absorb the energy essence. At some point, his own words about mental stability, which he voiced in response to Friedrich's warnings, suddenly flashed through the guy's memory. And now he was already moving his hand away from his mouth, noticing that he had just almost made a fatal mistake. But the voice in his head did not subside, asking why the young man stopped and asserting the pointlessness of resistance. Then the young man's memory flashed back to his state when he first saw his dear sister in a coma. Deciding that one day his family had already paid for his excessive self-confidence, he jumped up to number 1 and stuffed the energy essence directly into his mouth. And while some changes were happening to the clone, Josh, who had gotten rid of the voice in his head, noticed that he needed to be able to soberly assess his strength. Dave did not understand at all what was happening before his eyes, where, at his questioning glance, the young man said that it would be better this way. And while they were talking, the monster standing nearby turned its attention to the young people. And then a certain sphere accompanying him materialized a weapon in the monster's hand, while he himself was heading towards where Dave, Josh, and number 1 were standing. Observing the actions of the monster, the owner of the clones asked the number 1 to hurry up. Suddenly, Josh began receiving one after another system messages that an unknown object was involved. And while the system was reporting numerous errors and the forced introduction of new, unidentified abilities, the monster was already preparing to strike. Seeing the black Terry spear flying towards him, Josh was already prepared for the fact that this could be his last minute of life. And when the spear reached the target, an incredibly strong explosion was heard. It was a greatly modified number 1, which easily interrupted the movement of the weapon. But then, number 1 suddenly announced that he had not felt the taste of real air for a very long time and had almost forgotten it. Turning, the young man looked in surprise at his clone, from whom he had first heard such speeches, asking the first if he was next to him. Continuing to clutch in his hand what the monster had thrown, number 1 looked at the guy standing in front of him. And finally, he asked Josh the killer question about who else this number 1 was. Without waiting for an answer, some unknown monster that the clone had turned into dealt Josh a severe blow. The guy had to use his skill to minimize the damage from this unexpected attack. And while the young man's body was flying, he managed to remember Friedrich's words that special crystals were essentially fragments of a very powerful creature that lived many years ago. And now, by number 1, it was absolutely clear that that same creature had seized control of his body. Approaching the driven enemy, number 1 ordered him to rise to his feet and continue the battle. Feeling the power of the blow received with all his gut, Josh concluded that this creature was definitely stronger than him. There was nothing to be done, and when the guy rose to his feet, the clone rushed forward, shouting that the battle had just begun. Having difficulty holding back the onslaught of the enemy, the young man noticed that now was not the time to fight another monster. Well, number 1, having caught the guy's weapon right by the blade, prepared to strike him again. But suddenly Josh literally threw himself at his feet, begging the ancient creature to show mercy, where some kind of misunderstanding simply occurred. Having stopped its attack, the unknown creature stood and looked blankly at what the guy was doing. The young man loudly declared that having just woken up, the ancient creature simply did not understand what was happening here. After which the young man pointed to the monster standing nearby, saying that he was the enemy. Noticing that the creature in the body of the first number doubted, Josh added fuel to the fire, recalling that it was that monster that threw the spear at him. Dave, standing in the shelter, although it was in his position to think so, still noticed that the guy was behaving very cunningly. Well, the owner of the clones continued to play, begging the creature to deal with the terrible monster. Saying that he didn't care who he fought, number 1 walked towards the monster, preparing the energy to strike. At this point, Josh exhaled, noting that so far he had managed to get out, but this did not solve the problem entirely. Meanwhile, the creature in body number 1 had already rushed to attack, where black spears were also flying at him from the side of the monster. Approaching the monster's head, the unknown creature struck it with an incredibly strong blow. And Josh, watching this confrontation, could only rejoice at the clone's superiority. But after the blow, the first one did not have time to break the distance, and the enemy hit him with his blow. The counterattack was strong, where number 1's body even broke through one of the walls. This turn of events instantly changed Josh's mood. However, the unknown creature was not going to give up, and within a second it emerged from under the rubble of stones. Concentrating the energy, the creature noticed that one part of it, apparently, was not enough. Nevertheless, it decided to continue the fight, again rushing at the huge enemy. The catacombs gradually collapsed, and people saved their lives as best they could. Watching the destruction, Kiara fearfully noticed that this could all be a consequence of the energy ball thrown at her. Meryl reassured the girl, saying that it was definitely not her fault, where she coped with her task perfectly. At the same time, the entire current situation with the two monsters did cause great concern. Beginning to concentrate her energy, Meryl instructed Emma to evacuate all the students. And when asked what the head of their organization was planning to do, the girl replied that it was time for her to retrain from a guide back to a hunter. The battle between the two strongest monsters continued, where the young man noticed the incredible speed with which the creature in the body of his clone launched its attacks. Even from the outside, it was impossible to keep track of a third of his lightning attacks. At some point after another attack, the creature suddenly felt that something was wrong with his hand. Looking at the broken forearm and hand, it noticed that the body did not stand out in anything except regeneration, and was too weak. While number one hesitated with his hand, the monster opposing him tried to attack him. Deftly dodging the movement of the black spheres, the creature noticed that it had already managed to adapt to the enemy's attacks. And suddenly an energy ball flew right into the monster's head. And the head of the association, Lisa, who appeared nearby, said that she would help Josh by asking where the rest of his clones were. Realizing that while number one was in control of an unknown creature, interfering in the battle could be very dangerous, the young man loudly shouted to Meryl to leave. But the creature had already noticed a new participant in the battle, saying that it always welcomes new opponents. Sitting at the bar, the man tried another alcohol, which he didn't even bother to pour into a glass. When he drank about half the bottle in one gulp, he noticed the inscription informing that this type of alcohol will ignore immunity. But alcohol had no effect on him, which was the reason why the bottle flew into a nearby cabinet. The visitors looked in fear at the angry man, who demanded to give him something stronger. Suddenly, behind him, the man heard a familiar voice, which stated that the search for alcohol that would make him drunk, apparently, had still not been crowned with success. As he approached, Casper also noticed that finding alcohol that would work on S-level hunters was not so easy. Turning around a little, S-level hunter Jack Barton greeted his old acquaintance. When Jack asked what brought him here, Casper explained that he was gathering all available S-level hunters, where he called the reason for this the appearance of a level S monster, from which they have to protect people. But Jack was completely in no mood to participate in any battles, saying that his interlocutor could handle everything alone. Then Casper used his main trump card, saying that he could help the man get alcohol that would work on him. This proposal immediately interested the man seeking oblivion. The head of the association, Lisa, stood and looked blankly at what was happening right in front of her, where one hand number one did not allow the second one to reach the girl. Suddenly the creature shouted that resistance was useless, and it was better for the one whose body he had inhabited to simply obey him. But then his appearance began to change, where the human half had already declared that he was number one, and no one except the owner could order him. As Josh approached, Meryl asked what was happening here, and why his clone was behaving and looking so strange. To this, the young man replied that the story about this would take quite a long time. Here the second half, controlled by the creature, turning to the first number, stated that his devotion was impressive, and therefore for now he was ready to return control of his body to him. Wishing him good luck in the battle, the unknown ancient creature retreated completely. Josh couldn't be happier that his clone had returned to normal, and the girl standing next to him decided that the clone had been brainwashed. Then Josh remembered that very close to them, there was a monster that needed to be defeated. Turning to the first one, the guy asked if he could defeat this monster with the help of his new abilities. While they were talking, the monster was already preparing a new powerful attack. And finally, it became clear that the clone itself could not use the abilities that the ancient creature had. Sitting next to his student, Marcus said that he was going to teach him one very ancient sword technique that he would never teach anyone. And so he began to explain that the guy needed to collect as much mana in his center as he could collect in his entire body. After which Marcus said that he would now take control of the movement of mana through the body, because moving this powerful energy around the body incorrectly can only cause harm. Running away from another attack, Meryl could not understand why, just recently, number one, who had so ably resisted the monster, was now absolutely helpless. Along the way, the young man asked other clones about how the evacuation process was going, to which he received the answer that almost everything was finished. Then the young man ordered all the clones previously involved in the evacuation to gather next to him. And so, following the owner's orders, a crowd of clones attacked the huge enemy. Activating one of her skills, Meryl said that she would distract the monster's attention from herself. This was a special type of hypnotic influence that created the most attractive image for the object. While the monster was dreaming of the female skeleton that had appeared, which he found very beautiful, he was attacked by one of the clones. The monster tried to grab the enemy, but the clone immediately used a new ice skill. When he saw this, the young man noticed that he had completely forgotten that he had this ability. At that same second, he ordered all clones to restrict the enemy's movements using freezing, and so the monster's body gradually began to become overgrown with ice. Josh also decided to participate in this by activating the freezing skill he acquired at the academy. But instead of a freezing stream, some pitiful pair of ice cubes suddenly fell out of his hand. Watching Josh, the head of the association, Fox, did not notice how the monster was right behind her. The resulting powerful blow threw the girl straight into a pile of stones, and the enemy was already stretching out his huge limb in an attempt to finish off his victim. He was prevented from realizing his plan by Josh, who stood in the way of the movement of his hand, protecting the girl. He began to ask if everything was okay with Meryl, when suddenly he received a message from the system about the activation of movement in the mana body, and his clones were already attacking the enemy with some new unknown skill using air currents. The monster retreated, and Josh tried to find out what this new skill was and what kind of movement of mana was happening in his body. When asked what sensations he was experiencing, number 7 replied that his mana continued to condense and move around the center. After listening to the explanations, Marcus noticed that the guy really has very good sensitivity. The man began to give some new explanations regarding the use of this skill, but the clone suddenly opened a rift, saying that the owner had an emergency. Marcus didn't even have time to say anything in response before number 7 had already disappeared from view into the interdimensional storage facility. Left alone, he knelt down and did not notice how a flash flashed behind him. When he turned around, he noticed that his unexpected guest was not to be seen very often. Watching the clones' attacks, the young man noticed their incredible power, which made the monster's bones crack. And then number 7 appeared in front of him, who apologized for being late, explaining that it was impossible to break away from the process of mana movement. To Josh's question, the 7th answered that the new skill really came from him, but it would not be possible to use it for a long time since it would break the bones of his hands. Meanwhile, the enemy's body suddenly began to be enveloped in green energy. Noticing that this flow of energy restored the enemy's bones, the guy decided that he needed to somehow finish off this monster with one blow. Then it was decided to use the movement of mana to deliver a decisive joint blow. And so, rushing at the gigantic skeleton, Josh said that now he would look at what would break first, their arms or his bones. The skill was activated, which was felt by both Josh himself and his huge opponent. However, one such blow was not enough, and the monster was already preparing to counterattack. What the second attack, identical in power and effectiveness from one of the clones, did not allow him to do. Following him, the skeleton was attacked from behind, and number 7 joined the confrontation. Summoning the clones behind him, Josh decided that he needed to continue the attacks without allowing the monster to recover. But his opponent suddenly let out a piercing scream, after which he materialized from his body a new black clot, the appearance of which did not bode well. Observing the actions of the skeleton, the young man decided that he could protect himself from this thing by opening his interdimensional storage. But he did not have time to do anything, as spikes instantly flew out of the black clot in all directions, which affected not only the clones, but also their owner himself. At this moment, the dungeon was illuminated by a bright flash, which each time foreshadowed the appearance of a famous person. Marcus appeared in the room and managed to jump up and catch the falling Josh in his arms. And next to him were Casper and the S-level hunters John Barton and Jerome Durand, whom he had invited to this battle. Looking at the monster, John immediately understood why he was called to participate in the confrontation with the undead. But then his attention was attracted by Marcus, who asked his colleague to cure one person. Looking at Josh, the man said that he would definitely not die from such a wound. Nevertheless, he agreed to treat this guy and, if necessary, all the others who were very similar to him. Activating the movement skill, Casper left his brothers, saying that for now, he would save the survivors. Disappearing, he asked them to deal with this S-level monster. At some point, the young man healed by Jack woke up, not yet realizing what had happened. The man standing next to him told the twins to all hide while the hunters dealt with the undead. Looking after the retreating man, Josh wondered who this guy was and where he came from, while Meryl approached and asked if everything was okay with the guy. The girl, who joyfully declared that now everything would definitely be fine, was also completely healed. She explained to her interlocutor that those 3 men were S-level hunters. The young man already knew one of them, and was surprised by his presence, where Marcus told the guy to rest while they worked. And now his acquaintance from the Best Skill Company, who came from another planet, has already rushed into battle. Saying that his student had yet to learn such a skill, Marcus created powerful air currents around the enemy. Meanwhile, Casper was actively moving around the territory, everywhere finding traces of saving people. He mentally noted that things had not gone as usual, where even this monster had awakened earlier, immediately transforming into its more advanced form. The young man did not understand why the labyrinth did not play its role, and the destruction did not reach other settlements. The only explanation was the intervention of those very similar hunters. And since these guys managed to simultaneously save all the people and contain that monster in its advanced form, it could mean that they discovered a special crystal. However, Casper did not expect anything from what was happening, which greatly entertained his entire hidden essence. Meanwhile, Marcus continued to spin his opponent into powerful currents of air. Watching this, Josh mentally noted the incredible power this man had. Jerome, standing nearby, also noticed his colleague's excellent sword skills, saying that it would be nice to somehow exchange experience, after which another S-level hunter also rushed to the attack, striking the monster with lightning speed and numerous blows. But when both hunters finished their attacks, it turned out that the monster was only wounded, but still combat ready. Of course, he didn't really like what Marcus and Jerome did to him, where he was not slow in trying to repay them in the same coin. While protecting his comrades, Jack, who created the shield, noticed that the enemy was quite strong, after which the man noted that in this case it would be best to simply blow off his head. And with a snap of his fingers, a powerful holy light stream fell on the skeleton, leaving him without a head. But as it turned out, this was not enough, since the enemy remained on his feet and was ready to fight further, where literally in a few seconds he had a new head. Here, Casper joined the battle, dropping an entire dilapidated house on the monster's head and noticing that the weak point of this skeleton was most likely the eye on its chest. The gathered hunters stood and thought about how they could hit this eye, which was constantly moving around the monster's body. Josh, who had previously been watching what was happening from the sidelines, suddenly decided to join the battle. Merrill tried to stop him, saying that those hunters would deal with it, to which the young man replied that they would not deal with every problem that appeared in his life. And since he needs to become stronger in progress, he must deal with this monster. After making sure that Dave was still there, he gave him a sign to extend the holy power to him. He also ordered his clones to support all his further actions. Having prepared his weapon, the young man concentrated, mentally formulating the tactics and strategy of his further actions. After which, he sprinkled blood on the cursed sword, deciding to deal with this condition with new skills. And the battle between the monster and the S-rank hunters continued, where John put up protection against the monster's next attack. Casper teleported without stopping, striking the enemy one after another. And Marcus, having gathered his strength a little, again used his skills in controlling airflows. While he circled it in a whirlwind, Jerome tried to hit the right part. Feeling the beginning of the curse of his weapon, which was expressed, among other things, in the appearance of a voice demanding murder and blood, Josh gave the command to Dave. And so his companion activated his holy blessing skill, already realizing that Josh was planning something incredible. The young man then transferred his holy skill to the clone master. Merrill, who had been standing on the sidelines until that moment, also decided to help a little by activating her skill to distract the enemy's attention. And so everyone who was nearby began to see in her what each of them desired most of all. Marcus was most amazed by the unexpected phenomenon. The enemy was also distracted, which gave Josh the opportunity to safely approach his weak spot. Following him, all his clones participating in the battle rushed at the enemy. The young man dealt an incredibly strong blow to the enemy's weak point, and the system immediately announced to him that the level of his characteristics had increased. At the same time, the seer sitting in her chambers suddenly said that the ghost of hope had finally appeared. Keeping in mind the emergence of a new S-tier hunter, who may be able to move things forward, the body of the defeated monster fell to the ground with a roar, and the guy who destroyed him suddenly dropped to his knees, feeling severe pain in his muscles, which regularly visited him with a sharp increase in his characteristics. Marcus, standing nearby, extended his hand to the young man and asked if everything was okay with him, saying that they could handle it themselves. And when the guy replied that he couldn't stay away, the man suddenly noticed that then his energy changed, where it was completely incomprehensible how he could become so strong in such a short time. And now Marcus has already stated to the surprised guy that he, apparently, has some kind of skill that increases his characteristics after destroying monsters. Having noticed that this man thinks quite quickly, Josh had no choice but to confirm this guess. John and Jerome, who were on the sidelines, discussed the fact that this guy turned out to be stronger than they could have imagined, and also knew Marcus from somewhere. At some point, the young man's attention was attracted by Casper approaching him, who was glad to meet the one who was restraining the monster before they appeared. Standing opposite the young man, he said that Josh had done a truly heroic act. Answering Casper's question, the young man told him his name, after which his interlocutor suddenly plunged into some kind of reflection, repeating the young man's name without stopping. And Josh himself stood and looked in surprise at this very strangely behaving man. And finally, Casper noticed, not without surprise, that this was the first time he had ever heard this name. Where Josh immediately thought that he was not yet so popular that the whole world knew about him. Then his interlocutor asked where those other hunters were, who looked so much like the guy. The young man wanted to say that these were his clones, but then Marcus suddenly intervened in the conversation, saying that those hunters had gone to eliminate the consequences of the destruction. Where Josh completely did not understand why the man did not allow him to tell the truth. Turning away, Casper expressed his feelings of disappointment at not being able to communicate with them. Then he added that he wanted to invite all the participants in today's battle to visit him. After all, they were just able to destroy an incredibly strong monster, and therefore it is simply necessary to celebrate this victory. One of the master's assistants quickly burst into his spacious office, where the leader immediately realized that there was some news about the activities of the creator of the labyrinth. But then the assistant said that the catacombs had fallen, the creator of the labyrinth was dead, and the S-level monster had been destroyed. But the main shocking news was that, apparently, someone managed to take possession of a special crystal. Looking around the spacious room, the young man could observe the presence of the most powerful and famous hunters here. Also, the reception was not without the presence of the press, where journalists were constantly photographing something and conducting interviews. Such a scale was in no way compatible with Casper's words about a small party at his place. All the other participants in the recent battle were present here, where Marcus sincerely admired Meryl's ears, asking if they were real. At some point, the young man's attention was attracted by a familiar female voice, where Kiara, who appeared in front of him, noticed that she felt very strange in such a dress. The appearance of the beautiful girl made Josh fall into a stupor for several seconds, but forcing himself to pull himself together, the guy said that the dress didn't look good on his friend. Remembering how the girl amazed the creator of the labyrinth, the young man noticed that she did a great job using her skill. But his conversation was interrupted by Marcus approaching, who asked if the guy had managed to test the skill of moving mana in action. And when the guy confirmed this, the man added that this was the first step towards mastering the art of wielding a sword, which his clone did without difficulty. To which the young man explained that his clones have heightened perception. But then he suddenly asked the man why he did not allow him to tell Casper about the clones. To which Marcus replied that he could not understand this hunter, who always tries to save people, and his forays take place with minimal damage. But the man, speaking in a whisper, added that at one time it was Casper who helped humanity join the system, where he also reminded the guy of the information he already knew about the imminent arrival of the harvest day. Of course, sooner or later the whole world will know about Josh's skill, but it is better to keep everything a secret for as long as possible, especially from Casper. Having finished with this topic, Marcus suddenly turned his attention to John, noticing that he was an S-level hunter with the status of a saint, where both the man himself and Kiara, standing next to him, immediately noticed the purpose for which this new acquaintance could be used. Only now did the young man realize that during the battle, only a person with holy skills could heal him. Standing near a warehouse with huge reserves of wine, John, taking a sip from another bottle, sadly noted that he had already tried all this. Starting to turn around, the man decided to simply quietly leave the party before some reporters got to him. The sudden appearance of Josh next to him frightened him greatly, where he even screamed in surprise. Casper appeared in the reception hall and thanked everyone for accepting his invitation and gathering here today. To the words of approval, the young man reminded that today's party was taking place in connection with their next big victory over the S-level monster. After waiting for the stormy applause to subside, Casper, looking around the guests, suddenly announced that he had to tell something, where everyone present was amazed when he admitted that this time it was not he who minimized the damage and destroyed the monster. And finally, the young man said that the main hero of this battle is a hunter named Josh Burnett. After which Casper added that with the help of his cloning skill, this guy saved many people and risked his life, holding back the monster's breakthrough. Listening to the speaker, Marcus mentally noted that the host of the party had already managed to find out information about the clones and now for some reason was attracting everyone's attention to the guy. Concluding his speech, Casper made a very important statement, saying that he found Josh a worthy candidate to be recognized as the first S-level hunter in his country. This statement, as well as the message that a memorial monument would be erected in the catacombs, shocked everyone present at the party. Dave, who was present here, was no less amazed than the others, and a real bustle had already begun in the hall, where representatives of the media were trying to locate Josh for an interview. Pushing each other aside, reporters burst into one room after another, trying to find the guy. At this time, Josh, using his clones, tried to persuade John to help heal his sister, where he openly declared his readiness to lick all the man's shoes to a shine. Obsessed with the idea of saving his sister by any means, the young man declared that he could do it, and the saint's shoes would be like new. This is exactly what the reporters who burst into the wine cellar found them doing. Where at that same second, numerous reflections of photo flashes began to flash in the air, and Kiara and Marcus, standing behind the reporters, watched in confusion at the strange picture they had witnessed. While hiding from the cameras, Josh screamed that it was not what it seemed, and John continued to demand that he tell the clones to let him go. Reading the letter, Dong Kang, head of the Korean Hunters Association, said they had received a request to give Josh Burnett an S-level. What Norwood, who was standing nearby and furious at such news, could not believe at all. The powerful push sent the old scientist flying back several steps. And Norwood, standing opposite him, reminded him of their agreement, where Aaron provides him with a power crystal concentrate, and in return he gives him security and everything he needs for further research. To this the old man replied that the safety clause also includes ensuring the protection of the finished product, where it is completely wrong to blame the loss on it. But then the head of Volkov recalled that it was he who saved the scientist's skin from FBI agents, who certainly would not stand on ceremony with him. And so he threateningly declared that Aaron should make up for the losses within a month, where otherwise no one would ever be able to find his body. A phone call saved Aaron from continuing this unpleasant conversation. The head of the association's branch, who contacted Norwood, reminded him of the need to make some kind of decision. But what his interlocutor shouted angrily was that he would not allow some guy to get the S level before he got it, even if Casper personally came here to resolve this issue. Then Dong Kong reminded that there was no reason to refuse to assign a level, since that skeleton from the catacombs was rated as an S-level monster, and Josh dealt the decisive blow. Here the quick-witted Norwood stated that the official reason for the refusal could be said that the guy was helped by other S-rank hunters. And when the old man explained that with such a refusal they would be asked to name the conditions under which the level could be assigned, the head of Volkov said that such conditions were not a problem, where you just need to state that Josh must go to a dangerous place, for example in Africa, where he will fight alone with S-level monsters. And if he can defeat the monsters there, then they will be ready to recognize him as level S. The man standing next to Casper was talking about how the Korea Association branch refused to recognize Josh as level S, which he finds very strange, since other countries are even willing to falsify facts for the sake of this. And when the head of the International Hunters Association, Clark Tucker, asked the young man whether it was worth putting pressure on their leadership, Casper replied that let everything remain as it was, where he believes that the branch of the association in Korea has long been rotten through and through, and therefore the current situation should be taken advantage of in order to thoroughly clean everything there. It was both fun and difficult for the young man to imagine different scenarios. Leaving the man's company, the most famous hunter told his interlocutor to ask for options for resolving the issue. And when Clark asked where he would go this time, Casper replied that he wanted to try something new and deal with a couple of bad guys. Showing not the best photo of Josh, all the media wrote about how he could become the first S-level hunter in their country. And all his friends did was make fun of the photo that the reporters managed to take. Showing the guy his shoes, Marcus asked the guy to do something with them, since they were dirty. Merrill turned the conversation into a serious direction, sympathizing with the fact that Josh was unable to reach an agreement, to which the young man stated that it was his personal choice. And so the young man's thoughts were transported again to that evening, when journalists found him in the company of the saint. At some point, the onslaught of journalists literally drove the man crazy, where he even hurled several unflattering remarks at the media representatives. He then activated one of his skills, grabbing Josh and telling him to follow him. And so, in front of the amazed public, they jumped straight out the window. And when they again felt a solid surface under their feet, John noticed that for this reason, he did not like such events. The man was still overcome with emotion when he told the guy to explain what exactly happened to his sister. When the guy asked whether the saint would cure the girl, John said that to do this, you first need to understand what kind of illness she has. After thinking for a second, the young man replied that her body was infected with a virus that absorbed mana. Where after these words, the face of his interlocutor noticeably changed. The man called the doctor, who said that either an elixir or an S-level saint could cure the girl a deceiver. John said to the guy, amazed by such a statement, that even for him it would be a very difficult task to cure such a disease. The young man began to say something in response, but his interlocutor did not allow this, asking the guy to listen to what he had to say. And so he explained that for a virus that absorbs mana, its healing mana will become the same food, and the only way to cure it is to allow all the mana in the human body to be absorbed so that the virus dies of starvation. And when Josh said that this would lead to the death of a person, the saint explained that for this reason, he said that curing the girl would be very difficult and risky, where the whole difficulty will be to catch the moment when the virus dies and instantly revive the body that died with it, where the chances of success are exactly 50-50. Having told all this, Josh also explained that if he had no hope for the elixir, he might have agreed, but for now, he decided to hold off on the risks, but John told him how to contact him if he changed his mind. After this story, Marcus also promised to make more efforts to get the elixir. As the young man prepared to leave, Dave and Ciara asked him where he was going now. To this, the young man explained that he needed to deal with the fact that his skills suddenly stopped working normally due to some kind of system failure. Having left the catacombs, the seer's assistant soon appeared before her again, where the woman asked him about how things were now. In response to the question, the man said that, as predicted, the Korea Association branch refused to recognize Josh as an S-level, after which he said that he was ready to move on to the next point of the plan, which concerned the fate of Dave Atkinson. But then the girl suddenly announced that the plan was changing, where they were postponing the murder of Norwood's son. The man was very surprised when the seer suddenly said that she was giving him a new mission in the form of a 2-year business trip to Alaska. He mentally noted that, until this time, the seer's plans had never been changed. He tried to find out from the girl what kind of new future she saw, but she simply stated that he had to follow the order, where he needed to hurry up and leave this room. The hunters guarding the entrance to the seer have already noted the fact of an aggressive invasion, and suddenly half of the body of one of the guards literally disappeared into thin air. Before she had time to realize the death of one of her partners, the girl already watched in horror as the second died. And now, in the face of her own death, all she could do was shout the word help. The seer told the assistant that they had very little time, where she prepared a teleportation scroll for him. But the man was in no hurry to take it, asking about who was heading here, creating danger. At the same second, another defender of the passage to the seer's hall was destroyed by the attacker. Either answering the question posed or voicing some of her own thoughts, the seer suddenly said that this is the peak of human development. The last surviving hunter actively scratched at the door, begging to open it and save his life. The seer's assistant looked with bated breath as the door to the room literally bent into an arc from a strong blow. The man immediately recognized the one who broke into them so brazenly and cruelly, asking why he was doing all this. And Casper Fields, approaching him, who was all smeared with the blood of the people who had become his victims, had not yet answered the question posed. The seer, who continued to be in her place, suddenly said that she was ready to accept such a future scenario, where her fate will be the one who has returned and walks alone through eternity. And finally, the bloody visitor, smiling, said that in this life he simply wanted to do this. But then the seer's assistant blocked his way, saying that he could allow the guests further passage, since to meet with the seer, he needed to make an official request. Exhaling heavily, Casper noticed that the woman's assistant every time did nothing but voice the same words, like a parrot. Finding this incredibly boring, Casper instantly moved behind him. But somehow the man was able to avoid the deadly attack that the enemy had prepared. Remembering that they were somewhat similar, where his opponent, apparently, could also briefly look into the future, Casper prepared for further confrontation. The seer tried to stop him, saying that her assistant was not able to influence the future, and asked to let him go. Also realizing that this man could not become an obstacle to his plans, Casper agreed to spare him. And so the seer's assistant stood and looked at the teleportation scroll, listening to words of gratitude for the work done and the request of his mistress to leave quickly. Taking the scroll in his palm, the man, closing his eyes, whispered that everything was the will of the seer. But suddenly, instead of using the scroll, he threw it right in the face of the intruder. After which, taking advantage of the fact that the paper blocked the enemy's view, the man struck him with his weapon, where he accompanied his actions with words that this time he would not follow the will of his mistress. However, the attack of the seer's assistant was doomed to failure, where the young man, who easily evaded it, did nothing but laugh. When asked by the man whether he had relieved his boredom, Casper answered in the negative, noting at the same time that the situation turned out to be very interesting. The seer herself sat and silently looked at what was happening, perfectly understanding what would happen next. And the young man continued, saying that he, returning in time, and the seer, and even the man himself, who changed his mind, already knew what would happen. Meanwhile, Casper's opponent, preparing for a new attack, stated that he did not seek to surprise him with his decision, where, immediately after these words, he used his weapon in a different way, sending a barrage of fire at the intruder. And when the attack, after which a huge hole formed in the wall, was completed, the seer's assistant immediately realized that the enemy had evaded it. He understood perfectly well that Casper avoided the attack using teleportation, and now he needed to understand where he would attack from. While using his abilities, he suddenly saw several bright flashes flashing around him, and his body was falling apart. And now this vision began to be translated into reality, which became clear from the first flashes in the air. The man understood that he would not be able to repel this attack, and all he could do was apologize to the lady. And Casper, skillfully using his ability, became closer and closer. Without saying a word, the seer watched as pieces of her assistant's body fell one after another to the floor. Casper, who committed this crime, interrupted his movements and noticed that everyone, one way or another, was following the path he had destined. And if a person does not have the ability to deviate from what is destined, his whole life will turn into something like walking in a circle. In the agency's office, matter began to crack at the seams, and Josh appeared from the opened rift. Martin was very happy to see his hunter, where he had already heard about his success in the battle with the S-level monster. But the young man did not accept the honors, noting that without the participation of everyone else, he definitely would not have been able to cope. After finishing the conversation with the agent, the young man approached Emily, inquiring about her progress. But when the girl turned to him, Josh couldn't help but pay attention to her tired and sleep-deprived face. And when he asked what was the reason for the girl's appearance, she explained that to answer this question the guy would only have to look outside, where crowds of media representatives were constantly on duty outside the building, not stopping their live broadcasts in the hope of seeing Josh. Their regular presence, which greatly interfered with sleep and rest, was what Emily explained about her appearance. Returning to the conversation with Martin, Josh asked whether the association even had the right to demand an increase in the level of the hunter, to which the agent immediately replied that, yes, if Casper intervened. But immediately after this, the man told the young man less good news, saying that the national branch of the association opposed the assignment of the S level, where the reason for this was that the victory over the monster was achieved through the joint efforts of several hunters, where the young man had already heard such arguments. Then there was only one question left, whether he needed such an official level at all, where for a normal life and satisfaction of all needs he can live normally, even with the current level. But the guy perked up when Martin said that in this case he would reject the association's offer. Even Emily was shocked when she heard that the guy would be given an S level after he fought monsters in Africa. Immediately jumping up from her seat, the girl could not believe that we were talking about an African den of monsters. And when Josh and the agent asked her what was bothering her so much, Emily thought for a few seconds. Returning to her workplace, she said that since the guy decided to refuse anyway, it didn't matter. Immediately after that, Josh turned his attention to the agent, confirming that he can refuse any offers from the association, where it does not matter to him what his official level is. Sitting in front of the young man, Friedrich Schreiber said that Africa would be his next destination. Already understanding everything, Josh assumed that this was where what they were looking for was located, where his interlocutor immediately confirmed that the next special crystal was located there. But at the same time, Friedrich noticed that it was not only about the crystals, but also that the place was ideal for training. In response to the young man's question, the creator of the system explained that after studying the characteristics of the clone, he realized that the effect of the special crystal also extended to its owner. Josh was quite surprised at the man's awareness when his interlocutor suddenly stated that his skills had stopped working properly. Revealing a certain magical pattern to the young man's gaze, Friedrich reminded him that special crystals block the operation of the system, where from now on the young man will learn to use skills without the help of the system. Where, calling things in simple language, the creator of the system said that the guy would simply learn real magic. As the last parts of her assistant's body settled on the floor, the woman said that there was no need for Casper to kill the man. And the young man, picking up the weapon of his defeated enemy, asked his interlocutor to explain why she wanted her assistant to escape and even handed him a teleportation scroll. After all, he probably already knew that all the current circumstances would lead to his death. To this the seer replied that there is no single path where it is not fate that is to blame for the death of the assistant, but the one who killed him. Then the woman noticed that only Casper himself created himself today. Tired of listening to the speeches of his interlocutor, the uninvited guest with a quick movement of his opponent's weapon tore the head off the girl's shoulders. He told his head falling to the floor not to try to convince him of anything, since he had tried many times to change everything. And each time, he watched as the system swallowed his planet, setting up a day of harvest. And now he was already shouting that no matter who he tried to save, the result of the system's activities did not change. No matter how strong the hunters he found, he never managed to stop the day of the harvest. In the end, he added that for a being deprived of even a body, there is no point in listening to all this. In response, the voice of a living brain that appeared in front of him sounded in his head, which functioned only because some kind of power was supplied to it, where this brain told its interlocutor that it was ready to show him his own future. But these words only provoked Casper even more, who reminded the seer that this was not the first time he had followed this path. He immediately remembered one of the same numerous conversations of past lives, where the seer recommended that he retreat, saying that he still would not get what he wanted this time. And so, approaching the glass vessel in which the seer's brain lived, Casper said that he knew perfectly well what she would tell him next. Watching the glass crack, the brain only laughed, noticing that despite his knowledge, the young man still came to hear the prediction. Then the seer added that he does not have to kill her at all, where the knowledge of another failure leads her to death every time. She continued to speak, and her executioner was already concentrating his energy in order to do what he had done hundreds of thousands of times. And finally, with the last words of the seer that the tangle would be unraveled, a powerful explosion occurred. The girl standing before the eyes of the young man, stretching out her hand to him, whispered that he should never give up. Casper looked in amazement at what was happening before his eyes, where a certain vision, dissolving into the air, said that the decision would come to him very soon. Moving across the lifeless expanses of the new continent, the young man tried to understand the meaning of his girlfriend's actions. And when he asked Emily why she even went with him, she immediately said that she could help the guy, where she can evaluate the artifacts found and prepare healing potions. Turning sharply to his companion, the young man seriously stated that jokes were inappropriate here, since they were exposing themselves to mortal danger. But the girl immediately declared that she would be ready to die if such a situation suddenly arises. Listening to such strange statements from his companion, the young man was completely bewildered as to what was happening to her. Pondering his decision, Josh turned away from his interlocutor. Her joy knew no bounds when he warned her not to show any independence. But before she had time to thank the guy for his decision, suddenly a huge monster burst from the bowels of the earth to the surface, where the young man, realizing the high degree of danger, immediately ordered his companion to hide. But at some point, the body of the emerging monster suddenly began to fall apart. And then Josh saw his old friend, who instantly neutralized the danger, where both the owner of the clones and Emily accompanying him could not believe that they had met someone else in this wasteland. Addressing the young people, the man tried to say that this meeting was very timely, but Josh immediately attacked him, calling him a liar and saying that he should now get the elixir because only because of this he refused the help of the saint in trying to cure his sister. To this, Marcus, calling the guy to calm, explained that Isabella was working on this issue day and night, after which the young man had only one question left: what his interlocutor was doing in this wasteland. To which Marcus explained that his job is precisely to prevent the monsters from getting out of their lair. He was very surprised by Josh's statement that he was heading to this lair, but after thinking a little, he simply asked him to be careful, since it could be dangerous in that lair. And while he explained to the young man the laws by which the world in the lair lives, Emily was amazed that the guy was so familiar with S-level hunters. When Marcus finished, Josh inquired about how high a worm like this occupied in the hierarchy of monsters in the lair, to which the man explained that he only prevents those who live in the lair from escaping, and this monster cannot even afford to become at least some part of the population of the lair. What was said did not make the young man very happy, since such a monster was not even a link in the food chain of the lair, which showed how strong the monsters live there. While in the bathroom, Casper tried to wash his hands from the blood that remained on them after his visit to the Sears location. That last picture continued to stand before his eyes, where the mirage that appeared told him not to give up and promised a quick solution. Exhaling, the young man noted that after such a huge amount of time, one surprise after another began to appear in his life. Leaning against the sink, Casper thought about all the variables that filled his every life. And then, kneeling down, the young man whispered that he considered one of these variables in the form of Josh to be only a slight deviation, but now he did not know what to do next. Approaching the intended goal, the owner of the clones immediately noticed that the situation around had changed greatly, where in front of him opened what was called the Lair of Monsters. When Emily noticed a very unpleasant smell, Josh explained that it was the smell of blood. And indeed, not far from the young people there were monsters who were devouring their prey. Noticing the new fresh food, the monsters immediately turned around and rushed to where Josh and his companion were standing. Having opened his interdimensional storage, the young man called for clones, noticing that the monsters here looked somehow different. Drawing out his cursed sword, he decided to check how different their skills might be. And so, without fear or doubt, he headed straight towards the approaching monsters. Before the start of the battle, he remembered Frederick's words that he should start learning magic. Deciding that it was time to make his first attempts to use skills without a system, the young man activated his energy. Rushing at the enemy, he tried to throw a fireball at him from his hand, which was unsuccessful, but his clones used the skill of throwing fire without any difficulty. Where, watching them, the young man was already beginning to experience a feeling of envy. Then, without the participation of the system, he tried to use the freezing skill, which again was a complete failure. Well, the clones, like last time, demonstrated an excellent level of skill. Then the guy had no choice but to attack the enemy only with the help of his sword. Emily, who was on the side, watched in fascination as her companion's powerful attack destroyed the monsters. Mentally, the girl noticed that Josh had become many times stronger than he was when they last met. Standing in front of the defeated monsters, the young man continued to try to form a fireball without using the system. But when all his attempts failed, he suddenly turned to his clones. Literally falling at their feet, the young man asked to teach him how they use their skills. And so one of the clones explained that first the owner needs to collect a stream of mana, give it the shape of a sphere, and then surround it with fire, where, when using a skill, it is necessary to maintain the flow of mana to the center of the sphere. Josh tried to do everything the clone told him to do, but he couldn't even hold back the continuous mana sweat. Then number one said that since he himself asked to be a student, he must say what kind of influence that spurs development his master would like to receive on a scale from 1 to 10. Relieved that something would help him cope with the task, the young man decided to stop at 8 for now. Immediately after which his clone, who took on the role of a strict mentor, gave him a rather strong slap in the face. Where, having realized what had happened, Josh understood that he himself allowed the clone such freedom by asking to become an apprentice. Meanwhile, number one continued, saying that the owner had not developed the art of maintaining the flow of mana. Standing in front of Friedrich, a completely dissatisfied Josh demanded that he teach him magic. To which the man replied that this was what he was going to do, but decided to see what the guy would get out of the process of training with the clones. And now he noticed that this undertaking did not end well for the beaten clone student. After which he said that the young man should not even try to repeat after the clones, since their level of perception is completely different. Friedrich then said that he understands the guy's rush to regain his abilities, but so far his power in magic is very small. He also experienced the guy's worries that at some point he would not be able to summon his clones, to which he explained that he had already made an attempt once to recall the number 1, which had absorbed the essence of a special crystal. But the one who lived in the clone's body immediately stopped his impulse, saying that this trick would not work now. Hearing about this, Friedrich was surprised at how the ancient creature reacted to the guy's actions, saying that he was ready to begin training. And when Josh, noting his high learning abilities, asked where he should start, his interlocutor said that the guy needed to take off all his clothes. While the young man was in Friedrich's dimension, his physical body remained on Earth, where Emily, who was watching him, did not understand why her companion suddenly resorted to meditation. The girl was even more shocked when Josh suddenly stood up and chaotically began to take off all his clothes. Covering her face so as not to see too much, Emily was loudly indignant at the guy's actions, calling him a real psycho. But the clearly distraught young man, continuing to undress, immediately declared that everything was the will of his teacher and master. And so he received a message from Friedrich, which said that the first step to learning magic is control over mana, which is achieved by unifying with one's natural beginning. But suddenly the man heard the words of his student that he, in fact, knew how to control mana. Having apologized to the guy, Friedrich, under such circumstances, allowed him to put his clothes back on, listening to 1,000 curses from him. Watching the strange actions of this clearly abnormal guy, who, not having had time to undress, began to put his clothes back on, Emily thought about how she could even trust him and tell him everything. As he vented his rage by slamming his fist on the table, the association's chapter leader was confused about what could have influenced Josh's decision. Where he at first refused the offer of the association, but then he still took it and headed to the lair of monsters. To which Norwood, listening to him, noticed that not everything was so bad, because they themselves planned to send him there. Throwing some folder to the old man, the head of Volkov instructed him to contact everyone for whom there was information among these papers. Having taken out the first papers, Dongkan immediately realized that they contained information about the best killers from various associations. And Norwood noted that he does not want to hope for luck, and prefers to act for sure. Fighting with another monster, the young man clutched a sword in one hand and tried to hold the created magical pattern in the other. Every now and then he received messages from Friedrich, who reminded him of the need to constantly maintain the magical pattern. After all, magical patterns are something like reminders of how to direct the flow of mana. Repeatedly answering that he already understood this, Josh barely managed to dodge the monster's blow, where, having lost concentration, he immediately noticed that his magical pattern was dissolving before his eyes. Both his hands became free, and the youth immediately finished off his opponent with one blow. Then Friedrich said that Josh was much stronger than these monsters, which means he needed to find stronger opponents for further training. At that moment, the guy suddenly felt some sharp object fly into him. Having also noticed what had happened, Friedrich was seriously frightened, thinking that his only hope could be destroyed. The killer from the Poisonous Thorn Association and his assistant, who were not nearby, noticed that the candidate for level S turned out to be a so-so opponent. Just as they were about to report to their superiors about the completion of the task, suddenly the nearby stones were cut by some incredibly strong blow. And a young man who appeared next to them, clutching an object thrown at him in his hand, asked the villains who they were. Without answering the question posed, the killers, dodging the guy's next blow, concluded that the guy turned out to be stronger than they thought. And while they were landing, Josh was already scolding them for throwing a piece of iron right at his head, promising to return the favor. Meanwhile, the clones and Emily were busy preparing dinner, where the clones retrieved everything they needed from interdimensional storage. When everything was almost ready, the girl suddenly noticed that Josh, who had promised to return for dinner, was still not there. To which number 1 explained that, apparently, his owner is a little busy right now. The beaten man stood and could not believe that the two of them could not cope with this guy. And Josh, lifting his unconscious assistant by the hair, asked if they wanted to continue. Cursing, his opponent asked why the guy did not use a single skill in the battle with them. Shouting that he had underestimated him, the killer, armed with his knives, again rushed at the guy. But this senseless impulse was stopped literally by one movement of the Clone Master's hand, where after this the young man revealed to the gaze of his opponent the magical pattern created by his hand, which disappeared as quickly as it appeared in front of the astonished killer. The man was in a state of shock because he understood that his life could have just been interrupted if this guy had used the skill. But this terrible man decided not to kill him, showing his great generosity. He couldn't believe that his powers and this guy's powers were on completely different levels. Josh just laughed at his words that they were simply not worthy of dying from his skills. Leaving the scene of the battle, the young man added that his opponents were so weak that he considered them unworthy of using his skills. With just one swing of his sword, the young man destroyed another monster that stood in his way. He exhaled and created a magical pattern in his hand again. Friedrich, through a message, reproached the guy for stopping practicing magic and killing monsters only through physical strength. But the young man denied this, saying that he was making every effort to practice magic. At that moment, his interlocutor noticed that the guy had an interesting absorption skill, where, from killing each monster, he constantly becomes stronger. And when Josh said that the higher the characteristics grow, the more difficult it becomes to raise them, since you have to kill more advanced monsters, Friedrich noticed that his characteristics were already quite high. These words made the young man think for a while. And while he was explaining something to his invisible interlocutor, the killers were already watching him again. Where his opponent from yesterday angrily stated that they came to take revenge for how he humiliated them by beating them without even using skills. While defending himself from the attack of a new enemy, Josh at the same time tried to keep the magic pattern in action. As he approached his opponent, the next killer began to move the mask from his face, and now he has already used one of his skills, releasing toxic smoke directly into Josh's face. But the guy continued to hold the magical pattern, and inhaling this smoke, he noticed that it was very refreshing. Thinking that his opponent was bluffing, the assassin had already activated his next skill, where the young man instantly felt that the sands under his feet were moving, and his yesterday's opponent, charging his knives with mana, said with obvious superiority in his voice that the guy had made a big mistake, after which this envoy of the poisonous thorn used his own, directing its effect at Josh. Thinking that no matter how strong the young man was, such a set of attacks would definitely break him, the man did not notice the approach of the fist. Flashing past his opponent with lightning speed, Josh knocked him down in one motion. Approaching the second opponent, the guy tried first of all to cope with the pattern, which began to disappear. But he failed, where after a couple of seconds the pattern disappeared into thin air, after which the young man had no choice but to state that even today the killers would not be able to see his skills. The enemy, wrapped in bandages, tried to say something rude in response to such words, but one precise blow deprived him of the ability to conduct further dialogue. Emily was sitting in the very place where she was cooking, and the clones were located on the nearest heights, guarding the camp. Overcoming herself, the girl tried her best to overcome the falling sleep. But then Josh, who appeared next to her, asked her companion why she was not sleeping. Assuming that the guy was hungry, the girl was about to heat up the food, but the young man said that he could handle it himself. But Emily insisted, saying that the young man was tired during the battles, and this was the least she could do to help. Hearing his interlocutor's stomach growl, Josh asked her if she had eaten herself, where his companion explained that she planned to eat with him upon his return. The chained killers, who had managed to take a nap, were awakened by someone's voice, where in front of them stood two mercenaries from the Assassin Association, one of whom immediately recognized his colleagues from the Poisonous Thorn. Josh's night enemy immediately asked if they had really decided to try their luck in destroying the guy. In response, the new killers noted that they did not like the fact that so many people were sent for one purpose. But then their shackled colleague said that the assassin envoys would not even be able to see how the target was using skills. But the self-confident killers did not pay attention to the warnings of their losing colleagues. He hilariously pointed out that the only reason they won't see this is because Josh will die very quickly. Lying on the ground and feeling his whole body aching from the beatings, one of the killers plaintively stated that his opponent had not resorted to a single skill, and the winner himself sadly watched as his magical pattern disappeared once again. He lamented that he was incapable of anything, but Friedrich encouraged him with messages that he was doing better. Where this time, the magic circle was already able to hold out until the very end of the battle, and his teacher noticed that the battle with mercenaries benefits the young man much more than battles with monsters. While Josh was looking at the newly created magical pattern, Friedrich asked him if all his opponents were from the same association. Replying that he had not asked, the young man instructed the clone to wake up Emily and move their base further away, where he hoped to avoid the annoying killers. The next day, the young man woke up in a very good mood, but when he stood up and took a few steps, he heard something click under his foot, after which a powerful explosion was heard in the very place where he stood, where another killer cheerfully declared that she would not allow anyone to take away her goal and reward. Very pleased with herself, the girl did not even notice how the target was already approaching her from behind. A day later, the young man, finding himself in an open space, suddenly fell into some kind of trap that constrained his movements. And now the next killers have already rushed at the one who was considered defenseless, declaring that they managed to achieve success, where the attacking man did not even understand how the guy was able to free himself from his bonds. Time passed, and over time, more and more killers with a variety of skills appeared next to Josh. But the abilities of the Clone Master also increased significantly, where literally one slight movement of his finger was enough for him to completely neutralize the enemy. This also applied to maintaining the magic circle, for which he no longer even needed to use one of his hands. But despite all this, Josh could not learn to activate any of his skills. A female voice asked the girl not to tell anything to others, where she herself did not say anything. Hearing the familiar voice of his mother, the soundly sleeping child woke up. Not finding her mother nearby, the girl walked further, following her voice, which said that she had been betrayed, but she saw everything. But when she reached the room from where she heard the voice, the girl was horrified to see the hanging corpse of a woman in front of her. The girl started screaming as hard as she could, and then Emily woke up, emerging from her latest nightmare. And the young man next to her, saying that it was just a dream, also noticed that he had a small conversation with the girl.